The truth is rarely pure and never simple. Oscar Wilde. Chapter 1. At this prison the doors are inches thick, steel. Once factory smooth, they now carry multiple dents. Imprints of human faces, knees, elbows, teeth, residue of blood, are harvested large on their gray surface. Prison hieroglyphics, pain, fear, death, all permanently recorded here, at least until a new slab of metal arrives. The doors have a square opening at eye level. The guards stare through it, use the small space to throw bright lights at the human cattle on their watch. Without warning, batons smack against the metal with the pop of gun reports. The oldies bear it well, looking down at the floor, studying nothing, meaning their lives, in a subtle act of defiance, not that anyone notices or cares. The rookies still tense when the pop or light comes. Some dribble pee down their cotton pants, watch it flow over their black, low-quarter shoes. They soon get over it, smack the damn door back, fight down the push of schoolboy tears and belly bile, if they want to survive. At night, the prison cells hold the darkness of a cave, but for odd shapes here and there. On this night, a thunderstorm grips the area. When a lightning bolt dips from the sky, it splashes illumination into the cells through the small plexiglass windows. The honeycomb pattern of the chicken wire stretched tight across the glass is reproduced on the opposite wall with each burst. During the passage of such light, the man's face emerges from the dark, as though having suddenly parted the surface of water. Unlike those in the other cells, he sits alone, thinks alone, sees no one in here. The other prisoners fear him. The guards, too, even armed as they are, for he is a man of intimidating proportions. When he passes by the other cons, hardened, violent men in their own right, they quickly look away. His name is Rufus Harms, and his reputation at Fort Jackson Military Prison is that of a destroyer. He will crush you if you come at him. He never takes the first step, but he will the last. 25 years of incarceration have taken considerable toll on the man. Like the age rings of a tree, the ruts of scars on Harms's skin, the poorly healed fractures of bone on his skeleton are a chronicle of his time here. However, far worse damage lies within the soft tissue of his brain, within the centers of his humanity. Memory, thought, love, hate, fear, all tainted, all turned against him. But mostly memory, a humbling tumor of iron against the tip of his spine. There is substantial strength left in the massive frame, though. It is evident in the long, knotty arms, the density of Harms's shoulders. Even the wide girth of his middle carries the promise of exceptional power. But Harms is still a listing oak, topped out on growth, some limbs dead or dying, beyond the cure of pruning, the roots ripped out on one side. He is a living oxymoron, a gentleman, respectful of others, faithful to his God, irreversibly cast in the image of a heartless killer. Because of this, the guards and the other prisoners leave him be, and he is content with that. Until this day, what his brother has brought him, a package of gold, a surge of hope, a way out of this place. Another burst of light shows his eyes brimming with deep red, as though bloodied, until one sees the tears that stain his dark, heavy face. As the light recedes, he smooths out the piece of paper, taking care not to make any sound, as invitation to the guards to come sniffing. Lights have been extinguished for several hours now, and he is unable to reverse that. As it has been for a quarter-century, his darkness will end only with the dawn. The absence of light matters little, though. Harms has already read the letter, absorbed every word. Each syllable cuts him like the quick bite of a shiv. The insignia of the United States Army appears bold at the top of the paper. He knows the symbol well. The Army has been his employer, his warden, for almost 30 years. The Army was requesting information from Rufus Harms, a failed and forgotten private from the era of Vietnam. Detailed information Harms had no way of giving. His finger navigating true even without light, Harms touched the place in the letter that had first aroused fragments of memory, drifting within him all these years. These particles had generated the incapacitation of endless nightmare, but the nucleus had seemed forever beyond him. Upon first reading the letter, Harms had dipped his head low to the paper, as though trying to reveal to himself the hidden meanings in the typewritten squiggles, to solve the greatest mystery of his mortal life. Tonight, those twisted fragments had suddenly coalesced into firm recollection, into the truth. Finally. Until he read the letter from the army, Harms had only two distinct memories of that night 25 years ago, the little girl and the rain. It had been a punishing storm, much like tonight. The girl's features were delicate, the nose only a bud of cartilage, the face as yet unlined by sun, age, or worry, her staring eyes blue and innocent, the ambitions of a long life ahead still forming within their simple depths. Her skin was the white of sugar, and unblemished except for the red marks crushed upon a neck as fragile as a flower stem. The marks had been caused by the hands of Private Rufus Harms, the same hands that now clutched the letter as his mind careened dangerously close to that image once more. Whenever he thought of the dead girl, he wept, had to, couldn't help it, but he did so silently, with good reason. The guards and cons were buzzards, sharks. They sniffed blood, weakness, an opening from 1,000,000 miles away. They saw it in the twitch of your eyes, the widened pores of your skin, even in the stink of your sweat. Here every sense was heightened. Here strong, fast, tough, nimble equaled life. Or not. He was kneeling beside her when the MPs found them. Her thin dress clung to her diminutive frame, which had receded into the saturated earth as though she had been dropped from a great height to form the shallowest of graves. Harms had looked up at the MPs once, but his mind had registered nothing more than a confusion of darkened silhouettes. He had never felt such fury in his life, even as the nausea seized him, his eyes losing their focus, his pulse rate, respiration, blood pressure, all bottoming out. He had gripped his head as if to prevent his bursting brain from cleaving through the bone of his skull, through tissue and hair, and exploding into the soaked air. When he had looked down once more at the dead girl, and then at the pair of twitching hands that had ended her life, the anger had drained from him, as though someone had jerked free a plug embedded within. The functions of his body oddly abandoning him, Harms could only remain kneeling, wet and shivering, his knees sunk deeply into the mud. A black high chieftain in green fatigues, presiding over a small, pale-skinned sacrifice, was how one stunned witness would later describe it. The next day he would come to learn the little girl's name, Ruth Ann Mosley, 10 years old, from Columbia, South Carolina. She and her family had been visiting her brother, who was stationed at the base. On that night, Harms had only known Ruth Ann Mosley as a corpse, small, tiny in fact, compared to the stunning breadth of his 6'5" 300-pound body. The blurred image of the rifle butt that one of the MPs smashed against his skull represented the last mental sliver Harms carried from that night. The blow had dropped him to the ground right next to her. The girl's lifeless face pointed upward, collecting droplets of rain in every still crevice. His face sunken into the mud, Rufus Harms saw nothing more, remembered nothing more. Until tonight. He swelled his lungs with rain-drenched air and stared out the half-open window. He was suddenly that still, rare beast, an innocent man in prison. He had convinced himself over the years that such evil had been lurking, cancer-like, within him. He had even thought of suicide to make penance for stealing the life of another, more pitiably a child's. But he was deeply religious, and not a fleeting jailhouse convert to the Lord. He thus could not commit the sin of prematurely forcing his last breath. He also knew the girl's killing had condemned him to an afterlife 1,000 times worse than the one he was now enduring. He was unwilling to rush to its embrace. Better this place, this man-made prison, for now. Now he understood that his decision to live had been right. God had known, had kept him alive for this moment. With stunning clarity, he recalled the men who had come for him that night at the stockade. His mind once more clearly held every contorted face, the stripes on the uniforms some of them wore, his comrades in arms. He recalled the way they circled him, wolves to prey, emboldened only by their numbers, the telling hatred of their words. What they had done that night had caused Ruth Ann Mosley to die, and in a very real sense, Harms had died as well. To these men, Harms was an able-bodied soldier who had never fought in defense of his country. Whatever he got, he deserved, they no doubt believed. Now he was a middle-aged man, slowly dying in a cage, as punishment for a crime of long-ago origin. He had no power to see that any semblance of justice was done on his behalf. And yet, with all that, Rufus Harms stared into the familiar darkness of his crypt, a single passion empowering him. After 25 years of terrible, wrenching guilt that had relentlessly taunted him until he was just barely in possession of a ruined life, he knew that it was now their turn to suffer. He gripped the worn Bible his mother had given him, and he promised this to the God who had chosen never to abandon him. Chapter 2. The steps leading up to the United States Supreme Court building were wide and seemingly endless. Trudging up them was akin to laboring toward Mount Olympus to request an audience of Zeus, which, in a real sense, you were. Engraved in the facade above the main doorway were the words, "Equal justice under law." The phrase came from no significant document or court ruling, but from Cass Gilbert, the architect who had designed and built the courthouse. It was a matter of spacing. The words fit perfectly into the area designated by Gilbert for a memorable legal phrase. The majestic building rose 4 stories above ground level. Ironically, Congress had appropriated the funds to construct it in 1929, the same year the stock market crashed and helped bring on the Great Depression. Almost a third of the building's $9 million cost had gone to the purchase of marble. Pure Vermont was on the exterior, hauled down by an army of freight cars. Crystal-lined Georgia rock padded the 4 interior courts, and milky Alabama stone lay over most of the floors and walls of the interior, except in the great hall. Underfoot there was a darker Italian marble, with African stone in other places. The stone columns in the hall had been cast from blocks of Italian marble quarried from the Monterenti site and shipped to Knoxville, Tennessee. There, ordinary men struggled to cast the blocks into 30-foot shapes to help support the building that had been the professional home to 9 men since 1935, and, since 1981, to at least 1 woman, all of extraordinary achievement. Its supporters deemed the building a fine example of the Corinthian style of Greek architecture. Its detractors decried it as a palace for the insane pleasures of kings, rather than a place for the rational dispensation of justice. And yet, since John Marshall's time, the court had been the defender and interpreter of the Constitution. It could declare an act of Congress unconstitutional. These 9 people could force a sitting president to turn over tapes and documents that would ultimately lead to his resignation and disgrace. Crafted alongside the legislative authority of the Congress and the executive power of the presidency by the Founding Fathers, the American judiciary, headed by the Supreme Court, was an equal branch of government. And govern it did, as the Supreme Court bent and shaped the will of the American people by virtue of its decisions on any number of significant issues. The elderly man walking down the great hall carried on this honored tradition. He was tall and bony, with soft brown eyes, in no need of glasses, his eyesight still excellent, even after decades of reading small print. His hair was nearly gone, his shoulders had narrowed and curved over the years, and he walked with a slight limp. Still, Chief Justice Harold Ramsey had a nervous energy about him and a peerless intellect that more than compensated for any physical slide. Even his footfalls seemed to carry special purpose. He was the highest-ranking jurist in the land, and this was his court, his building. The Ramsey Court, the media had long deemed it, like the Warren Court and its other predecessors, his legacy for all time. Ramsey ran his court tight and true, cobbling together a consistent majority that was now going on 10 years running. He loved the wheeling and dealing that went on behind the scenes at the court, a carefully placed word or paragraph here or there, give a little on one point, with the favor to be repaid later. Waiting patiently for just the right case to come along as a vehicle for change, sometimes in ways unexpected by his colleagues. Culling together the 5 votes necessary for a majority was an absolute obsession with Ramsey. He had come to the court as an associate justice, and then been elevated to the top rank a decade ago. Merely first among equals in theory, but something more than that in reality. Ramsey was a man of intense beliefs and personal philosophies. Fortunately for him, he had been nominated to the court when the selection process had nothing of the political sophistication of today. There were no bothersome questions about a candidate's positions on specific legal issues, like abortion, capital punishment, and affirmative action. Queries that now littered the highly politicized process of becoming a Supreme Court justice. Back then, if the president nominated you, if you possessed the requisite legal pedigree, and if there were no particularly bad skeletons lying in wait, you were in. The Senate had confirmed Ramsey unanimously. It really had no choice. His educational and legal backgrounds were of the first order. Multiple degrees, all from Ivy League schools, and top of his class in every one of them. Next had come an award-winning stint as a law professor with original, sweeping theories on the direction the law and, by extension, humanity should take. Then he had been nominated to the federal appellate bench, quickly becoming chief judge of his circuit. During his tenure on the appellate bench, the Supreme Court had never reversed one of his majority opinions. Over the years, he had built the right network of contacts, done all the necessary things in his pursuit of the position he now held as tightly as he could. He had earned the position. Nothing had ever been given to him. That was another of his firm beliefs. If you worked hard, you would succeed in America. No one was entitled to any handouts. Not the poor, not the rich, not the middle class. The United States was the land of opportunity, but you had to work for it, sweat for it, sacrifice for its bounty. Ramsey had no patience for people's excuses for not getting ahead. He had been born to abysmal poverty and an abusive, hard-drinking father. Ramsey had found no refuge with his mother. His father had crushed any maternal instincts she might have had. Not a promising start in life, and look where he now stood. If he could survive and flourish under those circumstances, then others could too, and if they didn't, it was their fault, and he would not hear otherwise. He let out a contented sigh. Another court term had just begun. Things were going smoothly, but there was one hitch. The chain was only as strong as its weakest link, and he had one of those, his potential Waterloo. Things might be going well now, but what about 5 years down the road? Those problems were better dealt with early on, before they surged out of control. He knew he was close to meeting his match with Elizabeth Knight. She was as smart as he, and just as tough, perhaps. He had known this the day her nomination had been approved. A young-blood female on a court of old men. He had been working on her from day one. He would assign her opinions when he thought she was on the fence, with the hope that the responsibility of penning a draft that would bring together a majority would put her firmly in his camp. He had tried to place her under his wing, to guide her through the intricacies of the court process. Still, she had shown a very stubborn, independent streak. He had watched other Chief Justices grow complacent, let their guard down, with the result that their leadership had been usurped by others more diligent. Ramsey was determined never to join that group. "Murphy's concerned about the Chance case," Michael Fisk said to Sarah Evans. They were in her office on the second floor of the court building. Michael was 6'2" and handsome, with the graceful proportions of the athlete he once was. Most clerks did a 1-year stint at the Supreme Court before moving on to prestigious positions in private practice, public service, or academia. Michael was beginning an almost unprecedented 3rd year here as senior clerk to Justice Thomas Murphy, the court's legendary liberal. Michael was the possessor of a truly wondrous mind. His brain was like a money-sorting machine. Data poured into his head and was swiftly sorted and sent to its proper location. He could mentally juggle dozens of complex factual scenarios, testing each to see how it would impact on the others. At the court, he happily labored over cases of national importance, surrounded with mental sabers equal to his own. And Michael had found that, even in the context of rigorous intellectual discourse, there was time and opportunity for something deeper than what the stark words of a law proclaimed. He really didn't want to leave the Supreme Court. The outside world held no appeal for him. Sarah looked concerned. Last term, Murphy had voted to hear the Chance case. Oral argument was set, and the bench memo was being prepared. Sarah was in her mid-20s, about 5'5", slender, but her body possessed subtle curves. Her face was nicely shaped, the eyes wide and blue. Her hair was thick and light brown. It still turned blondish in the summer, and seemed always to carry a fresh, pleasing scent. She was the senior clerk for Justice Elizabeth Knight. "I don't understand. I thought he was behind us on this. It's right up his alley, little person against a big bureaucracy." "He's also a firm believer in upholding precedent. Even if it's wrong?" "You're preaching to the choir, Sarah, but I thought I'd pass it along. Knight's not going to get 5 votes without him, you know that. Even with him, she might fall short." "Well, what does he want?" This was how it went most of the time, the famed clerk network. They hustled and debated and scrounged for votes on behalf of their justices like the most shameless political hucksters. It was beneath the justices to openly lobby for votes, for a particular phrasing in an opinion, or for a specific angle, addition or deletion. But it wasn't below the clerks. In fact, most of them took great pride in the process. It was akin to an enormous, never-ending gossip column with national interests at stake, in the hands of 25-year-olds at their first real job, no less. "He doesn't necessarily disagree with Knight's position, but if she gets 5 votes at conference, the opinion will have to be very narrowly drawn. He's not going to give away the farm. He was in the military in World War II. He holds it in the highest regard. He believes it deserves special consideration. You need to know that when you're putting together the draft opinion." She nodded her head in appreciation. The backgrounds of the justices played more of a role in their decision-making than most people would suspect. "Thanks, but first Knight has to get the opinion to write." "Of course she will. Ramsey is not voting to overturn Ferris and Stanley, you know that. Murphy will probably vote in favor of Chance at the conference. He's the senior associate, so he gets to assign the opinion. If she gets her 5 votes at conference, he'll give Knight her shot. If she delivers the goods, meaning no broad, sweeping language, we're all okay." United States versus Chance was one of the most important cases on the docket for this term. Barbara Chance had been a private in the Army. She had been bullied, harassed, and frightened into repeatedly having sexual intercourse with several of her male superiors. The case had gone through the internal channels of the Army, with the result that one of the men had been court-martialed and imprisoned. Barbara Chance, however, had not been content with that. After leaving the military, she had sued the Army for damages, claiming that it had allowed this hostile environment to exist for her and other female recruits. Chance had voluntarily left the Army and then filed suit. The case had slowly worked its way through the proper legal channels, Chance losing at each stop. The matter presented enough gray areas in the law that it had eventually been plopped like a big tuna on the doorstep of this place. The current law said that Chance had, ironically, no chance of winning. The military was virtually immune from suit by its personnel for any damages, regardless of the cause or the element of fault. But the justices could change what the law said, and Knight and Sarah Evans were working hard behind the scenes to do just that. The support of Thomas Murphy was critical to that plan. Murphy might not support overturning completely the military's immunity right, but the Chance case could at least punch a hole in the Army's wall of invincibility. It seemed premature to be discussing resolution of a case that had not yet been heard, but in many cases, and for many justices, oral argument was anticlimactic. By the time it rolled around, most had already made up their minds. The argument phase of the process was more an opportunity for the justices to showcase their positions and concerns to their colleagues, often by use of extreme hypotheticals. They were akin to mental scare tactics, as if to say, "See what could happen, Brother Justice, if you vote that way?" Michael stood and looked down at her. It was at his urging that Sarah had signed up for another term at the court. Raised on a small farm in North Carolina and educated at Stanford, Sarah had, like all the clerks here, a wonderful professional future waiting once she left the court. Having a clerkship at the Supreme Court on one's resume was a gold key to entry at just about any place an attorney would care to put down his briefcase. That had affected some clerks in a negative way, giving them inflated egos that their actual accomplishments did not quite back up. Michael and Sarah, though, had remained the same people they had always been, which was one reason, aside from her intelligence, good looks, and refreshingly balanced personality, that Michael had asked her a very important question a week ago, a question he hoped to receive an answer to, soon, perhaps now. He had never been a particularly patient man. Sarah looked up at him expectantly. "Have you given my question any thought?" She had known it was coming. She had avoided it long enough. "That's all I've been thinking about." "They say that when it takes that long, it's a bad sign." He said this jokingly, but the humor was obviously forced. "Michael, I like you a lot." "Like? Oh boy, another bad sign." His face suddenly grew warm. She shook her head. "I'm sorry." He shrugged. "Probably not half as sorry as I am. I've never asked anyone to marry me before." "You're actually my first, too, and I can't tell you how flattered I am. You've got it all." "Except for one thing." Michael looked down at his hands as they quivered a bit. His skin suddenly seemed too tight for his body. "I respect your decision. I'm not one of those who thinks you can learn to love someone over time. It's either there or not." "You'll find someone, Michael, and that woman will be very lucky." Sarah felt so awkward. "I hope this doesn't mean I'm losing my best friend on the court." "Probably." He held up a hand as she started to protest. "I'm just kidding." He sighed. "I don't mean this to sound egotistical, but this is the first time anybody's really turned me down for anything." "I wish my life had been so easy." Sarah smiled. "No, you don't. It makes rejection a lot harder to accept." Michael went over to the doorway. "We're still friends, Sarah. You're too much fun to be around. I'm too smart to let that go. And you'll find someone, too, and he'll be very lucky." He didn't look at her when he added, "Have you found him yet, by the way?" She started slightly. "Why do you ask that?" "Call it a sixth sense. Losing is a little easier to accept if you know who you lost out to." "There's no one else," she said quickly. Michael didn't look convinced. "Talk to you later." Sarah stared after him, very troubled. "I remember my first years on the court." Ramsey was staring out the window, a smile working across his face. He was seated across from Elizabeth Knight, the court's most junior associate. Elizabeth Knight was in her mid-40s, average height, with a slender body and long black hair, tied back in a harsh, unflattering bun. Her face possessed sharply edged features, and her skin was unlined, as though she never spent any time outdoors. Knight had quickly established a reputation as one of the most vocal questioners at oral argument, and as one of the most hard-working of all the justices. "I'm sure they're still vivid." Knight leaned back in her desk chair as she mentally checked off her work schedule for the rest of the day. "It was quite a learning process." She stared at him. He was now looking directly at her, his large hands clasped behind his head. "It took me 5 years just to figure out things, really," Ramsey continued. Knight managed not to smile. "Harold, you're being much too modest. I'm sure you had it all figured out before you walked in the door." "Seriously, it does take time, and I had many fine examples with whom to work. Felix Abernathy, old Tom Parks. Respecting the experience of others is nothing to be ashamed of. It's an indoctrination process we all go through, though you certainly have progressed faster than most," he quickly added. "Still, here, patience is a very cherished virtue indeed. You've been here only 3 years. I've called this place home for over 20. I hope you understand my point." Knight hid a smile. "I understand you are a little perturbed that I led the way for U.S. versus Chance to be put on the docket at the end of the last term." Ramsey sat up straight. "Don't believe everything you hear around here. On the contrary, I've found the clerk grapevine to be extraordinarily accurate." Ramsey sat back once more. "Well, I have to admit that I was a little surprised about it. The case presents no unsettled question of law that requires our intervention. Need I say more?" He threw up his hands. "In your opinion?" A tinge of red eased across Ramsey's face. "In the published opinions of this court over the last 50 years. All I ask is that you accord the court's precedents the respect they deserve. You'll find no one who holds this institution in higher regard than I do." "Very happy to hear that, and I'll be delighted to entertain your thoughts further on the Chance case after we hear oral argument." Ramsey looked at her dully. "It will be a very short discussion, considering that it doesn't take long to say yes or no. Bluntly speaking, at the end of the day, I'll have at least 5 votes, and you won't." "Well, I convinced 3 other justices to vote to hear the case." Ramsey looked as though he might laugh. "You'll quickly learn the difference between votes to hear a case and votes to decide it is enormous. Rest assured I will have the majority." Knight smiled pleasantly. "Your confidence is inspiring. That I can learn from." Ramsey rose to leave. "Then consider this other lesson. Small mistakes tend to lead to large ones. Ours is a lifetime appointment, and all you have is your reputation. Once it's gone, it doesn't come back." Ramsey went to the door. "I wish you a productive day, Beth," he said before leaving her. Chapter 3. "Rufus?" Samuel Ryder cautiously pressed the phone to his ear. "How'd you track me down?" "Ain't many lawyers up these parts, Samuel," Rufus Harms said. "I'm not in the JAG anymore." "Being on the outside pays good, I guess." "Some days I miss the uniform," Ryder lied. He had been a terrified draftee, fortunately with a law degree in hand, and had chosen the safe role in the Judge Advocate General's office, or JAG, over toting a gun through the jungles of Vietnam as a pudgy, fear-soaked GI, a sure beacon for enemy fire. "I need to see you. Don't want to say why over the phone." "Everything okay up at Fort Jackson? I heard you were transferred there." "Sure, prison's just fine." "I didn't mean that, Rufus. I was just wondering why you looked me up after all this time." "You're still my lawyer, ain't you? Only time I ever needed one." "My schedule's kind of tight, and I don't usually travel over that way." Ryder's hands tightened on the phone with Harms's next words. "I really need to see you tomorrow, Samuel. You think you owe me that?" "I did all I could for you back then." "You took the deal quick and easy." "No," Ryder countered. "We did the pretrial agreement with the convening authority, and the trial counsel signed off on it, and that was the smart thing to do." "You didn't really try to beat it none on the sentencing. Most try to do that." "Who told you that?" "Learn a lot in prison." "Well, you can't waive the sentencing phase. We put on our case to the members, you know that." "But you didn't call no witnesses. Didn't really do much that I could see." Ryder now got very defensive. "I did the best I could. Remember something, Rufus, they could have executed you. A little white girl and all. They would have gone for the first degree, they told me that. At least you got to live." "Tomorrow, Samuel. I'll put you on my visitors list. Around about 9 a.m. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Oh, bring a little radio with you." Before Ryder could ask him why he should bring such a device, or why he should even come to see him, Harms had hung up the phone. Ryder eased back in his very comfortable chair and looked around his spacious, wood-paneled office. He practiced law in a small, rural town some distance from Blacksburg, Virginia. He made a fine living, nice house, new Buick every 3 years, vacations twice annually. He had put the past behind him, particularly the most horrible case he had ever handled in his brief career as a military lawyer, the kind of case that had the same effect on your stomach as curdled milk. Only no amount of Pepto-Bismol could right the discomfort. Ryder touched a hand to his face as his thoughts now drifted back to the early 70s, a time of chaos in the military, the country, the world. Everybody blaming everybody else for everything that had ever gone wrong in the history of the universe. Rufus Harms had sounded bitter over the phone, but he had killed that little girl, brutally, right in front of her family, crushed her neck in a few seconds, before anyone could even attempt to stop him. On Harms's behalf, Ryder had negotiated a pretrial agreement, but then, under the rules of military law, he had the right to attempt to beat that deal in the sentencing phase. The defendant would either receive the punishment in the pretrial agreement, or the one meted out by the judge or by the members, the military counterpart of a jury, whichever involved less prison time. Harms's words gnawed at the lawyer, though, for Ryder had been persuaded at the time not to put on much of a case at the sentencing phase. He had agreed with the prosecutor not to bring in any witnesses from outside the area who could attest to Harms's character and so forth. He had also agreed to rely on stipulations from the official record, instead of attempting to find fresh evidence and witnesses. That was not exactly playing by the rules, because a defendant's right to beat the deal was not supposed to be waived or bargained away in any substantive manner. But without Ryder working behind the scenes like that, the prosecutor would have gone for the death penalty, and with those facts, he probably would have gotten it. It mattered little that the murder had happened so quickly that premeditation would have been in serious doubt. The cold body of a child could derail the most logical of legal analyses. The bald truth was nobody cared about Rufus Harms. He was a black man who had spent most of his army career locked in the stockade. His senseless murder of a child certainly had not improved his standing in the eyes of the military. Such a man was not entitled to justice, many had felt, unless it was swift, painful, and lethal. And maybe Ryder was one of those who felt that way. So he hadn't exactly practiced the scorched earth policy in his defense of the man, but Ryder had gotten Rufus Harms' life. That was the best any lawyer could have done. So what could Rufus want to see him about, he wondered. Chapter 4. As John Fisk rose from the counsel's table, he glanced over at his opponent, Paul Williams. The young assistant Commonwealth attorney, or ACA, had just finished confidently stating the particulars of his motion. Fisk whispered, "Your ass is grass, Paulie. You messed up." When Fisk turned to face Judge Walters, his manner was one of subdued excitement. Fisk was broad-shouldered, though at 6 feet he was a couple of inches shorter than his younger brother. And unlike Michael Fisk, his features were far from classically handsome. He had chubby cheeks, a too-sharp chin, and a twice-broken nose, one time from high school wrestling, the other time a carryover from his cop days. However, Fisk's black hair was swept over his forehead in an unkempt manner that somehow managed to be attractive and intimate, and his brown eyes housed an intense core. "Your Honor, in the interest of not wasting the court's time, I would like to make an offer in open court to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office regarding its motion. If they agree to withdraw with prejudice and contribute $1,000 to the Public Defender's Fund, I will withdraw my response, not file for sanctions, and we can all go home." Paul Williams leaped to his feet so quickly his eyeglasses fell off and hit the table. "Your Honor, this is outrageous." Judge Walters looked over his crowded courtroom, silently contemplated his equally bulging docket, and flicked a weary hand at both men. "Approach." At the sidebar, Fisk said, "Judge, I'm only trying to do the Commonwealth a favor." "The Commonwealth doesn't need favors from Mr. Fisk," Williams said with disgust. "Come on, Paulie, $1,000 and you can get a beer before you go back and explain to your boss how you messed up. I'll even buy you the beer." Not in 10,000 years will you get a dime from us, Williams said disdainfully. Well, Mr. Williams, this motion is a little unusual, Judge Walters said. In the Richmond criminal courts, motions were heard before or during trial, and there weren't lengthy briefs attached to them. The sad truth was, most issues of criminal law were well settled. Only in the unusual case in which the judge was unsure of a ruling after he had heard the lawyer's oral arguments would he ask for written briefs to review before making his decision. Thus, Judge Walters was a little bewildered by the unsolicited and lengthy brief filed by the Commonwealth. I know, Your Honor, said Williams. However, as I stated, this is an unusual situation. Unusual, Fisk said. Try nuts, Polly. Judge Walters impatiently broke in. Mr. Fisk, I have admonished you before regarding your unorthodox behavior in my courtroom, and I will not hesitate to find you in contempt if your future actions warrant it. Get on with your response. Williams returned to his seat, and Fisk stepped to the lectern. Your Honor, in spite of the fact that the Commonwealth's emergency motion was faxed to my office in the middle of the night, and I haven't had time to prepare a truly proper response, I believe that if you would refer to each of the second paragraphs on pages 4, 6, and 9 of the Commonwealth's memorandum, you will conclude that the facts relied upon therein, particularly with regard to the defendant's prior criminal record, the statements of the arresting officers, and the 2 eyewitness accounts at the location of the crime allegedly committed by my client, are unsustainable with the established record in this case. Further, the principal precedent cited by the Commonwealth on page 10 was very recently overturned by a decision of the Virginia Supreme Court. I've attached the pertinent materials to my response and highlighted the discrepancies for your ease of review. As Judge Walters examined the file in front of him, Fisk leaned over to Williams and said, See what happens when you draft this shit in the middle of the night? Fisk dropped his reply brief in front of Williams. Since I only had about 5 minutes to read your brief, I thought I'd return the favor. You can read along with the judge. Walters finished reviewing the file and gave Williams a stare that chilled even the most casual observer in the courtroom. I hope the Commonwealth has an appropriate response to this, Mr. Williams, although I'm at a loss as to what it could possibly be. Williams rose from his chair. As he tried to speak, he suddenly discovered that his voice, along with his hubris, had deserted him. Well, Judge Walters said expectantly, please say something, or I have a mind to grant Mr. Fisk's motion for sanctions before I've even heard it. When Fisk glanced over at Williams, his expression softened somewhat. You never knew when you might need a favor. Your Honor, I'm certain the factual and legal errors in the Commonwealth's motion are due to the overworked lawyers there, rather than anything intentional. I'll even cut my settlement offer to $500, but I'd like a personal apology from the Commonwealth on the record. I really could have used some sleep last night. That last comment brought laughter from around the courtroom. Suddenly a voice boomed out from the back of the courtroom. Judge Walters, if I may intercede, the Commonwealth will accept that offer. Everyone looked at the source of the announcement, a short, almost bald, thick-bodied man dressed in a seersucker suit, his hairy neck pinched by his starchy collar. We'll take the offer, the man said again in a gravelly voice, laced with both the pleasant drawl of a lifelong Virginian and the rasp of a lifelong smoker. And we do apologize to the court for taking up his valuable time. I'm glad you happened by when you did, Mr. Graham, Judge Walters said. Bobby Graham, Commonwealth attorney for the city of Richmond, nodded curtly before leaving through the double-glass doors. He had offered no apology to Fisk. However, the defense lawyer chose not to push it. In a court of law, you rarely got everything you asked for. Judge Walters said, Commonwealth's motion is dismissed with prejudice. He looked at Williams. Mr. Williams, I think you should go have that beer with Mr. Fisk. Only I think you should be the one doing the buying, son. As the next motion was called, Fisk snapped shut his briefcase and walked out of the courtroom, Williams right next to him. Should have taken my first offer, Polly. I won't forget this, Fisk, Williams said angrily. Don't. We're still going to put Jerome Hicks away, Williams sneered. Don't think we're not. For Polly Williams and most of the other assistant Commonwealth attorneys Fisk faced, Fisk knew his clients were like their personal, lifelong enemies, undeserving of anything other than the harshest of punishments. In some cases, Fisk knew they were right, but not in all. "You know what I'm thinking?" Fisk asked Williams. "I'm thinking how fast 10,000 years can go by." As Fisk left the third-floor courtroom, he passed police officers he had worked with when he was a Richmond cop. One of them smiled, nodded a hello, but the others refused to look at him. To them, he was a traitor to the ranks. Suit and briefcase traded for badge and gun. Mouthpiece for the other side. Rot in hell, Brother Fisk. Fisk looked at one group of young black men, crew cuts so severe they looked bald, pants pushed down to the crotch, boxers showing, puffy gang jackets, bulky tennies with no laces. Their open defiance of the criminal justice system was clear. They were imperiously sulky in their sameness. These young men crowded around their attorney, a white guy, office chunky, sweaty, expensive pinstripes soiled at the cuffs, slick-skinned loafers on his feet, horn-rimmed glasses twisting a little as he hammered home a point to his scout troop. He banged his fist into his meaty palm as the young black men, abdominals racked under their silk, drug-trove shirts, listened intently. The only time they figured they would need this man, would bother to even look at him other than with contempt, or through a gun sight, until the next time they needed him. And they would. In this building, he was magic. Here, Michael Jordan could not touch this white man. They were Lewis and Clark. He was their Sacagawea. Shout the mystical words, Sac. Don't let them do us. Fisk knew what the suit was saying, knew it as if he could read the man's lips. The man specialized in defending gang members on any crime they cared to commit. The best strategy? Stone silence. Seen nothing, heard nothing, remembered nothing. Gunshots? Car backfire, most likely. Remember this, boys, thou shalt not kill. But if thou shalt kill, thou shalt not rat on each other about it. He smacked his palm against his briefcase for added emphasis. The huddle broke, and the game commenced. Along another part of the hallway, sitting on the boxy, gray-carpeted seating built into the wall, were three hookers, working teens of the night. A variety pack, one black, one Asian, one white. They waited their turn before justice. The Asian looked nervous, probably needing a calming smoke or the sting of a needle. The others were vets, Fisk knew. They strolled, sat, showed some thigh, the jiggle of breast, occasionally, when some good old boys or young Turks prowled by. Why miss some business over a little court thing? This was America, after all. Fisk took the elevator down and was just passing by the metal detector and X-ray machine, standard equipment in virtually every courthouse these days, when Bobby Graham approached him, an unlit cigarette in his hand. Fisk liked the man neither personally nor professionally. Graham selected cases for prosecution based on the size of the headlines they would garner for him, and he never took on a case he would have to work real hard to win. The public doesn't like prosecutors who lose. Just a little pretrial motion in a dime a dozen case. The big man has better things to do with his time, don't you, Bobby? Said Fisk. Maybe I had an inkling that you were going to chew up and spit out one of my baby lawyers. It wouldn't have been so easy if you'd been up against a real attorney. Who, like you? With a wry smile, Graham put the unlit cigarette in his mouth. Here we are, living in arguably the damned tobacco capital of the world, the biggest cigarette manufacturing facility on the planet just to spit on down the road, and one can't even smoke in the halls of justice. He chewed on the end of his unfiltered Pall Mall, noisily sucking in the nicotine. Actually, there were still designated smoking areas in the Richmond court building, only not where Graham happened to be standing. The prosecutor let slip a triumphant grin. Oh, by the way, Jerome Hicks was picked up this morning on suspicion of murdering a guy over on South Side. Black on black, drugs involved. Wow, what a surprise. Apparently he wanted to increase his inventory of coke and didn't want to go through the normal acquisition channels. Only your guy didn't know we had his target staked out. Fisk wearily leaned up against the wall. Court victories were often empty, particularly when your client couldn't keep a lid on his felonious impulses. Really? That's the first I've heard about it. I was coming down here anyway for a pretrial conference. Thought I'd fill you in. Professional courtesy. Right, Fisk said dryly. If that's the case, why did you let Paulie's motion go forward? When Graham didn't respond, Fisk answered his own question. Just making me jump through the hoops? A man's got to have some fun with his work. Fisk balled up a fist, and then just as quickly uncurled it. Graham wasn't worth it. Well, as a professional courtesy, were there any eyewitnesses? Oh, about a half-dozen. Murder weapon found in Jerome's car, along with Jerome. He almost ran down 2 policemen trying to get away. We've got blood, the drugs, the whole candy store, really. Guy shouldn't have been granted bail in the first place. Anyway, I've a mind to drop this rinky-dink distribution charge you're representing him on and just focus on this new development. Got to maximize my scarce resources. Hicks is a bad one, John. I think we're going to have to seek a capital murder indictment on this one. Capital case? Come on, Bobby. The willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of any person in the commission of a robbery equals capital murder, equals death penalty. At least that's what my Virginia statute book says. I don't give a shit what the law says. He's only 18 years old. Graham's face tensed. Funny talk coming from a lawyer, an officer of the court. The law's a sieve I have to slip my facts through because my facts always suck. They're scum, come out of the womb looking to hurt people. We ought to start building baby prisons before the sons of bitches can really hurt anybody. Jerome Hicks's entire life can be summed up. Right, blame it on his piss-poor childhood, Graham interrupted. Same old story. That's right, same old story. Graham smiled and shook his head. Look, I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, okay? Want to know my secret? I worked my ass off. If I can do it, they damn well can too. Case closed. Fisk started to walk off and then looked back. Let me take a look at the arrest report and I'll call you. We got nothing to talk about. Killing him won't get you the AG slot, Bobby. You know that. Aim higher. Fisk turned and walked away. Graham twisted the cigarette between his fingers. Try getting a real job, Fisk. A half hour later, John Fisk was at a suburban county jail, meeting with one of his clients. His practice often took him outside of Richmond, to the counties of Henrico, Chesterfield, Hanover, even Goochland. His ever-expanding pool of work was not something he was particularly pleased about, but it was like the sun rising. It would continue until the day it stopped for good. I've got a plea to talk to you about, Derek. Derek Brown, or DB1 as he was known on the street, was a light-skinned black with tattoos of hate, obscenity, and poetry running down his arms. He spent enough time in jail to be buffed. Wormy veins split his biceps. Fisk had once seen Derek playing basketball in the jail's recreation yard, shirt off, well-muscled, more tattoos on his back and shoulders. It looked like a damn musical score from a distance, rising from the air like a jet on takeoff, gliding smooth, held up by something Fisk couldn't see. The guards and other cons turning to look in admiration. The young man slammed the ball home, finishing with high fives all around. Never good enough, though, to play college ball, much less NBA. So here they were looking at each other in the county lockup. ACA's offered malicious wounding, Class 3 felony. Why not Class 6? Fisk stared at him. These guys were in and out of the criminal system so often, they knew the criminal code better than most lawyers. Class 6 is heat of the moment. Your heat came the next day. He had a gun. I ain't going up against Pack when he got his shooter and I ain't got mine. What, you stupid? Fisk wanted to reach across and wipe the man's attitude right off his face. Sorry, the Commonwealth isn't budging from Class 3. How much time? Derek said stonily. His ears were pierced, by Fisk's count, 12 times. 5 with time already served. Bullshit! 5 years for cutting somebody a little with a damn pocket knife? Stiletto, 6-inch blade, and you stabbed him 10 damn times, in front of witnesses. Shit, he was feeling up my bitch. Ain't that a defense? You're lucky you're not looking at murder in the first, Derek. The doc said it was a miracle the guy didn't bleed to death right there on the street. And if Pack weren't such a dangerous slimeball, you wouldn't just be looking at malicious wounding either. You could have been looking at aggravated malicious wounding, That's 20 to life, you know that. Messing with my bitch. Derek leaned forward and popped his bony knuckles to emphasize the absolute logic of both his legal and moral positions. Derek had a good-paying job, Fisk knew, albeit an illegal one. He was a first lieutenant for the No. 2 drug distribution ring in Richmond, hence his street name of DB1. Turbo was the boss, all of 24 years old. His empire was well organized, discipline enforced, and included the facade of legality with dry cleaning operations, a cafe, a pawn shop, and a stable of accountants and lawyers to deal with the drug funds after they had been laundered. Turbo was a very smart young man, good head for numbers and business. Fisk had always wanted to ask him why he didn't try running a Fortune 500 company. The pay was almost as good, and the mortality rate was considerably lower. Normally, Turbo would have one of his $300 an hour Main or Franklin Street lawyers take care of Derek. But Derek's offense was unrelated to Turbo's business, so that accommodation had not been made. Sloughing him off to someone like Fisk was a form of punishment for Derek doing something as stupid as losing his head over a female. Turbo had no reason to fear Derek's turning snitch. The prosecutor hadn't even made any noises along those lines, knowing it was futile. You talk, you die. In or out of prison, it made no difference. Derek had grown up in a nice middle-class neighborhood with nice middle-class parents before he decided to drop out of high school and take the easy route of drug dealing over actually working for a living. He had every advantage, could have done anything with his life. There were just enough Derek Browns around to make the world largely apathetic to the horrific lives of the kids who turned to the sugar elixir provided by people like Turbo, which made Fisk want to take Derek out to an alley late at night with a baseball bat in hand and teach the young man some good old-fashioned values. The ACA doesn't give a damn about what he was doing to your girlfriend that night. I can't believe this shit. Buddy of mine cut up somebody last year and he got 2 years, half that suspended, out in 3 months with time served. And I'm looking at 5 damn years? What kind of shitty lawyer are you? Did your buddy have a prior felony conviction? Was your good old buddy one of the top men for one of Richmond's worst diseases? Fisk wanted to ask. And he would have, but it would be wasted breath. I tell you what, I'll go back with 3 and time served. Now Derek looked interested. You think you can get that? Fisk stood up. Don't know, I'm just a shitty lawyer. On the way out, Fisk looked out the barred window and watched as a new shipment of inmates climbed from the prison van, grouped close, shackles beating a chant on the asphalt. Most were young blacks or Latinos, already sizing each other up, slave to master. Who gets cut or scored first? The few whites looked as though they might drop and die from sheer panic before they even got to their cells. Some of these young men were probably the sons of men Patrolman John Fisk had arrested 10 years ago. They would have been just kids then, maybe dreaming of something other than the public dole. No daddy at home, mother struggling through a horror of a life with no end in sight. Then again, maybe not. Reality had a way of punishing one's subconscious. Dreams weren't a reprieve, merely a continuation of the nightmare. As a cop, the dialogue he had had with many arrestees tended to repeat itself. Kill you, man, kill your whole damn family, some would scream at him, drug-faced, as he put the cuffs on. Uh-huh, you have the right to remain silent. Think about using it. Come on, man, ain't my fault. My buddy done it, screwed me. Where would your buddy be? And the blood on your hands, the gun in your pants, the coke still in your nostrils? Buddy do all that? Somebody. Then they might eye the dead body and lose it, blubbering. Holy shit, sweet Jesus, my mama, where's my mama? You call her, do that for me. Oh shit, do that, will you? Mama, oh shit. You have the right to an attorney, he would calmly tell them. And that now was John Fisk. After a couple more court appearances downtown, Fisk left the glass and brick John Marshall Courts building, named after the 3rd Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Marshall's ancestral home was still right next door, now a museum dedicated to preserving the memory of the great Virginian and American. The man would have turned over in his grave if he had known of the vile acts being debated and defended in the building that bore his name. Fisk headed down Ninth Street toward the James River. Hot and humid the last few days, the weather patterns had angled cooler with the coming rain, and he pulled his trench coat tighter around him. As the rain started, he began to jog along the pavement, his shoes cleaving through puddles of filthy water collected in dips of asphalt and concrete. By the time he reached his office in Shako Slip, his hair and coat were soaked, the water running in miniature rivulets down his back. Eschewing the elevator, he took the steps 2 at a time and unlocked the door to his office. It was located in a cavernous building that had once been a tobacco warehouse, its oak and pine guts having been given the new ribs of multiple office drywall. The reek of the tobacco leaves forever lingered, however, and this wasn't the only place it could be found. Cruising on Interstate 95 south past the Philip Morris cigarette manufacturing facility Bobby Graham had referred to, one could almost get a nicotine high without even lighting up. Fisk had often been tempted to fling a lighted match out the window as he drove by to see if the air would simply explode. Fisk's office was one room with a small attached bathroom, which was important since he slept here more often than he did at his apartment. He hung up his coat to dry and wiped his face and hair down with a towel he grabbed off the rack in the bath. He put on a pot of coffee and watched it brew while he thought about Jerome Hicks. If Fisk did a superb job, Jerome Hicks would spend the rest of his life behind bars, instead of receiving the prick of lethal injection at the death house in Greene County. Killing an 18-year-old black kid would not win Graham the Attorney General's job he coveted. A black-on-black, loser-on-loser murder wouldn't even warrant a back-page story in the newspaper. As a Richmond cop, Fisk had survived, barely, the violence of combat. It swept through neighborhood and town, swelling large, like an aneurysm the size of a county, leaving behind the shattered ghettos and the soaring, dollar-consumed spires of downtown, flowing over, around, and through the ill-conceived barricades of suburbia. And it wasn't just the Commonwealth. Glaciers of criminal activity flowed from all the states. When they eventually met, then where would we go? Fisk wondered. He abruptly sat down. The burn had started slowly at first. It usually did. He sensed its march from his belly up to his chest, then spreading. Finally, like lava in a trench, the sensation of impossible heat started down his arms and poured into his fingers. Fisk staggered up, locked his office door, and stripped off his shirt and tie. He had a T-shirt on underneath. Always wore the damn T-shirt. Through the cotton, his fingers touched the starting point of the thickened scar, after all these years still rough-edged. It began just below his navel, and followed the meandering path of the surgeon's saw in an unbroken line, until it ended at the base of his neck. Fisk dropped to the floor and did 50 push-ups without ceasing, the heat in his chest and extremities surging and then diminishing with each repetition. A drop of sweat fell from his brow and hit the wooden floor. He thought he could see his reflection in it. At least it wasn't blood. He followed the push-ups with an equal number of stomach crunches. The scar rippled and flexed with each bend of his body, like a serpent unwillingly grafted to his torso. He attached a quick-release bar to the doorway leading to the bathroom and struggled through a dozen pull-ups. He used to be able to do twice that many, but his strength was slowly ebbing. What lurked beneath the fused skin would eventually overtake him, kill him. But, for now, the heat faded. The physical exertion seemed to frighten it off, letting the trespasser know that somebody was still home. He cleaned up in the bathroom and put his shirt back on. As he sipped his coffee, he looked out the window. From this vantage point, he could barely make out the line of the James River. The water would grow rough as the rain picked up. He and his brother had often boated down the river, or leisurely floated down it in truck-tire inner tubes on hot summer days. That had been years ago. This was as close as Fisk got to the water these days. Leisure time was over. He had no space left for it in his shortened frame of life. He enjoyed what he did, though, at least most of the time. It wasn't the life of a Supreme Court super-lawyer like his brother, but he took a certain pride in his job and how he did it. He would have no money or grand reputation when he died, but he believed he would die reasonably satisfied, reasonably fulfilled. He turned back to his work. Chapter 5. Like a brooding hawk, Fort Jackson perched on the desolate topography of southwest Virginia, fairly equidistant from the Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia borders, and in the middle of a remote scrap of coal country. There were few, if any, stand-alone military prisons in the United States. They were typically attached to a military facility, due both to tradition and to the constraints of defense dollars. Fort Jackson did have a military base component. However, the dominant feature of the place would always be the prison, where the most dangerous offenders in the United States Army silently counted down their lives. There had never been an escape from Fort Jackson, and even if an inmate could manage to achieve his freedom without benefit of a court ruling, such liberty would be empty and short-lived. The surrounding countryside represented a prison of even greater menace, with jagged-faced, strip-mined mountains, treacherous roads with widowmaker drops, dense, unyielding forest, laced with copperheads and rattlers. And along the polluted waterways awaited their more aggressive cousin, the water moccasin, anxious for panicked feet crashing its border. And the self-reliant local folk in the forgotten toe of Virginia, the human equivalent of razor wire, were well schooled with the gun and the knife, and unafraid to use either. And yet in the slope of the land, the breadth of forest, shrub, and flower, the scent of unhurried wildlife, and the quiet of ocean depths, there was much beauty here. Attorney Samuel Ryder passed through the fort's main gate, received his visitor's badge, and parked his car in the visitor's lot. He nervously walked up to the flat, stone-walled entrance of the prison, his briefcase lightly tapping against his blue-clothed leg. It took him 20 minutes to go through the screening procedure, which included producing personal identification, verifying that he was on the visitor's list, a pat-down of his person, walking through a metal detector, and ending with a search of his briefcase. The guards suspiciously eyed the small transistor radio, but allowed him to keep it after confirming that it contained no contraband. He was read the standard rules of visitation, and to each he gave an affirmative, audible reply that he understood. Ryder knew that were he to run afoul of any of these rules, the guard's polite facade would quickly disappear. He looked around, unable to shake the oppression of fear, of extreme nervousness, as though the prison's architect had managed to craft these elements into the bones of the place. Ryder's bowels clenched, and his palms were sweaty, like he was about to climb on a 20-seat turboprop in the face of a hurricane. As a member of the military during Vietnam, Ryder had never left the country, never come close to combat, to mortal danger. Damn ironic if he were to drop dead from a coronary while standing in a military prison on United States soil. He took a deep breath, mentally signaled his heart to calm down, and wondered again why he had come. Rufus Harms was in no position to make him or anyone else do anything, but here he was. Ryder took another deep breath, clipped on his visitor's badge, and gripped the comforting handle of his briefcase, his leather amulet, as a guard escorted him to the visitor's room. Alone for a few minutes, Ryder eyed the dull brown of the walls that seemed designed to depress further those who probably lived in the throes of near-suicidal intent. He wondered how many men called this place home, entombed by their fellow man, and with excellent reason. And yet they all had mothers, even the vilest among them. Some, Ryder assumed, even had fathers, beyond the stain of semen on egg. And still they ended up here. Born evil? Maybe so. Probably have a genetic test soon that'll tell you if your preschooler is the second coming of Ted Bundy, Ryder thought. But when they drop the bad news on you, then what the hell do you do? Ryder stopped his musings as Rufus Harms, towering over the two guards trailing him, entered the visitor's room. The quick image was that of the lord to his serfs. Reality, the reverse of that. Harms was the largest man Ryder had ever personally encountered, a giant possessed of truly abnormal strength. Even now, he seemed to fill up the room with his bulk. His chest was 2 slabs of rebarred concrete, hung side by side, arms thicker than some trees. Harms wore shackles on both his hands and feet that forced him to do the prison shuffle. He was accomplished at it, though. The shortened strides were graceful. He must be close to 50, Ryder thought, but actually looked a good 10 years older. He noted the facial scars, the awkward twist of bone beneath Harms's right eye. The young man Ryder had represented was the owner of fine, even handsome features. Ryder wondered how often Rufus had been beaten in here, what other telling evidence of abuse he carried under his clothing. Harms sat down across from Ryder at a wooden table, heavily scored by thousands of nervous, desperate fingernails. He didn't look at Ryder just yet, but instead eyed the guard, who remained in the room. Ryder caught Harms's silent meaning and said to the guard, "Private, I'm his lawyer, so you're going to have to give us some space here." The reply was automatic. "This is a maximum security prison facility, and every prisoner here is classified as violent and dangerous. I'm here for your safety." The men here were dangerous, both prisoners and guards, and that was just the way things were, Ryder knew. "I understand that," replied the lawyer. "I'm not asking you to abandon me, but I'd be obliged if you could stand farther away. Attorney-client privilege. You understand, don't you?" The guard didn't answer, but he did move to the far end of the room, ostensibly out of earshot. Finally, Rufus Harms looked over at Ryder. "You bring the radio?" "A strange request, but one that I honored." "Take it out and turn it on, would you?" Ryder did so. The room was immediately filled with the mournful tunes of country western music, the lyrics contrived, shallow in the face of the genuine misery he sensed at this place, Ryder thought uncomfortably. When the lawyer looked at him questioningly, Harms glanced around the room. "A lot of ears around this place, some you can't see, right?" "Bugging the conversations of an attorney and his client is against the law." Harms moved his hands slightly, chains rattling. "A lot of things against the law, but people still do 'em, both in and out of this place, right?" Ryder found himself nodding. Harms was no longer a young, scared kid. He was a man in control, despite being unable to control one single element of his existence. Ryder also observed that each of Harms's physical movements was measured, calculated, like he was engaging in chess, reaching out slowly to touch a piece, and then drawing back with equal caution. Here, swift motion could be deadly. The inmate leaned forward and started speaking in a tone so low that Ryder had to strain to hear him above the music. "I thank you for coming. I'm surprised you did." "Surprised the hell out of me to hear from you, but I guess it got my curiosity up, too." "You look good. The years have been kind to you." Ryder had to laugh. "I lost all my hair and put on 50 pounds, but thank you anyway." "I won't waste your time. I got something I want you to file in court for me." Ryder's astonishment was clear. "What court?" Harms spoke in even lower tones, despite the cover of the music. "Biggest one there is, Supreme Court." Ryder's jaw went slack. "You gotta be kidding." The look in Harms's eyes would not brook such a conclusion. "Okay, what exactly do you want me to file?" With smooth increments of motion, despite the restraints of the manacles, Harms slid an envelope out of his shirt and held it up. In an instant, the guard stepped across and snatched it from his hand. Ryder protested immediately. "Private, that is a confidential attorney-client communication." "Let him read it, Samuel. I got nothing to hide," Harms said evenly, eyes staring off. The guard opened the envelope and scanned the contents of the letter. Satisfied, he returned it to Harms and resumed his post across the room. Harms handed the envelope and letter across to Ryder, who looked down at the material. When he looked back up, Harms was leaning even closer to him, and he spoke for at least 10 minutes. Several times, Ryder's eyes widened as Harms's words spilled over him. Finished, the prisoner sat back and looked at him. "You gonna help me, ain't you?" Ryder could not answer, apparently still digesting all that he had heard. If the waist chain had not prevented such a movement, Harms would have reached out and put his hand over Ryder's, not in a threatening manner, but as a tangible plea for help, from a man who had experienced none for almost 30 years. "Ain't you, Samuel?" Finally, Ryder nodded. "I'll help you, Rufus." Harms rose and headed for the door. Ryder put the paper back in the envelope and tucked it and the radio away in his briefcase. The lawyer had no way of knowing that on the other side of a large mirror that hung on the wall of the visitor's room, someone had watched the entire exchange between prisoner and attorney. This person now rubbed his chin, lost in deep, troubled thought. Chapter 6. At 10 a.m., the Marshal of the Supreme Court, Richard Perkins, dressed in charcoal gray tails, the traditional Supreme Court dress of lawyers from the Solicitor General's office as well, stood up at one end of the massive bench, behind which sat 9 high-backed leather chairs of various styles and sizes, and pounded his gavel. The packed courtroom grew silent. "The Honorable, the Chief Justice, and the Associate Justices of the United States," Perkins announced. The long burgundy-colored curtain behind the bench parted at 9 different places, and there appeared a like number of justices, looking stiff and uncomfortable in their black robes, as though startled awake and discovering a crowd next to their beds. As they took their seats, Perkins continued, "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the United States, are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court." Perkins sat down and looked out over a courtroom with the square footage of a mansion. Its 40-foot ceiling made the eye look for drifting clouds. After some preliminary business and the ceremonial swearing-in of new Supreme Court bar members, the first of the day's 2 morning cases would be called. On this day, a Wednesday, only 2 cases during the morning would be heard, afternoon sessions being held only on Monday and Tuesday. No oral arguments were held on Thursday and Friday. On it would go, 3 days a week, every 2 weeks, until the end of April. Approximately 150 oral argument sessions later, the justices assuming the modern-day role of Solomon for the people of the United States. There were impressive friezes on either side of the courtroom. On the right were figures of lawgivers of the pre-Christian era. On the left, their counterparts of the Christian period. 2 armies ready to have go at each other, perhaps to determine who had gotten it right. Moses versus Napoleon, Hammurabi against Muhammad. The law, the handing down of justice, could be damn painful, bloody even. Right above the bench were 2 figures carved in marble, one depicting the majesty of the law, the other the power of government. Between the 2 panels was a tableau of the 10 Commandments. Swirling around the vast chamber like flocks of doves were carvings, safeguard of the rights of people, genii of wisdom and statecraft, defense of human rights, representing the role of the court. If there ever was a stage of perfect proportion for the hearing of matters paramount, it seemed that this landscape represented it. However, topography could be deceiving. Ramsey sat in the middle of the bench, Elizabeth Knight at the extreme right. A boom microphone was suspended from the middle of the ceiling. The moms and pops in the audience had noticeably tensed up when the justices appeared. Even their gangly, bored kids sat a little straighter. It was understandable enough, even for those barely familiar with the reputation of this place. There was a discernible feeling of raw power, of important confrontations to come. These 9 black-robed justices told women when they could legally abort their fetuses, dictated to school children where they would do their learning, proclaimed what speech was obscene or not, pronounced that police could not unreasonably search and seize, or beat confessions out of people. No one elected them to their positions. They held their positions for life, against virtually all challenge. And the justices operated in such levels of secrecy, in such a black hole, that it made the public personae of other venerable federal institutions seem vainglorious by comparison. They routinely confronted issues that had activist groups all over the country banging heads, bombing abortion clinics, demonstrating outside prison death houses. They judged the complex issues that would bedevil human civilization until its extinction, and they looked so calm. The first case was called. It dealt with affirmative action in public universities, or rather, what was left of the concept. Frank Campbell, the counsel arguing on behalf of affirmative action, barely got through his first sentence before Ramsey pounced. The Chief Justice pointed out that the 14th Amendment unequivocally stated that no one shall be discriminated against. Didn't that mean affirmative action of any sort was impermissible under the Constitution? But there are broad wrongs that are trying to be... Why does diversity equate with equality? Ramsey abruptly asked Campbell. It ensures that a broad and diverse base of students will be available to express different ideas, represent different cultures, which in turn will serve to break down the ignorance of stereotypes. Aren't you premising your entire argument on the fact that blacks and whites think differently? That a black raised by parents who are college professors in a well-to-do household in, say, San Francisco, will bring a different set of values and ideas to a university than a white person who was raised in the exact same affluent environment in San Francisco? Ramsey's tone was filled with skepticism. I think that everyone has differences, Campbell responded. Instead of basing it on skin color, doesn't it seem that the most impoverished among us have a greater right to a helping hand? Justice Knight asked. Ramsey looked over at her curiously as she said this. And yet your argument draws no distinction on wealth or lack thereof, does it? Knight added. No, Campbell conceded. Michael Fisk and Sarah Evans sat in a special section of seats perpendicular to the bench. Michael glanced over at Sarah as he listened to this line of questioning. She didn't look at him. You can't get around the letter of the law, can you? You would have us turn the Constitution on its head, Ramsey persisted, after finally taking his eyes off Knight. How about the spirit behind those words? Campbell rejoined. Spirits are such amorphous things. I much prefer to deal in concrete. Ramsey's words brought scattered laughter from the audience. The Chief Justice renewed his verbal attack, and with deadly precision he skewered Campbell's precedents and line of reasoning. Knight said nothing more, staring straight ahead, her thoughts obviously far from the courtroom. As the red light on the counsel lectern came on, indicating Campbell's time was up, he almost ran to his seat. As the counsel opposing affirmative action took his place at the lectern and began his argument, it didn't seem like the justices were even listening anymore. Boy, Ramsey is efficient, Sarah remarked. She and Michael were in the court's cafeteria, the justices having retired to their dining room for their traditional post-oral argument luncheon. He sliced up the university's lawyer in about 5 seconds. Michael swallowed a bite of sandwich. He's been on the lookout for a case for the last 3 years to really blow affirmative action out of the water. Well, he found it. They should have settled the case before it got here. You think Ramsey will go that far? Are you kidding? Wait until you see the opinion. He'll probably write it himself, just so he can gloat. It's dead. I can partly see his logic, Sarah said. Of course you can, it's evident. A conservative group brought the case, handpicked the plaintiff. White, bright, blue-collar, hard-working, never given a handout, and, even better, a woman. The Constitution does say no one shall discriminate. Sarah, you know that the 14th Amendment was passed right after the Civil War to ensure that blacks wouldn't be discriminated against. Now it's been forged into a bat to crush the people it was supposed to help. Well, the crushers just guaranteed their own Armageddon. What do you mean? I mean that poor with hope starts to push back. Poor without hope lashes back. Not pretty. Oh. She looked at Michael, his manner so intense, so mercurial, serious beyond his years. He climbed on the soapbox with regularity, sometimes to an embarrassing degree. It was one of the elements about him that she both admired and feared. My brother could tell you some stories about that, Michael added. I'm sure he could. I hope to meet him someday. Michael glanced at her and then looked away. Ramsey sees the world differently than it actually is. He made it in the world by himself. Why can't everybody else? I admire the guy, though. He sticks it equally to the poor and the rich, the state and the individual. He doesn't play favorites, I'll give him that. You overcame a lot, too. Yeah, I'm not blowing my own horn, but I've got an IQ over 160. Not everybody has that. I know, Sarah said wistfully. My legal brain says what happened today was correct. My heart says it's a tragedy. Hey, this is the Supreme Court. It's not supposed to be easy. And by the way, what was Knight trying to do in there today? Michael was perpetually in the loop on everything that happened at the court, all the inner secrets, the gossip, the strategies employed by the justices and their clerks to further philosophies and points of view on the cases before them. He felt behind on whatever Knight had alluded to in court this morning, though, and it bothered him. Michael, it was only a couple of sentences. So what? 2 sentences with a ton of potential. Rights for the poor? You saw the way Ramsey picked up on it. Is Knight posturing for something down the road? A case she was trying to set up in there? I can't believe you're asking me that. It's confidential. We're all on the same team here, Sarah. Right. How often do Knight and Murphy vote together? Not very. And this place has 9 very separate compartments. You know that. Right, 9 little kingdoms. But if Knight has something up her sleeve, I'd like to know about it. You don't have to know everything that goes on at this place. Christ, you already know more than all the clerks combined and most of the justices. I mean, how many other clerks go down to the mailroom at the crack of dawn to get a jump on the appeals coming in? I don't like to do anything halfway. She looked at him, was about to say something, but then stopped herself. Why complicate things? She had already given him her answer. In reality, although a driven person herself, she could not imagine being married to someone with standards as high as Michael Fisk's. She could never reach them, sustain them. It would be unhealthy even to try. Well, I'm not betraying any confidences. You know as well as I do that this place is like a military campaign. Loose lips sink ships, and you have to watch your backside. I'm not disagreeing with you in the grand scheme of things, but I am in this case. You know Murphy, he's a throwback, a lovable throwback, but he's a pure liberal. Anything to help the poor he'd go for. He and Knight would be aligned on this, no doubt about it. He's always on the lookout to throw a wrench in Ramsey's machine. Tom Murphy led the court before Ramsey got the upper hand. It's no fun always being on the descending end in your twilight years. Sarah shook her head. I really can't go into it. He sighed and picked at his meal. We're just pulling away from each other at all points, aren't we? That's not true. You're just trying to make it seem that way. I know I hurt you when I said no, and I'm sorry. He suddenly grinned. Maybe it's for the best. We're both so headstrong we'd probably end up killing each other. Good old Virginia boy and a gal from Carolina? She drawled. You're probably right. He fiddled with his drink and eyed her. If you think I'm stubborn, you really should meet my brother. Sarah didn't meet his gaze. I'm sure. He was terrific during that trial we watched. I'm very proud of him. Now she looked at him. So why did we have to sneak in and out of the courtroom so he wouldn't know we were there? You'd have to ask him that. I'm asking you. Michael shrugged. He's got a problem with me. He sort of banished me from his life. Why? I actually don't know all the reasons. Maybe he doesn't either. I do know it hasn't made him very happy. From the little I saw, he didn't strike me as that sort of person, depressed or anything. Really, how did he strike you? Funny, smart, identifies well with people. I see he identified with you. He didn't even know I was there. You would have liked him to, though, wouldn't you? What's that supposed to mean? Only that I'm not blind, and I've walked in his shadow all my life. You're the boy genius with a limitless future, and he's a heroic ex-cop who now defends the very people he used to arrest. He also has a martyr quality about him that I never have been able to get around. He's a good guy who pushes himself unbelievably hard. Michael shook his head. All the time his brother had spent in the hospital, none of them knowing if he was going to make it day to day, minute to minute. He had never known such fear, the thought of losing his brother, but he had lost him anyway, it seemed, and not because of death, not because of those bullets. Maybe he feels like he's living in your shadow. I doubt that. Did you ever ask him? Like I said, we don't talk anymore. He paused and then added quietly, Is he the reason you turned me down? He had watched her as she observed his brother. She had been enraptured with John Fisk from the moment she saw him. It had seemed like a fun idea at the time, the two of them going to watch his brother. Now Michael cursed himself for doing it. She flushed. I don't even know him. How could I possibly have any feelings for him? Are you asking me that or yourself? I'm not going to answer that. Her voice trembled. What about you? Do you love him? He abruptly sat up straight and looked at her. I will always love my brother, Sarah. Always. Chapter 7. Ryder wordlessly passed his secretary, fled to his office, opened his briefcase, and slipped out the envelope. He withdrew the letter from inside, but barely glanced at it before tossing it in the wastebasket. In the letter, Rufus Harms had written his last will and testament, but that was just a dodge, something innocuous for the guard to read. Ryder looked at the envelope closely while he punched his intercom. Sheila, can you bring in the hot plate and the tea kettle? Fill it with water. Mr. Ryder, I can make tea for you. I don't want tea, Sheila. Just bring the damn kettle and the hot plate. Sheila didn't question this odd request or her boss's temper. She brought in the kettle and hot plate, then quietly withdrew. Ryder plugged in the hot plate, and within a few minutes, steam poured out of the kettle. Gingerly grasping the envelope by its edges, Ryder held it over the steam and watched as the envelope began to come apart, just as Rufus Harms had told him it would. Ryder fussed with the edges, and he soon had it completely laid out. Instead of an envelope, he now held two pieces of paper, one handwritten, the other a copy of the letter Harms had received from the Army. As he turned off the hot plate, Ryder marveled at how Rufus had managed to construct this device, an envelope that was actually a letter, and how he had copied and then concealed a letter from the Army in it as well. Then he recalled that Harms's father had worked at a printing press company. It would have been better for Rufus if he had followed his daddy into the printing business instead of joining the Army, Ryder muttered to himself. He let the pieces of paper dry out for a minute and then sat behind his desk while he read what Rufus had written. It didn't take long. The remarks were fairly brief, though many words were oddly formed and misspelled. Ryder couldn't have known it, but Harms had scrawled it out in near darkness, stopping every time he heard the steps of the guards draw close. There wasn't a trace of saliva left in Ryder's throat when he had finished reading. Then he forced himself to read the official notice from the Army. Another body blow. Good God. He sat back in his chair, rubbed a trembling hand over his bald spot, and then lurched to his feet, rushed over and locked his office door. The fear spread like a mutating virus. He could barely breathe. He staggered back to his desk and hit his intercom button again. Sheila, bring me in some water and some aspirin, please. A minute later, Sheila knocked on the door. Mr. Ryder, she said through the door, it's locked. He quickly unlocked the door, took the glass and aspirin from her, and was about to shut the door again when Sheila said, Are you okay? Fine, he replied, hustling her out the door. He looked down at the paper Rufus wanted him to file with the United States Supreme Court. Ryder happened to be a member of the largely ceremonial Supreme Court bar, solely by virtue of the sponsorship of a former colleague in the military who had gone on to the Justice Department. If he did exactly as Rufus asked, he would be the attorney of record in Harms's appeal. Ryder could envision only personal catastrophe resulting from such an arrangement, and yet he had promised Rufus. Ryder laid down on the leather sofa in one corner of his office, closed his eyes, and commenced a silent deliberation. So many things hadn't added up the night Ruth Ann Mosley had been killed. Rufus didn't have a history of violence, only a constant failure to follow orders that had enraged many a superior, and, at first, had bewildered Ryder as well. Harms's inability to process even the simplest of commands had been finally explained during Ryder's representation of him, but his escaping from the stockade never had. Confronted with no defense, factually, Ryder had made noises about an insanity plea, which had given him just enough leverage to save his client from possible execution. And that had been the end of it. Justice had been served, at least as much as one could expect in this world. Ryder looked once more at the notice from the Army, the stark lie of the past now firmly revealed. This information should have been in Harms's military file at the time of the murder, but it hadn't. It would have constituted a completely plausible defense. Harms's military file had been tampered with, and Ryder now understood why. Harms wanted his freedom and his name cleared, and he wanted it to come from the highest court in the land, and he refused to entrust the prospect of freedom to the Army. That's what Harms had said to him while the country western music had covered his words. And could he blame him? All things good were in Rufus's corner. He should be heard and he should be free. But despite that, Ryder remained immobile on his couch of worn leather and burnished nails. It was nothing complex. It was fear, a far stronger emotion, it seemed, than any of the others bestowed upon humankind. He planned to retire in a few years to the condo he and his wife had already picked out on the Gulf Coast. Their kids were grown. Ryder was weary of the frigid winters that settled into the low pockets of the area, and he was tired of always chasing new pieces of business, of diligently recording his professional life in quarter-hour increments. However, as enticing as that retirement was, it wasn't quite enough to prevent Ryder from helping his old client. Some things were right, and some things were wrong. Ryder rose from the couch and settled behind his desk. At first, he had thought the simplest way to help Rufus was to mail what he had to one of the newspapers and let the power of the press take over. But for all he knew, the paper would either toss it as a letter from some crazy, or otherwise bungle it such that Rufus might be put in danger. What had really made up Ryder's mind as to his course of action was simple. Rufus was his client, and he had asked his lawyer to file his appeal with the United States Supreme Court. And that's what Ryder was going to do. He had failed Rufus once before. He wasn't going to do it again. The man was in dire need of a little justice, and what better place for that than the highest court in the land? If you couldn't get justice there, where the hell could you get it? Ryder wondered. As he took out a sheet of paper from his desk drawer, sunlight from the window glanced off his square gold cufflinks, sending bright dots around the room, helter-skelter. He pulled over his ancient typewriter, kept out of nostalgia. Ryder was unfamiliar with the Supreme Court's technical filing requirements, but he assumed he would be running afoul of most of them. That didn't bother him. He just wanted to get the story out, away from him. When he had finished typing, he started to place what he had typed, together with Harms's letter and the letter from the Army, into a mailing envelope. Then he stopped. Paranoia, spilling over from 30 years of practice, made him hustle out to the small workroom at the rear of his office suite and make copies of both Harms's handwritten letter and Ryder's own typewritten one. This same uneasiness made him decide to keep, for now, the letter from the Army. When the story broke, he could always produce it, again anonymously. He hid the copies in one of his desk drawers and locked it. He returned the originals to the envelope, looked up the address of the Supreme Court in his legal directory, and next typed up a label. He did not provide a return address on the envelope. That done, he put on his hat and coat and walked down to the post office at the corner. Before he had time to change his mind, he filled out the form to send the envelope by certified mail so he would get a return receipt, handed it to the postal clerk, completed the simple transaction, and returned to his office. It was only then that it struck him. The return receipt could be a way for the court to identify who had sent the package. He sighed. Rufus had been waiting half his life for this, and, in a way, Ryder had abandoned him back then. For the rest of the day, Ryder lay on the couch in his office, in the dark, silently praying that he had done the right thing, and knowing in his heart that he had. Chapter 8. Ramsey's clerks have been pestering me about the comment you made the other day, Justice Knight, about the poor being entitled to certain preferences. Sarah looked over at the woman, sitting so calmly behind her desk. A smile flickered across Knight's face as she scanned some documents. I'm sure they have. They both knew that Ramsey's clerks were like a well-trained commando unit. They had feelers out everywhere, looking for anything of interest to the Chief Justice and his agendas. Almost nothing escaped their notice. Every word, exclamation, meeting, or casual corridor conversation was duly noted, analyzed, and catalogued away for future use. So you intended for that reaction to happen? Sarah, as much as I may not like it, there is a certain process at this place that one must struggle through. Some call it a game. I don't choose to do so. But I can't ignore its presence. I'm not so much concerned with the chief. The positions I'm thinking about taking on a number of cases Ramsey would never support. I know that, and he knows that. So you were floating a trial balloon to the other justices? In part, yes. Oral argument is also an open, public forum. So to the public. Sarah thought quickly. And the media? Knight put down the papers and clasped her hands together as she stared at the younger woman. This court is swayed more by public opinion than many would dare to confess. Some here would like to see the status quo always preserved, but the court has to move forward. And this ties into the cases you've been having me research about equalizing educational rights of the poor? I have a compelling interest in that. Elizabeth Knight had grown up in East Texas, the middle of nowhere, but her father had had money. Thus, her education had been first-rate, and she had often wondered how her life would have been if her father had been poor, like so many of the people she had grown up with. All justices carried psychological baggage to the court, and Elizabeth Knight was no exception. And that's all I'm really going to say right now. And blankly, Sarah said, referring to the affirmative action case Ramsay had so thoroughly decimated. We haven't voted on it yet, of course, Sarah, so I can't say one way or the other how it will turn out. The voting conferences took place in complete secrecy, without even a stenographer or secretary in residence. However, for those who followed the court with any consistency, and for the clerks who lived the place every day, it wasn't too difficult to predict how votes were lining up, although the justices had surprised people in the past. Justice Knight's depressed look made it clear, however, which way the votes were aligned on the Blankley case. And Sarah could read the tea leaves as well as anyone. Michael Fisk was right. The only question was how sweeping the opinion would be. Too bad I won't be around to see the results of my research come to fruition, Sarah said. You never know. You came back for a second term. Michael Fisk signed up with Tommy for a third. I'd love to have you back again. Funny you should mention him. Michael was also asking about your remarks at oral argument. He thought Murphy might welcome anything you were trying to put together concerning preferences for the poor. Knight smiled. Michael would know. He and Tommy are as close as clerk and justice can be. Michael knows more about the court than just about anyone. Actually, sometimes he can be a little scary. Knight eyed her keenly. I thought you and Michael were close. We are. I mean, we're good friends. Sarah blushed as Knight continued to watch her. We won't be getting any announcements from the two of you, will we? Knight smiled warmly. What? No, we're just friends. I see. I'm sorry, Sarah. It's certainly none of my business. It's okay. We do spend a fair amount of time together. I'm sure some people assume that there's more there than just friendship. I mean, Michael's a very attractive man, obviously very smart, great future. Sarah, don't take this the wrong way, but you sound like you're trying to convince yourself of something. Sarah looked down. I guess I do, don't I? Take it from someone who has 2 grown daughters. Don't rush it. Let it take its natural course. You have plenty of time. End of motherly advice. Sarah smiled. Thanks. Now, how is the bench memo coming on Chance versus the United States? I know Stephen's been working on it nonstop. Stephen Wright is not holding up well here. Well, he's trying really hard. You have to help him, Sarah. You're the senior clerk. I should have had that memo 2 weeks ago. Ramsay has his ammo bag filled, and the precedents are completely on his side. I need to be at least equal to that if I'm going to have a shot. I'll make it a top priority. Good. Sarah rose to leave. And I think you'll handle the Chief Justice just fine. The women exchanged smiles. Elizabeth Knight had become almost a second mother to Sarah Evans, replacing the one she had lost as a young child. As Sarah walked out the door, Knight sat back in her chair. Where she was now was the culmination of a lifetime of work and sacrifice, luck and skill. She was married to a well-respected United States senator, a man she loved and who loved her. She was one of only 3 women who had ever donned the robes of a Supreme Court justice. She felt humble and empowered at the same time. The president who had nominated her was still in office. He had seen her as a reliable, middle-of-the-road jurist. She had not been that active politically, so he could not expect her to toe his party's line, but he probably expected her to be judicially passive, letting the solution to the really important questions fall to the people's elected representatives. She had no deep-set philosophies like Ramsay or Murphy. They decided cases not so much on the facts of each one, but on the broad positions each case represented. Murphy would never vote to uphold or reverse any case in favor of capital punishment. Ramsay would wither and die before he would side with a defendant in a criminal rights case. Knight could not choose her sides in that manner. She took each case, each party, as they came. She agonized over the facts. While she thought about the broader impact of the court's decisions, she also worried about the fairness to the actual parties. It often meant she was the swing vote on a lot of cases, and she didn't really mind that. She was no wallflower, and she had come here to make a difference. Only now was she seeing what a very great impact she could have, and the responsibility that came with such power was what humbled her and frightened her, made her stare at the ceiling, wide awake, as her husband slept soundly beside her. Still, she thought with a smile, there was no other place she would rather be, no other way she would rather be spending her life. Chapter 9. John Fisk walked into the building located in the west end of Richmond. The place was officially called a rest home, but, plain and simple, it was a place for the elderly to come to die. Fisk tried to ignore the moans and cries as he strode down the corridor. He saw the feeble bodies, heads dipping low, limbs useless, encased in the wheelchairs, stacked like shopping carts against the wall, waiting for a dance partner who was never going to show up. It had taken all the resolve he and his father had in order to move John's mother into this place. Michael Fisk had never faced up to the fact that their mother's mind was gone, eaten away by Alzheimer's. The good times were easy to enjoy. The real worth of a person came from how he acted during the bad times. As far as John Fisk was concerned, his brother Mike had failed that test miserably. He checked in at the desk. "How is she today?" he asked the assistant administrator. As a frequent visitor here, he knew all the staff. "She's had better ones, John, but your being here will perk her up," the woman answered. "Right," Fisk muttered as he walked to the visitor's room. His mother awaited him there, dressed, as always, in her housecoat and slippers. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, her mouth moving, but no words coming out. When Fisk appeared at the doorway, she looked at him, a smile breaking across her face. He walked over and sat down across from her. "How's my Mikey?" Gladys Fisk asked, tenderly rubbing his face. "How's Mama's baby?" Fisk took a deep breath. It was the same damn thing for the last 2 years. In Gladys Fisk's devastated mind, he was Mike. He would always be his brother until the very end of his mother's life. John Fisk had somehow completely vanished from her memory, as if he had never been born. He gently touched her hands, doing his best to quiet the absolute frustration inside him. "I'm fine, doing good. Pop's good, too." He then added quietly, "Johnny's doing good, too. He asked about you. Always does." Her stare was blank. "Johnny?" Fisk attempted this every time, and every time the response was the same. Why did she forget him and not his brother? There had to have been some deep-rooted facet in her that had allowed the Alzheimer's to erase his identity from her life. Was his existence never that strong, never that important to her? And yet he had been the son who had always been there for his parents. He had helped them as a boy and continued to be there for them as a man. Everything from giving them a large part of his income to getting up on the roof on a suffocating August day in the middle of a hellish trial to help his old man shingle their house, because he didn't have the cash to pay someone to do it. And Mike, always the favorite, always the one to go his own way, his own selfish way, Fisk thought. Mike was always hailed as the great one, the one who would do the family proud. In reality, his parents had never been that extreme in their views of their sons. Fisk knew that. But his anger had skewed the truth, empowering the bad and subverting the good. "Mikey," she said anxiously, "how are the children?" "They're fine. They're good. Growing like weeds. They look just like you." Having to pretend that he was his brother and had fathered children made Fisk want to collapse to the floor, bawling. She smiled and touched her hair. He picked up on that. "Looks good. Pop says you're prettier than ever." Gladys Fisk had been an attractive woman for most of her life, and her appearance had been very important to her. The effects of the Alzheimer's had, in her case, accelerated the aging process. She would have been terribly upset with how she looked now, Fisk knew. He hoped his mother still saw herself as 20 years old and the prettiest she would ever be. He held out a package he had brought. She seized it with the glee of a child and tore off the wrapping. She touched the brush delicately and then ran it through her hair very carefully. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." She said that about everything he brought her. Tissues, lipstick, a picture book. The most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Mike. Every time he came here, his brother scored brownie points. Fisk forced these thoughts away and spent a very pleasant hour with his mother. He loved her so much. He would rip from her the disease that had destroyed her brain if he could. Since he couldn't, he would do anything to spend time with her, even under another's name. Fisk left the rest home and drove to his father's house. As he turned onto the familiar street, he looked around the disintegrating boundaries of his first 18 years of life. Dilapidated homes with peeling paint and crumbling porches, sagging wire fences, and dirt front yards running down to narrow, cracked streets where twin streams of ancient, battered Fords and Chevys docked. 50 years ago, the neighborhood had been a typical starter community for the post-World War II masses, filled with the unshakable confidence that life would only get better. For those who hadn't crossed that bridge of prosperity, the most visible change in their worn-out lives was a wooden wheelchair ramp grafted over the front stoop. As he looked at one of the ramps, Fisk knew he would choose a wheelchair over the rot of his mother's brain. He pulled into the driveway of his father's well-kept home. The more the neighborhood fell apart around him, the harder his old man worked to keep it at bay. Perhaps to keep the past alive a little longer, maybe hoping his wife would come home 20 years old again with a fresh, healthy mind. The old Buick was in the driveway, its body rusted a little, but the engine in mint condition, thanks to its owner's skills as a master mechanic. Fisk saw his father in the garage, dressed in his usual outfit of white t-shirt and blue work pants, hunkered over some piece of equipment. Retired now, Ed Fisk was at his happiest with his fingers full of grease, the guts of some complex machinery strewn out helter-skelter in front of him. "Cold beer's in the fridge," Ed said without looking up. Fisk opened the old refrigerator his father kept in the garage and pulled out a Miller. He sat down on a rickety old kitchen chair and watched his father work, just as he had done as a young boy. He had always been fascinated with the skills of his father's hands, the way the man confidently knew where every piece went. "Saw Mom today." With a practiced roll of his tongue, Ed pushed the cigarette he was puffing to the right side of his mouth. His muscular forearms flexed and then relaxed as he ratcheted a bolt tight. "I'm going tomorrow. Thought I'd get all dressed up and bring some flowers. A little boxed dinner Ida's going to make up. Make it real special, just me and her." Ida German was the next-door neighbor. She had lived in the neighborhood longer than anyone else. She had been good company to his father ever since his wife had gone away. "She'll love that." Fisk sipped on his beer and smiled at the picture the two would make together. Ed finished up what he was doing and took a minute to clean up, using gasoline and a rag to get the grease off his hands. He grabbed a beer and sat down on an old toolbox across from his son. "Talked to Mike yesterday," he said. "Is that right?" Fisk said with no interest. "He's doing good up there at the court. You know, they asked him back for another year. He must be good." "I'm sure he's the best they've ever had." Fisk stood up and went over to the open doorway. He took a deep breath, letting his lungs fill with the scent of freshly cut grass. Every Saturday, growing up, he and his brother would mow the lawn, do the chores, and then the family would pile into the mammoth station wagon for the weekly trip to the A&P grocery store. If they had been really good, done all their chores correctly, not clipped the grass too short, they'd get a soda from the machine next to the paper box outside the A&P. To the boys, it was liquid gold. Fisk and his brother would think all week about getting that cold soda. They had been so close growing up, carried the Morning Times Dispatch together, played sports together, though John was 3 years older than his brother. Mike was so gifted physically that he had played varsity sports as a freshman. The Fisk brothers, everybody knew them, respected them. Those were happy times. Those times were over. He turned back and looked at his father. Ed shook his head. "Did you know Mike turned down a teaching job at one of them big law schools, Harvard or something, to stay at the court? He got a slew of offers from big law firms. He showed me 'em. Lord, they were talking money I can't even believe." The pride in his voice was obvious. "More power to him," Fisk said dryly. Ed suddenly slapped his thigh. "What's wrong with you, Johnny? What the hell do you have against your brother?" "I've got nothing against him." "Then why the hell don't you two get along like you used to? I've talked to Mike. It's not on account of him." "Look, Pop, he's got his life and I've got mine. I don't remember you being all touchy-feely with Uncle Ben." "My brother was a bum and a drunk. Your brother ain't either of those." "Being a drunk and a bum aren't the only vices in the world." Damn, I just don't understand you, son. Join the crowd. Ed put out his cigarette on the concrete floor, stood and leaned against one of the garage's exposed wall studs. Jealousy ain't right between brothers. You should feel good about what he's done with his life. Oh, so you think I'm jealous? Are you? Fisk took another sip of beer and looked over at the belly-button-high wire fence surrounding his father's small backyard. It was currently painted dark green. Over the years, it had seen many different colors. John and Mike had painted it each summer, the color being whatever the trucking firm Ed worked for had left over from its annual office repainting. Fisk looked over at the apple tree that spread over one corner of the yard. He motioned with his beer. You've got caterpillars. Give me a flare. I'll get to it. Pop, you don't even like standing on a chair. Fisk took off his jacket, grabbed a ladder from the garage, and took the flare his father handed him. He ignited it, positioned the ladder under the bulging nest, and climbed up. It took a few minutes, but the nest slowly dissolved under the heat of the flare. Fisk climbed back down and stamped out the flare, while his father raked up the remains of the nest. And you just saw my problem with Mike? What? Ed looked confused. When was the last time Mike was down here to help? Hell, just to see you or Mom. Ed scratched at his beard stubble and fumbled in his pants pocket for another cigarette. He's busy. He gets down when he can. Sure he does. He's got important work to do for the government, up there helping all them judges. It's the damn highest court in the land, you know that. Well, guess what, Pop? I keep pretty busy, too. I know that, son, but I know, it's different. Fisk threw his jacket over his shoulder, wiped the sweat from his eyes. The mosquitoes would be out soon. That made him think of water. His father kept a trailer at a campground down by the Mattaponi River. You been down to the trailer lately? Ed shook his head, relieved at the change in subject. No, planning to go soon, though, and take the boat out before it gets too cold. Fisk rubbed another bead of sweat off his forehead. Let me know, I might run down with you. Ed scrutinized his eldest son. How you doing? Professionally? Lost 2, won 2 this week. I take that as an acceptable batting average these days. You be careful, son. I know you believe in what you're doing and all, but that's a damn rough bunch you're lawyering for. Some of them might remember you from your cop days. I lie awake at night thinking about that. Fisk smiled. He loved his father as much as he did his mother, and, in some subtle ways of men, even more. The thought of his father still losing sleep over him was very reassuring. He slapped his father on the back. Don't worry, Pop, I never let my guard down. How about the other thing? Fisk unconsciously touched his chest. Doing just fine. Hell, probably live to be 100. I hope you do, son, his father said with great conviction as he watched his boy leave. Ed shook his head as he thought of how far his sons had drifted apart, and his being unable to do anything about it. Damn, was all he could think of to say before sitting down on the toolbox to finish his beer. Chapter 10. It was early in the morning as Michael Fisk quietly hummed his way through the broad, high-ceilinged hallway toward the clerk's mailroom. As he entered the room, a clerk looked up. You picked a good time, Michael. We just got in a shipment. Any con mail? Michael asked, referring to the ever-growing number of petitions from prisoners. Most of them were filed in forma pauperis, meaning literally in the form of a pauper. There was a separate docket kept for these petitions, and it was so large that one clerk was specially designated to manage the filings. The IFPs, as they were termed by court personnel, were usually a place to discover either humor over some ridiculous claim, or occasionally a case worthy of the court's attention. Michael knew that some of the most important court decisions ever had resulted from IFP cases. Thus his early morning ritual of panning for appellate gold in the paper piles. From the hand scribblings I've tried to decipher so far, I'd say that was a good bet, the clerk responded. Michael dragged a box over to one corner. Within its confines was an array of complaints, penned miseries, a procession of claimed injustice of varying content and description. But none of them could be simply shrugged off. Many were from death row inmates. For them, the Supreme Court represented the last hope before legal extermination. For the next 2 hours, Michael dug through the box. He was very accomplished at this now. It was like expertly shucking corn, his mind scanning the lengthy documents with ease, effortlessly probing through the legalese to the important points, comparing them to pending cases, as well as precedents from 50 years ago, pulled from his encyclopedic memory, then filing them away and moving on. However, at the end of 2 hours, he had not found much of great interest. He was thinking of heading up to his office when his hand closed around the plain manila envelope. The address label was typewritten, but the envelope had no return address. That was strange, Michael thought. People seeking to plead their case before the court normally wanted the justices to know where to find them, in the rare event that their plea was answered. There was, however, the left side of a postal return receipt card affixed to it. He slid open the envelope and removed the 2 sheets of paper. One of the functions of the clerk's mailroom was to ensure that all filings met the strict standards of the court. For parties claiming indigent status, if their petitions were granted, the court would waive certain filing requirements and fees, and even engage and pick up some of the expenses of counsel, although the attorney would not bill for his or her time. It was an honor simply to stand before the court as an advocate. 2 of the forms required to achieve indigent status were a motion for leave to file as a pauper and an affidavit signed by the prisoner, basically swearing to the person's impoverished status. Neither was in the envelope, Michael quickly noted. The appeal would have to be kicked back. When Michael started reading what was in the envelope, all thoughts of any filing deficiencies vanished. After he finished, he could see the sweat from his palms leach onto the paper. At first, Michael wanted to put the pages back in the envelope and forget he had ever seen them. But, as though he had now witnessed a crime himself, he felt he had to do something. "Hey, Michael, Murphy's Chambers just called down for you," the clerk said. When Fisk didn't answer, the clerk said again, "Michael, Justice Murphy is looking for you." Michael nodded, finally managing to focus on something other than the papers in his hand. When the clerk turned back to his work, Michael put the pages back in the manila envelope. He hesitated an instant. His entire legal career, his entire life, could be decided in the next second or so. Finally, as though his hands were acting independently from his thoughts, he slipped the envelope into his briefcase. By doing so before the petition had been officially processed with the court, he had just committed, among other crimes, theft of federal property, a felony. As he raced out of the mailroom, he almost collided head-on with Sarah Evans. She smiled at first, but the look changed quickly when she saw his face. "Michael, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I'm fine." She gripped his arm. "You're not fine. You're shaking, and your face is white as a sheet." "I think I'm coming down with something." "Well, then you should go home." "I'll grab some aspirin from the nurse. I'll be okay." "Are you sure?" "Sarah, I really have to go." He pulled away, leaving her staring worriedly after him. The rest of the day moved at a glacial pace for Michael, and he repeatedly found himself staring at his briefcase, thinking of the contents. Late that night, his day's work at the court finally completed, he furiously rode his bike back to his apartment on Capitol Hill. He locked the door behind him and took out the envelope once more. He grabbed a yellow legal pad from his briefcase and carried everything over to the small dinette table. An hour later, he sat back and stared at the numerous notes he had made. He opened his laptop and rewrote these notes onto his hard drive, changing, tinkering, rethinking as he did so, a long-time habit of his. He had decided to attack this problem as he would any other. He would check out the information in the petition as carefully as he could. Most important, he would have to confirm that the names listed on the petition were actually the people he thought they were. If it seemed legitimate, he would return the appeal to the clerk's mailroom. If it was clearly frivolous, the work of an unbalanced mind or a prisoner blindly lashing out, he had made up his mind to destroy it. Michael looked out the window and across the street at the cluttered line of row houses that had been converted into apartments just like his. Young disciples of government were honeycombed in this neighborhood. Half were still at work, the rest in bed, nightmaring through a list of uncompleted tasks of national importance, at least until the 5 a.m. awakening. The darkness Michael stared into was interrupted only by the wash of a corner streetlight. The wind had gained strength, and the temperature had dropped, in readiness for an advancing storm. The boiler in the old building was not yet engaged, and a sudden chill hit Michael through the window. He pulled a sweatshirt from his closet, threw it on, and returned to stare out to the street. He had never heard of Rufus Harms. According to the dates in the letter, the man had been incarcerated when Michael was only 5 years old. The spelling in the letter was abysmal, the formation of the letters and words clumsy, resembling a child's humorous first attempts at penmanship. The typewritten letter explained some of the background of the case and was obviously composed by a far better educated person. A lawyer, perhaps, Michael thought. The language had a legal air to it, although it was as though the person typing it had intended his professional, together with his personal, identity to remain unknown. The notice from the Army, according to the typewritten letter, had requested certain information from Rufus Harms. However, Rufus Harms denied ever being in the program the Army's records apparently indicated he was in. It had been a cover, Harms was alleging, for a crime that had resulted in a horrific miscarriage of justice, a legal fiasco that had caused a quarter-century of his life to disappear. Suddenly warm, Michael pressed his face into the coolness of the window and took a deep breath, the air frosting the glass. What he was doing amounted to blatant interference with a party's right to seek his day in court. All of his life, Michael had believed in a person's inalienable franchise to have access to the law, no matter how rich or poor. It was not scrip that could be revoked or declared worthless. He comforted himself somewhat with the knowledge that the appeal would have been defeated via a host of technical deficiencies. But this case was different. Even if false, it could still do terrible damage to the reputations of some very important people. If it was true, he closed his eyes. Please, God, do not let it be, he prayed. He turned his head and eyed the phone. He suddenly wondered if he should call and seek his brother's advice. John was savvy in ways his younger brother was not. He might know how to handle the situation better. Michael hesitated for a moment longer, reluctant to admit that he needed any help, especially from that troubling, estranged source. But it also might be a way back into his brother's life. The fault was not entirely on one side. Michael had matured enough to comprehend the elusiveness of blame. He picked up the phone and dialed. He got the answering machine, a result that pleased a certain part of him. He left a message asking for his brother's help, but revealing nothing. He hung up and returned to the window once more. It was probably better that John had not been there to take the call. His brother tended to see things only in rigid lines of black and white, a telling facet of the way he lived his life. Toward the early hours of the morning, Michael drifted off to sleep, growing ever more confident that he could handle this potential nightmare, however it turned out. Chapter 11. 3 days after Michael Fisk had taken the file from the clerk's mailroom, Rufus Harms placed another call to Sam Ryder's office, but was told the attorney was out of town on business. As he was escorted back to his cell, Rufus passed a man in the corridor. "A lot of phone calls lately, Harms. What, have you got a mail-order business going or something?" The guards laughed loudly at the man's words. Vic Tremaine was a little under 6 feet, had white blonde, close-cropped hair, weathered features, and was molded like a gun turret. He was the second in command of Fort Jackson, and he made it his personal mission to compress as much misery into Harms's life as he could. Harms said nothing, but stood there patiently as Tremaine looked him up and down. "What did your lawyer want? He's coming up with another defense for you slaughtering that little girl, is that it?" Tremaine drew closer to the prisoner. "You still see her in your sleep? I hope you do. I listened to you crying in your cell, you know." Tremaine's tone was openly taunting, the muscles in his arms and shoulders tensing with each word, neck veins pulling taut, as though he were hoping Harms would crack, try something, and that would be the end of the prisoner's life tenure here. "Crying like a damn baby. I bet that little girl's mama and daddy cried, too. I bet they wanted to wrap their fingers around your throat, like you did to their baby. You ever think about that?" Harms did not flinch. His lips remained in a straight line, his eyes looking past Tremaine. Harms had been through isolation, solitary, taunts, physical and mental abuse. Everything one man could do to another out of cruelty, fear, and hatred he had endured. Tremaine's words, no matter their content or how they were delivered, could not break through the wall that encased him, kept him alive. Sensing this, Tremaine took a step back. "Get him out of my sight." As the group headed off, Tremaine called after them, "Go back to reading your Bible, Harms. That's as close as you're ever getting to heaven." John Fisk hustled after the woman walking down the hallway of the court building. "Hey, Janet, got a minute?" Janet Ryan was a very experienced prosecutor, currently doing her best to send one of Fisk's clients away for a long time. She was also attractive and divorced. She smiled when she turned to him. "For you, 2 minutes." "About Rodney." "Wait, refresh my memory. I've got a lot of Rodneys." "Burglary, electronics store, North Side." "Firearm involved, police chase, priors. Now I remember." "Right. Anyway, neither one of us wants to take this sucker to trial." "Translation, John. Your case stinks and mine is overwhelming." Fisk shook his head. "You might have a chain of custody problem with some of the evidence." "Might is such a funny word, don't you think?" "And that confession has holes." "They always do. But the fact is your guy is a career crim, and I'll get a jury who'll put him away for a long time." "So why waste the taxpayers' money then?" "What's your deal?" "Plead to the burglary, possession of stolen property, drop the nasty little firearm count. We end up with 5 years with credit for time served." Janet started walking. "See you in court." Okay, 8, but I need to talk with my guy." She turned around and ticked off the points on her fingers. "He pleads to all of it, including the nasty little firearm count. He gets 10 years, forget the time served, and he punches the whole ticket. Probation for another 5 after that. If he pees funny, he goes back for another 10, no questions asked. If he goes to trial, you're looking at a slam dunk of 20, and I want an answer right now." "Damn, Janet, where's the compassion?" "Saving it for somebody who deserves it. As you can probably guess, my list is very short. Besides, it's a sweetheart deal, yes or no?" Fisk tapped his fingers against his briefcase. "Going once, going twice," Ryan said. Okay, deal." "Good doing business with you, John. By the way, why don't you call me sometime? You know, off hours." "Don't you think there might be a conflict lurking there somewhere?" "Not at all. I'm always hardest on my friends." She walked off humming while Fisk leaned up against the wall and shook his head. An hour later, he returned to his office and tossed down his briefcase. He picked up the phone and checked his messages at home, listening to the recorded voices at the same time he wrote down notes for an upcoming hearing. When he heard his brother's voice, he didn't even stop writing. One finger flicked out and erased the message. It was rare, but not unheard of, for Mike to call. Fisk had never called him back. Now he thought his brother was doing it just to antagonize him. As soon as he completed this thought, he knew it was not true. He rose and went over to a bookcase jammed with trial notebooks and legal tomes. He slid out the framed photograph. It was an old picture. He was in his policeman's uniform. Mike stood next to him. Proud little brother just entering manhood, and stern-faced big brother who had already seen a lot of evil in life and expected to see a lot more before he was done. In reality, he had experienced firsthand the ugly side of humanity, and was still. But now he did so without the uniform. Just a briefcase, a cheap suit, and a fast mouth. Bullets exchanged for words, till the end of his days. He put the photo back and sat down. However, he looked over at the photo, suddenly unable to concentrate. A few days later, Sarah Evans knocked and then opened the door to Michael Fisk's office. It was empty. Michael had borrowed a book, and she needed it back. She looked around the room but didn't see it lying anywhere. Then she spotted his briefcase underneath the knee-hole of his desk. She picked it up. From the weight, she knew there was something inside. The briefcase was locked, but she knew the combination from having borrowed his briefcase a couple of times before. She opened it and immediately saw 2 books and the papers inside. Neither book was the one she was looking for, though. She was going to close it back up, but then stopped. She pulled the papers out and then looked at the envelope they had come in, addressed to the clerk's office. She had just glanced at the handwritten page and then the typewritten letter when she heard footsteps. She put the papers back, closed the briefcase, and slid it back under the desk. A moment later, Michael walked in. "Sarah, what are you doing here?" Sarah did her best to look normal. "I just came looking for that book I had lent you last week." "I've got it at home." "Well, maybe I can come over for dinner and get it." "I'm kind of busy." "We're all busy, Michael, but you've really been keeping to yourself lately. Are you sure you're okay? Not cracking under the strain?" She smiled to show she was kidding, but Michael did look like he was cracking. "I'm fine, really. I'll bring the book tomorrow." "It's not that big a deal." "I'll bring it tomorrow," he said a little angrily, his face flushing, but he calmed down quickly. I've really got a lot of work to do. He looked at the door. Sarah went over and put her hand on the knob, then looked back. Michael, if you need to talk about anything, I'm here for you. Yeah, okay, thanks. He ushered her out and closed and locked the door. He went over to his desk and pulled out the briefcase. He looked at the contents and then over at the door. Later that night, Sarah pulled her car down the gravel drive and stopped in front of the small cottage located off the George Washington Parkway, a truly beautiful stretch of road. The cottage was the first thing she had ever owned, and she had put a lot of work into fixing up the place. A stairway led down to the Potomac, where her small sailboat was docked. She and Michael had spent their rare free time sailing across the river to the Maryland side, and then north under Memorial Bridge, and then on to Georgetown. It was a haven of calm for them both, surrounded as they were by a sea of crisis at work. Michael had turned down her last offer to go sailing. In fact, he had turned down all of her get-together ideas for the past week. At first, she thought it was due to her rejecting his marriage offer, but after the encounter at his office, she knew that was not it. She struggled to remember precisely what she had seen in the briefcase. It was a filing, she was sure of that, and she had seen a name on the typewritten letter. It was Harms. She hadn't remembered the first name. From the little she had been able to read before Michael walked in, apparently Harms was filing some sort of appeal with the court. She didn't know what about. There had been no signature at the bottom of the typewritten letter. She had gone directly to the clerk's office to see if any case with the name Harms had been logged in. It hadn't. She couldn't believe she was thinking this, but had Michael taken an appeal before it had been processed and put into the system? If he had, that was a very serious crime. He could be fired from the court, sent to jail even. She went inside, changed into jeans and a t-shirt, and walked back outside. It was already dark. Supreme Court clerks rarely made it home while it was still light, unless it was daybreak and they were coming home to shower and change clothes before going back to work. She walked down the stairs to the dock and sat on her boat. If only Michael would confide in her, she could help. Despite his words to the contrary, Michael had pulled back from her. He had not taken rejection well. Who would, she told herself. She abruptly jumped up and raced to the house, picked up the phone and started to dial his number, but then stopped. Michael Fisk was a stubborn man. If she confronted him on what she had seen, that could very well make matters worse. She put the phone back down. She would have to let him come to her. She went back outside and looked at the water. A jet flew by, and she automatically waved to it, a ritual of hers. Indeed, the planes were so low at this point that, had it been light, a passenger on the plane could have seen her waving. When her hand dropped back down, she felt more depressed than she had since her father had passed away, leaving her all alone. After that loss, she had started life anew, gone to the West Coast for law school, where she had excelled, clerked at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and then taken a job with the Supreme Court. That's when she had sold the farm in North Carolina and bought this place. She wasn't running from her old life, or from the sadness that gripped her whenever she dwelled on her parents not being around, either to see her accomplishments or to simply hold her. At least she didn't think she was. When the day came for her to leave the court, she had no idea what she wanted to do. In the legal arena, she could go anywhere. The trouble was, she didn't even know if she wanted the law to be part of her life. 3 years of law school, a year at the Court of Appeals, starting on her second year up here, she was creeping close to burnout. She thought of her father, a farmer and also the town's justice of the peace. He had no fancy courtroom. He often dispensed sound and fair justice while perched on his tractor in the field, or while washing up for dinner. To Sarah, that was what the law was, what it meant to most people, or at least what it should mean. A search for the truth, and then the handing down of justice after that truth was found. No hidden agendas, no word games, simply common sense applied to the facts. She sighed, but it was never that simple. She knew that better than most. She went back inside, stood on a chair, and snared a pack of cigarettes off the top of the cabinet in the kitchen. She sat on the glider on the back porch overlooking the water. She looked up at the clear sky and located the Big Dipper. Her dad had been an avid, if amateur, astronomer, and had taught her many of the constellations. Sarah often used the stars to sail by, a practice she had picked up while at Stanford. On a clear night, you could never lose the stars, and with them you could never be truly lost. That was comforting. As she smoked her cigarette, she hoped Michael knew what he was doing. Her next thoughts turned to another Fisk, John. Michael's comment about his brother had been close to the mark, despite her protests. At the very first instant she had seen John Fisk, something had clicked in all the important conduits of her heart, brain, and soul that she simply had no way to explain. She did not believe that significant emotions could be aroused to such an intensity that quickly. It just didn't happen. But that was why she was so confused, because, in a way, that's exactly what had occurred to her. Every movement John Fisk made, every word he spoke, every time he made eye contact with someone, or simply laughed, smiled, or frowned, she felt as though she could watch him forever and never grow tired of it. She almost laughed at the absurdity. But then again, how crazy could it be when it was how she felt? And that wasn't her only observation of the man. Unknown to Michael, she had checked with a friend at the courthouse in Richmond and found out Fisk's trial schedule for a 2-week period. She had been amazed at how often the man was in court. She had gone down once more during the summer when things were slower at the Supreme Court, and watched John Fisk argue at a sentencing hearing. She had worn a scarf and glasses, just in case she was ever introduced to him later on, or in case he had seen her the first time she had come to watch him with Michael. She had listened to him argue forcefully for his client. As soon as he had finished, the judge had put the man away for life. His client led away to begin his prison term. Fisk packed his briefcase and left the courtroom. Outside, Sarah had watched as Fisk had attempted to comfort the man's family. The wife was thin and sickly, her face covered with bruises and welts. Fisk spoke a few words to the wife, hugged her, and then turned to the oldest son, a young man of 14, who already looked to be a committed slave of the street. "You're the man of the house now, Lucas. You have to look after your family," said Fisk. Sarah studied the teenager. The anger in his face was painful to see. How could someone so young have all that hostility inside him? "Uh-huh," Lucas said, staring at the wall. He was dressed for gang work. A bandana covered his head. He wore clothes one could not afford, flipping burgers at McDonald's. Fisk knelt down and looked at the other son. Enos was 6 years old, cute as the devil, and usually bubbly. "Hey, Enos, how you doing?" Fisk asked, holding out his hand. Enos warily shook Fisk's hand. "Where's my daddy?" "He had to go away for a while." "Why's that?" "'Cause he killed—" Lucas started to say before Fisk cut him off with the sharpest of looks. Lucas muttered an expletive, threw off his mother's shaky hand, and stalked away. Fisk looked back at Enos. "Your daddy did something he's not too proud of. Now he's going away to make up for it." "Jail?" Enos asked. Fisk nodded. As Sarah observed this exchange, it occurred to her that today Fisk, and adults in general, probably felt foolish and inadequate in these situations, like sitcom characters from the 1950s trying to deal with a second millennium child. Even at 6 years old, Enos probably knew a great deal about the criminal justice system. In fact, the little boy probably knew far more about the evil parts of life than many adults ever would. "When's he getting out?" Enos asked. Fisk looked up at the wife and then back at the little boy. "Not for a real long time, Enos, but your mom's going to be here." "Okay, then," Enos said with little emotion. He took his mom's hand, and they left. Sarah watched as Fisk looked after the pair for a moment. Again, she could almost feel what he was thinking. One son, perhaps, lost forever. The other casually leaving his father behind, like a stray dog on the street. Finally, Fisk had loosened his tie and walked off. Sarah wasn't exactly sure why, but she decided to follow him. Fisk kept a slow pace, and she easily was able to keep him in sight. The bar he entered was a little slit in the wall, its windows dark. Sarah hesitated and then went in. Fisk was at the bar. He had obviously already ordered because the bartender was sliding a beer across to him. She quickly went to a back booth and sat down. Despite its dingy appearance, the bar was fairly full, and it was barely 5 o'clock. There was an interesting mixture of working-class and downtown office dwellers in here. Fisk sat between 2 construction workers, their yellow hard hats on the bar in front of them. Fisk slipped his jacket off and sat on it. His shoulders were as broad as the burly men's next to him. Sarah noted that his shirt was untucked and fell over the back of his pants. The way his dark hair covered the back of his neck and touched the white of his shirt held her gaze for some time. He was talking to the men on either side of him. The workers laughed heartily at something Fisk had said, and Sarah felt herself smile even though she hadn't heard it. A waitress finally came over, and Sarah ordered a ginger ale. She continued to watch Fisk sitting at the bar. He was not joking around anymore. He stared at the wall so intently, Sarah caught herself looking at it too. All she saw were bottles of beer and liquor, neatly arranged. Fisk obviously observed far more. He had already ordered a second beer, and when it arrived, he held the bottle to his lips until it was empty. She noticed that his hands were large, the fingers thick and strong-looking. They didn't look like the hands of someone who spent all his time pushing a pencil or sitting in front of a computer screen. Fisk slapped some money down, grabbed his jacket, and turned around. For an instant, Sarah thought she felt his eyes upon her. He hesitated a moment and then pulled his jacket on. The corner she was in was dark. She didn't believe he had seen her, but why had he hesitated? A little nervous now, she waited an extra minute or so before she rose and left, leaving a couple of singles behind for her drink. She didn't see him as she came back out into the sunlight. Just like that, as though in a dream, he was gone. On an impulse, she went back into the bar and asked the bartender if he knew John. He shook his head. She wanted to ask some more questions, but the bartender's expression signaled that he would not be communicative if she did. The construction workers eyed her with a great deal of interest. She decided to leave before things turned uncomfortable for her. Sarah walked back to her car and climbed in. Half of her had wanted to run into Fisk somehow. The other part of her was glad that she hadn't. What would she say, anyway? "Hello, I work with your brother and I'm sort of stalking you?" She had driven back to Northern Virginia that night, had 2 beers herself, and fallen asleep in the glider on her rear deck, the same one she was sitting in right now as she smoked her cigarette and watched the sky. That had been the last time she had seen John Fisk, almost 4 months ago. She couldn't be in love with him, since she didn't even know the man. Infatuation was far more likely. Maybe if she ever did meet Fisk, it would destroy her impression of him. She wasn't a believer in destiny, though. If anything was going to happen between them, it would probably be up to her to make the first move. She was just totally confused as to what that first move should be. Sarah put out her cigarette and stared at the sky. She felt like going for a sail. She wanted to feel the wind in her hair, the tickle of water spray against her skin, the sting of rope against her palm. But right now, she didn't want to experience any of those things alone. She wanted to do them with someone in particular. But with what little Michael had told her about John Fisk, and what she had seen of the man herself, she doubted that would ever happen. 100 miles south, John Fisk, too, gazed up at the sky for a moment as he got out of his car. The Buick wasn't in the driveway, but Fisk had not come to see his father anyway. The neighborhood was quiet, other than a couple of teenagers 2 doors down, working on a Chevy with an engine so big it looked like it had ruptured through the car's hood. Fisk had just spent all day in a trial. He had presented his case, warts and all, as best he could. The ACA had vigorously represented the Commonwealth. 8 hours of intense sparring, and Fisk had barely had time to go to the John to take a leak before the jury came back with a guilty verdict. It was the guy's 3rd strike. He was gone for good. The ironic thing was Fisk really believed him innocent of this particular charge, not something he could say with most of his clients. But his guy had beat so many other raps, maybe the jury was just unconsciously evening the score. To top it off, he'd die of old age, waiting for the rest of his legal fee to come. Prisoners for life seldom bothered about settling their debts, particularly debts to their loser attorneys. Fisk went into the backyard, opened the side door to the garage, went in and pulled a beer from the fridge. The humidity still lay over them like a damp blanket, and he held the cold bottle against his temple, letting the chill sink deep. At the very rear of the yard was a small stand of bent trees and a long dead grapevine, still tightly wrapped around rusty poles and wire. Fisk went back there and leaned up against one of the elms. He looked down at a recessed spot in the grass. Here was buried Bo, the Belgian shepherd the Fisk brothers had grown up with. Their father had brought the dog home one day when Bo was no bigger than his fist. Within a year or so, he had grown into a big-chested, 60-pound black-and-white beauty that both boys adored, Mike especially. Bo would follow them on their morning paper routes, taking turns with the two boys. They had had almost 9 years of intense pleasure together before Bo had toppled over from a stroke while Mike was playing with him. John had never seen anyone cry that hard in his whole life. Neither his mother nor his father could console Mike. He had sat in the backyard bawling, holding the dog's bushy coat, trying to make him stand up again, to go play with him in the sunshine. John had held his brother tightly that day, cried with him, stroked the still head of their beloved shepherd. When Mike had gone to school the next day, John had stayed behind with his father to bury the dog here. When Mike had come home, they all had attended a little service in the backyard for Bo. Mike had read with great conviction from the Bible, and the brothers had placed a little headstone, actually a chunk of cinder block, with Bo's name scrawled on it in pen, at the head of the simple grave. The piece of cinder block was still there, though the ink had long since vanished. Fisk knelt down and ran his hand along the grass, so smooth and fine in this shaded spot. Damn, they had loved that dog so much. Why did the past have to recede so quickly? Why did one always recall the good times as being so brief? He shook his head, and then the voice startled him. "I remember that old dog like it was yesterday." He looked up at Ida German, who stood on the other side of the fence staring at him. He rose, looking a little embarrassed. "It was a long time ago, Miss German." The woman smelled perpetually of beef and onions, as did her house, Fisk knew. A widow for nearly 30 years now, she moved slowly, her body shrunken, squat, and thick. Her long housecoat covered veiny, splotched legs and bloated ankles. But at nearly 90 years old, her mind was still clear, her words crisp. "Everything's a long time ago with me. Not with you, not just yet. How's your mama?" "Holding her own. I've been meaning to get over there to see her soon, but this old body just doesn't have the get-up-and-go it used to." "I'm sure she'd love seeing you." "Your daddy went out a while ago. American Legion or VFW, I think." "Good. I'm glad to see he's getting out. And I appreciate you keeping him company." "Isn't any fun being alone. I've outlived 3 of my own children. Hardest thing in the world for a parent to do is bury their babies. Ain't natural. How's Mike? Don't see him much." "He keeps pretty busy." "Who would have thought that chubby-cheeked little towhead would have gone on to do what he's done? Mind-boggling, if you ask me." "He's earned it." Fisk stopped for a moment. That had just slipped out. But his brother had earned it. "You both have." "I think Mike hit it a little higher than I did." "Huh, don't you go believing that. Your daddy brags about you a mile a minute. I mean, he talks about Mike, too, but you're the king of the hill with him." "Well, he and Mom brought us up right. Sacrificed everything for us. You don't forget that." Maybe Mike had, but he never would, Fisk told himself. "Well, Mike had 3 fine examples to follow." Fisk looked at her curiously. "That boy worshipped the ground you walked on." "People change." "You think so, do you?" A few drops of rain started to fall. "You better get back inside, Miss German. It looks like it might pour." "You know, you can call me Ida if you want." Fisk smiled. "Some things don't change, Miss German." He watched her until she made it inside. The neighborhood wasn't nearly as safe as it had once been. He and his father had installed deadbolts on her doors, sash locks on her windows, and a peephole in her front door. The elderly carried a bullseye on them when it came to crime. Fisk looked down once more at Bo's grave, the vision of his brother crying his eyes out over a dead dog cemented in his mind. Chapter 12. "How are you, Mom?" Michael Fisk touched his mother's face. It was early in the morning, and Gladys was not in a good mood. Her face darkened, and she pulled back from his touch. He looked at her a moment, deep sadness in his eyes, as he saw the open hostility in hers. "I brought you something." He opened the bag he carried and pulled out a gift-wrapped box. When she made no move to open it, he did so for her. He showed her the blouse, her favorite shade of lavender. He held it out to her, but she wouldn't take it. It was like this every time he came to visit. She would rarely talk to him, her mood always foul, and his gifts were never accepted. He repeatedly tried to draw her out in conversation, but she refused. He sat back and sighed. He had told his father about this, that his mother absolutely refused to have anything to do with him, but his old man was powerless to change things. No one could control who Gladys was nice to. Michael's visits had grown less and less frequent because of it. He had tried to talk to his brother about it, but John had refused to discuss it with him. His mother would never treat John that way, Michael knew. To her, he was the golden child. Michael Fisk could be elected the President of the United States, or win the Nobel Prize, and in her eyes, he would still always be second to his older brother. He left the blouse on the table, gave his mother a quick kiss, and left. Outside, the rain had started to come down. Michael pulled up the collar of his trench coat and got back in his car. He had a very long drive ahead of him. To visit his mother was not the only reason he had driven south. He was now headed to Southwest Virginia, to Fort Jackson, to see Rufus Harms. For a moment, he debated whether to stop and see his brother. John had not returned his phone call, which was no surprise. But the journey he was about to undertake had some personal risk to it, and Michael wouldn't have minded having his brother's advice, and perhaps presence. But then he shook his head. John Fisk was a very busy attorney, and he didn't have time to run around the state chasing wild theories of his younger brothers. He would just have to deal with it alone. As she often did, Elizabeth Knight rose early, did some stretching exercises on the floor, and then ran on the treadmill in the spare bedroom of her and her husband, Senator Jordan Knight's Watergate apartment. She showered, dressed, fixed some coffee and toast, and looked over some bench memos in preparation for oral argument next week. Since it was Friday, the justices would spend part of the day in conference, where they would vote on cases they had already heard. Ramsey ran the conferences on a tight schedule. To her disappointment, there was little debate at these meetings. Ramsey would summarize the salient points of each case, cast his vote orally, and wait while the other justices did the same. If Ramsey was in the majority, which he usually was, he assigned the opinion. If he wasn't, the most senior associate justice in the majority, usually Murphy, ideological opposites, he and Ramsey rarely if ever voted the same way, would assign the opinion. As Knight finished her coffee, she thought back over her first 3 years on the court. It had been a whirlwind, really. Because of her gender, she was automatically seen as not only a champion of women's rights, but also of causes that many women traditionally supported. People never considered this stereotyping, although it was a blatant form of it, Knight knew. She was a judge, not a politician. She had to look at each case separately, just as she had done as a trial court judge. And yet, even she had to own up to the fact that the Supreme Court was different. The impact of its decisions was so far-reaching that the justices were forced to go beyond the four corners of each case and look at the effect of the decision on everyone else. That had been one of the hardest things for her to do. She looked around the luxurious apartment. She and her husband had a good life together. They were routinely touted as the capital's #1 power couple, and in a way they were. She carried that mantle as well as she could, even as she combated the isolation that each justice had to endure. When you went on the court, friends stopped calling. People treated you differently, were careful, guarded in what they said around you. Knight had always been gregarious, outgoing. Now she felt much less so. She clung to her husband's professional life as a way to lessen the impact of this abrupt change. Sometimes she felt like a nun with 8 monks as her lifelong companions. As if in answer to her thoughts, Jordan Knight, still dressed in his pajamas, came up behind her and gave her a hug. "You know, there's no rule that says you have to start every day at the crack of dawn. Snuggling in bed is good for the soul," he said. She kissed his hand and turned to give him a hug back. "I don't recall you being a late sleeper either, Senator." "We should both make a concerted effort to do it, I think. Who knows what it could lead to? I've heard sex is the best defense against aging." Jordan Knight was tall and heavily built, with thinning gray hair and a tanned face scored with lines. In the inequitable way of the world regarding the physical appearances of men and women, he would be considered handsome even with the wrinkles and the extra pounds. He cut quite a figure on the pages of the Post and local magazines, and on national TV shows, where even the most experienced political pundits were often overwhelmed by his wit, experience, and intelligence. "You certainly have some interesting opinions." He poured himself a cup of coffee while she looked over her papers. Ramsey still grooming you to become a good member of his camp? Oh, he's pushing all the right buttons, saying all the right things. However, I'm afraid some of my recent actions aren't sitting all that well with him. You go your own way, Beth, just like always. You're smarter than all of them. Hell, you should be Chief Justice. She put an arm around his thick shoulders. Like maybe you should be president? He shrugged. I think the U.S. Senate is challenge enough for me. Who knows? This might be the last roundup for yours truly. She pulled her arm away. We really haven't talked about it. I know, we're both busy. Too many demands on our time. When things settle down, we'll talk. I think we have to. You sound serious. Can't keep on the treadmill forever, Beth. She let out a troubled laugh. I'm afraid I signed on for life. A good thing about politics, you can always decide not to run again, or you can lose your seat. I thought there was a lot more you wanted to accomplish. It's not going to happen. Too many obstacles, too many games. To tell you the truth, I'm getting kind of tired. Beth Knight started to say something and then stopped. She had jumped firmly into the game of the Supreme Court. Jordan Knight picked up his coffee and kissed her on the cheek. Go get him, Ms. Justice. As the senator walked off, she rubbed her face where he had kissed it. She tried to study her papers once more, but found she couldn't. She simply sat there, her mind suddenly whirling in many different directions. John Fisk held the photo of himself and his brother. He had sat there for almost 20 minutes with it, not even looking at it for much of that time. Finally, he stood it up on his bookcase, went over to the phone, and dialed his brother's number. There was no answer, and Fisk didn't bother leaving a message. He then called the Supreme Court, but was told Michael was not yet in. He called 30 minutes later, and was told by another person that Michael would not be in all that day. Figures, he thought. He couldn't even get hold of his brother when he had at last gotten up the nerve to call him. Was that what it was? Nerve? He sat down at his desk and tried to work, but his eyes kept stealing over to that photo. Finally, he packed his briefcase, grateful that he had to go to court, grateful to get away from some nagging feelings. In the course of the morning, he had 2 hearings back-to-back. One he won convincingly. With the other, he was torn apart by the judge, who seemingly took every opportunity to ridicule his legal arguments, while the assistant Commonwealth attorney stood by politely, holding back the smiles. You had to maintain the professional facade, because it could be your butt being put through the ringer the next time. Everyone here understood that, or at least those who stuck with it did. He next went to the Richmond City Jail and then the County Jail in Henrico to speak with clients. With one, he discussed strategy for the man's upcoming trial. His inmate client offered to go on the witness stand and lie. Sorry, you won't be doing that, Fisk told him. With another client, the talk was about the ubiquitous plea bargain. Months, years, decades. How much time? Will I have a shot at parole? Suspended sentence? Help me out, man. I got a woman and kids. I got business to take care of. Okay, right. What's a little murder and mayhem compared to that? With the last client, things took a very different turn. We are not in good shape here, Leon. I think we should plead, Fisk advised. Nope, we go to trial. They've got 2 eyewitnesses. Is that right? Leon had been charged with the shooting of a child. It had been a dispute between 2 gangs of skinheads, and the little girl had gotten in the way, a fairly common tragedy these days. Well, they're not going to hurt me if they don't testify, are they? Why won't they testify? Fisk said evenly. He had been down this road before. How many times as a cop had cases disappeared before his eyes because the witnesses suddenly forgot what they had so clearly seen and remembered before? Leon shrugged. You know, things come up. People don't keep their appointments. The police took their statements. Leon gave him a sharp glance. Right, but I get to face people testifying against me, right? So's you can trip 'em up on the witness stand, right? You certainly know your Constitution, Fisk said dryly. He took a deep breath. He was so tired of the game of witness intimidation. Come on, Leon, tell me. I'm your attorney. It's all privileged. Why won't they testify against you? Leon cracked a smile. You don't need to know. Yes, I do. I don't need any surprises. You never know what a prosecutor is going to try. Believe me, I've seen it happen before. If something goes down and I'm not prepared for it, your ass could go up the river. Now Leon looked a little worried. He obviously hadn't thought of that. He rubbed at the swastika on his forearm. Privileged, right? That's what you said. That's right. Fisk leaned forward. Between you, me, and God. Leon laughed. God? Shit, that's a good one. He hunched forward and spoke in a low voice. Got me a couple of friends. They're going to pay a little visit to these witnesses. Make sure they forget their way to the courthouse. It's all set up. Fisk slumped back. Oh, hell, now you've done it. Done what? Told me the one damn thing I have to go to the judge with. What the hell you talking about? Legally and ethically, I can't divulge any information given to me by a client. So what's the problem? I'm your client and I just gave you the damn information. Right, but you see, there's an important exception to that rule. You just told me about a crime you've planned for the future. That's the one thing I have to tell the court. I can't let you commit the crime. I have to advise you not to do it. Consider yourself so advised. If you'd already done it, we'd be okay. What the hell were you thinking about telling me that? Fisk looked disgusted. I didn't know that was the law. Shit, I ain't no damn lawyer. Come on, Leon, you know the law better than most lawyers. Now you've gone and screwed up your own case. Now we have to plead. What the hell do you mean? If we go to trial and the witnesses don't show, I have to tell the court what you told me. If the witnesses show, your ass is cooked. Well, then don't you go telling nobody nothing. That's not an option, Leon. If I don't and it comes out somehow, I lose my license to practice. And while I like you a lot, no client is worth that. Without my license, I don't eat. And you screwed up, man, not me. I don't believe this shit. I thought you could tell your damn attorney anything. I'll see what I can do on the plea. You're going to spend some time in jail, Leon. No way around that. Fisk stood and patted the prisoner on the back. Don't worry, I'll cut you the best deal I can. As Fisk walked out of the visitor's room, he smiled for the first time all day. Chapter 13. Michael Fisk nervously looked up ahead as he drove. The road he was on was poorly maintained, and his wipers struggled to maintain visibility in the face of the pouring rain. Up to this point he had made good time, because the trip had been all highway. Once he had exited Interstate 81, that had abruptly changed. Headed west, he passed places with names like Pulaski, Bland, and even something called Hungry Mother's State Park, which had conjured up in his mind a discomforting vision of huddled masses of women and children begging for food along the park's trails. Winds swirling off nearby Big A Mountain buffeted the car. Even though he had been born and raised in Virginia, Fisk had never been west of Roanoke, and he had only ventured there to take the bar exam. He glanced over at the briefcase next to him on the front seat, drawing a long breath as he did so. He had learned a lot since reading Rufus Harms's plea for help. Harms had murdered a young girl who was visiting the military base where Harms had been stationed at the end of the Vietnam War. He had been in the stockade at the time, but had somehow broken out. There was no motive. It just seemed a random act of violence by a madman. Those facts were uncontroverted. As a Supreme Court clerk, Michael had many information resources to turn to, and he had used all of them in compiling the background facts. However, the military wouldn't even acknowledge that such a program as described in Harms's petition even existed. Mike slapped the steering wheel. If only Harms or his attorney had included the letter from the Army in his filing. Michael had finally decided that he needed to hear the account from its source, Rufus Harms. He had tried to do it through channels other than direct confrontation. He had tracked down Samuel Ryder through the postal trail, but had received no reply to his calls. Was he the author of the typewritten paper? Michael believed it was a strong possibility. He had called the prison to try to talk with Harms on the phone, but his request had been denied. That had only increased his suspicions. If an innocent man was in prison, it was Michael's job, his duty, he corrected himself, to see that the man became free. And there was a final reason for this trip. Some of the names listed in the petition, the people allegedly involved in the little girl's death, were names well known to Michael. If it turned out Rufus Harms was telling the truth, he shuddered as one nightmarish scenario after another rolled through his thoughts. On the seat next to him was a road atlas and a sheet of written directions he had made up for himself, showing precisely the way to the prison. He had traveled through miles of back roads and over corroded wooden bridges, blackened by weather and car exhaust, through towns that weren't big enough to justify the title, and past battered house trailers tucked into narrow crevices of rock along the foothills of the Appalachians. He had been passed by muddy pickup trucks with miniature Confederate flags flapping from radio antennae, and shotguns and deer rifles slung across racks in the rear window. As he drew closer to the prison, the tight, weathered faces of the few people he saw grew more and more taciturn, their eyes filled with a constant, irreversible suspicion. As Michael rounded a curve, the prison facility loomed before him. The stone walls were thick, towering, and vast, like a medieval castle transported to this miserably poor stretch of rocky soil. He wondered for a moment if the stone had been quarried by the prisoners into the assemblage of their own tombs. He received his visitor's card, passed through the main gate, and was then directed to the prison's visitors' parking. He explained his purpose to the guard at the entrance. "You're not on the visitors' list," the young guard said. He eyed Michael's dark blue suit and intelligent features with contempt. A rich, smart-ass pretty boy from the city, Michael could read in the man's eyes. "I called several times, but I never got through to anyone who could tell me the procedure for being put on the list." "Up to the prisoner. Generally speaking, if he wants you to visit, you do. If he don't, you don't. Only control these boys got." The guard cracked a grin. "If you tell him that an attorney is here to see him, I'm sure he'll put me on his visitors list." "You're his lawyer?" "I'm involved with an appeal of his right now," Michael said evasively. The guard looked down at his ledger. "Rufus Harms?" he said, evidently confused. "He's been here since before I was even born. Exactly what sort of appeal could somebody like him have going after all this time?" "I'm not at liberty to discuss that," Michael said. "My work is covered by attorney-client privilege and is absolutely confidential." "I know that. What, you think I'm stupid?" "Not at all." "If I let you in and it turns out I wasn't supposed to, then my keister's in a lot of trouble." "Well, I was just thinking that you might want to check with your superior. That way it's not your call and you can't get in trouble." The guard picked up his phone. "I was already going to do that," he said in a very unfriendly tone. He spoke into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. "Somebody's coming on down." Michael nodded. "Where are you from?" the guard asked. "Washington, D.C. "How much does somebody like you get paid?" It was clear that whatever sum Michael stated would be too much. He took a deep breath as he observed the approach of the uniformed officer. "Actually, not nearly enough." The young guard quickly stood and saluted his superior officer. The officer turned to Michael. "Please come with me, Mr. Fisk." The man was in his 50s, with the lean build, calm but serious manner, and closely cut gray hair that helped mark him as career military. Michael followed the man's precise strides down the hallway to a small office. For 5 minutes, Michael patiently explained what he was doing there, without really revealing any information of substance. He could do the lawyer speak with the best of them. "If you tell Mr. Harms that I'm here, he'll see me." The man twirled a pen between his fingers, his eyes dead center on the young lawyer. "This is rather puzzling. Rufus Harms just received a visit from his lawyer not too long ago, and that person wasn't you." "Is that right? Was his name Samuel Ryder?" The man didn't answer, but the momentary surprise on his features made Michael inwardly smile. His hunch had proven correct. Harms's former military counsel had enclosed the typewritten sheet of paper. "A person can have more than one lawyer, sir." "Not someone like Rufus Harms. He hasn't had any one for the last 25 years. Oh, his brother visits pretty regularly, but all this interest in the man has us puzzled. I'm sure you can appreciate that." Michael smiled pleasantly, but his next words were spoken in a firm manner. "I hope you can appreciate the fact that a prisoner is entitled to speak with an attorney." The officer stared at him for a few moments, and then picked up the phone and spoke into it. He hung up and looked back at Michael without speaking. 5 minutes passed before the phone rang again. When the man put it back down, he nodded at Michael and said curtly, "He'll see you." Chapter 14. When Rufus Harms appeared in the doorway of the visitor's room, he looked confused as his gaze settled on the young man. He shuffled forward. Michael rose to greet him and was met with a bark by the guard behind Rufus. "Sit down." Michael did so immediately. The guard watched closely until Rufus took a seat across from Michael and turned to the lawyer. "You were previously instructed as to the rules of conduct during visitation. In case you forgot any of them, they're posted clearly right over there." He pointed to a large sign on the wall. No physical contact is permitted at any time, and you are to remain seated at all times. Do you understand? Yes. Do you have to stay in the room? There is such a thing as attorney-client confidentiality. Also, does he have to be chained like that? Michael asked. You wouldn't ask that if you'd seen what he did to a bunch of guys inside this place. Even all chained up, he could snap your skinny little neck in half in 2 seconds. The guard moved closer to Michael. Maybe at other prisons you get some more privacy, but this isn't like other prisons. We only got the biggest and the baddest here, and we have our own set of rules to operate by. This is an unscheduled visit, so you got 20 minutes before the big bad wolf here has to go to work cleaning toilets. And we got some real messy ones today. Then I'd appreciate your letting us get started, said Michael. The guard said nothing else and moved over to his post against the door. When Michael looked at Rufus, he found the big man's gaze squarely on him. Good morning, Mr. Harms. My name is Michael Fisk. That name don't mean nothing to me. I know, but I'm here to ask you some questions. They said you were my lawyer. You're not my lawyer. I didn't say I was. They just assumed that. I'm not associated with Mr. Ryder. Rufus's eyes narrowed. How do you know about Samuel? That's not really relevant. I'm here to ask you questions because I received your writ for certiorari. You did what? Your appeal. Michael lowered his voice. I work at the United States Supreme Court. Rufus's mouth fell open. Then what the hell are you doing here? Michael nervously cleared his throat. I know this isn't actually orthodox, but I read your appeal and I wanted to ask you some questions about it. It makes a number of very damaging allegations against some very prominent people. As he looked into Rufus's astonished eyes, Michael suddenly regretted ever coming here. I looked into the background of your case, and some things don't make sense to me. I wanted to ask you some questions, and then, if things check out, we can get your appeal going. Why isn't it going already? It got to the damned court, didn't it? Yes, but it also had a number of technical deficiencies that would have caused it to be denied processing. I can try to help you with those. But what I want to avoid is a scandal. You have to understand, Mr. Harms, that the court receives bags of appeals from prisoners every year that have no merit. Rufus's eyes narrowed. Are you saying I'm lying? Is that what you're saying? Why don't you spend 25 years in this place for something that wasn't your fault, and then come here and tell me that? I'm not saying you're lying. I actually think there's something to all of this, or, believe me, I wouldn't have come here. He looked around the grim room. He had never been near a place like this, sitting across from a man like Rufus. He suddenly felt like a first grader getting off the bus and realizing he was somehow in high school. Believe me, he said again, I just need to talk to you. You got some ID, shows you are who you say you are. I ain't been in a real trustin' mood for the last 30 years. Supreme Court clerks were not issued ID badges. The security personnel at the court were required to learn to recognize them by sight. However, the court did publish an official directory with the clerks' names and photos. That was one way to help the guards get to know their faces. Michael pulled this from his pocket and showed it to Rufus. Rufus studied it intently, looked over at the guard, then turned back to Michael. You got a radio in your briefcase? A radio? Michael shook his head. Rufus lowered his voice even more. Then start humming. What? Michael said, bewildered. I can't really. I'm not really musical. Rufus shook his head impatiently. Then you got a pen? Michael nodded dumbly. Then pull it out and start tapping on the table. They probably heard all they need to hear by now anyway, but we'll leave them a few surprises. When Michael started to say something, Rufus interrupted. No words, just tap and listen. Fisk began to tap the table with his pen. The guard glanced over but said nothing. Rufus spoke so softly that Michael had to strain to hear him. You shouldn't have come here at all. You don't know the chance I took to get that piece of paper out of this place. If you read it, you know why. Killing some old black con who strangled a little white girl, people wouldn't give a damn. Don't think they would. Michael stopped tapping. That was all a long time ago. Things have changed. Rufus let out a grunt. Is that right? Why don't you go knock on Medgar Evers's or Martin Luther King's coffin and tell them that? Things have changed, yes, sir. Everything be all right now. Praise the Lord. That's not what I meant. If the people I talked about in that letter were black and I was white, and I didn't call this place home, would you be here right now checking up on my story?" Michael looked down. When he looked back up, his expression was pained. "Maybe not." "Sure as hell not. Start tapping and don't stop." Michael did so. "Believe it or not, I want to help you. If the things you described in your letter did happen, then I want to see justice served." "Why the hell you care about somebody like me?" "Because I care about the truth," Michael said simply. "If you're telling the truth, then believe me, I will do everything in my power to get you out of this place." "That's sure easy enough to say, ain't it?" "Mr. Harms, I like to use my brains, my skills, to help people less fortunate than I am. I feel it's my duty." "Well, that's real nice of you, son, but don't go patting me on the head. I might bite your hand off." Michael blinked in confusion, and then it registered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be condescending. Look, if you've been wrongly imprisoned, then I want to help you get your freedom, that's all." Rufus didn't say anything for a minute, as though attempting to gauge the sincerity of the young man's words. When he finally leaned forward again, his features were softer, but his manner remained guarded. "It ain't safe to talk about this stuff here." "Where else can we talk?" "No place that I know of. They don't let people like me out for a vacation. But everything I said is true." "You made reference to a "Shut up," Rufus said. He looked around again, his eyes locking for a moment on the large mirror. "Wasn't it with what was filed?" "No." "All right, you know my attorney. You said his name before." Michael nodded. "Samuel Ryder. I tried to call him, but he didn't call me back." "Tap louder." Michael picked up the beat. Rufus glanced around and then began speaking. "I'll tell him to talk to you. Whatever you need to know, he'll tell you." "Mr. Harms, why did you file your appeal with the Supreme Court?" "Ain't no higher one, is there?" "No." "Didn't think so. We get newspapers in here, some TV, radio. I've been watching them people over the years. In here you think a lot about courts and such. Faces change, but them judges can do anything. Anything they want to. I seen it. Whole country's seen it." "But from a purely legal, technical point of view, there are other avenues you really have to pursue in the lower courts before your appeal can be heard there. You don't even have a lower court ruling from which you're appealing, for instance. In sum, your appeal has numerous flaws." Rufus shook his head wearily. "I've been in this place half my life. I ain't got all that much time left. I ain't never been married. I ain't never going to have no kids. The last thing I'm going to do is spend years messing around with lawyers and courts and such. I want out of here, and I want out of here just as fast as I can. I want to be free. Them big judges, they can get me out of here if they believe in doing the right thing. That's the right thing. You go back and tell them that. They call them justices. Well, that's justice." Michael looked at him curiously. "Are you sure there's not another reason you filed it with the Supreme Court?" Rufus looked blankly at him. "Like what?" Michael let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It was certainly possible that Rufus wouldn't know the positions now held by some of the men named in his appeal. "Never mind." Rufus sat back and stared at Michael. "So what do them judges think about all this? They sent you down here, didn't they?" Michael stopped tapping and said nervously, "Actually, they don't know I'm here." "What?" "I haven't actually shown anyone your appeal, Mr. Harms. I wanted to be sure, that it was all above board." "You're the only one that's seen it?" "For now, but like I said..." Rufus looked at Michael's briefcase. "You didn't bring my letter with you, did you?" Michael followed his gaze to the briefcase. "Well, I wanted to ask you some questions about it. You see..." "Lord help us," Rufus said so violently that the guard braced himself to pounce. "Did they take your briefcase when you come in? Because 2 of the men I wrote about are at this prison. One of them is in charge of the whole damn place." "They're here?" Michael went pale. He had confirmed that the men named in the appeal were in the Army back in the 70s. He knew the current whereabouts of 2 of them, but he hadn't bothered to locate the others. He froze, suddenly realizing that he had just made a potentially fatal mistake. "Did they take your damn briefcase?" Michael stammered. Just for a couple of minutes, but I put the documents in a sealed envelope, and it's still sealed." "You done killed us both," Rufus screamed. Like a hot geyser, he exploded upward, flipping a heavy table over as though it were made of balsa wood. Michael leaped out of the way and slid across the floor. The guard blew his whistle and grabbed Rufus from behind in a chokehold. Michael watched as the giant prisoner, shackled as he was, flipped the 200-pound guard off like a bothersome gnat. A half-dozen other guards poured into the room and went at the man, swinging their batons. Rufus kept tossing them off like a moose against a pack of wolves, for a good 5 minutes, until he finally went down. They dragged him from the room, first screaming and then gagging as a baton was wedged against his throat. Right before Rufus disappeared, he stared at Michael, horror and betrayal in his eyes. After an exhausting struggle that had continued all the way down the hallway, the guards managed to strap Rufus to a gurney. "Get him to the infirmary," somebody screamed. "I think he's going into convulsions." Even with the shackles and thick leather restraints on, Rufus wildly gyrated, the gurney rocking back and forth. He kept screaming until someone stuffed a cloth into his mouth. "Hurry up, damn it," the same man said. The group burst through the double doors and into the infirmary. "Good God," the physician on duty pointed to a clear space. "Over here, men." They swung the gurney around and slid it into the empty spot. As the doctor approached, one of Rufus's thrashing feet almost clipped him in the gut. "Take that out of his mouth," the doctor said, pointing at the handkerchief balled up in Rufus's mouth. The prisoner's face was turning a deep purple. One of the guards looked at him warily. "You better take care, Doc. He's gone nuts. If he can reach you, he'll hurt you. He already took out 3 of my men, crazy S.O.B." The guard looked menacingly at Rufus. As soon as the cloth was pulled from his mouth, Rufus's screams filled the room. "Get a monitor on him," the doctor said to one of the attending nurses. Seconds after they managed to attach the sensors to Rufus, the doctor was closely watching the erratic rise and fall of Rufus's blood pressure and pulse. He looked at one of the nurses. "Get an IV over here." To another nurse, he said, "An amp of lidocaine, stat, before he goes into cardiac arrest or has a stroke." Both guards and medical personnel crowded around the gurney. "Can't your men get out of here?" the doctor yelled into the ear of one of the guards. The man shook his head. "He's strong enough to maybe break those restraints, and if he does and we're not here, then he could kill everybody in this room within a minute. Believe me, he could." The doctor eyed the portable IV stand as it was placed next to the gurney. The other nurse raced up with the amp of lidocaine. The doctor nodded at the guards. "We're going to need your help to hold him down. We need a good vein to get the IV started, and from the looks of things, we're only going to get one shot at it." The men gathered around Rufus, holding him down. Even with their combined weight, it was barely enough. Rufus looked back at them, so enraged, so terrified, he could barely keep his senses. Just like the night when Ruth Ann Mosley had perished. They ripped his shirt sleeve up, exposing his sinewy forearm, the veins strong and pronounced. He shut his eyes, and then opened them again as he saw the shiny needle coming his way. He shut his eyes one more time. When he opened them, he was no longer in the infirmary at Fort Jackson. He was in the stockade in South Carolina, a quarter of a century ago. The door burst open, and a group of men walked in like they owned the place, like they owned him. There was only one he didn't know by sight. He had expected to see the batons come out, to feel the sharp thrusts into his ribs, against his buttocks and forearms. It had become a morning and evening ritual. As he absorbed the blows in silence, his mind would recite a Bible prayer, his spiritual side carrying him past the physical torture. Instead, a gun was placed against his head. He was told to kneel down on the floor and to close his eyes. That's when it happened. He remembered the surprise, the shock he had felt as he stared up at the grinning, triumphant group. The smiles vanished when, a few minutes later, Harms rose, threw off the men as though they were weightless, burst through his cell door, bowled over the guard on duty, and was out of the stockade, running wild. Rufus blinked again, and he was back in the infirmary, looking at the faces, the bodies bearing down on him. He saw the needle coming closer to his forearm. He was looking up, the only person doing that. That's when he saw the second needle puncture the IV bag, the fluid from the hypodermic flowing into the lidocaine solution. Vic Tremaine had carried out his task calmly and efficiently, as though he were watering flowers instead of committing murder. He didn't even look at his victim. Rufus jerked his head back around and eyed the IV needle held by the doctor. It was just about to puncture his skin, discharging into his body whatever poison Tremaine had chosen to kill him with. They had taken half his life already. He was not about to let them take the rest. Not yet. Rufus timed it as best as he could. "Shit!" the doctor yelled, as Rufus ripped free from the restraint, grabbed his hand, and whipped it across his body. The IV stand came tumbling down. The IV bag hit the floor and burst. A furious Tremaine took the opportunity to quickly leave the infirmary. Rufus's chest suddenly tightened, and his breathing became constricted. When the doctor managed to stagger up, he looked at Rufus. So still was the prisoner that the doctor had to check the monitor to make sure he was still alive. As he stared at vital signs that had dropped to dangerously low levels, he said, "Nobody can take this many extremes. He could be going into shock." He turned to a nurse. "Get a medevac helicopter up here." He looked at the head guard. "We're not equipped to handle this kind of situation. We'll stabilize him and then fly him to the hospital in Roanoke, but we need to move fast. I assume you're sending a guard with him." The guard rubbed his bruised jaw and looked at the docile Rufus. "I'd send a whole platoon if they could fit in the damn chopper." Chapter 15. Escorted by an armed guard, Michael Fisk walked unsteadily down the hallway. Waiting at the end of the corridor was the uniformed officer who had questioned him earlier. Michael could see that he was holding 2 pieces of paper. "Mr. Fisk, I didn't identify myself when we first met. My name is Colonel Frank Rayfield. I'm the commanding officer here." Michael licked his lips. Frank Rayfield was one of the men Rufus had named in his appeal. The name had meant nothing to Michael at the time. Inside this prison, it meant that he was going to die. Who could have imagined that 2 of the men Rufus had accused of, essentially, murder in his appeal would be here of all places? But now that he thought about it, this would be a perfect place for them to keep close watch on Rufus Harms. Focusing on Rayfield once more, Michael wondered where they would dump his body. As he had done as a child, he suddenly found himself wishing that his big brother would appear to help him. He looked on dully as Rayfield handed him the papers and motioned the guard to leave. As Michael clutched the papers, Rayfield looked apologetic. "I'm afraid my men were a little overzealous," said Rayfield. "We don't usually photocopy documents in a sealed envelope." Actually, Rayfield had opened the envelope and photocopied its contents himself. None of his men had seen the documents. Michael looked down at the papers. "I don't understand. The envelope was still sealed." "The envelope is a very common one. They just put it back in a new one and sealed it." Michael inwardly cursed himself for missing something that obvious. Rayfield broke into a chuckle. "What's so funny?" Michael demanded. "This is the 5th time Rufus Harms has named me in some cockamamie lawsuit, Mr. Fisk. What else am I supposed to do but laugh?" "Excuse me?" "He's never gone as high as the United States Supreme Court before. That's who you're with, isn't it?" "I don't have to answer that." "Okay, but if you are, then your presence here is a little unusual." "That's my business." "And my business is running this prison in a precise military way," Rayfield snapped back, but then his voice softened. "I don't blame you, though. Harms is slick. Looks like he conned his old military lawyer to help him this time, and Sam Ryder should know better." "You're saying Rufus Harms makes a practice of filing frivolous lawsuits?" "You think that's unusual for prisoners? Too much time on their hands. Anyway, last year he accused the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, and yours truly, of conspiring to frame him for a murder he committed, and which was witnessed by at least a half-dozen people." "Really?" Michael looked skeptical. "Yes, really. It was finally dismissed, but it cost a few $1,000 in government attorney time to get it done. I know the courts are open to everybody, Mr. Fisk, but a nuisance suit is a nuisance suit, and quite frankly, I'm getting tired of them." "But he said in his petition—" "Right, I read it. 2 years ago he claimed it was Agent Orange suffered in combat that caused him to do it. And you know what? Rufus Harms was never exposed to Agent Orange, because he was never in combat. He spent most of his 2-year Army career in the stockade for insubordination, among other things. It's no secret. Look it up yourself if you want. That is, if you haven't already done so." He gazed at Michael, who was looking down. "Now take your little papers, go back to Washington, and let it work its way through the system. It'll get dismissed like all the others. Some innocent people are going to get embarrassed as hell, but that's the American way. I guess it's why I fought for this country, to sustain all those freedoms, even when they're abused." "You're just going to let me go?" You're not a prisoner here. I've got a lot of real inmates to worry about, including one that just beat the crap out of 3 of my guards. You're going to have to answer some questions that one of my men will be here shortly to ask you. It will relate to what happened in the visitors' room. We need it for our incident report. But that means it will go into the official record. My being here, everything. That's right, it will. It was your choice to come here, not mine. You have to live with the consequences. I know, but I wasn't counting on any of this. Well, life is full of little surprises. Look, do you really have to file anything? Your presence here is a matter of official record anyway, Mr. Fisk, regardless of what happened in that visitor's room. You're in the visitation book with an assigned badge number. I guess I hadn't thought that all the way through. I guess not. I take it you're not really experienced in military matters? While Michael stood there looking miserable, Rayfield thought for a moment. Look, we need to fill out the report, but other things being equal, I may not officially file it. Maybe your presence here at the prison gets expunged, too. Michael breathed a sigh of relief. Could you do that? Maybe. You're a lawyer. What about a quid pro quo? What do you mean? I throw away the report and you throw away that appeal. He paused as he stared at the young man. It would save the government another lawyer bill. I mean, God bless anybody's rights to seek their day in court, but this is getting a little old. Michael looked away. I'll have to think about that. It has some technical deficiencies anyway. Maybe you're right. I am right. I'm not looking to mess up your career. We'll just forget this ever happened. And hopefully I won't be reading about this case in the papers. If I do, then maybe your being down here has to come out too. Now, if you'll excuse me. Rayfield turned on his heel and walked off, leaving behind a visibly distressed Michael Fisk. Rayfield went directly to his office. Rufus's suspicions had been well-founded. A listening device designed to blend in with the wood grain had been planted on the underside of the table in the visitor's room. Rayfield listened once more to the conversation between Michael and Rufus. Some of it had been disrupted by Michael tapping his pen. The radio had obliterated all of Rufus's earlier conversation with Ryder. Rufus was no idiot, but Rayfield had heard and read enough to know that potentially they had a big problem, and his conversation with Michael had not solved the dilemma, at least not permanently. He picked up the phone and placed a call. In concise sentences, Rayfield recounted the events to the party at the other end. Holy shit, I can't believe this. I know. All of this happened today. Well, I told you about Ryder coming in earlier, but yes, all of these events happened just now. Why the hell did you let him in to see Harms? If I didn't, don't you think he would have gotten more suspicious? After reading what Harms had written in his damn letter to the court, what choice did I have? You should have taken care of the son of a bitch before this. You've had 25 years to do it, Frank. That was the plan 25 years ago, to kill him, Rayfield fired back. And look what happened. Tremaine and I have spent half our lives watching over his ass. You two aren't exactly doing it for free. What's your little nest egg up to so far, $1 million? Retirement's going to be awfully nice, but it won't be for any of us if this gets out. It's not like I haven't tried to kill the guy. Hell, Tremaine tried to do him today in the infirmary, but damn, it's like the guy's got a sixth sense. Rufus Harms is as mean as a snake when his back's against the wall. The guards will only go so far, and we've got people looking over our shoulder. Surprise inspections, the damn ACLU. The bastard just won't die. Why don't you come down here and try? All right. There's no use us arguing about it. You're sure we were all named in the letter? How is that possible? He didn't even know who I was. Rayfield didn't hesitate. The person he was speaking with had not been named in Rufus's letter, but Rayfield wasn't going to tell him that. Everybody was on the hook for this one. How should I know? He's had 25 years to think about it. So how did he get the letter out? That blows my mind. The guards saw the damn thing. It was his last will and testament, that was it. But he got it out somehow. Sam Ryder is involved, that's for sure. He brought a radio with him, and the noise messed up the bug we installed, so I couldn't hear what they said to each other. That should have told me something was up. I never trusted that guy. Except for Ryder's insanity BS, Harms would have been dead a long time ago, courtesy of the Army. The second letter we found in Fisk's briefcase had been done on a typewriter. There were no initials at the bottom, like when it's typed by a personal secretary, so Ryder probably did it himself. They were both original documents, by the way. Damn it, why now, after all this time? Harms received a letter from the Army. He referenced it in the paper he filed. Maybe that jogged his memory. I can tell you that up to now, he either didn't remember what happened or he's been keeping it inside for the last 25 years. Why would he do that? And why in the hell would the Army be sending him anything after all this time? I don't know, Rayfield said nervously. He actually did know. The reason had been referenced in Rufus's court petition, but Rayfield was going to keep that card hidden for now. And of course you don't have this mysterious letter from the Army, do you? No, I mean, not yet. It must be in his cell, although I can't imagine how it slipped through. The voice was again accusatory. Sometimes I think the guy's a magician, said Rayfield. Has he had any other visitors? Just his brother, Josh Harms. He comes about once a month. And what about Rufus? Looks like he just about bought it, stroke or heart attack. Even if he makes it, he probably won't be the same. Where is he? En route to the hospital in Roanoke. Why the hell did you let him out? The doc ordered it. He has an obligation to save the man's life, prisoner or not. If I overruled him, don't you think it would raise suspicion? Well, keep on top of it, and pray his heart blows up. And if it doesn't, make it. Come on, who'd believe him? You might be surprised. This Michael Fisk, he's the only other one who knows besides Ryder. That's right, at least I think so. He came here to check out Harms's story. Didn't tell anybody, at least that's what he told Harms. We caught a big break there, Rayfield said. I gave him the song and dance about Harms being a chronic jailhouse lawyer. I think he bought it. We got leverage because he could get in big trouble for being here. I don't think he's going to let the appeal go through. The voice on the other end went up a few decibels. Are you nuts? Fisk isn't going to have a choice in the matter. He's a Supreme Court clerk, for Christ's sakes. I heard him tell Harms. I know that. I damn well know that. But let me tell you exactly what you're going to do. You're going to take care of Fisk and Ryder, and you're going to do it pronto. Rayfield paled. You want me to kill a Supreme Court clerk and a local lawyer? Come on. They don't have any proof of this. They can't hurt us. You don't know that. You don't know what was in the letter from the Army. You don't know what new information Fisk or Ryder might have found out in the interim. And Ryder's been practicing law for 30 years. He wouldn't have filed something he thought was frivolous, not with the damn Supreme Court. And maybe you're not aware of this, but Supreme Court clerks aren't exactly dummies. Fisk didn't drive all the way down there because he thought Harms was a lunatic. From what you told me, the contents of the letters were very specific on what happened in that stockade. They were, Rayfield conceded. So, there you are. But that isn't the biggest hole in all this. Remember, Harms isn't a jailhouse lawyer. He never filed anything else in court. If Fisk checks out your claim, he'll find out you lied. And when Fisk does that, and I have to believe he will, then everything blows up. It's not like I had a lot of time to think up a plan, Rayfield said hotly. I'm not saying otherwise, but by lying to him, you just made him a big liability. And we have yet another problem. What's that? Everything Harms said in his appeal happens to be true. Did you forget that? The truth is funny. You start looking here and there, and all of a sudden the wall of lies starts to topple over. Guess where it's going to land? Do you really want to take that chance? Because when that wall comes down, the only place you're going to be retiring to is Fort Jackson, and this time on the other side of the prison cell door. That sound good to you, Frank? Rayfield took a weary breath and checked his watch. Shit, I'd take Nam over this any day. I guess we all got a little too comfortable. Well, it's time to earn your money, Frank. You and Tremaine just get it done. And while you're taking care of business, remember this. We all either survive this together, or we all go down together. 30 minutes later, after his debriefing by Rayfield's assistant, Michael left the prison building and walked in a light rain to his car. What a sucker he'd been. He felt like tearing up the appeal papers, but he wouldn't. Maybe he'd put them back into the process. Still, he felt sorry for Rufus Harms. All those years in prison had taken their toll. As Michael pulled out of the parking lot, he had no way of knowing that most of his radiator fluid had been collected in a bucket and poured into the nearby woods. 5 minutes later, he looked on in dismay as the steam poured out from the hood of his car. He got out, gingerly raised the hood, and then jumped back as a cloud of steam momentarily engulfed him. Swearing angrily, he looked around. Not a car or human in sight. He thought for a moment. He could walk back to the prison, use the phone, and call a towing service. As if on cue, the rain picked up in intensity. As he looked up ahead of him, his spirits brightened. A van was approaching from the direction of the prison. He waved his arms to flag it down. As he did so, he looked back at the car, steam still pouring out. Funny, he had just had it serviced in preparation for the trip. As he looked back at the van, his heart started to beat rapidly. He looked around, and then turned and sprinted away from the van. It sped up and quickly overtook him, blocking his way. He was about to race into the woods when the window came down and a gun was pointed at him. "Get in," Victor Tremaine ordered. Chapter 16. It was Saturday afternoon when Sarah Evans drove to Michael's apartment and looked at the cars parked on the street. His Honda wasn't there. He had called in sick on Friday, something she had never known him to do before. She had called his apartment, but he hadn't answered the phone. She parked, went in the building, and knocked on his door. There was no answer. She didn't have a key. She went around to the rear of the building and climbed up the fire escape. She looked in the window of his small kitchen. Nothing. She tried the door, but it was locked. She drove back to the court, her worries increased tenfold. Michael was not sick. She knew that. All this had something to do with the papers she had seen in his briefcase. She was sure of it. She silently prayed that he was not in over his head, that he was safe and would be back to work on Monday. She went back to work for the rest of the day and then had a late dinner with some of the other clerks at a restaurant near Union Station. They all wanted to talk shop, except for Sarah. Usually a devoted fan of this ritual, she simply could not get into the conversations. At one point she wanted to run screaming from the room, sick of the endless strategizing, predictions, case selections, the subtlest nuances analyzed to death, mushroom clouds from mere mushrooms. Later that night she lingered on the rear deck of her home. Then she made up her mind and took her boat out for a late-night sail on the river. She counted the stars, made funny pictures from them in her mind. She thought of Michael's offer of marriage and the reasons she had refused it. Her colleagues would be amazed that she had. It would be a brilliant match, they would say. They would have a wonderful, dynamic life together, with the almost absolute certainty that their children would be highly intelligent, ambitious, and athletically gifted. Sarah herself had been a scholarship lacrosse player in college, although Michael was the better athlete of the two. She wondered whom he would ultimately marry, or if he even would. Her rejection might cause him to remain a bachelor the rest of his life. As she sailed along, she had to smile. She was giving herself far too much credit. In a year's time, Michael would be off doing something incredibly fantastic. She would be lucky if he even remembered who she was 5 years from now. As she docked the boat and wrapped the sails, she stopped for a moment to catch one last breeze off the water before she headed back to the house. Barely a 20-minute non-rush-hour trip due north would deliver her to the most powerful city on earth, to her place with the most awe-inspiring legal minds of her time. And yet all she really wanted to do right now was snuggle under her blanket with the lights off and pretend she never had to go back there. Reasonably ambitious all her life, she suddenly had no drive to accomplish anything else of note in her professional life. It was like she had used up all her energy in getting to this point. Marriage and being a mom, was that what she wanted? She had no siblings and had been pretty spoiled growing up. She wasn't used to being around kids all that much, but something pulled at her in this direction, something very strong. But even so, she wasn't sure. And shouldn't she be by now? As she went inside, undressed and climbed into bed, she realized that having a family required one thing to start: finding someone to love. She had just turned down one opportunity to do so with a truly exceptional man. Would another chance come along? Did she want a man in her life right now? Still, sometimes one shot was all you got. One shot. That was her last thought before falling asleep. Chapter 17. It was Monday, and John Fisk sat at his desk, digesting yet another arrest report on one of his clients. By now, he was extremely adept at this process. He was only halfway through the report, and he could already tell the sort of deal the guy could expect to get. Well, it was nice to be good at something. The knock on his office door startled him. His right hand slid open the top drawer of his desk. Inside was a 9mm, a leftover from his cop days. His clientele were not the most trustworthy, so while he would represent them zealously, he was not naive enough to turn his back on them either. Some of his clients had shown up at his door drugged or drunk, with a grudge against him for some perceived wrong. Thus his spirits were lifted considerably by the feel of hard steel against his palm. "Come on in, door's unlocked." The uniformed police officer who stepped through the doorway brought a smile to Fisk's lips, and he closed the desk drawer. "Hey, Billy, how you doing?" "I've been better, John," Officer Billy Hawkins said. As Hawkins came forward and sat down, Fisk saw the multicolored bruises on his friend's face. "What the hell happened to you?" Hawkins touched one of the bruises. "Guy went nuts at a bar the other night, popped me a couple of good ones." He added quickly, "That's not why I'm here, John." Fisk knew Hawkins to be a good-natured sort who didn't let the constant pressures of his job overwhelm him. He was always as reliable and serious about his job as he was casual and friendly off-duty. Hawkins glanced nervously at Fisk. "It's not anything with Bonnie or the kids, is it?" Fisk asked. "It's not about my family, John." "Is that right?" As he looked into Hawkins's troubled eyes, Fisk's gut clenched. "Damn, John, you know how much we hated going around to the next of kin, and we didn't even know them." Fisk slowly stood up, his mouth instantly dry. "Next of kin? Oh, my God. Not my mom. My dad?" "No, John, it's not them." "Just tell me what the hell you need to tell me, Billy." Hawkins licked his lips and then started speaking quickly. "We got a call from the police up in D.C. Fisk looked confused for an instant. "D.C.? As soon as he said it, his body froze. "Mike?" Hawkins nodded. "Was it a car accident?" "No accident." Hawkins paused for a moment and cleared his throat. "It was a homicide, John. Looks like a robbery gone bad. They found his car in an alley. Bad part of town, I understand." Fisk let this horrific news sink in for a long minute. As a cop, and now a lawyer, he had seen the results of many murders on other people, other families. This was new territory. "You haven't told my dad, have you?" he said quietly. Hawkins shook his head. "Figured you'd want to do that. And what with your mama the way she is." "I'll take care of it," Fisk said. His thoughts were interrupted by Hawkins's next words. "The detective in charge has requested an ID from next of kin, John." As a police officer, how many times had Fisk told a grieving parent that same thing? "I'll go on up." "I'm so sorry, John." "I know, Billy, I know." After Hawkins had left, Fisk walked over to the photo of him and his brother and picked it up. His hands were shaking. It was not possible, what Hawkins had just told him. He had survived 2 gunshot wounds and spent nearly a month in the hospital, his mother and his little brother next to him for much of that time. If John Fisk could survive that, if he could be alive right now, how could his brother be dead? He put the photo back down. He tried to move to get his coat, but his legs were frozen. He just stood there. Chapter 18. Rufus Harms slowly opened his eyes. The room was dim, shadowy. However, he was accustomed to seeing without benefit of light, becoming, over the years, an expert of sorts. The years in prison had also boosted the acuity of his hearing, such that he could almost hear someone thinking. You did both a lot in prison, listening and thinking. He shifted slowly on his hospital bed. His arms and legs were still in restraints. He knew there was a guard right outside the door to his room. Rufus had seen him several times now, as people had come and gone from his room. The guard was not a cop. He was in fatigues, and he was armed. Regular army, or maybe reserves. Harms couldn't be sure. He took a shallow breath. Over the course of the last 2 days, Harms had listened to the doctors checking him. He had not suffered a heart attack, although apparently he had come close. He couldn't remember what the doctors had called it, but his heartbeat had been irregular enough for him to stay in intensive care a while. He thought back to his last hour at the prison. He wondered if Michael Fisk had even made it out of the prison before they killed him. Ironically, Rufus's near heart attack had saved his life. At least he was out of Fort Jackson, for now. But when his condition improved, they would send him back. and then he would die, unless they killed him in here first. He had scrutinized each of the doctors and nurses attending him. Anyone administering drugs to him was given special attention. He was confident that, if he thought himself in danger, he could rip the sides off the hospital bed. For now, all he could do was get his strength back, wait, watch, and hope. If he could not gain his freedom through the court system, then he would obtain it another way. He was not going back to Fort Jackson. Not while he was still breathing. For the next 2 hours, he watched people come and go. Every time the door to his room opened, he would look at the guard outside. A young kid, looking very self-important in his uniform and wearing his gun. 2 guards had flown with him on the helicopter, but neither was the one posted outside now. Perhaps they were doing a rotation. When the door opened, the guard would nod and smile at the person entering or leaving, especially if the person happened to be young and female. When the guard had occasionally looked into the room, Rufus had seen 2 emotions in his eyes, hatred and fear. That was good. That meant he had a chance. Both could lead to the one thing Rufus desperately needed the guard to commit, a mistake. Leaving a single guard, they must think him pretty well incapacitated, Rufus figured, only he wasn't. The monitors with their numbers and jumpy lines meant nothing to him. They were metal-cased buzzards, waiting for him to fade before moving in. But he could feel his strength returning. That was something tangible. He curled and uncurled his hands, in anticipation of being able eventually to fully move his arms. 2 hours later, he heard the door swing inward, and then the light came on. The nurse carried a metal clipboard and smiled at him as she checked his monitor. She was in her mid-40s, he guessed, pretty with a full figure. Looking at her wide hips, he figured she had been through several childbirths. "You're doing better today," she said when she noticed him watching her. "I'm sorry to hear that." She stared at him open-mouthed. "You better believe a lot of people in this place would love to have that kind of prognosis." "Where exactly am I?" "Roanoke, Virginia." "Never been to Roanoke." "It's a pretty town." "Not as pretty as you," said Rufus with an embarrassed smile, the words having slipped through his lips. He had not been this close to a woman in almost 3 decades. The last woman he had ever seen in person was his mother, weeping at his side as they carried him off to serve his life sentence. She had died within the week. Something exploded in her brain, his brother had told him, but he knew his mother had died from a broken heart. His nose wrinkled up as the scent touched it. It seemed out of place in a hospital. At first, Harms did not realize that he was simply smelling the nurse's scent, a mixture of slight perfume, moisturizing lotion, and woman. Damn, what else had he forgotten about living a real life? A tear started to tremble at the corner of his right eye as he thought this. She looked down at him, her eyebrows raised, a hand on one hip. "They told me to be careful around you." He looked at her. "I'd never hurt you, ma'am." His tone was solemn, sincere. She saw the tear barely clinging to his eye. She didn't really know what to say next. "Can't you put on that chart that I'm dying or something?" "Are you crazy? I can't do that. Don't you want to get better?" "As soon as I do, I go right back to Fort Jackson." "Not a nice place, I take it." "I've been in the same cell there for over 20 years. Kind of nice seeing something else for a change. Not much to do except count your heartbeats and stare at the concrete." She looked surprised. 20 years? How old are you?" Rufus thought for a moment. "I don't know exactly, to tell you the truth. Not over 50. "Come on, you don't know how old you are?" He eyed her steadily. "The only cons who keep a calendar are the ones getting out someday. I'm serving a life sentence, ma'am. Ain't never getting out. What's it matter how old I am?" He said this so matter-of-factly that the nurse felt her cheeks flush. "Oh," her voice quavered. "I guess I see your point." He shifted his body slightly. The shackles pinged against the metal sides of the bed. She drew back. "Can you call somebody for me, ma'am?" "Who, your wife?" "I don't got no wife. My brother. He don't know where I am. Wanted to let him know." "I think I have to check with the guard first." Rufus looked past her. "That little white boy out there, what's he got to do with my brother? He don't look like he can go pee-pee by himself." She laughed. "Well, they sent him to guard big ol' you now, didn't they?" My brother's name is Joshua Harms. He goes by Josh. I can tell you his phone number if you got yourself a pencil. Just call him and tell him where I am. It gets kind of lonely in here. He don't live all that far away. Who knows, he might come on over and see me. It does get lonely here, she said a little wistfully. She looked down at him, at his tall, strong body, all covered with tubes and patches. And the shackles. They held her attention. Rufus noted her staring. Chains on a man usually had that effect on people, he had found. What'd you do, anyway, to be in prison for? What's your name? Why? Just like to know. My name's Rufus Harms. I knew that. It's on your chart. Well, I ain't got no chart to look up your name. She hesitated for a moment, looked around at the door, and then back at him. My name's Cassandra, she said. Real pretty name. His eyes passed over her figure. It fits you. Thank you. So you're not going to tell me what you did? Why you want to know? Just curious. I killed somebody a long time ago. Why'd you do it? Were they trying to hurt you? Didn't do nothing to me. So why'd you do it? Didn't know what I was doing. Was out of my mind. Is that right? She drew back a little farther as he said this. Isn't that what they all say? Just happens to be the truth with me. You gonna call my brother? I don't know, maybe. Tell you what, I'll give you the number. If you don't, you don't. If you do, then I thank you very much. She looked at him curiously. You don't act like a murderer. You ought to be careful about that. It's the sweet-talking ones end up hurting you. I've seen enough of that kind. So I shouldn't trust you, then? His eyes seized on hers. You gotta make up your own mind on that. She considered this for a moment. So what's your brother's number? She took down the telephone number, slipped it in her pocket, and turned to leave. Hey, Miss Cassandra. She turned back around. You're right. I ain't no killer. You come back and talk to me some more. If you want to, that is. He managed a weak smile and rattled the shackles. I ain't going nowhere. She eyed him from across the room, and he thought he saw a smile flicker across her mouth. Then she turned and went out the door. Rufus craned his neck to see if she spoke to the guard, but she walked right past him. Rufus lay back and stared at the ceiling. He inhaled deeply, letting the remnants of her scent soak into him. A few moments later, a smile spread across his face, as did, finally, the tears. Chapter 19. It was an unusual gathering of all of the clerks and the justices. Marshal of the Court Richard Perkins and Supreme Court Police Chief Leo D'Alessandro were there, too, looking stonily around the table of the large room. Elizabeth Knight's eyes were moist, and she dabbed continually at them with a handkerchief. As Sarah Evans looked at the grim-faced justices, her eyes stopped on Thomas Murphy. Murphy was short and flabby, with white hair and tufted eyebrows. His wide face held cheekbones the shape of almonds. He still favored three-piece suits, and wore large, showy cufflinks. His dress, however, did not attract Sarah's attention. Rather, it was his expression of complete mourning. She quickly finished checking the occupants of the room. Michael Fisk was not there. She felt the blood rush to her head. When Harold Ramsey rose from the head of the table, his deep voice was oddly subdued. She could not really hear him that well, but she knew exactly what he was saying, as though reading his lips. This is terrible, terrible news. In fact, I can't remember anything like it. Ramsey surveyed the room, his hands making fists in his anxiety, his tall frame shaking. He took a heavy breath. Michael Fisk is dead. The justices obviously already knew. All the clerks, however, collectively missed a breath. Ramsey started to say something else, but then stopped. He motioned to Leo D'Alessandro, who nodded and stepped forward, while the Chief Justice collapsed into his chair. D'Alessandro was about 5'10", face wide, flat cheeks and a pug nose, with a layer of fat over a muscular physique. He had an olive complexion with wiry black and gray hair. Arising from his pores was the smell of cigar. He wore his uniform with a proud air, his thick fingers tucked inside the gun belt. The other man in uniform, standing immediately behind him, was Ron Claus, his second in command. Claus was trim and professional in appearance, the darting activity of his blue eyes suggesting a nimble mind. He and D'Alessandro were the watchdogs of this place. They seemed to move about in tandem. Most people who worked at the court could not think of one man without the other. The details are sketchy right now, but apparently Michael was the victim of a robbery. He was found in his car in an alley in southeast, near the Anacostia River. One nervous-looking clerk raised his hand. Are they sure it was a robbery? It didn't have to do with his working here? Sarah looked over at him angrily. Not the question you really wanted to hear 5 seconds after learning someone you worked with, cared about, was dead. But then she supposed violent death did that to people, made them instinctively fear for their own lives. D'Alessandro put up his big, calming hands. We have heard nothing that would make us believe that his death had anything whatsoever to do with the court. However, out of an abundance of caution, we are increasing security around here, and should anyone notice anything suspicious or out of the ordinary, please contact either myself or Mr. Claus. We'll make available to you any future details about this situation at the appropriate time. He looked over at Ramsey, who had his head bowed in his hands and was making no move to get up. D'Alessandro stood there awkwardly until Elizabeth Knight rose. I know this has been a terrible shock to all of us. Michael was one of the most popular people ever to work here. His loss touches us all, especially those who had become close to him. She paused and looked at Sarah for a moment. If any of you wishes to talk about anything, please feel free to do so with your justice. Or you can stop by and see me. I'm not sure how we can continue to function, but the work of the court must go on, despite the horrible... Knight stopped again and gripped the table to stop herself from collapsing to the floor. D'Alessandro quickly took her arm, but she motioned him away. Knight rallied herself enough to call an end to the meeting, and the room quickly cleared, except for Sarah Evans. She sat there, numb, staring at the spot where Knight had stood. The tears freely streamed down her face. Michael was dead. He had taken an appeal, acted very strangely for over a week, and now he was dead. Murdered. A robbery, they said. She didn't believe the answer was that simple. But right now it didn't matter. All that mattered was she had lost someone very close to her. Someone who, under different circumstances perhaps, she might have gladly spent her life with. She put her head down on the table as the sobs burst from her. From the doorway, Elizabeth Knight watched her. Chapter 20. A little over 3 hours after Billy Hawkins had announced his brother's death, John Fisk was walking through the hallways of the D.C. morgue, a white-coated intake specialist leading the way. Fisk had to show identification and prove to the man that he was really Michael Fisk's brother. He had been prepared for that and had brought pictures of the two together. He had tried to reach his father before leaving town, but there had been no answer. Fisk had driven by the house, but no one had been home. He left a note for his dad, including no details. He had to be sure it was his brother, and the only way to be certain was where he was headed. Fisk was surprised when they entered an office, and even more puzzled when the morgue attendant pulled a Polaroid from a file and held it out to him. I'm not identifying a photo. I want to see the body. That's not the procedure we have here, sir. We're in the process of installing a video system so that IDs can be made via remote television, but it's not functional yet. Until then, it's done with a Polaroid. Not this time. The man tapped the photo against his palm, as though trying to arouse Fisk's curiosity in it. Most people would much prefer to do it with a photograph. This is very unusual. I'm not most people, and having a brother murdered is unusual. At least it is for me. The attendant picked up the phone and conveyed instructions to prepare the body for viewing. Then he opened the door to his office, motioning Fisk to follow him. After a short walk, they entered a small room that carried a medicinal smell, several times stronger than that in a hospital. In the center of the room stood a gurney. From under the white sheet rose a number of edges, representing the head, nose, shoulders, knees, and feet of the body. As Fisk headed toward the gurney, he clutched at the same irrational hope that everyone in his position would leap for. that the person under the sheet was not his brother, that his family was still reasonably intact. As the attendant gripped the edge of the sheet, Fisk slid one hand around the metal side of the gurney and squeezed tightly. As the sheet rose upward, exposing the head and upper torso of the deceased, Fisk closed his eyes, looked upward, and mouthed a silent prayer. He took a deep breath, held it, opened his eyes, and then looked down. Before he knew it, he was nodding. He tried to look away, but couldn't. Even a stranger could have looked at the slope of the forehead, the arrangement of the eyes and mouth, the flow of the chin, and concluded that the two men held some close familial bond. "That's my brother." The sheet was replaced, and the attendant gave Fisk the ID card to sign. "Other than the items the police have retained, we'll release his personal effects to you." The attendant glanced at the gurney. "We've had a busy week, and we're backed up with bodies, but we should have autopsy results fairly soon. This one looks pretty simple anyway." Anger flared on Fisk's face, but then quickly faded. The man was not paid to be tactful. "Did they find the bullet that killed him?" "Only the autopsy can determine cause of death." "Don't bullshit me." The attendant looked startled. "I saw the exit wound on the left side of his head. Did they find it?" "No, at least not yet." "I heard it was a robbery," said Fisk. The attendant nodded. "He was found in his car?" "Right, wallet gone. We had to trace his identity through his license plate." "So if a robbery, why didn't they take the car? Carjacking's the hot thing right now. Beat the victim's ATM password out of him or her, kill them, take the car and hit a few banks, load up on money, ditch the car, and go on to the next one. Why not with this one?" "I don't know anything about that." "Who's handling the case?" "It happened in D.C. Must be D.C. Homicide Division." "My brother was a federal employee, United States Supreme Court. Maybe the FBI will be involved, too." "Again, I don't know anything about that." "I'd like the name of the detective at D.C. Homicide." The attendant didn't answer, but jotted some notes down in the file, perhaps hoping if he remained quiet that Fisk would just go away. "I'd really like that name, please," Fisk said, edging a step closer. The attendant finally sighed, pulled a business card out of the file, and handed it to Fisk. "Buford Chandler. He'll probably want to talk to you anyway. He's a good guy. Probably he'll catch the person who did this." Fisk looked briefly at the card before putting it in his coat pocket. He settled a clear-eyed gaze on the attendant. "Oh, we're going to get whoever did this." The odd tone in his voice made the attendant look up from his file. "Now I'd like some time alone with my brother." The attendant glanced over at the gurney. "Sure, I'll be outside. Just let me know when you're done." After the man left, Fisk pulled a chair next to the gurney and sat down. He had not shed a tear since learning of his brother's death. He told himself it was because positive ID had not been made yet, but now it had, and still no tears. On the drive up, he had caught himself counting out-of-state license plates, a game the brothers had played growing up, a game Mike Fisk had usually won. He lifted the side of the sheet and took one of his brother's hands. It was cold, but the fingers were supple. He squeezed them gently. Fisk looked down at the concrete floor and closed his eyes. When he reopened them a few minutes later, only 2 tears had collected on the concrete. He quickly looked up, and a gush of air came out of his lungs. It felt forced, all of it, and he suddenly felt unworthy to be here. As a cop, he had sat with the parents of too many drunken kids who had wrapped themselves around a tree or telephone pole. He had consoled them, expressed empathy, even held them. He had truly believed that he had approached, even touched, the depths of their despair. He often wondered what it would feel like when it happened to him. He plainly knew this was not it. He forced himself to think about his parents. How exactly would he tell his father that his golden child was dead? And his mother? At least there was an easy answer to that question. He couldn't and shouldn't tell her. Raised Catholic, but not a religious man, Fisk chose to speak with his brother instead of God. He pressed his brother's hand against his chest and talked to him of things he was sorry for, of how much he loved him, how much he wanted him not to be dead, in case his brother's spirit was lingering behind, waiting for this communication, this quiet rupture of guilt and remorse from his older brother. Then Fisk fell silent, his eyes closed again. He could hear each solid drum of his heart, a sound that was somehow dwarfed by the stillness of the body next to his. The attendant poked his head in. "Mr. Fisk, we need to take your brother on down. It's been half an hour." Fisk rose and passed the attendant without a word. His brother's body was going to a terrifying place, where strangers would forage through his remains for clues as to who had killed him. As they wheeled the gurney away, Fisk walked back out into the sunlight and left his little brother behind. Chapter 21. "You're sure you covered your tracks?" Rayfield nodded into the phone. "Every record of his being here has been expunged. I've already transferred all the personnel who saw Fisk to other facilities. Even if someone figures out somehow that he came here, there won't be anyone left to tell them anything." "And no one saw you dump the body?" "Vic drove his car back. I followed him. We picked a good place. The police will think it was a robbery. Nobody saw us. And even if they did, it's not the sort of place where people are real cooperative with the law." "Nothing left in the car?" "We took his wallet to further the robbery angle. His briefcase, too. A map. There wasn't anything else. Of course, we filled the radiator back up with fluid." "And Harms?" "He's still in the hospital. Looks like he's going to make it." "Damn, just our luck." "Don't sweat it. When he comes back here, we'll deal with him. Weak heart and all, you never know what might happen to you." "Don't wait too long. You can't hit him in the hospital?" "Too dangerous. Too many people around." "And you've got him well guarded?" "He's chained to the bed with a guard posted 24 hours a day outside his door. He's being released tomorrow morning. By tomorrow night, he'll be dead. Vic's already working on the details." "And there's nobody out there who can help him? You're sure?" Rayfield laughed. "Hell, no one even knows he's there. He's got nobody. Never has, never will." "No mistakes, Frank. I'll call you when he's dead." Fisk sat in the car and cranked up the air conditioning, which, in his 14-year-old Ford, merely caused the slow movement of muggy air from left to right. Sweat trickling down his face and staining his shirt collar, Fisk finally eased down the window as he stared at the building. Average-looking on the outside, it was not on the inside. There, the people spent all of their time searching for those who killed other people, and Fisk was trying to decide whether to join them in their pursuit or drive back home. He had identified his brother's remains, his official duty as next of kin completed. He could go home, tell his father, make the funeral arrangements, see to his brother's final affairs, bury him, and then get on with his life. That's what everyone else did. Instead, Fisk pulled himself out of the car and into the muggy air and entered the building at 300 Indiana Avenue, home to the D.C. Police Homicide Division. After passing through security and being directed by a uniformed police officer, he stopped at a desk. He had tried his father once again from the morgue, but still no answer. Frustrated, he was now also worried that his father had somehow found out and was on his way up here. He looked down at the card the attendant at the morgue had given him. "Detective Buford Chandler, please," he said, looking down at the young woman behind the desk. "And you are?" The sharp angle of her neck and her superior tone immediately made Fisk want to stuff her in one of her own desk drawers. "John Fisk. Detective Chandler is investigating my brother's murder. His name was Michael Fisk." She stared at him, no recognition on her features. "He was a clerk at the Supreme Court," he added. She glanced at some papers on her desk. "And somebody killed him?" "This is the Homicide Division, isn't it?" She settled her gaze back on him, her look of annoyance pronounced. He continued. "Yes, somebody killed him." He glanced down at the nameplate on her desk. "Ms. Baxter." "Well, what exactly can I do for you?" "I'd like to see Detective Chandler." "Is he expecting you?" Fisk leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. "Not exactly, but—" "Then I'm afraid he's not in," she said, cutting him off. "I think if you put a call into—" Fisk stopped and watched as she turned away from him and started typing on her computer. "Look, I really need to see Detective Chandler." She typed as she spoke. "Let me educate you on a situation here, okay? We have lots of cases and not too many detectives. We don't have time for every drop-in off the street. We have to have priorities. I'm sure you can understand that." Her voice drifted off as she looked at the computer screen. Fisk leaned forward until his face was only a couple of inches from the woman, When she looked around, they were eye to eye. "Let me make you understand something. I came up from Richmond to identify the remains of my brother at Detective Chandler's request. I did that. My brother is dead, and right about now the medical examiner is cutting a Y incision in his chest so that he can lift out his insides, organ by organ. Then he's going to take a saw and cut an intermastoid incision like a wedge of pie through his skull, right about here." Fisk made an imaginary cut along Ms. Baxter's head with his finger, overcoming a very strong impulse to snatch up a handful of the woman's permed blonde hair. "That's so he can lift out his brain and trace the path of the bullet that killed him, and perhaps get some shell fragments. Now, I thought I'd come and have a chat with Detective Chandler and see if I can come up with some leads on who might have killed him." She said coldly, "Well, that's not your job, is it? We have enough problems without family members getting involved in police investigations. I'm sure Detective Chandler will be in touch if he needs you." She again turned away from him. Fisk gripped the edge of her desk and took a deep breath, trying his best not to lose it. "Look, I can understand the caseload problem you must have here, and the fact that you don't know me from Adam. I'm really busy right now, sir, so if you have a problem, I suggest you put it in writing. All I want to do is talk to the man. Am I going to have to call a guard or what?" Fisk slammed his hand down on the desk. "My brother is dead, and I would really appreciate if you would take that piss-poor attitude you're wearing and replace it with just an ounce of compassion. And if you can't force yourself to mean it, lady, then just pretend." "I'm Buford Chandler." Both Fisk and Baxter turned. Chandler was black, in his early 50s, with curly white hair, a matching mustache, and a tall, thickened frame that managed to retain a certain athleticism from his youth. He wore an empty shoulder holster, a smudge of pistol oil on his shirt where the grip had lain against it. He looked Fisk up and down from behind a pair of trifocals. "I'm John Fisk." "I heard. In fact, I've been standing over here listening to the whole thing." "Then you know what he said to me, Detective Chandler," Baxter said. "Every word." "And don't you have something to say?" "Yes, I do." Baxter looked over at Fisk with a look of satisfaction on her face. "Well?" "I think this young man gave you some pretty good advice." Chandler hooked a finger at Fisk. "Let's talk." Chandler and Fisk made their way through busy hallways to a small, cluttered office. "Have a seat." Chandler pointed to the only chair in the room, other than the one behind his desk. There were files stacked on the chair. "Just put those on the floor." Chandler held up a warning finger. "Be careful you don't taint any evidence. These days, if I belch while I'm looking at tissue samples, all I'm going to hear is, 'Inadmissible, free my mass-murdering son of a bitch of a client.'" Fisk very carefully moved the files, while Chandler settled behind his desk. "Now, I don't want you to feel sorry for what you said to Judy Baxter." "I wasn't planning on it." Chandler suppressed a smile. "Okay, first things first. I'm sorry about your brother." "Thank you," Fisk said in a subdued manner. "Probably the first time you heard that since arriving up here, isn't it?" "Actually, it is." "So, you were in law enforcement?" Chandler casually remarked, then smiled at Fisk's surprise. "The average citizen doesn't usually know about Y incisions and intermastoid cuts. With the way you got in Ms. Baxter's face, the manner in which you carry yourself, and your build, I'd say you were a patrolman." "Past tense?" "If you were still on the force, the folks in Richmond would have told me when we contacted them. And besides, I know very few police officers who wear suits off duty." "Right on all counts. I'm glad you were assigned to this case, Detective Chandler." "You and 42 other active cases." Fisk shook his head, and Chandler continued. "Budgetary cuts and all, I don't even have a partner anymore." "So, in other words, don't expect any miracles?" "I will do my best to catch whoever killed your brother, but I can give no guarantees." "Then how about a little unofficial help?" "How do you mean?" "I worked a lot of homicides with the detectives down in Richmond, learned a lot, remember a lot. Maybe I can be your new partner." "Officially, that's absolutely impossible." "Officially, I absolutely understand." "What do you do now?" "I'm a criminal defense attorney," said Fisk. Chandler rolled his eyes. "And I take pride in my work, too, Detective Chandler." Chandler looked over Fisk's shoulder toward the door. "Shut that, will you?" He remained silent until Fisk did so and returned to his seat. Now, despite my better judgment, I will take your offer of assistance under advisement. Fisk shook his head. I'm here now. Considering that after 48 hours, the success rate on homicides heads to China, that's not going to cut it. Fisk thought this might set the man off, but Chandler remained calm. You got a business card where you can be reached? Chandler asked. Fisk passed across his card after writing his home number on the back. In return, Chandler handed him a card with a series of phone numbers on it. Office, home, beeper, fax, cell phone, when I remember to carry it, which I never do. Chandler opened a file on his desk and studied it. Reading upside down, Fisk saw his brother's name on the label. I was told he was killed during a robbery. That's what the prelim indicated, anyway. Fisk caught the odd tone in Chandler's voice. And has that opinion changed? It was only a prelim to begin with. He closed the file and looked at Fisk. The facts of this case, at least what we know so far, are pretty simple. Your brother was found in the front seat of his car in an alleyway near the Anacostia River, with a gunshot contact wound to the right side of his head and an exit wound on the left. Looked to be fairly heavy caliber. We have not found the slug, but that search continues. The killer could have found it and taken it with him so that we can't do a ballistics test, if we ever get a gun to do a match. It would take a cool hand to root around in an alley looking for a slug while a dead body is sitting a few feet away. I agree, but again, the bullet may still be found. I understand his wallet was missing. Let's put it another way. No wallet was found on him. Was he in the habit of not carrying one? Fisk looked away for an instant. We haven't seen each other much the last few years, but I think you can assume he was carrying a wallet. So you didn't find it in his apartment? Give me a little slack, John. Your brother's body was only found yesterday. Chandler opened his notebook and picked up a pen. The alley where he was found is a high-use drug area, among other things. To your knowledge, was he a drug user, casual or otherwise? No, he was not a drug user. But you can't be sure, can you? You just said you hadn't seen much of each other, right? My brother set the highest goals for himself with everything he did, and then he surpassed those goals. Drugs did not enter into that equation. Any idea why he would have been in that area? No, but he could have been kidnapped somewhere else and driven there. Any reason why someone would want him dead? I can't think of a one. No enemies, jealous boyfriends, money problems? No, but again, I'm probably not the best source for that. Do you have a prelim on the time of death? Pretty vague. I'm waiting on the official word. Why? I just came from the morgue. I felt my brother's hand. It was soft, supple. Rigor had long since passed. What was the condition of the body when it was found last night? Let's just say he had been there a while. That's surprising. From what you said, it's not an isolated area. True, but in that area, dead bodies and alleys aren't all that uncommon. Then again, about 99% of the homicides in that area involve black victims for the very simple fact that whites just don't frequent the place. So my brother should have stood out, you're saying. Any ATM withdrawals, credit card purchases? We're checking all that. When did you last speak with your brother? He called me over a week ago. What did he say? I wasn't in. He left a message, said he needed my advice on something. Did you call him back? Not until recently. Why'd you wait? It wasn't high on my priority list. Is that right? Chandler twirled his pen between his fingers. Tell me something. Did you even like your brother? Fisk looked at him squarely. Somebody killed my brother. I want to catch whoever did it. And that's really all I'm going to say about it. The look in Fisk's eyes made Chandler decide to move on. Maybe he wanted to talk about something to do with work. See, what makes this case intriguing is your brother's occupation. Meaning, is his murder related to something at the Supreme Court? It's a long shot, absolutely, but what you just told me about your brother's phone call might just make it slightly less of a long shot than it seemed a minute ago. I doubt if he wanted my 2 cents on the latest abortion case. Then what? How to pick up women? You must not have seen a picture of him. He never needed help with that one. I have seen a picture of him, but the dead don't photograph all that well. But he said he wanted some advice. Maybe it was legal. Well, you can always make a trip to the court to see if there are any conspiracies going on up there. We have to tread lightly, you know. We? I'm sure your brother has personal effects there, and it would not be unusual for next of kin to visit his place of work. I'm assuming you've been there before? Once, when Mike first started, my dad and I. And your mother? Alzheimer's. Sorry to hear that. Any other developments? In answer, Chandler rose, took down his jacket from a hanger on the back of the door, and slipped it on. I'd like to take you down to your brother's car. And after that? Chandler checked his watch before looking up and smiling. Then we'll have just enough time to go to court, Counselor. Chapter 22. Rufus watched the door as it slowly opened. He braced himself for the sight of a mass of men in green fatigues moving in on him, but then his apprehension slid away when he saw who it was. Time to check me again? Cassandra came and stood next to the bed. Now, isn't that a woman's plight in life, always checking up on men? Her words were funny. Her tone was not. She looked at the monitors and made some notations in his chart, glancing at him as she did so. It feels good. I ain't used to that. He took care not to rattle his restraints as he sat up a little. I called your brother. Rufus's expression grew serious. Is that right? What did he say? He said he'd be coming to see you. He say when? Sooner than later. Today, in fact. What all did you tell him? I told him you were sick, but getting better fast. He tell you anything else? I found him to be a man of few words, Cassandra remarked. That's Josh. Is he as big as you? Nah, he's a little guy, 6'3" or so, not much over 200 pounds. Cassandra shook her head and turned to leave. You got time to sit and talk? Rufus asked. I'm supposed to be on my break. I just came to tell you about your brother. I've got to go. She seemed a little unfriendly. Are you okay? Even if I'm not, there isn't anything you can do about it. Her tone was now edgy, rough. Rufus studied her for a moment. Is there a Bible around here? She turned back, surprised. Why? I read the Bible every day. Have for as long as I can remember. She looked over at the table next to the bed, went across and pulled out a Gideon's Bible. I can't give it to you. Can't get that close. The people from the prison were real clear on that point. You don't have to give it to me. If you would, I'd appreciate if you could read a passage to me. Read to you? You don't have to, he said quickly. You may not even be interested, in the Bible and church-going. She looked down at him, one hand on her hip, the other closed around the green Bible. I sing in the choir. My husband, God rest his soul, was a lay minister. Well, that's real good, Cassandra. And your kids? How do you know I have kids? Because I'm not skinny? What then? You look like you're used to loving little things. His words startled her, a smile quickly breaking through the cloud over her features. I am going to have to watch you. She noted that he looked at the Bible like he was thirsty and needed a drink, and she was holding the freshest, coldest glass of water in the history of the world. What do you want me to read? 103rd Psalm. Cassandra debated for a moment and then pulled up a chair and sat down. Rufus lay back on the bed. Thank you, Cassandra. As she read, she glanced at him. His eyes were closed. She read a few more words, looked up and saw his lips moving and then stopping. She looked at the next sentence, quickly memorized it, and read it while watching him. Rufus was silently mouthing each of the words at the same time she was saying them. She stopped, but he continued to the end of the sentence. When she did not start up again, he opened his eyes. You know the psalm by heart? She asked. Know most of the Bible by heart. All the Psalms and Proverbs. That's pretty impressive. I've had a long time to work on it. Why did you want me to read it to you then if you already knew it? Looked like you were a little troubled. I thought visiting the scriptures might help you some. Help me? Cassandra looked down at the page and read to herself. He forgives all my sins. He heals me. He ransoms me from hell. He surrounds me with loving kindness and tender mercies. Work was depressing. Her teenage children were more and more beyond her control every day. She was on the north side of 40, 50 pounds overweight, and there wasn't an eligible man in sight. With all that, as she watched this prisoner, this chained-up killer who was going to die in prison. She felt like bursting into tears in the face of his kindness, his unsolicited consideration for her plight. The 103rd Psalm also held special appeal for Rufus, one line in particular. He mouthed it to himself. He gives justice to all who are treated unfairly. "Recognize it?" Chandler asked as they approached the 1987 silver Honda sedan parked in the police lot. Fisk nodded. "We got it for him when he graduated from college. We all chipped in, my parents and me. I've got 5 brothers. They never did that for me." Chandler unlocked the driver's side door and stepped back for Fisk to look inside. "Where'd you find the car keys?" "On the front seat." "Any other personal items?" Chandler shook his head. Fisk examined the front seat, dash, windshield, and side windows, his puzzlement clear. "Has it been cleaned?" "No, just like we found it, except for the occupant." Fisk straightened back up and looked at the detective. "If you put a heavy-caliber pistol flush against somebody's temple and pull the trigger in a confined space like this, you'll have blood splatters on the seat, steering wheel, windshield. You'd also have bone and tissue throw-off. All I see are a few stains here and there, probably where his head was touching the seat." Chandler looked amused. "Is that right?" Fisk clenched his jaw. "I'm not telling you anything you didn't already know. I take it this was another little test of yours?" Chandler nodded slowly. Could be another reason. Remember I said I had 5 brothers?" "Yeah." "Well, I started out with 6. One of my brothers was murdered 35 years ago, working at a gas station, and some punk came in and popped him for $12 in the register. I was only 16 at the time, but I remember every detail like it was maybe 5 minutes ago. Anyway, most families who come in to identify their loved ones don't head over to my office and offer their services. They grieve and console each other, which is entirely proper. Oh, they rant and rave for a while about wanting to catch the SOB who did it, but they don't really want to get involved in the process. I mean, who would? And they don't usually have a law enforcement background. Add it all up, and I spotted you as somebody who might be able to really contribute, and you just proved it. I can understand the rage you must be feeling, John, whether you liked your brother or not. Somebody took something from you, something important. Ripped it from you, in fact. It's been 35 years, and I still feel that rage." Fisk looked around at all the civilian cars in the police lot. He assumed each hunk of metal was waiting its turn to spill the secrets of another tragedy. He turned back to Chandler. "I guess rage will do." He added quietly, looking down, "until something else comes along." His tone did not hold out much hope. "Fair enough." Chandler continued his analysis. "The absence of all the physical evidence you just mentioned does have me puzzled. It doesn't look like he was killed in the car." "That's right. It looks like he was killed somewhere else, and his body was then put in the front seat. Now that single conclusion takes us into a whole new realm of possibilities." "Then we're talking about something more deliberate than a random kidnapping and murder." "Possibly, although some punks could have kidnapped him, taken him out of the car to maybe hit an ATM. He refuses, they pop him, get scared, and then dump him back in his car." "Then there would have been some physical evidence at the ATM. Any sign of that?" "No, but there are a lot of ATMs. And a lot of people use them. If it's been at least a day, you'd think someone would have noticed." "You'd think, but you can't be sure. We're trying to isolate your brother's movements and whereabouts for the last 48 hours. He was seen last at his apartment 2 days ago. After that, nada." "If somebody carjacked him, what about prints? Most perps looking for ATM cards aren't sophisticated enough to wear gloves." "We're still processing that." "Would you like another observation?" "Fire away." Fisk held open the car door and pointed at the inside part of the door jamb, the section that you don't see when the door is closed. Chandler fumbled for his glasses, put them on, and saw what Fisk was pointing at. Chandler slapped on a pair of latex gloves he pulled from his coat pocket, gently lifted the small piece of sticky plastic off, and held it in his palm, observing it carefully. "Your brother just had his car serviced at Walmart. It recommends that the next oil service take place in 3 months or 3,000 miles, whichever comes first. They put the future date and future mileage reading on that sticker as a reminder for when you're supposed to come back in. According to the date on that sticker and subtracting out 3 months, my brother went in for service 3 days before his body was found. Now look at the mileage for when the next service is recommended and subtract 3,000 miles from it. That'll give you approximately what the odometer should read right now. Chandler swiftly did the math. 86,543. Now look at the Honda's current odometer reading. Chandler leaned back in the car and checked. Then he looked back at Fisk, his eyes slightly wide. Somebody put about 800 miles on this car in the last 3 days. That's right, Fisk said. Where the hell did he go? The sticker doesn't have which Walmart he used, but probably it was one close to his home. You should call around. They might be able to tell us something useful. Right. Can't believe we missed this, said Chandler. He slipped the plastic sticker in a clear zippered bag he pulled from his coat pocket and wrote some information on the outside of it. Oh, and John? Yeah. He held up the zippered bag. No more tests, okay? Chapter 23. A half hour later, Chandler and Fisk walked through the front entrance of the United States Supreme Court. Inside, the place was large and intimidating. What really engaged Fisk's attention, though, was the quiet, so extreme as to be unsettling. It seemed to border on the hallucinatory, trying to imagine a functioning world right outside the doors. Fisk thought of the last very silent place he had been today, the morgue. He said, "Who are we supposed to be meeting?" Chandler pointed to a group of men walking purposefully down the hallway toward them. Them. As they drew nearer, their collective footsteps became the boom of cannon in this acoustical tunnel. One of the men wore a suit. The other two were in uniforms and carried sidearms. Detective Chandler. The man in the suit extended his hand. I'm Richard Perkins, Marshal of the United States Supreme Court. Perkins was about 5'9", skinny, with the stuck-out ears of a boy, and white hair combed straight over his forehead like a frozen waterfall. He introduced his companions. Chief of Police Leo D'Alessandro, his second-in-command, Ron Claus. Glad to meet you, Chandler said, and he watched Perkins look expectantly over at Fisk. He added, John Fisk, Michael Fisk's brother. All of them rushed to provide their condolences. A tragedy, a mindless tragedy, Perkins said. Michael was so highly thought of. He'll be sorely missed. Fisk managed an appreciative demeanor in the face of all this instant sympathy. You've locked up Michael Fisk's office as I requested? Chandler asked. D'Alessandro nodded. It was difficult because he shared it with another clerk. 2 to an office is the norm. Well, let's hope we won't need to keep it off limits long. We can meet in my office if you'd like and go over your agenda, Detective Chandler, Perkins offered. It's right down the hallway. Let's do it. As Fisk started off with them, Perkins stopped and looked at Chandler. I'm sorry, I was assuming that Mr. Fisk was here for another reason, unrelated to your investigation. He's helping me out with some background information on his brother, Chandler said. Perkins looked at Fisk with what Fisk gauged as unfriendly eyes. I didn't even know Michael had a brother, said Perkins. He never mentioned you. That's okay, he never mentioned you either, Fisk replied. Perkins's office was right off the hallway leading to the courtroom. It was furnished in an old-fashioned colonial style, the architecture and craftsmanship from an era of government unburdened with trillion-dollar national debts and budgets awash in red. At a side table of Perkins's office sat a man in his late 40s. His blond hair was cut very short, and his long, narrow face carried an unshakable air of authority. His self-assured manner suggested that he enjoyed the exercise of that authority. When he rose, Fisk noted that he was well over 6 feet tall and looked as though he spent regular time in the gym. Detective Chandler? The man extended one hand, and with the other flashed his identification card. FBI Special Agent Warren McKenna. Chandler looked at Perkins. I wasn't aware that the Bureau had been brought in on this. Perkins started to say something, but McKenna said briskly, As I'm sure you know, the Attorney General and the FBI have the legal right to fully investigate the murder of any person employed by the United States government. However, the Bureau is not looking to take over the investigation or step on your toes. That's good, because even the tiniest bit of unwanted pressure and I just go nuts. Chandler smiled. McKenna's expression remained unchanged. I'll try to keep that in mind. Fisk held out his hand. John Fisk, Agent McKenna. Michael Fisk was my brother. I'm sorry, Mr. Fisk. I know it must be damn tough for you, McKenna said, shaking his hand. The FBI agent focused again on Chandler. If conditions dictate a more active role for the Bureau, then we would expect your full cooperation. Remember that the victim was a federal employee. He looked around the room. Employed by one of the most revered institutions in the world, and perhaps one of the most feared. Fear out of ignorance, Perkins pointed out. But feared nonetheless. After Waco, the World Trade Center, in Oklahoma City, we've learned to be extra careful, McKenna said. Too bad you people weren't fast learners, Chandler said dryly. But turf battles are big wastes of time. I do believe in share and share alike, though, okay? Of course, McKenna said. Chandler asked a half-hour's worth of questions, trying basically to establish if any case Michael Fisk had been working on at the court could have led to his murder. The same answer kept coming back to him from each of the court representatives. Impossible. McKenna asked very few questions, but listened intently to the ones asked by Chandler. The precise details of cases pending before the court are so well insulated from the public that there would be no way anyone could know what a specific clerk is or isn't working on. Perkins smacked the tabletop with his palm to emphasize the point. Unless that clerk told someone. Perkins shook his head. I personally run them through the drill on security and confidentiality as part of their orientation. The ethical rules which apply to them are very stringent. They're even provided with a handbook on the subject. No leaks are permitted. Chandler looked unconvinced. What's the average age of the clerks here? 25, 26? Something like that. They're kids, working at the highest court in the land. You telling me that it's impossible that they might let something slip, not even to impress a date? I've been around long enough to know better than to use the word impossible to ever describe anything. I'm a homicide detective, Mr. Perkins, and believe you me, I got the same damn problem. Could we back up to square one here? D'Alessandro said. From what I know about the case, it seemed that robbery was the motive. He spread his hands and looked expectantly at Chandler. How does that involve the court? Have you searched his apartment yet? Not yet. I'm sending a team over tomorrow. How do we know it's not something connected to his personal life? D'Alessandro asked. Everyone looked at Chandler for an answer. The detective glanced down at his notes without really focusing on them. I'm just covering all the bases. Going to a homicide victim's place of work and asking questions is not even remotely unusual, gentlemen. Certainly, Perkins said. You can count on our full cooperation. Now, why don't we have a look at Mr. Fisk's office? Chandler said. Chapter 24. The man glided cat-smooth down the corridor. He was 6'3", lean but strongly built, with wide shoulders fanning out from a thick neck. He had a long and narrow face, the skin chestnut brown and smooth, except for deep tracings of lines at the eyes and mouth, like the whorls of a fingerprint. He wore a crumpled Virginia Tech baseball cap. A short-haired, black and gray beard outlined his jaw. He was dressed in worn jeans and a faded, sweat-stained denim shirt with the sleeves rolled up, showing off a pair of thick, veiny forearms. A pack of Pall Malls poked out of the shirt's front pocket. He approached the end of the hallway and rounded the corner. As soon as he did so, the soldier sitting next to the doorway of the last room on the hall rose and held up a hand. Sorry, sir, this area is off-limits to everyone except necessary medical personnel. My brother's in there, Joshua Harms said, and I'm going to see him. I'm afraid that's impossible. Harms eyed the soldier's name tag. I'm afraid it ain't, Private Brown. I visit him at the prison all the time. Now you let me in there, you hear me? I don't think so. Well, then I'm going to go round up the head of this hospital and the local police and the damn commandant over at Fort Jackson and tell 'em you refuse to allow a family member to visit a dying relative. Then they'll all take turns kicking your butt on down the road, soldier boy. Did I mention I spent 3 years in Vietnam and got me enough medals to cover your whole damn body? Are you going to let me in, or we going to have to go down that other street? I want your answer, and I want it right this damned minute. An unnerved Brown looked around for a minute, unsure of what to do. I need to call somebody. No, you don't. You can search me, but I'm going on in there. Won't be long, but it's going to be right now. What's your name? Josh Harms. He pulled out his wallet. Here's my driver's license. I've been over the prison a lot over the years, but I don't recall ever seeing you. I don't work at the prison, he said. I'm on temporary assignment here. I'm in the reserves. The reserves? Pulling guard duty on a prisoner? The correctional facility specialists who flew in with your brother went back earlier today. They're bringing in some replacements tomorrow morning to relieve me. Hallelujah for them. Now we ready to get this done? Private Brown stared at him for another few seconds. Turn around, he said finally. Josh did so. Brown started to pat him down. Right before he reached his front pants pocket, Josh said, Don't get excited, but there's a pocket knife in there. Just pull it out and hold it for me. You hold it good and tight, son. I'm right partial to that knife. Private Brown finished the pat down and straightened. You got 10 minutes, and that's it, and I'm going in with you. You go in with me, then you're deserting your post. You desert your post in the Army or the Reserves, and you're going to end up where my brother is. He looked at the man's youthful features. A wannabe weekend warrior, he concluded. Probably pushed a pencil Monday through Friday before slipping on his fatigues and gun looking for adventure. And let me tell you, prison ain't where somebody looks like you wants to be. Private Brown swallowed nervously. 10 minutes. The two men locked eyes. Thank you kindly, Josh Harms said, not meaning one word of it. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. Rufus, he said quietly. Didn't think you were going to get here so quick, brother. Josh went over to the side of the bed and stared down at him. What in the hell happened to you? Ain't sure you want to know. It's all about that damn letter you got, ain't it? Josh pulled a chair over next to the bed. How long the guard give you? 10 minutes, but I ain't worried about him. 10 minutes ain't going to be long enough to tell you much, but I'll tell you this. I'll go back to Fort Jackson, and they're going to kill me as soon as I step inside. Who's they? Rufus shook his head. I tell you, then they're going to just come after you. I'm in here with you, ain't I? That baby soldier out there is stupid, but he ain't that stupid. He's going to put me down on the visitors' roster. You know that. Rufus swallowed with difficulty. I know. Probably never should have got you to come on down here. I'm here now, so start talking. Rufus thought about it for a minute. Look, Josh, that letter from the Army, when I got it, I remembered everything that happened that night. I mean everything. It was like somebody shot it right into my head. You talking about the girl? Rufus was already nodding. Everything. I know why I did it, and the fact is, it wasn't my fault. His brother looked at him skeptically. Come on now, Rufus, you did kill that little girl, no way around that. Killing and meaning to kill's two different things. Anyway, I got my lawyer from back then. You mean your piss-poor excuse for a lawyer? You read the letter? Sure I did. Come to my house, didn't it? Guess that was the last civilian address the Army had for you. Big, dumb carcass didn't know it had you smack in one of its own damn prisons. Well, I got Ryder to file something for me, in court. What did he file? A letter I wrote. Letter? How'd you get it out? Same way you got the letter from the Army in. Both men smiled. Rufus said, They got a printing operation inside the prison. The machinery is hot and dirty, so the guards give you a little space. Let me work my magic. So you think the court's going to look at your case? I wouldn't bet my life on it, little brother. Don't look like the court's going to do nothing. Well, gee, that's a big-ass surprise. Rufus looked past his brother at the door. When the guard's coming back from the prison? Boy said tomorrow morning. Well, that means I got to get out of here tonight. Woman who called me said you had some kind of heart attack. Look at you all strapped to this crap. How far you think you can run? How far you think I can run dead? You really think they're going to try and kill you? They don't want this to come out. You said you read the letter from the Army. Yep. Well, I was never in the program they said I was. Josh eyed him hard. How you mean? Just what I said. Somebody put me in the records. They wanted me to look like I was in it, to cover up what they did to me. Why I killed that little girl. In case somebody checked, I reckon they had to do it. They thought I was going to be dead. Josh took this in slowly until the truth hit him. Jesus, Lord Almighty. Why would they do that shit to you? You asking me that? They hated me, thought I was the biggest screw-up in the world, wanted me dead. If I had known all that was happening, I sure as hell would have come back and kicked some butt. You were busy trying to keep the VC from tearing you up. But I go back to prison now, they're going to make sure they get me this time. Josh looked at the door and then down at his brother's restraints. I need your help to do this, Josh. You're damn right you do, Rufus. You ain't got to help me. You can turn and walk straight out of here. I still love you. You stood by me all these years. What I'm asking ain't fair, I know that. You worked hard, you got yourself a good life. I'd understand. Then you don't know your brother. Rufus slowly reached out and took his brother's hand. They gripped each other tightly, as though trying to give strength and resolve to one another for what lay ahead. Anybody see you come in? Nobody except the guard. I didn't exactly come in the front door. Then I can pretend to knock you out, get out of here on my own. They know I'm a crazy SOB, kill my own brother and never think twice about it. Bullshit, that dog just won't hunt, Rufus. You wouldn't even know where the hell to go. They'd catch your butt in 10 minutes. I worked on repairs at this hospital for almost 2 years, know it like the back of my hand. Way I came in is supposed to be locked, only the nurses taped over the lock. They sneaked their smokes out there. How you want to work it, then? We just go back out the way I came in. It's right down the hall on the left. Don't pass no nurse's station or nothing. My truck's right outside the door. I got a buddy 30 minutes from here. He owes me a favor. I'll leave my truck in one of his old barns and borrow his rig for a while. He won't ask no questions, and he won't answer any if the police come along. We hit the road and don't look back. You sure you want to do this? How about your kids? They all gone, don't see 'em much. What about Louise? Josh looked down for a moment. Louise walked out the door 5 years ago, and I ain't seen her since. You never told me that. What you gonna do about it if I had? I'm sorry. I'm damn sorry about a lot of things. I ain't the easiest person to live with. Can't say I blame any of them. Josh shrugged his shoulders. So it's just the two of us again. Make Mama happy if she was alive. You sure? Don't ask me that again, Rufus. Rufus raised his manacled hands. What about these? His brother was already sliding something out of his boot. When he straightened back up, he was holding a slender piece of metal with a slight hook at one end. Don't tell me that boy didn't search you. Shit, like he knew where to look. Once he took my pocket knife, he figured he had all my dangerous weapons. Didn't even bother to do my boots. Josh grinned and then inserted the metal in the lock on the restraints. You think you can pick it? Josh stopped and looked at his brother with contempt. If I can escape from the damn Viet Cong, I can sure as hell pick an Army-issued pair of handcuffs. Out in the hallway, Private Brown looked at his watch. The 10 minutes were up. He cracked open the door to the room. All right, Harms, time's up. He pushed the door open further. Mr. Harms, did you hear me? Time's up. Brown heard a small groan. He drew his pistol and pushed the door all the way open. What's going on in here? The groaning became louder. Brown looked around for the light switch. That's when he stumbled over something. He knelt down and touched the man's face as his vision focused. Mr. Harms, you okay? Josh opened his eyes. I'm fine, how about you? Then a big hand clamped down on Brown's gun and stripped it clean away. The other hand went over his mouth, and he was lifted completely off the floor, one massive fist colliding with his jaw and knocking him out. Rufus put Brown in the bed, covering him with the sheet. Josh put the restraints around the unconscious soldier's arms and legs and locked him up tight. Then he used adhesive tape and gauze he found in one of the cabinets to tape his mouth shut. The last thing he did was search the soldier and retrieve his pocket knife. As Josh turned toward him, Rufus wrapped his arms around his brother and squeezed tight. Josh returned the hug, the first time the men had been able to do this in 25 years. His eyes moist, Rufus shook a little as Josh finally pulled away. Now, don't get too mushy on me. We ain't got no time for that. Rufus smiled. It still feels good to hold you, Josh. Josh put a hand on his brother's shoulder. Never thought we'd get a chance to ever do that. Never going to take that for granted again. So what now? You can't see where the boy was sitting from the hallway, but they got private security here. Josh checked his watch. When I was working here, they made rounds every hour on the hour. It's 1:15 now. Those boys are on the 6 shingles an hour plan and don't give much of a shit about guarding bedpans, but they'll probably notice he's gone at some point. You ready? Rufus had already pulled on his prison pants and shoes. He had left off the shirt, opting for just his T-shirt instead. He had one thing clutched in his hand, the Gideon Bible. He didn't feel free yet, but he was only seconds from it. 25 years worth already. Chapter 25. Chandler looked around Michael Fisk's office. Located on the second floor of the building, it was large, with high ceilings and half-foot-wide moldings. There were two massive wooden desks, both with a computer workstation, shelves filled with volumes of law books and case reporters, and a portable book caddy. There were wooden cabinets and stacks of files placed on the desks. The place was organized in a disorderly fashion, he concluded. Perkins looked at Chandler. There has to be someone from the court present while you search. There are many confidential documents in here, drafts of opinions, memos from justices and other clerks, that sort of thing, pertaining to undecided cases. All right, we won't remove anything that may relate to pending cases. But how can you know if it does or not? I'll ask you. I don't know, I'm not even a lawyer. Chandler said, Well, then get somebody down here who is, because I'm going through this office. It may not be possible today. Can it wait until tomorrow? I believe all the clerks have gone home. Chief Justice Ramsey didn't think they should work late, considering what happened. Some of the justices are still here, Richard, Claus said. Perkins cast an unfriendly glance at Claus, who looked over at D'Alessandro. I didn't want to bring the justices into this until it was absolutely necessary, but let me see what I can do, he said. I'm afraid I'll have to lock this door until I get back. Chandler took a step closer to Perkins. Look, Richard, I'm the police. Now, maybe I'm wrong and you don't mean what I thought you did by that very stupid remark. Perkins's face flushed, but he left the door unlocked, motioned to Claus to accompany him, and they walked off. D'Alessandro stayed behind, talking to McKenna. Chandler went over to Fisk. I get the feeling this has all been scripted out long before we got here. McKenna knew your name before you were introduced. They've obviously already done some digging. Well, I guess you can't blame them. I'm going to go over and talk to McKenna, said Chandler. Never know when we might need a favor from the feds. Fisk leaned back against the wall and checked his watch. He still hadn't reached his father. The door a short way down the hall from his brother's office opened and a young man came out. Fisk nodded his head. Busy place. Are you with the police? Fisk shook his head and extended his hand. Just an observer. I'm John Fisk. Mike was my brother. The young man went pale. Oh, God, it's awful. Awful, I'm so sorry. He shook Fisk's hand. I'm Stephen Wright. Did you know Mike well? Not really. I just started this session. I clerk for Justice Knight. I know everyone thought the world of him. Fisk looked at the door Wright had come out of. Is that your office? Wright nodded. I guess there's been a lot of activity at my brother's office. You bet. People have been in and out all day. Like Mr. Perkins, Chief D'Alessandro, and that gentleman over there. Fisk looked to where he was pointing. Oh, that's Agent McKenna from the FBI, Fisk said. Wright shook his head sadly. I've never known anyone who's been... He stopped and looked embarrassed. It's okay. I know what you mean. Suddenly, all of Fisk's attention was trained on a pair of people walking toward him. His focus, actually, was on only one. Despite her obvious good looks, the woman looked, Fisk concluded, like the tomboy next door, someone you could play touch football or chess with, and end up losing. Sarah Evans eyed Fisk. She had seen him come into the building earlier and guessed what he was here for. She had stayed close by in case they needed one of the clerks to talk to. That's why Perkins had found her so quickly. She stopped directly in front of Fisk, causing Perkins to abruptly do the same. Oh, he said. John Fisk, this is Sarah Evans. You're Michael's brother? Let me guess, he never mentioned me, said Fisk. As a matter of fact, he did. They shared a firm handshake. The whites of her eyes were smudged with red, as was the tip of her nose. Her voice sounded tired. Fisk noted that she clutched a handkerchief in her other hand. He had the feeling they had met before. I'm very, very sorry about Michael, she said. Thank you. It came as a tremendous shock. Fisk blinked. Was there something in her eyes when he said that? Something that said it wasn't all that shocking to her? Perkins looked at Wright. I didn't know you were in your office. You might have tried knocking, Fisk suggested. Perkins cast him an unfriendly glance and walked over to Chandler and McKenna. Hi, Sarah, Wright said, a smile breaking across his face. From the way Wright was looking at her, it was obvious to Fisk that he was infatuated with the woman. Hello, Stephen. How are you holding up? I don't think anyone's gotten much work done today. I'm thinking about leaving soon. Sarah looked at Fisk. Everyone thought the world of your brother. It's rocked all of us, from the Chief Justice on down. But it doesn't come close to equaling your loss, I know. She said this so strangely that Fisk did a double-take. Before he could say anything, Perkins rejoined them. All right, Detective Chandler from D.C. Homicide is waiting, along with a gentleman from the FBI, Perkins said to Sarah. Why do they want to search Michael's office? Perkins's tone was blunt. That's none of your business. It's part of the investigation, Ms. Evans, Fisk explained, in case there's a connection with his murder. I thought it was a robbery. It was a robbery, and the sooner we can convince Detective Chandler that it has nothing whatsoever to do with the court, the better, Perkins said huffily. If that happens to be the case, Fisk said. Of course, but it is the case. Perkins turned to Sarah. As I explained on the way down, your task is to ensure that no confidential documents are seen or taken. Confidential meaning exactly what? She asked. You know, anything having to do with pending court cases, opinions, memos, that sort of thing. Shouldn't I be involved in that decision, Richard? Came a new voice. Or is that outside my jurisdiction? Fisk easily recognized the man approaching them. Harold Ramsey strode toward them like a vintage ocean liner, grandly pulling into harbor. Chief, I didn't see you there, Perkins said nervously. Obviously not. Ramsey looked at Fisk. I don't believe we've met. Michael's brother, John Fisk, offered Sarah. Ramsey held out his hand. His long, bony fingers seemed to wrap twice around Fisk's. I cannot tell you how sorry I am. Michael was a very special young man. I know that you and your family must feel his loss terribly. If there's anything we can do, please let us know. Fisk acknowledged Ramsey's sentiments, feeling like a stranger at a wake, awkwardly receiving condolences for a deceased he could not name. I will, he said solemnly. Ramsey looked at Perkins and inclined his head toward Chandler and McKenna. Who are those men and what do they want? Perkins explained the situation in a fairly efficient manner, although it was clear that Ramsey had already thought 5 steps ahead by the time Perkins finished his account. Would you ask Detective Chandler and Agent McKenna to step over here, please, Richard? When introductions had been made, Ramsey turned to Chandler. It seems to me that the better way of approaching the problem is to sit down with Justice Murphy and his clerks and take an oral inventory of the cases on which Michael was engaged. Understand that I'm trying to balance your right to investigate this crime with the court's responsibility to keep confidential its opinions until such time as they become publicly known. Okay? And I don't want anyone trying to pin any leak on me, Chandler thought to himself. Ramsey continued. I see no reason why you can't examine Michael's personal effects, if he kept any here. I only ask that any documents pertaining to the court's work be set aside until you have had your discussion with Justice Murphy. Then, should there appear to be a connection between a case Michael was working on and his death, arrangements can be made for you to investigate any link thoroughly. All right, Mr. Chief Justice, Chandler said. I've actually already spoken briefly with Justice Murphy. McKenna quickly agreed with this approach. Ramsey turned to Perkins. Richard, please advise Justice Murphy and his clerks. Detective Chandler will want to meet with them as soon as possible. I'm assuming tomorrow after oral argument will do? That'll be fine, Chandler replied. I'll also make available the court's legal counsel to assist you in coordinating matters and addressing any concerns of confidentiality that may arise. Sarah, you'll be available tomorrow, won't you? You were close with Michael. Fisk eyed her. How close, he wondered. Ramsey once again extended his hand to Fisk. I would also appreciate being advised of funeral arrangements. Ramsey then turned to Perkins. Richard, after you speak with Justice Murphy, please come to my office. The meaning in his tone was clear. After Ramsey and Perkins had left, Chandler watched as McKenna looked into Michael Fisk's office again. Chief D'Alessandro, Chandler said, to be as least disruptive as possible, I'll bring a team in tomorrow to search the office, so we only have to do it once. We appreciate that, D'Alessandro replied. However, I want this door locked until I come back, Chandler continued. Nobody goes in, and that means you, or Mr. Perkins, or... He looked pointedly at Agent McKenna. Anybody else? McKenna glared at Chandler as D'Alessandro nodded his agreement. Fisk looked around and caught Wright staring at Chandler. Wright abruptly closed his office door, and Fisk heard the lock turn. Smart man, he thought. As Fisk and Chandler were leaving the building, a voice made them stop. Do you mind if I see you out? Sarah said. Okay with me, Chandler said. John? Fisk shrugged noncommittally. Chandler smiled as they walked along. Why do I have the feeling we were just in the presence of the Almighty? Sarah smiled. The chief has that effect on people. So you clerk for Justice Knight? Fisk asked. Going on my 2nd year. As they rounded a corner, they almost collided with Elizabeth and Jordan Knight. Oh, Justice Knight, we were just talking about you, Sarah said. She made introductions all around. Senator, Chandler said, we appreciate what you're doing for the district. Without the special funding you just pushed through for the police department, I'd be conducting homicide investigations via bicycle. We've got a lot more to do, as you know. The problems were built up over a long time, and they're going to take just as long to correct, Knight said in a political, stumping tone. He looked at Fisk, and his voice softened. I am sorry about your brother, John. I didn't personally know him. I don't make it up to the court much. If I have lunch with my wife too often, the media thinks I'm trying to influence her decision-making. I guess they forget we share the same house and bed. But please accept my heartfelt condolences to you and your family. Fisk thanked him and then added, For what it's worth, I voted for you. Every vote counts. He looked over at his wife and smiled warmly. Just like it does up here, right, Mrs. Justice? How did Brennan put it? You need 5 votes to do anything? God, if I only had 5 votes to worry about, I'd be 30 pounds lighter and my hair would still be black. Elizabeth Knight didn't smile. Her eyes were as red as Sarah's, her skin paler than usual. Sarah, she said, I'd like to meet with you after the afternoon session tomorrow. She cleared her throat. And I'd like you to speak with Stephen about the bench memo on Chance. I have to have it by tomorrow at the latest. If he has to work through the night, I have to have it. Her voice was almost shrill. Sarah looked shaken. I'll tell him right away, Justice Knight. Knight gripped one of Sarah's hands. Thank you. She swallowed with difficulty. Please also remember that the dinner for Judge Wilkinson is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at my home. It's on my calendar, Sarah said a little reluctantly. Elizabeth Knight finally looked at Fisk. Your brother was a very gifted lawyer, Mr. Fisk. I know it may sound callous discussing these details, but the business of the court stops for no one. She added a little wearily, I learned that lesson a long time ago. Again, I'm very sorry. She checked her watch. Jordan, you're going to be late for your meeting on the Hill, and I have some work to finish. She looked at Fisk. If you'll excuse us? Fisk shrugged. Like you said, the machine stops for no one. After the Knights had departed, Sarah commented, Justice Knight is tough but fair. She glanced quickly at Fisk. I'm sure she didn't mean it to sound that way. Sure she did, Fisk said. Chandler stepped in. Well, she probably had to work 3 times as hard as a man to get where she is. You don't ever forget that sort of experience. That's a very liberated mindset, Sarah said. If you knew my wife, you'd understand. Sarah smiled. Ramsey and Knight are from different walks of life, although they tend to work together on many issues. He seems overly accommodating to her. Maybe he doesn't like confrontation with women. He's from a different generation. I don't think gender has anything to do with it, Fisk remarked bluntly. She's a brilliant jurist, Sarah said defensively. They all heard the beeping sound. Chandler reached down to his belt, held up the pager, and looked at the number on its screen. Can I use a phone? He asked Sarah. She led the way. Chandler rejoined them a minute later and shook his head wearily. Couple of new customers for me to interview. Shotgun wounds to the heads. Lucky me. Can you take me back to the station so I can pick up my car? Fisk asked. Actually, I was heading the other way. I can drive you, Sarah said quickly. Both men looked at her. I'm finished for the day, not that I got much accomplished. She looked down and smiled a little wistfully. The ironic thing is, I know Michael wouldn't approve. I've never seen anyone so dedicated, so hard-working. She looked at Fisk keenly, as though giving added strength to her words. Grab some dinner or something, Chandler suggested. You two might find a lot to talk about. Fisk glanced around, clearly uncomfortable with this suggestion, but he finally nodded. You ready? Give me a minute. She shook her head wearily. I have to tell Stephen he has to work all night, she said, and headed off. Chandler said, John, find out what you can. She was close to your brother. He added, unlike you. I'm not real good at spying, Fisk said, feeling guilty about plotting like this behind Sarah's back. He had to catch himself, though. He didn't even know the woman. As if he were privy to Fisk's thoughts, Chandler said, John, I know she's smart and pretty, and she worked with your brother, and she's shook up about his death. But remember one thing. What's that? Those are not reasons to trust her. With that parting comment, Chandler walked off. Chapter 26. Jordan Knight stood in the doorway of his wife's office and watched her. Elizabeth Knight's head was bowed as she sat at her desk. Several books were open in front of her, but she was obviously not reading any of them. Why don't you call it a day, honey? She looked up, startled. Jordan, I thought you had left for your meeting. He came over and stood next to her, massaging the back of her neck with one hand. I canceled it, and now it's time to go home. But I have some more work to do. We're all behind. It's so hard. He put a hand under her arm and helped her up. Beth, no matter how important it is, it's not that important. Let's go home, he said firmly. A few minutes later, they were being driven in a government car to their apartment. After a relaxing shower, something to eat, and a glass of wine, Elizabeth Knight finally started to feel halfway normal again as she lay on her bed. Her husband came in and sat down next to her, putting her feet on his lap and rubbing them. Sometimes I think we're too hard on our clerks, work them too hard, expect too much from them, she said after a while. Is that right? Jordan Knight cupped her chin in one hand. What, are you somehow trying to blame yourself for Michael Fisk's death? He wasn't working late the night he was probably killed. You told me he called in sick. His being in an alleyway in a bad part of town has nothing to do with you or the court. Somebody, some piece of street trash killed him. Maybe it was a robbery, or maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but you had nothing to do with it. The police think it was a robbery. I'm sure it's early on in the investigation, but it'll be given the highest priority. One of the clerks today asked if Michael Fisk's death might be connected to the court somehow. Jordan Knight considered this for a moment. Look, I suppose it's possible, but I can't see how. He suddenly looked worried. If it is, though, I'm going to make sure you have added protection. I'll make a call tomorrow, and you'll have your own Secret Service or FBI agent round the clock. Jordan, you don't have to do that. What? Make sure that some nut doesn't take you away from me? I think about that a lot, Beth. Some of the court's decisions are very unpopular. You all get death threats from time to time. You can't ignore that. I don't. I just try not to think about it. Fine, but don't get upset if I do. She smiled, touched his face. You take much too good care of me, you know. He smiled. When you have something precious, that's the only way to go. They tenderly kissed, and then Jordan pulled the covers up over her, turned out the light, and left to finish up some work in his study. Elizabeth Knight didn't go to sleep right away. She stared into the darkness, a series of emotions hitting her. Right when they all threatened to overwhelm her, she thankfully drifted off. I can't imagine what you're going through, John. I know how badly I'm feeling, and I'd only known Michael for a relatively short time. They were in Sarah's car, and had just crossed over the Potomac River and into Virginia. Fisk wondered if she was trying to impress upon him that she had little information to provide. So how long did you two work together? A year. Michael talked me into coming back for a second year. Ramsey said you and Michael were close. How close? She looked sharply at him. What are you implying? I just want to gather facts about my brother. I want to know who his friends were, if he was seeing anyone. He glanced over at her to gauge her reaction. If she had one, she wasn't showing it. You only lived 2 hours away, and you know nothing about his life? Is that your opinion or someone else's? I can actually make observations all by myself. Well, that's a two-way street. The observations or the 2-hour drive? Both. They pulled into the parking lot of a restaurant in Northern Virginia. They went inside, got a table, and ordered their drinks and food. A minute later, Fisk took a swallow of his Corona. Sarah sipped on a margarita. Fisk wiped his mouth. So, do you come from a family of lawyers? We tend to run in packs. She smiled and shook her head. I'm from a farm in North Carolina, single stoplight town, but my father had a connection to law. Fisk looked mildly interested. What was that? He was the justice of the peace for the area. Officially, his courtroom was a little space in the back of the jail. More often, he'd hear cases while sitting on his John Deere tractor in the middle of the field. Is that what got you interested in law? She nodded. My dad looked more like a judge sitting on dusty farm equipment than some others I've seen in the fanciest courts. Including the one you're in now? Sarah blinked and suddenly looked away. Fisk felt guilty for having made the comment. I bet your dad was a good JP. Common sense, fair in his decisions, man of the soil. She glanced at him to see if he was being sarcastic, but Fisk's look was genuine. That's exactly what he was. He mostly dealt with poachers and traffic tickets, but I don't think anyone walked away feeling they had been treated unfairly. You see him often? He died 6 years ago. I'm sorry. Is your mom still around? She died before Dad. Rural life can be rough. Sisters or brothers? She shook her head and seemed relieved to see their food arrive. It just occurred to me that I haven't eaten today, Fisk said as he took a large bite of his tortilla. I do that a lot. I think I had an apple this morning. Not good. His gaze swept over her. You don't have a lot of excess on you. She looked him over. Despite his broad shoulders and full cheeks, he almost looked gaunt, his shirt collar loose against his neck, his waist a little too small for his size. Neither do you. 20 minutes later, Fisk pushed away his empty plate and sat back. I know you're busy, so I won't waste your time. My brother and I didn't see a lot of each other. There's an information void I need to fill if I'm going to find out who did this. I thought that was Detective Chandler's job. Unofficially, it's mine. Your cop background? Sarah asked. Fisk arched his eyebrows. Michael told me a lot about you. Is that right? Yes, that's right. He was very proud of you. From cop to criminal defense attorney. Michael and I had some interesting discussions about that. Look, it bothers me that someone I don't know has been having discussions about my life. There's no reason to get upset. We just thought it was an interesting career change. Fisk shrugged. When I was a cop, I spent all my time getting criminals off the streets. Now I make my living defending them. To tell you the truth, I was starting to feel sorry for them. I don't think I've ever heard a cop admit that. Really? How many cops have you dealt with? I have a heavy foot. I get lots of traffic tickets. She smiled teasingly. Seriously, why did you make the switch? He absently played with his knife for a moment. I busted a guy who was carrying a brick of coke. He was a mule for some drug runners, a real minor role. Just transport the stuff from point A to point B. I had other probable cause to do a stop and search. I turn up the brick, and then the guy, with the vocabulary of a first grader, tells me he thought it was a hunk of cheese. Fisk looked directly at her. Can you believe that? He would have been better off claiming he didn't know how it got in there. Then his attorney could at least have had a shot at raising reasonable doubt on the possession charge. Trying to sell a jury on the fact that somebody who looks, acts, and talks like a slimeball really thought $10,000 worth of misery for their kids was a chunk of Swiss, well, you got problems. He shook his head. You put 10 of these guys in jail, there's 100 more just waiting to take their place. They've got nowhere else to go. If they had, they would. The thing is, you don't give people hope. They don't care what they do to themselves or each other. Sarah smiled. What's so funny? He asked. You sound a lot like your brother. Fisk paused and rubbed his hand across a water ring on the table. You spent a lot of time with Mike? Yes, quite a lot. Socially, too? We had drinks, dinner, outings. She took a sip of her drink and smiled. I've never been deposed before. Depositions can actually be quite painful. Really? Yes, like this, for instance. Something tells me Mike's death didn't seem to surprise you all that much. Is that true? Sarah instantly dropped her casual manner. No, I was horrified. Horrified, yes, but surprised. The waitress stopped by and asked if they would like some dessert or coffee. Fisk asked for the bill. Then they were back in the car and heading toward the district. A light rain had begun to fall. October was a quirky month, weather-wise, for the area. It could be hot, cold, or mild during any given stretch. Right now it was very hot and humid outside, and Sarah had the AC on high. Fisk looked at her expectantly. She caught his gaze, took a troubled breath, and started speaking slowly. Recently, Michael did seem nervous, distracted. Was that unusual? For the last 6 weeks, we've been cranking out bench memos. Everybody's short-fused, but Michael thrived under those conditions. You think it was related to something at the court? Michael didn't have much of a life outside the court. Other than you? She glanced at him sharply, but said nothing. Any big controversial cases pending? He asked. Every case is big and controversial. But he never mentioned specifics to you? Sarah stared ahead, but again chose not to answer. Whatever you can tell me will help, Sarah. She slowed the car slightly. Your brother was funny. Do you know that he would go down to the clerk's mailroom at the crack of dawn to get an early jump on any interesting cases? I'm not surprised. He never did things halfway. How are the appeals normally processed? The clerk's mailroom is where the filings are opened and processed. Each filing goes to a case analyst to make sure that it complies with the requirements of the rules of the court and so forth. If it's handwritten, like a lot of the informa pauperis appeals are, they even make sure the handwriting is legible. Then the information goes into a database under the last name of the party filing the appeal. Lastly, the filing is copied and sent to all the justices' chambers. Mike once told me how many appeals the court gets. The justices can't possibly read all of them. They don't. The petitions are divided up among the justices' chambers, and the clerks are assigned to do certiorari pool memos on them. For example, we might get in 100 or so appeals in a week's time. There are 9 justices, so each chamber gets roughly a dozen appeals. Of the dozen appeals sent to Justice Knight's chambers, I might write a memo on 3. The memo is circulated to all the chambers. Then the other justices' clerks look over my memo and make a recommendation to their justice on whether the court should grant cert or not. You clerks have a lot of power. In some areas, but not really with the opinions. A clerk's draft of an opinion is mostly a recap of the facts of the case and then stringing together cites. The justices just use the clerks to get the grunt work done, the paper pulp. We have the greatest impact in the screening of the appeals. Fisk looked thoughtful. So a justice may not even see the actual documents filed with the court before deciding whether to hear the case or not? He'd just read the pool memo and the clerk's recommendation? Maybe not even the memo, perhaps just the clerk's recommendation. The justices hold discussion conferences, usually twice a week. That's when all the petitions screened by the clerks are discussed and voted upon to see if there are at least 4 votes, the minimum you need to hear the case. So the first person to actually see an appeal filed with the court would be someone in the clerk's mailroom? That's normally the case. What do you mean, normally? I mean, there's no guarantee that things will always be done by the rules. Fisk thought about this for a moment. Are you suggesting that my brother might have taken an appeal before the clerk's mailroom could process it? Sarah let out a muffled groan, but quickly composed herself. I can only tell you this in confidence, John. He shook his head. I'm not going to promise you something I can't deliver. Sarah sighed, and in concise sentences told Fisk about finding the papers in his brother's briefcase. I didn't really mean to snoop, but he had been acting strangely, and I was worried about him. I ran into him one morning coming from the clerk's mailroom. He looked really distraught. I think he had just taken the appeal I found in his briefcase. The filing you saw, was it the original or a copy? Original. One of the pages was handwritten, the other typewritten. Are originals normally circulated? No, only copies. And the copied files certainly don't have the original envelope the filing came in. I remember Mike telling me that clerks sometimes take home files, even originals sometimes. That's true. So maybe that was the case here. She shook her head. It wasn't set up like a normal case file. There was no return address on the envelope, and the typewritten page had no signature at the bottom. The handwritten page made me think it was an informa pauperis petition, but there was no motion or affidavit of indigency that I could see. Did you see any name on the papers? Anything that could identify who was involved? I did. That's why I knew Mike had taken the filing. How? I managed to glance at the first sentence of the typewritten page. The person identified as the party filing the appeal was named there. As soon as I left Michael's office, I checked the court's filing database. There was no one by that name listed. What was the name? The last name was Harms. First name? I didn't see it. Do you remember anything else? No. Fisk eased back in his seat. The thing is, if Mike took the appeal, he had to be sure that no one would call up about the disappearance of the file, like the attorney who filed it, if an attorney did. Well, the envelope had a return receipt requested label. The sending party would have gotten notice that it was delivered to the court. Okay, and why one handwritten page and one typewritten page? Two different people. Maybe the person didn't want to be recognized, but still wanted to help Harms. From all the appeals the court gets, Mike takes this one. Why? She glanced at him nervously. Oh, God, if it turns out that this had anything to do with Michael's death. I never thought... She suddenly looked as though she would burst into tears. I'm not going to tell anyone about this, for now. You took a risk for Mike. I appreciate that. There was a lengthy silence until Fisk said, It's getting late. As they drove along, Fisk finally said, We've been able to ascertain that Mike put 800 or so miles on his car in the last couple of days. Any idea where he might have gone? No, I don't think he liked driving. He rode his bike to work. How was he perceived by the other clerks? Highly respected. He was incredibly motivated. I guess all Supreme Court clerks are, but Michael seemed incapable of turning it off. I consider myself a hard worker too, but I think a balance in life is good. Mike was always that way, Fisk said a little wearily. He started at perfection and moved up from there. Must run in the family. Mike told me that, growing up, you worked 2 and 3 jobs almost all the time. I like to have spending money. The money had not remained long in Fisk's pocket. It had gone to his father, who had never earned more than 15 lousy grand a year in over 40 years of working his ass off. Now it went to his mother and her massive health bills. You also went to college while working as a cop. Fisk impatiently tapped his fingers against the car window. Good old Virginia Commonwealth University, the Stanford of the next century. And you read for the law. Fisk looked at her angrily. Please don't get upset, John. I'm just curious. Fisk sighed. I apprenticed to a Richmond criminal defense attorney, learned a lot. Got my certificate and passed the bar. He added dryly, It's the only way to become a lawyer if you're too dumb to score high enough on the LSATs. You're not dumb. Thanks, but how would you know? We watched you do a trial. He turned to look at her. Excuse me? Over the summer, Michael and I came down to Richmond and watched you do a trial in circuit court. She was not going to mention her second trip to watch him in court. Why didn't you let me know you were there? Evans shrugged. Michael thought you'd be upset. Why would I be upset at seeing my brother? Why are you asking me? He was your brother. When Fisk said nothing, Sarah continued, I was really impressed. I think you might have motivated me to become a criminal defense lawyer someday. At least for a while. Try it out. See what it's really like. Oh, you think you'd like to do that? Why not? The law can still be a noble calling, defending the rights of others, the poor. I'd love to hear about some of your cases. Would you really? Absolutely, she said enthusiastically. He settled down, pretended to think hard. Let's see, there was Ronald James. That was his real name, but he preferred to be called Backdoor Daddy. That referred to his sexual position of choice with the 6 women he brutally raped. I plea bargained that one, even though all 6 women identified him from a police lineup. I had some leverage, though. 4 of the women couldn't face Backdoor in court. That's what terror will do for you. Or to you. The 5th victim had a few nasties in her past that maybe we could have used to attack her credibility. The last woman wanted nothing less than to crucify him, but one good witness isn't the same as a half dozen. Bottom line, the prosecutor got cold feet and Backdoor got 20 years with a shot at parole. Then there was Jenny, a nice kid who put a cleaver into her grandmother's skull because, as she tearfully explained to me, the old dumb bitch wouldn't let her go to the mall with her friends. Jenny's mother, the daughter of the woman little Jenny butchered, is paying my legal bill in installments of $2 a month. I think I get the point, Sarah said tersely. Now, I don't want to disillusion you. The guy I just got off for burglary paid my bill in full, probably with the cash he got from fencing the property he stole. I've learned not to ask, so my rent's paid for the month, and I haven't had to pull a gun on one of my clients in a long time. And tomorrow's always a new day. Fisk leaned back. Go get 'em, Ms. Evans. You really enjoy shocking people, don't you? You asked. So why the hell do you do it then? Someone has to. That wasn't exactly the answer I was expecting, but let's just drop it, she said harshly. Thanks for bursting my balloon, though. I really appreciate it. If I burst your little balloon, you should thank me, he said angrily. Then he added more calmly, Look, Sarah, I'm no white knight. Most of my clients are guilty. I know that, they know that, everybody knows that. 90% of my cases are plea bargained for that very reason. If somebody actually came to me proclaiming their innocence, I'd probably die of a heart attack. I'm not a defender of anybody. I'm a negotiator of sentencing. My job is to make sure that the prison time is fair relative to what everybody else gets. On the rare occasion I do go to trial, the trick there is to blow enough smoke around that a jury loses the energy to figure it all out and gives up. Like they really want to sit around debating the fate of somebody they don't even know and could give a shit about. Gee, whatever happened to the truth? Sometimes the truth is a lawyer's biggest enemy. You can't spin it. 9 times out of 10, with the truth, I lose. Now, I'm not paid to lose, but I try to be fair. So we all do our little shuffle during the day, the tuna nets go out at night and catch a batch of fresh meat, and we all come back and do the dance again. And on it goes. Your version of real life? She asked. Don't worry, you're never going to see it. You'll be teaching at Harvard or working at some gold-plated New York law firm. If I'm ever up there, I'll be sure to wave to you from the dumpster. Can you please stop? Sarah exclaimed. They drove on in silence until something occurred to Fisk. If you had already seen me at the trial, why did you make a show of not knowing who I was back at the court when Perkins introduced us? Sarah took a short breath. I don't know. I guess because, in front of Perkins, I couldn't think of a clever way to tell you how I had already seen you. Why did it have to be clever? You know what they say about first impressions. She shook her head at the thought now. Christ. As Fisk watched her, the last of his hostility faded. Don't let my cynical ass dampen your enthusiasm, Sarah. He added quietly, Nobody has that right. I'm sorry. Sarah looked over at him. I think you care more than you let on. She hesitated for a moment, debating whether to tell him or not. You know a little boy named Enos, don't you? Fisk stared over at her. I saw you talking to him. It finally hit Fisk. The bar. I knew I had seen you before. What were you doing, following me? Yes. Her frankness caught Fisk off guard. Why? He asked quietly. She spoke slowly. That's a little difficult to explain. I don't think I'm up to it right now. I wasn't spying on you. I could see how difficult it was for you, talking to Enos and his family. Best thing that ever happened to them. Next time the old man might have killed them. Still, to lose your father like that, he wasn't Enos's father. I'm sorry, I thought he was. Oh, Enos is his son, but that doesn't make somebody your father. Fathers don't do what that guy did to his family. What'll happen to them? Fisk shrugged. I give Lucas 2 more years before they find him in some alley with a dozen holes in him. The really sad thing is, he knows it too. Maybe he'll surprise you. Yeah, maybe. And Enos? I don't know about Enos, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. They remained silent until they pulled up in front of the homicide building. I'm parked right in front. Sarah looked at him in surprise. Pretty lucky. In the 2 years I've lived in this city, I don't think I've ever found an empty parking space on the street. Fisk stared at one spot. I could have sworn I parked right here. Sarah looked out the window. You mean right next to that tow-away zone sign? Fisk jumped out of the car just as the rain picked up and looked at the sign and then at the space where his car used to be. He climbed back in her car, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes. Water droplets clung to his face and hair. I really can't believe this day. They have a number you can call to get your car back. Sarah picked up the cell phone and punched in the numbers as she read them off the street sign. The phone rang 10 times, but no one answered. She hung up. It doesn't look like you're going to get your car back tonight. I can't go to sleep until my dad knows. Oh, she thought for a moment. Well, I'll drive you. Fisk looked outside at the pouring rain. You sure? She put the car in gear. Let's go find your dad. Can we make one stop first? Sure, just tell me where. My brother's apartment. John, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think it's a great idea. We can't get in. I've got a key, said Fisk. She looked puzzled. I helped move him in when he started working at the court. Won't the police have it taped off or anything? And Chandler said he was going to go over it tomorrow. He looked at her. Don't worry, you're staying in the car. If anything happens, just take off. And if maybe the person who killed Michael is there? You got a tire iron in the trunk? Yes? Then it's my lucky day. Sarah took a shallow breath. I hope you know what you're doing. Me too, Fisk thought. Chapter 27. When they reached Michael Fisk's apartment, Sarah pulled into a parking space around the corner. Pop the trunk, Fisk said before getting out. She could hear him rummaging through the compartment for a moment. She was startled for an instant when he appeared at her window. She quickly rolled it down. Keep the car doors locked, the engine running, and your eyes open, okay? He said. She nodded, noting the tire iron in one hand and a flashlight in his other. If you get nervous or anything, just leave. I'm a big boy. I'll get to Richmond okay. She shook her head stubbornly. I'll be right here. As she watched him head around the corner, a thought occurred to her. She waited a minute or so to allow him time to get into the building. Then she pulled around the corner back onto Michael's Street and parked across from the row house. She picked up her cell phone and held it ready. If she spotted anything remotely suspicious, she was going to call the apartment and warn Fisk. A good emergency plan, but one she hoped she wouldn't have to use. Fisk closed the door behind him, clicked on the flashlight, and looked around. He saw no obvious signs that anyone had searched the place. He entered the small kitchen, which was separated from the living room by a waist-high bar. He looked for and found a couple of plastic baggies in one of the kitchen drawers and covered his hands with them so as not to leave any prints. There was a small door leading to the pantry, but Fisk didn't bother with it. His brother wasn't the type to have neatly arranged rows of canned corn and peas. He went through the living room, checked the small coat closet, but there was nothing in any of the coat pockets. Next, he headed to the single bedroom at the rear of the apartment. The floors were worn, tongue in groove, and the creaks followed him with each step. He pushed open the door and looked in. Bed was unmade, clothes here and there. He checked the pockets, nothing. There was a small desk in the corner. He searched it carefully but came up empty. He saw a power cord plugged into the wall and frowned as he held up the other end. He looked next to the desk but didn't see what he had expected to see there, the laptop computer the cord should have been attached to, and his brother's briefcase. Fisk had actually bought it for Mike upon his graduation from law school. He made a mental note to ask Sarah about both the laptop and the briefcase. Finished with the bedroom, he moved back down the hallway and toward the kitchen. He stopped for a moment, listening intently. As he did so, he tightly gripped the tire iron. With a sudden lunge, he jerked open the pantry door, the tire iron raised, the light shining directly into the small space. The man burst out and hit Fisk right in the stomach with his shoulder. Fisk grunted, the flashlight flew away, but he held his ground and managed to clip the man across the neck with the tire iron. He heard a pained cry, but the man recovered more quickly than Fisk had anticipated, lifted him off the floor and threw him over the bar. Fisk landed hard and felt his shoulder go numb. Even so, he managed to twist sideways and kick the legs out from under the guy as he hurtled past, going for the door. He swung with the tire iron again, but in the darkness missed and it hit the floor instead. A fist connected with his jaw. Fisk swung out and hit solid flesh as well. The guy was on his feet and through the door in a few seconds. Fisk finally lurched up and raced to the door, holding his shoulder. He heard feet clattering down the steps. He hustled after the man and heard the front door to the building crash open. 10 seconds later, Fisk was out on the street. He looked right and left. A horn blew. Sarah rolled down her window and pointed to the right. Fisk sprinted hard through the rain in that direction and turned the corner. Sarah put the car in gear, but had to wait for 2 cars to pass, and then she spun rubber after him. She turned the corner, raced down the next block, but didn't see anyone. She backed the car up and turned down another side street, and then another, growing more and more frantic. She let out a shriek of relief when she saw Fisk in the middle of the street, sucking in air. She jumped out of the car and ran over to him. "John, thank God you're okay." Fisk was furious that the man had gotten away. He stomped around in tight circles. "Damn it. Shit. What the hell was that all about?" Fisk calmed down. "Bad guys won. Good guys zip." Sarah put an arm around his waist and walked him over to the car. She eased him into it. Then she climbed in the driver's side and they started off. "You need to see a doctor." "No, it's just a stinger. Did you see the guy?" Sarah shook her head. "Not really. He came out so fast, I thought it was you." "My size? Distinguishing clothing? White? Black?" Evans thought hard for a moment, trying to visualize what she had seen. "I don't know about his age. He was close to your size. He had on dark clothing and a mask, I think." She sighed. "It happened so fast. Where was he?" "In the pantry. I didn't hear him on my first pass through, but I heard the floor squeak on my way back out." He rubbed his shoulder. "And now comes the hard part." He picked up her cell phone and pulled a business card from his wallet. "Telling Chandler what just happened." Fisk paged Chandler, and the detective called back a few minutes later. When Fisk told him what he had done, he had to hold the phone away from his ear. "Slightly upset?" Sarah asked. "Yeah, like Mount St. Helens slightly erupted." Fisk brought the receiver back to his ear. "Look, Buford." "What the hell were you thinking, doing something that stupid?" yelled Chandler. "You were a cop." "That's how I was thinking, like I was still a cop." "Well, you're not a damn cop anymore." "Do you want the description of the guy or not?" "I'm not finished with you yet." "I know, but there's plenty of me to go around." "Give me the damn description," Chandler said. After Fisk finished, Chandler said, "I'll get a squad car over there right now to secure it, and I'll request a tech team ASAP to go over the place." "My brother's briefcase wasn't at his apartment. Was it in his car?" "No, I told you we found no personal items." Fisk looked at Sarah. "Is the briefcase in his office? I don't remember seeing it. Or his laptop computer?" She shook her head. "I don't remember seeing the briefcase, and he usually didn't bring his laptop to work since we all have desktops." Fisk spoke back into the phone. "Looks like his briefcase is missing, and so is his computer. I found the power cord to it." "Did the guy maybe have either of the items on him?" "He was empty-handed. I know. He clocked me good with one of those empty hands." Okay, so we got a missing briefcase, missing laptop, and a dumb-as-shit ex-police officer who I've got half a mind to arrest right this instant. Come on, you guys already towed my car. Put Ms. Evans on the line. Why? Just do it. Fisk handed the phone over to a perplexed Sarah. Yes, Detective Chandler? She said, nervously twirling a strand of her hair. Ms. Evans, he began politely, I thought you were simply going to drive Mr. Fisk to his car and maybe get a little dinner, not engage in filming a James Bond movie. But, you see, his car was towed and... Chandler's tone quickly changed. I don't appreciate you two making my job even more difficult. Where are you? About a mile from Michael's apartment. And where are you headed? To Richmond, to tell John's father about Michael. Okay, then you drive him to Richmond, Miss Evans. Don't let him out of your sight. If he wants to play Sherlock Holmes again, you call me, and I will come directly over and shoot him myself. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Detective Chandler, absolutely. And I expect to see both of you back in D.C. tomorrow. Is that also understood? Yes, we'll be back. Good. Tonto, now put the Lone Ranger back on. Fisk took back the phone. Look, I know it was stupid, but I was only trying to help. Do me a favor, don't try to help anymore unless I'm with you, okay? Okay. John, any number of things could have happened tonight, most of them bad, not only to you, but to Miss Evans. Fisk rubbed his shoulder and glanced over at the woman. I know, he said quietly. Give my condolences to your father. Fisk put the phone down. Can we go to Richmond now? Sarah asked. Yes, we can go to Richmond now. Chapter 28. In his friend's pickup truck, Josh Harms drove along the deserted country road. The dense forest bracketing the narrow lanes gave him a certain comfort. Isolation, a buffer between himself and those who would hassle him, had been Josh's one constant goal in life. As a carpenter of considerable skill, he worked alone. When he was not working, he was either hunting or fishing, again alone. He did not desire the conversation of others, and he very rarely offered any of his own. All of that had changed now. The responsibility he had just acquired had not yet fully sunk in, but he knew it was considerable. And he also knew his decision had been the right one. The truck had a camper, and his brother was back there supposedly resting, although Josh had doubts as to whether the man could really be sleeping. The back of the camper was also filled with a month's worth of food and bottled water, 2 deer rifles, and a semi-automatic pistol, in addition to the one he had tucked in his belt. That arsenal was insignificant compared to what would soon be coming after them, but he had faced long odds before and survived. He lit a cigarette and blew the smoke cleanly out the window. They were already 200 miles from Roanoke, and he was putting as much distance between it and them as he could. The escape would have been discovered by now, he knew. The roadblocks would be set up, but not out this far, he figured. They had gotten a head start, but that gap would quickly close. The boys in green had a big advantage in manpower and equipment, but Josh had fished and hunted around the area for the last 20 years. He knew all the abandoned cabins, all the hidden valleys, the smallest opening in otherwise solid forest. His survival skills had been honed as much from scraping for an existence in America as from dodging death halfway around the world in Vietnam. Even with his outright distrust of all authority, he didn't break the law lightly. He had never figured his little brother for some crazed killer. Rufus never should have joined the army, wasn't cut out for it. Ironically, Josh had been the decorated war hero, and he had been drafted. His brother had volunteered, and had spent his career in the stockade. Josh hadn't been too thrilled about taking up a rifle for a country that had largely failed him and anyone his color. But once in the service, he had fought with great distinction. He had done it for himself and the men in his company, and for no other reason. He had no other motivation to fight and kill men with whom he had no personal quarrel. Josh slowed the truck and turned down a dirt road that led deeper into the woods. Rufus had filled him in on some of the details of what had happened 25 years ago, what those men had done to him. Josh felt his face grow hot as he now recalled an incident he had kept buried. It was what drove the anger, the hatred in him. What their little town in Alabama had done to the Harms family after the news of Rufus's crime. He had tried to protect his mother then, but had failed. Let me meet up with the men who did this to my brother. You hear that one, God? You listening? His plan was to hide out for a while, and then hit the road again when the pressure died down. Maybe try to get to Mexico and disappear. Josh wasn't leaving all that much behind. A disintegrated family, a carpentry business that was always on the wrong side of profitability, despite his skill. He guessed Rufus was all the family he had left, and he was certainly all Rufus ever would have. They had been cut off from each other for a quarter-century. Now, in middle age, they had a chance to be closer than brothers normally were at this time in their lives, if Josh and Rufus could survive. He tossed out the cigarette and kept on driving. In the back of the camper, Rufus was, indeed, not asleep. He lay on his back, a black tarp partially over him. Josh's doing, the tarp designed to blend in with the dark truck bed liner under him. Stacked around him were boxes of food, secured by bungee cords. Also Josh's doing, a wall to prevent anyone from seeing in. He tried to stretch out a little, relax. The motion of the truck was unsettling. He had not been in a civilian automobile since Richard Nixon had been president. Could that really be? How many presidents ago was that? The Army had always transported him between prisons via helicopters, apparently unwilling to let him get this close to the road, to freedom. When you escaped from a chopper, there wasn't much place to go except down. Rufus tried to peek between cardboard, out at the passing night. Too dark now. Freedom. He often wondered what it would feel like. He still did not know. He was too scared. People, lots of them, looking for him, wanting to kill him. And now, his brother. His fingers gripped the unfamiliar texture of the hospital Bible. The one his mother had given him was back in the cell. He had kept it beside him all these years, turned again and again to the scriptures as sustenance against all that was his existence. He felt empty of brain and heart without it. Too late now. He felt his heart start to accelerate. He figured that was bad, too much strain on it. From memory, he recited comforting words from the Bible's bounty. How many nights had he mumbled the Proverbs, all 31 chapters, the 150 Psalms, each one telling and forceful, each one with particular meaning, insight into elements of his existence. When he finished his readings, he half rose and slid open the window of the camper. From this angle he could see his brother's face in the reflection of the rearview mirror. "I thought you were sleeping," Josh said. "Can't." "How's your heart feel?" "My heart ain't troubling me none. If I die, it ain't going to be because of my heart. Not unless it's a bullet ripping through it." "Where we headed?" "A little place in the middle of nowhere. I figure we stay there a bit, let things die down, and then we head out again when it's dark. They probably think we're shooting south, going for the Mexican border, so we're going north to Pennsylvania, at least for now." "Sounds good." "Hey, you said Rayfield and that other son of a bitch." "Tremaine, old Vic." "Yeah, you said they've been watching over you all this time. After all those years went by, how come they were still hanging in there? Didn't they figure if you remembered what happened, you would have said something before now, like maybe at your trial?" "Been thinking about that. They maybe thought I couldn't remember nothing then, but maybe I might one day. Not that I could prove nothing, but just me saying stuff might get them in trouble, or at least get people looking around. Easiest thing was to kill me. Believe me, they tried that, but it didn't work. Maybe they thought I was messing with them, playing dumb and hoping they'd give up the guard, and then I start talking. With them at the prison, they pretty much had me under their thumb. Read my mail, checked out people coming to see me. Anything looked funny, then they just take me out. Probably felt better about doing it like that. After so many years, though, they got a little lazy, I guess. Let Samuel and that fellow from the court come see me." "I figured that, but I still got that letter from the Army into you. I didn't know all this shit was going on, but I didn't want them having a look-see at it either." The two stayed quiet for a while. Josh was naturally reserved, and Rufus wasn't used to having anyone to talk to. The silence was both liberating and oppressive to him. He had a lot he wanted to say. During Josh's 30-minute visits at the prison each month, he would talk, and his brother would mostly listen, as though he sensed the accumulation of words, of thoughts in Rufus's head. "I don't think I ever asked you. You been back home?" Josh shifted in his seat. "Home? What home?" Rufus started slightly. Where we was born, Josh. Why the hell would I want to go back to that place? Mama's grave is there, ain't it? Rufus said quietly. Josh considered this for a moment and then nodded. Yeah, it's there all right. She owned the dirt. She had the burial insurance. They couldn't not bury her there, although they sure as hell tried. Is it a nice grave? Who's keeping it up? Look, Rufus, Mama's dead, okay? Long time now. Ain't no way in hell she's knowing nothing about how her grave looks. And I ain't going all the way down to damn Alabama to brush some leaves off the damn ground, not after what happened down there. Not after what that town done to the Harms family. I hope they all burn in hell for it, every last damn one of them. If there is a God, and I got me some big-ass doubts on that, then that's what the big man should do. If you want to worry about the dead, you go right ahead. I'm going to stick to what counts, keeping you and me alive. Rufus continued to watch his brother. There is a God, he wanted to tell him. That same God had kept Rufus going all these years, when he had wanted to just curl up and sink into oblivion. And one should respect the dead in their final resting place. If he lived through this, Rufus would go to see his mother's grave. They would meet up again, for all eternity. I talk to God every day. Josh grunted. That's real good. I'm glad he's keeping company with somebody. They fell silent until Josh said, Hey, what was the name of that fella come visit you? Samuel Ryder? No, the young fella. Harms thought for a moment. Michael somebody. From the Supreme Court, you said? Rufus nodded. Well, they killed him. Michael Fisk. Anyway, I guess they killed him. Saw it on the TV right before I came to get you. Rufus looked down. Damn, I figured that would happen. Stupid thing he did coming to the prison like that. He was just trying to help me. Damn, Rufus said again, and then fell silent as the truck rolled on. Chapter 29. With Fisk directing her, Sarah drove to his father's neighborhood on the outskirts of Richmond and pulled into the gravel driveway. The grass was brown in spots after another heat and humidity-filled Richmond summer, but fronting the house there were carefully tended flower beds that had benefited from consistent watering. You grew up in this house? Only house my parents have ever owned. Fisk looked around, shaking his head. I don't see his car. Maybe it's in the garage. There's no room. He was a mechanic for 40 years and accumulated a lot of junk. He parks in the driveway. He looked at his watch. Where the hell is he? He got out of the car. Sarah did as well. He looked at her over the roof of the car. You can stay here if you want. I'll come in with you, she said quickly. Fisk unlocked the front door, and they went in. He turned on a light, and they moved through the small living room and into the adjacent dining room, where Sarah stared at a collection of photos on the dining room table. There was one of Fisk in his football uniform, a little blood on the face, grass stains on the knees, sweaty, very sexy. She caught herself and looked away, suddenly feeling guilty. She looked at some of the other pictures. You two played a lot of sports. Mike was the natural athlete of the family. Every record I set, he broke, easily. Quite the jock family. He was also valedictorian of his class, a GPA on the north side of 4.0, and a near-perfect score on the SATs and LSATs. You sound like the proud big brother. A lot of people were proud of him, Fisk said. And you? He looked at her steadily. I was proud of him for some things and not proud of him for others, okay? Sarah picked up a photo. Your parents? Fisk stood beside her. Their 30th anniversary, before Mom got sick. They look happy. They were happy, he said quickly. He was growing very uncomfortable with her seeing these items from his past. Wait here. Fisk went to the back room, which had once been the brothers' shared bedroom, and now had been turned into a small den. He checked the answering machine. His father had not listened to his messages. He was about to leave the room when he saw the baseball glove on the shelf. He picked it up. It was his brother's, the pocket ribbing torn, but the leather well-oiled. By his father, obviously. Mike was a lefty, but the family had no money to buy a special glove for him, so Mike had learned to field the ball, pull off his glove, and throw. He had gotten so good that he could do it all faster than a righty could. Fisk recalled that blur of efficiency, no obstacle his brother couldn't overcome. He put the glove down and rejoined Sarah. He hasn't listened to my phone messages. Any idea where he could have gone? Fisk thought for a moment and then snapped his fingers. Pop usually tells Miss German. While he was gone, Sarah looked around the room some more. She eyed a small framed letter set on a wooden pedestal. Wrapped around it was a medal. She picked up the frame and read the letter. The medal was for valor, awarded to Patrolman John Fisk, and the letter commemorated the event. She looked at the date it had been given. Quickly calculating, she concluded that the award would have been given at about the time Fisk had left the force. She still didn't know why he had, and Michael never would say. When she heard the back door open, she quickly put the letter and medal down. Fisk entered the room. He's at the trailer. What trailer? Down by the river. He goes there to fish, go boating. Can you call the trailer? Fisk shook his head. No phone. Okay, so we drive. Where is it? You've gone way beyond the call of duty already. I don't mind, John. It's about another hour and a half from here. The night's sort of shot anyway. You mind if I drive? It's off the beaten path. She tossed him the keys. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 30. Let me get this right. On top of everything else that's happened, you let him escape? First of all, I didn't let him do anything. I thought the guy had just had a friggin' heart attack. He was chained to the damn bed. He had an armed guard outside his door, and nobody was supposed to know he was even there. Rayfield snapped back into the telephone. I still don't know how his brother found out. And his brother's some kind of war hero, I understand. Superbly trained in all forms of eluding capture. That's just great. It is for our purposes. Why don't you explain that one to me, Frank? I've ordered my men to shoot to kill. They'll put a bullet into both of them as soon as they get a chance. What if he tells somebody first? Tells them what? That he got a letter from the Army that says something he has no way to disprove? Now we've got a dead Supreme Court clerk on our hands. That just makes our job a lot tougher. Well, we were supposed to have a dead country lawyer, too, but funny. I haven't read his obituary anywhere. Ryder went out of town. Oh, good. We'll just wait until he gets back from vacation and hope he's not in discussions with the FBI. I don't know where he is, Rayfield said angrily. The Army has an intelligence component, Frank. What do you say you try to use some of it? Take care of Ryder and then concentrate on finding Harms and his brother. And when you do, you put them 6 feet under. I hope that's clear enough for you. The phone went dead. Rayfield slammed the receiver down and stared up at Vic Tremaine. This is going to hell in a handbasket. Tremaine shrugged his shoulders. We take Ryder out, and then those 2 black SOBs were home free, he said in a gravelly voice that seemed perfectly calibrated to command men to fight. I don't like it. We're not in a war here. We are at war, Frank. The killing never did bother you, did it, Vic? All I care about is the success of my mission. Do you mean to tell me that right before you pulled the trigger on Fisk, you didn't feel anything? Mission accomplished. Tremaine put his palms down on Rayfield's desk and leaned forward. Frank, we've been through a lot together, combat and otherwise. But let me tell you something. I've spent 30 years in the Army, the last 25 in various military prisons just like this one, when I could have gotten a civilian job that paid a lot more. We all made a pact that was supposed to protect us from a stupid thing we did a long time ago. I've kept my end of the bargain. I've babysat Rufus Harms while the others went on with their lives. Now, in addition to my military pension, I've got over $1 million sitting in an offshore account. In case you've forgotten, you've got the same little nest egg. That's our comp for all these years of doing this crap. And after all the shit I've been through, no one and nothing is going to keep me from enjoying that money. The best thing Rufus Harms ever did for me is escape, because now I've got a bulletproof reason to blow his sorry ass away, and nobody'll ask any questions. And as soon as that son of a bitch has breathed his last, this uniform I'm wearing goes into mothballs. For good. Tremaine straightened up. And Frank, I will destroy anyone who even remotely tries to mess that up. His eyes became black dots as he said the next word. Anyone. Chapter 31. On the drive to the trailer, Fisk stopped at an all-night convenience store. Sarah waited in the car. A rusty Esso sign clanked back and forth from the force of a semi sailing past and made her jump. When Fisk got back in the car, Sarah stared at the 2 six-packs of Budweiser. "You intend to drink your sorrows away?" He ignored the question. "Once we get down there, there's really no way for you to get back by yourself. It's really in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I get lost." "I'm prepared to sleep in the car." About 30 minutes later, Fisk slowed the car, turned into a narrow gravel drive, and drove up to a small, darkened cottage. "You're supposed to check in here and pay the guest fee before going into the grounds," he explained. "I'll do it before we leave tomorrow." He pulled the car past the cottage and into the middle of the campground. Sarah looked at the trailers, which were laid out in a street grid style. Most of them were brilliantly outlined with Christmas lights, and had flagpoles either attached to the trailer or porch, or sunk into concrete. With the strings of lights and the moonlight, the area was surprisingly well illuminated. They passed late-blooming flower beds of impatiens and red and pink mums. Clumpy vines of clematis gripped the sides of some homes. Everywhere Sarah looked were outdoor sculptures of metal, marble, and resin. There were a number of cinder-block grills and a large smoke pit. The commingled smells of cooked meat and charcoal lingered tantalizingly in the hot, humid air. "This place is like a little gingerbread town built by gnomes," Sarah said. She eyed the numerous flagpoles and added, "Patriotic gnomes. A lot of the people are from the American Legion and VFW crowd. My dad has one of the tallest flagpoles. He was in the Navy in World War II. The all-year Christmas lights became sort of a tradition a long while back." "Did you and Michael spend much time here?" "My dad only got a week's vacation, but Mom would bring us down for a couple of weeks at a time during the summer. Some of the old guys taught us to sail, swim, and fish, things Pop never had time to do. He's made up for it since he retired." He stopped the car in front of one trailer. It had bright Christmas lights and was painted a soothing, muted blue. His father's Buick, with a "Support Your Local Police" bumper sticker, was parked next to the trailer. Fronting the trailer was a bed of bulky plantation hostas. Next to the Buick was a golf cart. The flagpole in front of the trailer went a good 30 feet into the air. Fisk eyed the Buick. "At least he's here." "Well, this is it, John. No more reprieves tonight," he thought. "Is there a golf course nearby?" Fisk glanced at her. "No, why?" "So what's with the golf cart?" "The owners of the trailer park buy them second-hand from golf courses. The roads are pretty narrow here, and while you can drive your car to your trailer, you can't drive it around the grounds, and the people down here are elderly for the most part. They use the golf carts to get around." Fisk got out of the car with the 2 six-packs. Sarah didn't move to join him. He looked at her questioningly. "I thought you might want to talk to your dad alone." "After everything we've been through tonight, I think you've earned the right to see it through. I'll understand if you don't want to." He looked over at the trailer and felt his nerves slowly disintegrate. He turned back to her. "I could sort of use the company." She nodded. "Okay, give me a minute." She flipped down the visor mirror and checked her face and hair. She grimaced and reached for her purse, doing the best she could with lipstick and a small hairbrush. She was sweaty and sticky, too. Her dress clingy, her hair beyond salvation, thanks to the rain and humidity. As trivial as worrying about her appearance seemed under the circumstances, she felt like such a fifth wheel that it was the only thing she could think to address. With a sigh, she flipped the visor back up, opened the door, and got out. As they headed up the wooden porch, she smoothed down her dress and fiddled some more with her hair. Fisk noted this and said, "He's not going to care how you look, not after I tell him." She sighed. "I know. I guess I just didn't want to look like too much of a disaster." Fisk took a deep breath and knocked on the door. He waited and knocked again. "Pop?" He waited a moment and knocked again, louder this time. "Pop," he called out, and kept knocking. They finally heard movement in the trailer, and then a light came on. The door opened, and Fisk's father, Ed, peered out. Sarah looked at him closely. He was as tall as his son, and very lean, although he had vestiges of the powerful musculature shared by both his boys. His forearms were enormous, like thick pieces of sun-baked wood. Sarah was able to observe this because he had on a tank-top shirt. He was deeply tanned, his face lined and starting to sag, but she could see he had been handsome as a younger man. His hair was thinning and curly and almost totally gray, except for small flecks of black at the temples. She fixed for a moment on his long sideburns, a holdover from the 70s, she guessed. He had on a pair of pants halfway zipped up, the clasp unbuttoned, so that his striped boxers were clearly in sight. He was barefoot. "Johnny, what the hell are you doing here?" A broad smile cracked his face. When he registered Sarah, he looked startled and quickly turned so his back was to them. They watched him fumble with his pants until they were right. Then he turned back to face them. "Pop, I need to talk to you." Ed Fisk glanced over at Sarah again. "I'm sorry. Sarah Evans, Ed Fisk," John said. "Hello, Mr. Fisk," she said, trying to sound both pleasant and neutral at the same time. She awkwardly held out her hand. He shook it. "Call me Ed, Sarah. Pleased to meet you." He looked back at his son curiously. "So, what's up? You two getting married or something?" Fisk glanced at Sarah. "No. She worked with Mike at the Supreme Court." "Oh, well, hell, where are my manners? Come on in. I got the air going, sticky as the damn devil out there." They went inside. Ed pointed to a worn sofa, and Fisk and Sarah sat down there. Ed pulled a metal chair from the small dinette and sat down opposite them. "Sorry I took so long, just nodded off to sleep." Sarah looked around the small space. It was paneled with thin plywood stained dark. Several stuffed fish were mounted on plaques and hung on the wall. Slung across a rack on another wall was a shotgun. In the corner, she saw a long, round container with one end of a rod and reel poking out. A folded newspaper was lying on the dinette table. Next to that was a small kitchen area with a sink and a little refrigerator. There was a worn-out recliner in one corner, a small TV across from it. There was one window. Mounted on the ceiling was an air conditioner that was making the room deliciously cool. She actually shivered as she adjusted to the temperature. The floor was cheap, uneven linoleum, with a thin rug covering a portion of it. Sarah sniffed and then coughed. She could almost see the cigarette smoke lingering in the air. As if in response to her thoughts, Ed pulled a pack of Marlboros from a nicked-up side table and deftly popped a cigarette in his mouth, taking a moment to light up, then blew the smoke to the nicotine-coated ceiling. He grabbed a small ashtray off the same table and tapped his cigarette in it. He put his hands on his knees and leaned forward. She noted that his fingers were abnormally thick, the nails cracked, and blackened in spots from what looked like grease. He had been a mechanic, she recalled. "So, what brings you two down here so late?" Fisk handed his father a six-pack. "Not good news." The elder Fisk tensed, and he squinted at them through the smoke. "It's not your mom. I just saw her. She's okay." As soon as he said this, he shot a glance at Sarah. The look on his face was clear. She worked with Mike. He looked back at John. "Why don't you tell me whatever the hell it is you need to tell me, son?" "Mike's dead, Pop." As he finished saying it, it was as though he were hearing the news for the first time. He could feel his face grow hot, as though he had leaned too close to a fire. Perhaps he had waited to see his father, to join his grief with his. He could believe that, couldn't he? Fisk could sense Sarah looking at him, but he kept his gaze on his father. As he watched the devastation wash over the man, Fisk suddenly found he could barely breathe. Ed took the cigarette out of his mouth and dropped the ashtray, his fingers shaking. "How?" "Robbery. At least they think so." Fisk paused and then added the obvious, since he knew his father was going to ask anyway. "Somebody shot him." Ed tore off one of the buds from the plastic holder and popped the tab. He drank it down almost in one swallow, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Ed crushed the beer can against his leg and threw it against the wall. He stood up and went over to the small window and looked out, the cigarette dangling from his mouth, his big hands closing and opening, the veins in his forearms swelling and then diminishing. "Have you seen him?" he asked without turning around. "I went up to identify the body this afternoon." His father whirled around, furious. "This afternoon? Why the hell did you wait so long to come tell me, boy? Fisk stood up. I've been trying to track you down all day. I left messages on your answering machine. I only knew you were here because I asked Mrs. German. That should have been the first damn place you started, his father countered. Ida always knows where I am, you know that. He took a step toward them, one fist balled up. Sarah, who had risen along with Fisk, shrank back. She glanced over at the shotgun and suddenly wondered if it was loaded. Fisk moved closer to his father. Pop, as soon as I found out, I called you. Then I went by your house. After that, I had to go up to the morgue. It wasn't any fun identifying Mike's body, but I did it. And the rest of the day has been pretty much downhill from there. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling guilty that his father's angry reaction was more painful to him than his brother's death. Let's not argue about the timing, okay? That's not going to bring Mike back. All the anger seemed to go out of Ed as he listened to those words. Calm, rational words that did nothing to explain or reduce the anguish he was feeling. They hadn't invented the words that could do that, or the person to deliver them. Ed sat back down, his head swinging loosely from side to side. When he looked back up, there were tears in his eyes. I always said you never had to chase bad news. It always got to you faster than anything good. A hell of a lot faster. There was a catch in his throat when he spoke. He absently crushed his cigarette out on the carpet. I know, Pop, I know. Do they got whoever did this? Not yet. They're working on it. The detective in charge is first rate. I'm sort of helping him. D.C.? Yes. I never liked Mike being up there. He glared at Sarah, who completely froze in the face of that accusing look. He pointed a thick finger at her. People kill you for nothing up there, crazy bastards. Pop, they'll do that anywhere these days. Sarah managed to find her voice. I liked and deeply respected your son. Everyone at the court thought he was wonderful. I'm so very sorry about this. He was wonderful, Ed said. He damn sure was. Never figured out how we turned out such a one as Mike. Fisk looked down at the floor. Sarah picked up on the pained expression on his face. Ed looked around the trailer's interior, memories of good times with his family nudging him from all corners. Got his mother's brains. His lower lip trembled for an instant. At least the one she used to have. A low sob escaped from his mouth, and he slumped to the floor. Fisk knelt down next to his father and wrapped his arms around him, their shoulders shaking together. Sarah looked on, unsure of what to do. She was embarrassed at witnessing such a private moment, and wondered if she should just get up and flee to her car. Finally, she simply looked down and closed her eyes, silently releasing her own tears onto the cheap carpet. 30 minutes later, Sarah sat on the porch and sipped on a warm can of beer. She was barefoot, her shoes next to her. She absently rubbed her toes and stared out into a darkness that was occasionally broken by the wink of a lightning bug. She swatted at a mosquito and then swiped off a trickle of sweat that meandered down her leg. Holding the beer can to her forehead, she contemplated getting into her car, cranking up the AC, and trying to fall asleep. The door opened, and Fisk appeared. He had changed into faded jeans and an untucked, short-sleeved shirt. He was barefoot as well. He held a plastic package strip with 2 beers dangling from it. He sat down beside her. How is he? Fisk shrugged. Sleeping, or at least trying to. Does he want to come back with us? Fisk shook his head. He's going to come over to my place tomorrow night. He glanced at his watch and realized that dawn was not very far away. I mean, tonight. I need to stop by my apartment on the way back so I can pick up some clean clothes. Sarah looked down at her dress. Tell me about it. Where'd you get those? I left them down here from the last fishing trip. She wiped her forehead. God, it's so humid. Fisk looked toward the woods. Well, there's a cooler breeze down by the water. He led her over to the golf cart. As they drove along the quiet dirt roads, Fisk handed her a beer. This one is cold. She popped it open. It felt good going down, and managed to lift her spirits a little. She held the can next to her cheek. The narrow road took them through a mass of scrub pine, holly, oak, and river birch, with its bark unraveling like pencil shavings. Then the land opened up, and Sarah could see a wooden dock with several boats tied to it. She watched as the wooden structure moved up and down with the lap of the water. It's a floating dock. Rests on 50-gallon drums, Fisk explained. I gathered. Is that a boat ramp? She asked, pointing to a place where the road angled sharply into the water. Fisk nodded. The people bring their cars up another road to get here. Pop has a little motorboat. That one over there. He pointed to a white boat with red stripes that bobbed in the water. They usually pull them out at night. He must have forgotten. He got it cheap. We spent a year fixing it up. It's no yacht, but it'll get you where you want to go. What river is this? Do you remember on the drive down 95, seeing signs for the Mata, the Po, and the Nye rivers? Sarah nodded. Well, up near Fort A.P. Hill, southeast of Fredericksburg, they converge, and it's called the Mattaponi River. He looked out at the water. There were few things more relaxing than skimming along the water, and he could think out there. There's a full moon, the boat has running lights and a guide beacon, and I know this part of the river real well, and it's a lot cooler on the water. He looked at her questioningly. Sarah didn't hesitate. Sounds good. They walked out to the boat, and Fisk helped her in. Do you know how to cast off? He asked. I actually did some competitive racing when I was an undergrad at Stanford. Fisk watched her expertly undo the knots and cast off the line. The old Mattaponi must seem pretty dull then. It's all in who you're doing it with. She sat next to Fisk, who stuck his hand into a storage compartment next to the captain's chair and pulled out a set of keys. He started the engine, and they slowly pulled away from the dock. They got out into the middle of the river, and he eased the throttle forward until they were moving at a fairly decent clip. The temperature was about 20 degrees cooler on the water. Fisk kept one hand on the wheel, his beer in the other. Sarah folded her legs up under her and then raised herself up so that her upper torso was above the low-slung windshield. She held out her arms from her sides and let the wind grip her. God, this feels wonderful. Fisk looked out over the water. Mike and I would race each other across the river. It gets pretty wide at some points. A couple of times I thought one or the other of us was surely going to drown, but one thing kept us going. What was that? We couldn't bear the thought of the other winning. Sarah sat back down and swung her chair around until she was facing him, smoothing out her hair as she did so. Do you mind a really personal question? Fisk stiffened slightly. Probably. You won't take this the wrong way? I will now. Why weren't you and Mike closer? There's no law that says siblings have to be close. But you and Michael seem to have so much in common. He spoke so highly of you, and you obviously were proud of him. I sense you had some differences. I'm just confused as to what went wrong. Fisk shut the engine down and allowed the boat to drift. He cut off the beacon, and the moon became their only source of light. The river was very calm, and they were at one of the widest points. Fisk pulled his pants legs up, went to the side of the boat, sat on the edge, and swung his feet into the water. Sarah sat down next to him, hiked her skirt up a little, and lowered her feet in. Fisk gazed out over the river, sipping his beer. John, I'm really not trying to pry. I'm not really in the mood to talk about it, okay? But Fisk sliced the air with his hand. Sarah, it's not the place to do it, and it's damn sure not the time, okay? Okay, I'm sorry. I just care about all of you. They sat there as the boat drifted along, the noise of the cicadas barely reaching them from shore. Fisk finally stirred. You know, Virginia's such a beautiful place. You've got water, mountains, forest, beaches, history, culture, high-tech centers, and old battlefields. People move a little slower, enjoy life a little more here. I can't imagine living anywhere else. Hell, I've never been anywhere else. And they have really nice trailer parks, Sarah said. Fisk smiled. That too. So does your segue into the travelogue mean the topic of you and your brother is officially closed? Sarah bit her tongue when she finished. Stupid mouth, she berated herself. Guess so. Fisk abruptly stood up. The boat rocked, and Sarah almost ended up in the river. Fisk's hand shot out and gripped her arm. He squeezed tightly and looked down at her. She looked up at him, her eyes as big as the moon over them. her legs splayed out and gently drifting in the water, her dress wet where the river had touched it. "How about a swim?" she said, "to cool off?" "I don't have any swimsuits," he said. "My clothes are wet enough." He pulled her up into the boat, and then went over and started the engine, destroying the piece. "Okay. Why not swim here?" "The current's a little too strong." He swung the boat around and headed toward the dock. 3/4 of the way there, he cut across and headed to the shoreline. Here the bank sloped gradually down to the water, and as they drew closer, Sarah could make out 50-gallon drums floating about 20 feet apart. As they kept heading in, she could see that they were tied together by mesh rope, forming a huge rectangular-shaped pool. Fisk cut the engine near one of the drums and let the boat's momentum propel them until he could reach out and touch the big container. Then he tied a line to a hook mounted on the drum and dropped a small anchor, actually a gallon paint bucket filled with concrete, over the side for added security. "It's about 8 feet at its deepest point inside the ropes. There's a fence of wire mesh that circles the whole area and goes all the way to the bottom. That way, if the current catches you, you won't end up in the Atlantic." When Sarah started to slip out of her dress, Fisk quickly turned around. She smiled. "John, don't be a prude. My bikini shows more than this." In her panties and bra, she dove over the side, coming up a moment later, treading water. She called out, "I'll turn my back if you're too embarrassed." "I think I'll sit this one out." "Oh, come on, I won't bite." "I'm a little old for skinny dipping, Sarah." "Water's really great." "It looks it." He still made no move to join her. A disappointed look on her face, she finally turned and swam away from him, her arms cutting powerful strokes through the smooth surface. As Fisk watched her, he absently ran his finger the length of the wound, touching the 2 circular humps of burned flesh where the bullets had entered him. He abruptly removed his hand and sat down. The name Harms kept reverberating in his head. An informa pauperis petition probably would have come from a prisoner, if that's what the handwritten document amounted to. He shifted in his seat and once more looked in Sarah's direction. Under the moonlight, he could barely make her out in the shallow end, drifting. Whether she was looking at him or not, he couldn't tell. He looked out over the river, his mind taking him back. There was splashing in the water, the 2 young men swimming for all they were worth, one pulling ahead a bit and then the other. Sometimes Mike would win, other times John. Then they would race back, day after day, growing more tan, leaner and stronger. So much fun. No real worries, no heartaches. Swim, explore the woods, devour bologna and mayo sandwiches for lunch. For dinner, skewered hot dogs on straightened hangers and cooked over the coals until the meat split open. So much damn fun. Fisk looked away from the water and forced himself to concentrate. If Harms was a prisoner, finding him would be easy. As a former police officer, Fisk knew that there were no categories of humanity better monitored than America's inmate population of nearly 2 million. The country might not know where all its children or homeless were, but it religiously kept track of the cons, and most of the information was on computer database now. He looked back over and saw Sarah swimming toward the boat. He didn't notice the glow of a burning cigarette as someone sat on the shore and watched them. A couple minutes later, Fisk was helping Sarah into the boat. She sat on the deck, breathing deeply. "I haven't swum that much in a long time." Fisk held out a towel he had pulled from the small cabin, averting his eyes as he did so. She quickly toweled down and then slipped her dress on. When she handed him back the towel, their arms brushed. That made him look at her. She was still breathing deeply from the swim, the rise and fall of her eyelids hypnotic. He studied her face in silence for a moment, then looked past her at something in the sky. She turned her head to look too. Pink swirls were lapping against the dark edges of the sky as dawn began to break. Everywhere they looked, the soft glow of the coming light was apparent. The trees, the leaves, the water were cast as a shimmering facade as the boat gently rocked them. "It's beautiful," she said in a hushed tone. "Yes, it is," he said. As she turned back to him, she reached up her hand, slowly at first, her eyes searching his for some reaction to what she was doing. Her fingers touched his chin, cupping it, his beard stubble rough against her skin. Her hand moved higher, tracing his cheeks, his eyes, and then pressing against his hair, each touch gentle, unhurried. As she gripped the back of his neck and pulled his head toward her, she felt him flinch. Her lips trembled when she saw his glistening eyes. Sarah removed her hand and stepped back. Fisk suddenly looked out over the water, as though still seeing two young boys swimming their hearts out. He turned back to her. "My brother's dead, Sarah," he said simply, his voice shaking slightly. "I'm just really messed up right now." He tried to say something else, but the words would not come. Sarah slowly walked over and sat in one of the seats. She wiped at her eyes, and then self-consciously gripped the hemline of her skirt, trying to smooth it, to wring out some of the wetness. The breeze had picked up, and the river bounced them. She glanced up at Fisk. "I really did like your brother, and I'm so damned sorry that he's gone." She looked down, as though searching at her feet for the right words. "And I'm sorry for what I just did." He looked away. "I could have said something to you before now." He glanced up at her, bewilderment on his features. "I'm not sure why I didn't." She stood up, wrapped her arms around her shoulders. "I'm a little cold. We should go back now, shouldn't we?" Fisk hauled up the anchor while Sarah cast off, and then he fired up the motor and headed back to the dock, each unable to look at the other for fear of what might happen, of what their bodies might do, despite the words they had just spoken. On the shore, the owner of the glowing cigarette had departed, just as Sarah had drawn close to Fisk.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents The Simple Truth, written by David Baldacci, read by Jonathan Mayrose.
Chapter 32. Fisk and Sarah docked the boat, walked in silence to the golf cart, and climbed in. The footsteps made Fisk look around. "Pop, what are you doing here?" His father didn't answer, but kept coming toward them. Fisk walked to him, his arms outstretched. "Pop, you okay?" A puzzled Sarah watched from the golf cart. The men were about a foot apart when the elder Fisk lunged forward and punched his son in the jaw. "You bastard!" Ed shouted. Fisk fell back from the blow as Ed pounced on his son and hammered away with both fists. Fisk pushed himself away from his father and staggered backward, blood coming from his mouth and nose. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he screamed. Sarah was halfway out of the cart, but she froze when Ed pointed at her. "Get that slut and your ass out of here. Get the hell out of here, you hear me?" "Pop, what are you talking about?" Enraged, Ed rushed his son again. This time Fisk sidestepped the charge, wrapping his arms around his father and holding tight as the older man spun wildly, trying with all his might to hit him again. "I saw you, damn you both, half naked, kissing while your brother lies dead on some slab. Your brother!" He screamed the word so loud his voice broke. Fisk's voice cracked as he realized what his father had seen, or thought he had seen. "Pop, nothing happened." "You bastard!" He tried to pull his son's hair, clothing, anything to get at him again. "You heartless son of a bitch!" he kept screaming, his face brick red, his breathing becoming more and more labored, his movements sluggish. "Stop it, Pop, stop it, you're going to have a coronary." The two men struggled fiercely as they slipped, pitched, and swung around in the loose dirt and gravel. "My own son doing that. I don't have a son. Both my sons are dead. Both my sons are dead." Ed spat out these words in a crescendo of fury. Fisk let his father go, and the old man spun around and dropped to the ground in exhaustion. He tried to rise, but then slumped back down, his T-shirt stained with the sweat of his efforts, the merged smells of alcohol and tobacco enveloping him. Fisk stood over him, chest heaving, his blood mixed with salty tears. A horrified Sarah stepped out of the cart, knelt down next to Ed, and put a hand gently on his shoulder. She didn't know what to say. Ed swung his arms around blindly and struck Sarah on the thigh. She gasped in pain. "Get the hell out of here, both of you, now!" Ed screamed. Fisk gripped Sarah's arm and pulled her up. "Let's go, Sarah." He looked at his father. "Dad, take the cart back." As they entered the forest, Fisk and Sarah could still hear the screams of the old man. Her leg aching, her tears half blinding her, Sarah said, "Oh my God, John, this is all my fault." Fisk didn't answer. His insides were on fire. The pain had never been this bad, and he was scared. The dispassionate warnings of scores of doctors engulfed him. He kept walking faster and faster, until Sarah had to half-trot to keep up. John, please say something." She reached over to wipe some blood from his chin, but he quickly pushed her hand away. Then, without warning, he started to run. "John!" Sarah started to run too, but she had never seen anyone accelerate as Fisk had. "John!" she screamed. "Please come back! Stop! Please!" In the next moment, he had rounded a bend in the forest path and disappeared completely from her sight. She slowed down, her own chest burning now. Then she stepped on a loose clod of dirt and fell heavily to the ground amid the scattered pine needles. She sat there sobbing, her thigh already bruised and aching from where Ed had hit her. A minute later, she started as a hand touched her shoulder. Terrified, she looked up, certain that Ed had come to beat her, too, for blackening the memory of his dead son. Fisk was breathing hard, his T-shirt soaked in sweat, the blood already hardened on his face. "Are you okay?" She nodded and stood up, gritting her teeth as the pain in her leg increased. If Ed's blind swipe at her leg caused so much hurt, she could hardly imagine what John was feeling, after taking a direct blow to the face. She balanced against him while he bent down, edged her skirt up, and examined her thigh. Fisk shook his head. "It's bruised pretty good. He didn't know what he was doing. I'm sorry." "I deserved it." With Fisk's help, she was able to walk pretty normally. "I'm sorry, John," she said. This is a nightmare." As they neared the trailer, she heard him say something. At first she thought he was talking to her, but he wasn't. He said it again, in a low voice, his eyes straight ahead, his head slowly turning in disbelief. "I'm sorry." The apology was not directed toward her, she instinctively knew. Perhaps to the screaming man back at the dock. And maybe to the dead brother. When they reached the trailer, Sarah sat down on the steps while Fisk went inside. He came back out a minute later with some ice and a roll of paper towels. While she held the ice wrapped in a paper towel against her bruised thigh, she used one of the ice cubes and another paper towel to wipe the blood from his face and clean the cut on his lip. After she had finished, he stood, went down the steps, and headed down the dirt road. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To get my father," he said without turning around. She watched until he disappeared into the forest. While he was gone, Sarah limped into the trailer and cleaned herself up in the small bathroom. She spotted Fisk's suit and shoes and carried them out to her car. She ran her hand along the smooth metal surface of the flagpole and wondered if Ed would manage to raise the stars and stripes today. Maybe he would, at half-mast, in memory of his son. Perhaps mourning both sons? She began trembling with that thought, moved away from the flagpole and leaned up against her car. She scanned the woods nervously, as though anticipating the abrupt charge of all sorts of terror from its underbelly. An elderly woman came out of the trailer next door and stopped when she saw Sarah. Sarah smiled in an embarrassed fashion. "I'm, a friend of John Fisk's." The woman nodded. "Well, good morning." "Good morning to you, too." The woman disappeared down the road toward the cottage. Sarah looked anxiously back toward the woods, clutching her hands together. "Come on, John, please, come on." 15 minutes later, the golf cart came into view. Fisk was driving. His father was slumped in the rear, apparently asleep. Fisk pulled up to the trailer, got out, carefully lifted his father and put him over his shoulder. He marched up the steps and disappeared inside. He came out a few minutes later, carrying the shotgun. "He's asleep," Fisk said. "What's that for?" Sarah pointed at the weapon. "I'm not leaving it here with him." "You don't think he'd shoot anybody?" "No, but I don't want him sticking it in his mouth and pulling the trigger either. Guns, alcohol, and bad news don't mix real well. He put the shotgun in the back seat of the car. You'd better let me drive. Your clothes are in the trunk. They climbed in the car, and a minute later were back at the owner's cottage. Fisk went in and slapped 4 singles down for the guest fee. He bought some pastries and a couple cartons of orange juice. The woman who had greeted Sarah was also there. I saw your lady friend, John. Real cute girl. Uh-huh. You leaving already? Yep. I'll bet your daddy wishes you were staying longer. Fisk paid for the food and didn't wait for a bag. I'll take that bet, he told the puzzled woman before heading back out to the car. Chapter 33. Samuel Ryder arrived at his office early after being away a few days for business. Sheila hadn't come in yet. It was just as well, since Ryder wanted to be alone. He picked up his phone and called Fort Jackson, identified himself as Harms's attorney, and asked to speak with him. He's no longer here. Excuse me, he's serving a life sentence. Where exactly could he have gone? I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to give out that information over the phone. If you would like to come down in person or make an official inquiry in writing... Ryder slammed down the phone and collapsed in his chair. Was Rufus dead? Had they somehow discovered what he was up to? Once Ryder had filed the appeal with the Supreme Court, Rufus should have had instant security. Ryder clamped his fingers around the edge of his desk. If it had reached the court. He tore open his desk drawer and pulled out the white receipt with the tracking number on it. The green receipt should have come back to his office. Sheila. He jumped up and raced to Sheila's work area. Normally, any return receipts would be included in the appropriate case file. However, there was no case file for Rufus Harms. What could she have done with the damn receipt? As if in answer to his thoughts, the woman herself walked in the door. She was surprised to see him. Why, you're in awfully early, Mr. Ryder. Ryder assumed a casual tone. I'm trying to catch up on a few things. He edged away from her desk. However, she had picked up on his intentions. Are you looking for something? Well, now that you mention it, I was, actually. I had sent a letter out and, I had sent it return receipt requested, and then it occurred to me that I hadn't told you anything about it. Stupid of me. Her next words brought an inward sigh of relief. So that's what that was. At first I thought I had forgotten to open a case file. I was meaning to ask you about it when you got back. So you got it back then, Ryder said, trying to veil his eagerness. Sheila opened a drawer of her desk and pulled out a green receipt. The United States Supreme Court, she said with awe, passing it over to him. I remember thinking, are we going to be doing something with them or what? Ryder put on his best lawyer's face. No, Sheila, just something to do with a bar function. We don't need to look to Washington for our daily bread. Oh, here are your phone messages that came in while you were out of town. I tried to prioritize them for you. He gave her hand a nice squeeze. You're the essence of efficiency, he said gallantly. She smiled and started to fuss at her desk. Ryder went back to his office, closed the door, and looked down at the receipt. The filing had been delivered. The signature was right there. But then, where was Rufus? Ryder planned to spend much of the morning in meetings, discussing the possible development of a shopping mall on a vast tract of land that had been used since the 40s as an auto wrecking yard. One of the men he was meeting with had flown a prop plane into Blacksburg, Virginia, from Washington early that morning, and was driving over to Ryder's office. With everything on his mind, it was all Ryder could do to act normal when the man arrived at his office a while later. The man had brought with him a copy of the morning's Washington Post. While the man accepted a cup of coffee from Sheila, Ryder idly ran his eye over the Post's headlines. One in particular caught his attention. The man noticed what Ryder was doing. Damn shame, he said, nodding at the story Ryder was focused on. One of the best and brightest, he said, as Ryder silently mouthed the headline again. Supreme Court clerk slain. Did you know him? Ryder asked. It couldn't be connected. There was no way in hell. No, but if he was clerking up there, you know he had to be top of the top. Murdered, too. Shows you how dangerous times have become. Nobody's safe anymore. Ryder stared at him for a moment, and then looked down at the paper and the accompanying photo. Michael Fisk, age 30. He had earned a Ph.D. from Columbia University, and then gone on to the University of Virginia Law School, where he had been editor-in-chief of the Law Review. He was the senior law clerk for Justice Thomas Murphy. No suspects, no clues, other than a missing wallet. Nobody's safe anymore. He tightly gripped the paper as he stared at the grainy, depressing photo of the dead man. It couldn't be. However, there was one way to find out. He excused himself and slipped into his office, where he called the Supreme Court clerk's office. "We have no case with the name Harms, sir, either on the regular or IFP docket. But I've got a return receipt that shows it was delivered to you people." The voice on the other end again delivered the perfunctory message. "Don't you have some way of keeping track of your mail up there?" The polite answer Ryder received did not sit well with him. He yelled into the phone. "Rufus Harms is rotting in the damn stockade, and you people can't keep track of your mail." He threw down the phone. Somewhere between its arrival and the point where a case was actually placed in the official system, Rufus Harms's filing had apparently disappeared. And so had Rufus Harms. Ryder suddenly felt chilled. Ryder looked down once more at the newspaper. And the Supreme Court clerk had been murdered. It all seemed so far-fetched, but then so had the story Rufus told him. Then another thought hit him even harder. If they had killed Rufus and the clerk, they surely wouldn't stop there. If they had what Ryder had filed with the court, then they would know that Ryder had played a role in all of it. That meant he could be next on their hit list. But come on, he told himself, you're just being paranoid. And that's when it finally dawned on him. The sheaf of phone messages that Sheila had collected while he had been away. He had idly skimmed through them, returning the ones he felt were most important. The name, the damn name. He clawed through his desk until he found the pink pieces of paper. His hands flew through them, scanning, finally ripping the pile apart in his rising anxiety until he found it. He looked down at the name, the blood slowly draining from his face. Michael Fisk had called him. Twice. Oh, my God. In an avalanche of thought, visions of his wife, the condo in Florida, his grown children, all the years of billable hours flew through his mind. Well, damn if he was waiting around for them to come get him. He punched his intercom and told Sheila he wasn't feeling well, to convey that to his visitor and the other gentleman who would shortly arrive, and accommodate them any way she could. "I won't be back today," he told her as he hurried through the reception area. "I hope I will someday, and not in a coffin," he added silently. "All right, Mr. Ryder, you take care." He almost laughed at her remark. He had phoned his house before leaving the office, but his wife wasn't in. As he drove along, he had already made up his mind what he was going to do. The two had kicked around the idea of taking a late fall vacation, maybe down to the islands, one last dose of sun and water before the ice set in. Only they might stay a while. He'd prefer to pour his savings into staying alive than into securing the view of a Florida sunset he might never get a chance to see. They could drive to Roanoke, hop a commuter flight, and take it into Washington or Richmond. From there, they could go anywhere. He would explain it to his wife by saying he was just being spontaneous, something she had said he never was and never could be. Good old, steady, reliable Sam Ryder did nothing more with his life than work hard, pay his bills, raise his kids, love his wife, and try to catch a few strands of happiness along the way. Lord, I'm already writing my obituary, he realized. He wouldn't be in a position to help Rufus, but he figured the man was probably dead anyway. I'm sorry, Rufus, he thought, but you're in a much better place, far better than the one those bastards saddled you with on this earth. A sudden thought made him almost turn the car around. He had left copies of the filing he had made for Rufus back at the office. Should he go back? He finally decided that his life was worth more than a few pieces of paper. What could he do with them now, anyway? He concentrated on the road. There wasn't much between his office and his home except windy roads, birds, and the occasional deer or black bear. The isolation had never bothered Ryder, until now. At this moment, it terrified him. He had a shotgun at home that he used for quail hunting. He wished he had it with him. He rounded an elbow-shaped bend in the road, a rusted guardrail the only thing standing between him and a 500-foot drop. As he tapped his brakes to slow down, his breath caught in his throat. His brakes. Oh, my God, I've lost my brakes. He started to scream, but then the brakes held. Don't let your senses run away from you, Sam, he cautioned himself. A few minutes later, he turned the last corner and saw his mailbox. A minute after that, he pulled the car into his garage. His wife's car was next to his. As he passed by her car, he glanced at the front seat. His feet seemed to sink right into the concrete floor. His wife was lying face down in the front seat. Even from where he was standing, Ryder could see the blood pouring from the head wound. That was the next to last memory Ryder would have. The hand came around and clamped across his face a large cloth that had a sickening medicinal odor. Another hand slipped something into Ryder's hand. As the lawyer looked down with eyes that were already beginning to close, he saw and felt the still warm pistol, as his fingers were wrapped around it by a pair of latex-gloved hands. It was Ryder's pistol, one he used for target shooting. The one he now also knew had been used to kill his wife. From the heat left in the metal, they must have done it as soon as he turned into the driveway. They must have been watching for him. He arched his head and stared into the cold, clear eyes of Victor Tremaine, as his face was thrust deeper and deeper into the clutches of unconsciousness. This man had killed her, but Ryder would be blamed for it. Not that it would matter much to him. He was dead, too. As he finished this thought, Samuel Ryder's eyes closed for the last time. Chapter 34. Driving down the George Washington Parkway, south of Old Town Alexandria, Fisk glimpsed a bike rider as he flitted, phantom-like, among the line of trees that ran along the asphalt bike path, paralleling the river. Fisk nudged Sarah awake, and she told him where to turn off the parkway. She glanced quickly at him. The encounter with his father had not been mentioned on the drive back. It was as though they had silently agreed not to discuss it. With Sarah directing, Fisk pulled down another blacktop road and then turned right onto a gravel lane that ran steeply down toward the water. He stopped the car in front of the small, wood-framed cottage, which stood there prim and dour among the untidy backdrop of tree, bramble, and wildflower, like the preacher's wife at a church picnic turned rowdy. The clapboard was layered with 50 years' worth of white paint. The structure also had black shutters and a wide brick chimney the color of terracotta. Fisk watched as a squirrel sprinted across the phone line, leaped to the roof, and corkscrewed up the chimney. Anchoring one corner of the property was a crepe myrtle in full bloom, its bark the texture and color of deerskin. Wedged against the other side of the cottage was a 20-foot holly, red berries peeping out, ornament-like, from among the dark green leaves. In between was a hedge of burning bush, the ground underneath it sprinkled with cardinal red leaves. Behind the house, Fisk noted the stairway angling down to the water. From there, he thought he saw the bob of a sail mast. From the back seat, he grabbed the clean clothes he had gotten from his apartment. They got out of the car. "Nice place," he commented. Sarah stretched and yawned deeply. "When I got the clerkship at the court, I flew in to look at housing. I thought I'd just rent it first, but found this place and fell in love with it. So I went down to North Carolina, sold the farm, and bought this." "Must have been hard selling the homestead." Sarah shook her head. "The two reasons it was important to me were dead. All that was left was a bunch of dirt that I couldn't do anything with." Still stretching, she headed to the house. "I'll get the coffee going." She looked at her watch and moaned. "I'm going to be late for oral argument. I should call in, but I'm afraid to." "I'm sure they'll understand, given the circumstances." "You'd think so, wouldn't you?" she said doubtfully. Fisk hesitated. "Do you have a map around here?" "What kind?" "Eastern half of the United States." She thought a moment. "Check the glove compartment." He did so and pulled out the map. As they went into the house, she asked, "What are you looking for?" "I've been thinking about the 800 miles that were on Mike's car." "You want to see what's 800 miles from here?" "No, 400. Sarah looked puzzled. 400 miles out, but he or someone else had to drive back to D.C. Although it could be a number of smaller trips, 100 miles here and there. Fisk shook his head. Human remains inside a trunk on a hot day aren't real pleasant to be around. I've found a couple that way," he added grimly. While she fixed coffee in the kitchen, Fisk looked out the window that faced the river. From this vantage point, he could now see the pressure-treated lumber dock and the sailboat tied up to it. "You get to sail much?" "Black or cream?" "Black." She got out 2 cups. "Not as much as I used to. Where I lived in North Carolina was pretty landlocked. Some fishing with my dad, swimming at a pond a few miles down the road. But out at Stanford, I really got into it. You never know how big something can be until you see the Pacific Ocean. It dwarfs everything else I've ever experienced. Never been there. Let me know if you ever decide to. I could show you around. She wiped the hair out of her eyes, poured his coffee, and handed him his cup. I'll put that on my list, he said dryly. I've only got one bathroom, so we'll have to take turns showering. You go first. I want to check out this map. If I'm not done in 20 minutes, pound on the door. I'll probably have fallen asleep in the shower. Fisk was looking at the map and sipping his coffee and didn't comment. Sarah paused on the stairs. John? He looked up. I hope you can forgive me for last night. She stopped as though mulling over what she had just said. The problem is, I don't think I deserve to be forgiven. Fisk put down his cup and stared at her. The sunlight poured through the window at a graceful angle, falling full upon her face, accentuating the sparkle of her eyes, the sensual margins of her lips. Her hair was limp from the river water, sweat, and sleeping on it. The little makeup she wore had long since lost its life, staining her eyelids and cheeks, her entire body pushed to the point of exhaustion. This woman had been the source of a major, perhaps cataclysmic rift between him and his father, a man he worshipped, and yet Fisk had to fight the impulse to slip off her clothes and lie down next to her right there on the floor. Everybody deserves to be forgiven, he finally said, and then looked back at the map. While Sarah was showering, Fisk went into a room off the kitchen. She obviously used it as a home office of sorts, since it had a desk, computer, bookshelf full of law books, and a printer. He spread the map out on the desk. He found the scale at the bottom, converting inches into miles, and rummaged around in the desk drawer until he found a ruler. Using Washington as the epicenter, he drew lines outward in north, west, and southerly directions, and then drew a line attaching the endpoints. He ignored the east, since 400 miles out would put him well into the Atlantic. He made a list of the various states within this rough circumference, picked up the phone, and called directory assistance. Within a minute, he was on the phone with someone from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. He gave the name Harms to the person on the other end, along with a geographic radius he might be within. It had occurred to Fisk that his brother may have gone to visit Harms in prison. The call his brother had made to him, seeking some advice, would then make sense. John Fisk knew a lot more about prisons than his younger brother did. When the Bureau representative came back on the line with the results, Fisk's face sagged. Are you sure there's no prisoner with that last name in any federal prison in the geographic area I gave you? I even went out an extra couple 100 miles. Well, how about the state prisons, then? I can give you the phone numbers for each state. You'll have to contact them separately. Do you know which ones are in that area? Fisk looked at the map and rattled them off. There were over a dozen. Fisk wrote down the telephone numbers he was given and hung up. He thought for a moment and then decided to check messages at his home and office. One was from an insurance agent. Fisk returned the call to the agent, who was located in the D.C. metropolitan area. I was very sorry to read about your brother's death, Mr. Fisk, the woman said. I didn't know my brother had any life insurance. Sometimes the beneficiaries aren't aware. In fact, it's not the insurance company's obligation to notify the beneficiaries, even if we're aware of the insured's death. Bluntly speaking, insurers don't go out of their way to pay out claims. So, why did you call me? Because I was horrified by Michael's death. When did he take the policy out? About 6 months ago. He had no wife or kids. Why did he need insurance? Well, it's why I called you. He said he wanted you to have the money in case anything happened to him. Fisk felt a catch in his throat, and he held the phone away for a moment. Our parents could use the money a lot more than me, he finally managed to say. He told me you'd probably give the money to them, but he wanted you to use some of it for yourself, and he thought you'd know better than your parents how to deal with it. I see. Well, how much money are we talking about? $500,000. She read his address to him to confirm that it was still accurate. For what it's worth, I write a lot of policies for people for a lot of different reasons. Not all of them good, but in case you didn't realize it, your brother loved you very much. I wished I was as close to my brother. As Fisk hung up the phone, He realized that he was not on the verge of tears. He was on the verge of putting his fist through a wall. He got up, put the list in his pocket, and went outside, down the stairway, past the vertical rise of cattail on one side, the sprawl of fern on the other, his feet taking him to the small dock. The sky was deep blue, with dabs of clouds, the breeze encouraging, the humidity vanished for now. He looked to the north, to the 4-story reach of the million-dollar townhouses on the outer ring of the Old Town Alexandria area, and then at the long, serpentine shape of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Across the water he made out the Maryland shore, a tree-lined mirror image of the Virginia side. A jet powered by, its landing gear down as it headed into National Airport, a few miles distant. The fuselage was so close to the earth that Fisk could almost have hit it with a rock. As the plane passed by and the silence returned, he stepped onto the bow of the sailboat. The craft gently swayed under him. The sunlight stroked his face. He sat down and put his head against the mast, sniffed the canvas of the unfurled sail, and closed his eyes. He was so damn tired. "You look awfully comfortable." Startled awake, Fisk looked around before turning and seeing Sarah standing there. She wore a black two-piece business suit. A white silk blouse peeked out at the neckline. Her neck was encircled with a small strand of pearls, her hair tied in a simple bun, a touch of makeup and pale red lipstick tinting her face. She smiled. "I'm sorry I had to wake you. You were sleeping so peacefully." "Have you been watching me long?" Fisk asked, and then wondered why he had. "Long enough. You can take your shower now." He stood up and stepped back from the dock. "Nice boat." "I'm lucky. The riverbank drops off steeply here. I don't have to keep it at one of the marinas. I'll take you out if you want. We have time left before it has to be winterized." "Maybe." He walked past her toward the cottage. "John?" He turned back. She put one hand on the stair rail and looked over at her sailboat, as though hoping to carve a wedge of calm from its tranquil frame. "If it's the last thing I ever do, I will make it right with your father," she said. "It's my problem. You don't have to do that." "Yes, John, I do," she said firmly. 30 minutes later, Fisk drove the car out onto the private road leading to the parkway. The two black sedans flashing in front of their car made Fisk slam on the brakes. Sarah screamed. Fisk jumped out of the car. He stopped as soon as he saw the guns pointed at him. "Hands in the air," one of the men barked. Fisk immediately put his hands up. Sarah climbed out of the car in time to see Perkins emerge from one vehicle and Agent McKenna from the other. Perkins spotted Sarah. "Holster your weapons," he said to the two men in suits. McKenna's voice boomed out. "Those men are under my command, not yours. They will holster their weapons upon my order only." McKenna stopped directly in front of Fisk. "Are you all right, Sarah?" Perkins asked. "Of course I'm all right. What the hell is going on?" "I left an urgent message with you." "I didn't check my messages. What's wrong?" McKenna's eye caught the shotgun lying in the back seat. Now he pulled his own weapon and pointed it directly at Fisk. He studied Fisk's injured face. "Is this man holding you against your will?" McKenna asked Sarah. "Will you stop with the dramatic crap?" said Fisk. He lowered his hands and caught a sucker punch in the gut from McKenna. Fisk dropped to his knees, gasping. Sarah raced to him, helping him lean back against the car tire. "Keep your hands up until the lady answers the question." McKenna reached down and jerked Fisk's hands up in the air. "Keep your damn hands up!" Sarah screamed. "No, for God's sake, he's not holding me. Stop it. Leave him alone." She pushed McKenna's hands away. Perkins stepped forward. "Agent McKenna," he began, but McKenna cut him off with a cold stare. "He's got a shotgun in the car," McKenna said. "You want to take a chance with your men, fine. I don't operate that way." Another sedan pulled up, and Chandler and two uniformed Virginia police officers climbed out, guns drawn. "Everybody freeze," Chandler boomed out. McKenna looked around. "Tell your men to put away their weapons, Chandler. I've got the situation under control." Chandler walked right up to McKenna. "Tell your men to holster their weapons right now, McKenna. Right now, or I'll have these officers arrest you on the spot for assault and battery." McKenna didn't move. Chandler leaned directly in his face. "Right now, Special Agent Warren McKenna. or you'll be calling the Bureau's legal counsel from a Virginia lockup. You really want that in your record?" Finally, the man flinched. "Holster your weapons," McKenna ordered his men. "Now move the hell away from him," Chandler ordered. McKenna very slowly edged away from the fallen Fisk, his eyes burning into Chandler's with every backward step. Chandler knelt down and gripped Fisk's shoulder. "John, you okay?" Fisk nodded painfully, his eyes on McKenna. "Will someone please tell us what is going on?" Sarah cried out. "Stephen Wright was found murdered," Chandler said. Chapter 35. The shack rested in the center of a heavy forest in a remote part of southwestern Pennsylvania, where it notched into West Virginia. A muddy, tire-gouged strip of dirt was the only way in or out. Josh came in the front door, his 9mm poking out of his waistband, red clay and pine needles sticking to his boots. The truck was parked under a leafy shield of a soaring walnut tree, but Josh had taken the added precaution of covering the vehicle with camouflage netting. His biggest worry was being spotted from overhead. Luckily, the nights were still warm. He couldn't risk building a fire. You couldn't control where smoke went. Rufus sat on the floor, his broad back resting against the wall, his Bible in his lap. He was drinking a soda, the remains of his lunch beside him. He had changed into some clothes that his brother had brought him. "Everything okay?" "Just us and the squirrels. How you feeling?" "Happy as hell and scared as the devil." Rufus shook his head and smiled. "Feels good to be free, sitting here drinking a Coke, not having to worry about somebody trying to get the jump on me every second of my life." "The gods or the other cons?" "What do you think?" "I think both. I was on the inside for a while too, you know. We could probably write us a book." "How long we going to stay here?" "A couple of days, let things die down a little, and we'll head on, make our way down to Mexico. Live good on 1/10 of what it takes up here. Went a few times after the war. Got some old army buddies who live there. They'll help us get in and then set us up. Find us a boat, do some fishing, live on the beach. That sound good to you?" "Living in the sewer would sound good to me." Rufus stood up. "Got a question for you." His brother leaned against the wall and started carving up an apple with his pocket knife. "I'm listening." "Your truck was full of groceries, 2 rifles, and that pistol you're carrying, and the clothes I'm wearing." "So?" "So you just happen to be carrying all that stuff when you come visit me?" Josh swallowed a slice of apple. "I gotta eat. That means I gotta go to the store now, don't it?" "Yeah, but you didn't buy nothing that'd go bad. No milk or eggs, stuff like that. All cans and boxes." "I ate out of a can in the Army. I guess I just fell in love with meals ready to eat." "And you always carry all them guns with you?" "Maybe I'm still screwed up from Nam, got some syndrome or other." Rufus tugged at his shirt, which was the size of a blanket. "My size don't exactly come off the rack. You came ready to bust me out, didn't you, Josh?" Josh finished working on his apple and then threw the core out the open window. He wiped the apple juice from his hands onto his jeans before facing his brother. "Look, Rufus, I never knew why you killed that little girl, but I knew you weren't right in the head when you done it. When I got that letter from the Army, it crossed my mind there was something there. Now, I didn't know it was some cover for what they done to you. But the fact is, nowadays, people go crazy and do bad shit. They stick 'em in the nut house, and when they're better, they just let 'em go. You've been in prison for 25 years for something I know for a fact you didn't even mean to do. Let's just say I took it on myself to say that was long enough. You served your time, you know, paid your debt to society, crap. It was time for you to get out, and I was going to bring the key. If you hadn't wanted to come, I was going to make you change your way of thinking. Call me right or wrong, I don't give a damn. It's what I made up my mind to do." The two brothers looked at each other for at least a minute without speaking. "Are you a good brother, Josh?" "You damn right I am." Rufus sat on the floor again and picked up the Bible, his hands gently turning the pages until he found the part he wanted. Josh eyed him. "You still reading that stuff after all this time?" Rufus looked up at him. "I'm going to read it all my life." Josh snorted. "You do what you want with your time, but wasting it ain't such a good idea if you ask me." Rufus eyed him stonily. "The word of the Lord kept me alive all these years. That ain't no waste of time. Josh shook his head, looked out the window, and then back at Rufus. He touched the grip of his pistol. This is God, or a knife, or a stick of dynamite, or a don't-piss-on-me attitude. Not some holy book full of people killing each other, men taking other men's women, just about every sin you can think of. Sin's of man, not God. God ain't the one busted you out, I did. God sent you to me, Josh. His will is everywhere. So you're saying God made me come get you? Why did you come? I told you, get you out. 'Cause you love me? Josh appeared a little startled. Yes, he said. That's the will of God, Josh. You love me, you help me. That's God's way of working. Josh shook his head and looked away. Rufus went back to his reading. A squawking sound came from Josh's portable police scanner, which he had set on the floor along with his radio. Josh had managed to tune in a radio station from Southwest Virginia for any local news on Rufus's escape. Heard your name on the police band anymore? Josh asked. Rufus Harms had been mentioned in the news the day before. All the military authorities would say was that Harms was a convicted murderer who had a history of violence inside prison. He had escaped with the help of his brother, a dangerous man in his own right. The standard lingo was used, namely that both men were believed to be armed and dangerous. Translation: no one should be surprised or ask any questions when the authorities dragged their corpses in. A little, Rufus replied. They're looking south like you thought. Just then the afternoon news came on the radio. The first two news stories meant nothing to either brother. The third news story was a late-breaking one, and it made both brothers stare at the radio. Josh hustled over and turned up the sound. The story only lasted about a minute, and when it was over, Josh turned the radio off. Ryder and his wife, he said. Made it look like he killed her and then turned the gun on himself, Rufus added, his head shaking slowly in disbelief. 2 men come to see me, and now they're both dead. Josh stared over at his brother. He knew exactly what he was thinking. Rufus, you can't bring him back. You can't bring none of them back. It's my fault they're dead, for trying to help me. And Ryder's wife, she didn't know nothing about any of this. You didn't ask that Fisk boy to come down to the prison. But I asked Samuel. He'd be alive except for me. He owed you, Rufus. Why you think he came on down in the first place? He felt guilty. He knew he didn't fight hard for you back then. He was trying to make up for that. He's still dead, ain't he? Because of me. Supposing that's true, you can't do nothing about it. Rufus looked over at him. I can make sure they didn't die for nothing. Them folks took most of my life away, and now they took these other people's lives. You say we'll be okay in Mexico, but they ain't ever going to stop looking for us. Vic Tremaine is crazy as hell. Just have to look in the man's eyes to see that. Old Vic been trying to get me all these years. Probably think he's got his chance now. Fill us both up with lead. The Army catches up with us before the police do. They'll damn sure keep firing until their mags are empty, Josh agreed. He pulled out his Pall Malls and lit up, blowing smoke across the room. Well, I can shoot straight, too. They'll know they've been in a damn fight if they don't know nothing else. Rufus shook his head stubbornly. Nobody should be able to get away with what they done. Josh flicked cigarette ash to the floor and stared at him. Well, exactly what are you going to do? March into the police and say, listen up, boys, I got some story to tell. Now y'all come on and help a brother put these big, important white folk away? Josh took the cigarette out of his mouth and spit dirt on the floor. Shit, Rufus. I need to get me that letter from the Army. Where'd you leave it? I hid it back in my cell. Well, we ain't going back to the prison. You try to do that, I'll shoot you myself. I ain't going back to Fort Jackson. What then? Samuel was a lawyer. Lawyers make copies of things. Josh arched his eyebrows. You want to go to Ryder's office? We got to, Josh. Josh smoked his Pall Mall down to the filter before answering. I ain't got to do nothing, Rufus. The whole damn United States Army is out looking for your ass, and mine, too. You can't exactly melt into the crowd. Hell, you'd make George Foreman look like a damn sissy. We still got to do it, Josh. At least I got to do it. If I can get that letter, then maybe I can get it to somebody who can help. Maybe write another letter to the court. Yeah, look at all the good it done you last time. Them big-ass judges just came running to help you, didn't they? It don't matter if you don't want to come, Josh, but I got to do it. What about Mexico? Damn, Rufus, you free. For now. We try poking around this thing, they're going to take you back to prison, or most likely shoot you down first. We gotta go while we got the chance, man. I want to be free, but I can't leave it like this. I'll go to Mexico now, and I'll die of guilt, if the Lord don't strike me down before then. Guilt? You done 25 years for nothing. When you die, you going to heaven, and you going to be sitting in God's lap. You a lock for that. No good, Josh. You ain't changing my mind. Josh spit again and looked out the dirty, cracked window. You son of a bitch and crazy. Prison screwed you for good. Damn. Maybe I am crazy. Josh glared at him. Where the hell is Ryder's office? About 30 minutes outside Blacksburg. That's all I know. Shouldn't be hard to find out where it is exactly. Probably crawling with cops. Maybe not, if they think Samuel done it all. Shit. Josh violently kicked the wall and then turned to his brother. Okay, we'll wait until nightfall and then head on out. Thanks, Josh. Don't thank me for helping us both get killed. That kind of thanks I surely don't want. Chapter 36. The flag at the United States Supreme Court was flying at half-mast. Newspaper, TV, and radio reports nationwide were filled with accounts of the two murdered clerks. The phones in the court's public information office refused to stop ringing. The adjoining press room was standing room only. Major TV and radio networks were broadcasting live from booths on the ground floor of the court. Supreme Court police, reinforced by 50 D.C. police officers, National Guardsmen, and FBI agents, ringed the court's perimeter. The private hallways outside the justices' chambers were filled with clusters of people nervously talking. Most of the justices were secluded inside their chambers, having barely made it through the oral argument sessions, their minds far from the advocates and issues before them. The young faces of the law clerks, too, bore the terror inspired by the killings. The small first-floor room normally used for the justices' conferences was filled. The walls were dark-paneled and lined with bookshelves, containing the bound volumes of 200 years of the court's decisions. Another wall held a fireplace, unlit on this very warm day. A grand chandelier hung overhead. Ramsey sat at the head of the table. Justices Knight and Murphy sat in their regular chairs. While Knight's gaze darted around the table, Murphy, fiddling with an old pocket watch strung on a chain across his puffy middle, kept his eyes downcast. Also present were Chandler, Fisk, Perkins, Ron Claus, and McKenna. Fisk and McKenna occasionally made eye contact, but Fisk had kept his temper under control. Wright had been found in a park a half-dozen blocks from his Capitol Hill apartment with a single gunshot wound to the head. His wallet, like Michael Fisk's, was missing. Robbery was the superficial motive, although no one in the room believed the answer could be that simple. Preliminary indications were that Wright had been killed between midnight and 2 in the morning. On the ride over to the court, Chandler had filled Fisk in on recent developments. He had had Michael Fisk's autopsy expedited, although he was still awaiting the official report and the exact time of death. The cause of Michael Fisk's death, however, had definitely been a single gunshot to the head. Chandler had tracked down the Northern Virginia Walmart where Fisk had had his car serviced, but no one there could give them any useful information. Fisk had had one thought that prompted him and Chandler to make a short detour on the way to the court. They had returned to the car impoundment lot to have another look at Michael's Honda. Fisk had looked in the back pockets of the front seat. He kept a map in here, always did. He had this weird fear of getting lost. Had to plot out his whole trip before he set foot on the road. There's no map here, but there is this. He held up a couple of yellow Post-its that he found wadded up at the bottom of the seat pocket. There was writing on them, names of interstates and roads. Directions, given the faded condition of the ink, from some trip taken long ago. Chandler looked at the pieces of yellow paper. So I take the map book. He would have had the directions to wherever he was going in there. So the miles had something to do with his death. Fisk hesitated for a moment, debating whether to tell Chandler about the harms filing. Revealing that information would open a can of worms that he didn't want to deal with right now. Maybe, he finally said. After that, he and Chandler had driven to the court. Now they were all in the conference room staring at each other. Without disclosing how he had come by the information, Chandler had just reported that there had been an intruder at Michael Fisk's apartment the night before. "We're in your hands, Detective Chandler," Ramsey said. "Although now I think it much more likely that we have some madman at work with a grudge against the court, rather than it pertaining to some matter Michael was working on." McKenna said, "I want you to know that the Bureau has assigned 100 agents to this matter. We've also arranged around-the-clock protection for the justices." "What about the clerks?" Fisk said. "They're the ones getting killed." Chandler stepped in. "I've compiled the home addresses of all the clerks. I've beefed up patrols in those areas. Most of them live on Capitol Hill, close to the court. We've offered to house any clerk who so chooses at a local hotel, where full-time security is available. I've also instructed one of our experts to talk to the clerks about ways to keep safe. Be on the lookout for suspicious persons, avoid going out alone or at night, that sort of thing." He looked around for a moment. "By the way, where is D'Alessandro?" "He's trying to coordinate all the new security measures," Claus reported. "I've never seen him this worried. I think he's taking it personally." "I've been on the court for almost 33 years, and I never thought I would see the likes of this," Justice Murphy said sadly. "None of us did, Tommy," Knight said forcefully. She looked pointedly at Chandler. "You have no leads at all?" "I wouldn't go that far. We have several things to go on. I'm talking about Michael Fisk's death. With Wright's murder, it's still too early to say." "But you believe them to be connected?" Ramsey said. "It's too early to say." "What do you recommend that we do?" Chandler shook his head. "That you go about your business as usual. If this is the work of some nut out to disrupt the court, then you'd be playing into his hands by canceling your docket. Or we could risk infuriating who's ever doing this, with the result that he will strike again," Knight said. "That's always a possibility, Justice Knight," Chandler conceded. "But I'm not convinced that what the court does or doesn't do will have any effect on that, if the cases are connected." He looked at Ramsey. "I do think it's worth going over the cases both clerks were involved in just to cover that base. I know it's a long shot, but I could end up kicking myself later on if I don't address it now." "I understand." Chandler turned to Justice Murphy. "Will you and your other clerks be available today to go over cases Michael Fisk was handling?" "Yes," Murphy replied quickly. "And I would appreciate if all of you would confer with the other justices and try to determine if any one case you've heard over the last few years may have prompted some action like this," said Chandler. Knight looked at him and shook her head. "Detective Chandler, many of the cases we deal with stir incredible emotions in people. It would be impossible to know where to start." "I see your point. I guess you've all been lucky that no one's tried to do something like this before." "Well, if you want us to go about our normal routines, then I suppose that the dinner honoring Judge Wilkinson will go forward tonight," Knight said. Murphy sat straight up in protest. "Beth, if nothing else, I think the murders of 2 court personnel would dictate that the dinner be put off." "That's easy enough to say, Tommy, but you didn't happen to plan the event. I did. Kenneth Wilkinson is 85 years old, and he has pancreatic cancer. I won't risk putting it off, unfortunate as the timing may be. This is very important to him." "And to you as well, correct, Beth?" Ramsey said. "That's right, he was. Are we going to have another debate on legal ethics, Harold, in front of all these people?" "No," he said. "You know my feelings on the subject." "Yes, I do, and the dinner will proceed." Fisk was fascinated by the exchange. He thought he saw a hint of a smile pass across Ramsey's face as the man said, "All right, Beth. Far be it from me to attempt to change your mind on any matter of importance, much less those bordering on the trivial." Chapter 37. Tremaine set the Army helicopter down in the grassy field. As the circling of the copter blades slowed, he and Rayfield looked over at the sedan parked near the edge of the tree line. They lifted off their seat harnesses, climbed out, and, torsos bent forward as they passed beneath the blades, headed toward the car. When they reached it, Rayfield sat in the front seat, while Tremaine slipped into the back. "Glad you could make it," said the man in the driver's seat, turning to face Rayfield. The colonel's jaw fell. "What happened to you?" The bruises were purplish in the center, leaching out to yellow around the edges. One clung to the side of his right eye, the two others spread out from his collar. "Fisk," he answered. "Fisk, he's dead." "His brother John," the man said impatiently. "He caught me at his brother's apartment." "Did he recognize you?" "I was wearing a mask." "What was he doing at his brother's apartment?" "Same thing I was, looking for anything that the cops could use to find out the truth." "Did he find anything?" "Nothing to find. We'd already gotten Fisk's laptop." He looked at Tremaine. "And you got his briefcase from his car before you killed him, right?" Tremaine nodded. "Where is it?" the man asked. "A pile of ash." "Good." "Is this brother a problem?" Rayfield wanted to know. "Maybe. He's an ex-cop. He and one of the other clerks are snooping around. He's helping the detective investigate the clerk's murders." Rayfield started. "Murders? More than one?" "Stephen Wright." "What the hell's going on?" Rayfield demanded. "Wright saw someone come out of Michael Fisk's office. He also heard something he shouldn't have. We couldn't trust him to be quiet, so I had to bluff him out of the building and kill him. We're okay on that one." "Are you nuts? This thing is totally out of control," Rayfield said angrily. The man looked at Tremaine. "Hey, Vic, tell your superior to stay cool. I think Nam took away some of your nerve, Frank. You've never been the same since." 4 murders, and you say stay cool? And Harms and his brother are still out there." "So we've got 2 more bodies to go, the 2 most important. You understand that, don't you, Vic?" "I do," Tremaine answered. The man looked over at Rayfield with a pair of very cold eyes. Rayfield swallowed nervously. "I guess there's no going back now." "You're right there." "John Fisk and this clerk, what are you doing about them? If Fisk is on some mission to find his brother's killer, he may be a problem." "He already is a problem. They're on a real short leash, and they'll stay there until we decide what to do with them." "Meaning?" Rayfield asked. "Meaning we might have 4 more bodies to go instead of 2. Sarah sat in her new office. Chandler had declared the space she shared with Wright off limits, but he had allowed court personnel to move Sarah's computer and work files to this overflow space. She had taken the list of state prison agencies Fisk had given her and started calling. At the end of a half an hour, she hung up the phone, depressed. There was no one with the last name Harms in any prison in any of those states. She tried to remember any other word or phrase from the documents she had seen, but she finally gave that up. She stood, and that's when it caught her eye. She had just grabbed a stack of files with her abrupt move and hadn't noticed it until now. It was the Chance bench memo, the one she had told Wright he had to work on last night until he finished. A handwritten note was attached, asking Sarah to review it. She sat down and her head sank to the desktop. What if there really was some psychopath targeting clerks? Was it just chance that Wright had been killed instead of her? For a minute she sat there, frozen. "Come on, Sarah, you can beat this. You have to beat this," she urged herself. Using every bit of resolve she could marshal, she stood and walked out the door. A minute later, she entered the clerk's office and went over to a clerk who was manning one of the court's computer database terminals. The question she was about to ask was one she had asked earlier, but she wanted to be absolutely certain. "Could you check and see if there's any case at the court with the name Harms as one of the parties?" The clerk nodded and started tapping buttons. After about a minute, he shook his head. "I'm not finding anything. When was it filed?" "Recently, within the last couple of weeks or so." "I've gone back 6 months. There's nothing coming up. Didn't you ask me about this a while ago?" Before Sarah could answer, another voice spoke. "Did you say Harms?" Sarah stared at the other clerk. "Yes, Harms was the last name." "That's strange." Sarah's skin started to tingle. "What?" "I got a call this morning from a man asking about an appeal, and he used that name. I told him we didn't have any case filing with that name." "Harms? You're sure?" The clerk nodded. "How about a first name?" Sarah asked, trying to suppress her excitement. The clerk thought a moment. "Maybe starting with an R?" Sarah prompted. The clerk snapped his fingers. "That's right, Rufus. Rufus Harms. Sounds like a hick." "Did the caller identify himself?" "No, he got pretty upset." "Anything else you can remember?" The man thought a bit longer. He said something about the guy rotting in a stockade, whatever that meant. Sarah's eyes opened wide, and she started to race out. "What's this all about, Sarah? Does this have anything to do with the murders?" the clerk asked. Sarah kept going without answering. The clerk hesitated for a moment, and then looked around to see if anyone was watching. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number. When it was answered, he spoke quietly into the receiver. Sarah almost sprinted up the stairs. The reference to the stockade had shown her that there was a big hole in Fisk's list. She reached her office, grabbed a card from her Rolodex, and dialed the number. She was calling military police operations. Fisk had covered both the federal and state prison populations, but he had not thought of the military. Sarah's favorite uncle had retired from the Army as a brigadier general. She knew very well what a stockade was. Rufus Harms was a prisoner of the United States Army. She got through to Master Sergeant Dillard, the corrections specialist on duty. "I don't have his prison ID number, but I believe he's incarcerated at a military facility within 400 miles or so of Washington," she said. "I can't give you that information. The official procedure is to send a written request to the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and Plans. Then that department in turn will send your request to the Freedom of Information Act people. They may or may not answer your request, depending on the circumstances." "The thing is, I really need the information now." "Are you from the media?" "No, I'm calling from the United States Supreme Court." "Right. How do I know that?" Sarah thought for a moment. "Call directory assistance for the general number for the Supreme Court. Then call the number they give you and ask for me. My name is Sarah Evans." Dillard sounded skeptical. "This is highly unusual." "Please, Sergeant Dillard, it's really important." There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. "Give me a few minutes." 5 very long minutes later, the call was put through to Sarah's phone. "You know, Sergeant Dillard, I've gotten information from your office before about military prisoners without going through the FOIA process." "Well, sometimes the people here are a little generous with the information." "I just want to know where Rufus Harms is, that's all." "Actually, it wouldn't really be a problem with any other prisoner." "I don't understand. Why is Rufus Harms so special?" "Haven't you been reading your newspaper?" "Not today, no. Why?" "Maybe it's not real big news, but the public ought to know for its own safety, if nothing else." "The public ought to know what?" "That Rufus Harms escaped." In concise sentences, Dillard filled her in on the details. "Where was he incarcerated?" "Fort Jackson." "Where's that?" Dillard told her, and Sarah wrote down the location. "Now I got a question for you, Ms. Evans. Why is the Supreme Court interested in Rufus Harms?" "He filed an appeal with the court." "What sort of appeal?" "I'm sorry, Sergeant Dillard, but that's all I can tell you. I have rules to go by, too." "All right, but I tell you what, if I were you, I'd hold off working on this appeal. The courts aren't open to dead people, are they?" "Actually, they can be. What exactly did the man do?" "You'll have to check his military file." "How do I do that?" "You're a lawyer, aren't you?" "Yes, but I don't do a lot of work with the military." She could hear him muttering a bit over the phone. "Since he's a prisoner of the military, Rufus Harms is no longer technically in the United States Army. Along with his conviction, he would have been given either a dishonorable or a bad conduct discharge. His military records would have been sent to the St. Louis Military Personnel Records Office. Hard copies are kept there. It's not on a computer database or anything. Harms was convicted about 25 years ago, so his record should have been transferred to microfilm, although the Personnel Office is a little behind on that process. If you or anyone other than Harms wants his records, you have to use a subpoena." Sarah wrote all of this down. "Thank you again, Sergeant Dillard. You've been a huge help." She had map software on her computer. Sarah brought the screen up and, using her mouse, drew a distance line from Washington, D.C. to the approximate location of Fort Jackson. "Almost 400 miles exactly," she said to herself. She hurried upstairs to the court's third-floor library and went online via one of the computer terminals there. None of the law clerk's office terminals were connected to phone modems for obvious reasons of security and confidentiality, but the library terminals had online access. Using an Internet Explorer service, she typed in Rufus Harms's name. She looked around at the hand-carved oak paneling as she waited for the computer to sprinkle its technological pixie dust. A few minutes later, she was reading all the latest news accounts on Rufus Harms, his background, and that of his brother. She printed out all of these. One of the stories had a quote from the newspaper editor in Harms's hometown. Using an internet telephone directory, she looked up the man's number. He still lived in the same small town near Mobile, Alabama, where both brothers had grown up. The phone was answered after 3 rings. Sarah introduced herself to the man, George Barker, still editor-in-chief of the local paper. "I already talked to the papers about that," he said flatly. His deep southern drawl made Sarah think of braying coon dogs and clear jugs of shine. "I'd appreciate if you could answer a few questions for me, that's all." "Who are you with again?" "An independent news service. I'm a freelancer." "Well, what exactly do you want to know?" "I've read that Rufus Harms was convicted of killing a young girl on the military base where he was stationed." She glanced at the news accounts she had printed out. "Fort Plessy, near Savannah, Georgia." "Killed a little white girl. He's a Negro, you know." "Yes, I know," Sarah said curtly. "Do you know the name of the attorney who represented him at the trial?" "Wasn't really a trial. He did a plea arrangement. I covered the story some because Rufus was local, sort of the reverse of the local boy makes good." "So you know the name of his attorney?" "Well, I'd have to look it up. Give me your number and I can call you back." Evans gave him her home number. "If I'm not there, just leave it on the answering machine. What else can you tell me about Rufus and his brother?" "Well, the most noticeable thing about Rufus was his size. He must have already been 6'3" by the time he was 14. And he wasn't skinny or lanky or anything. He already had a man's body." "Good student, bad? In trouble with the police?" "From what I recall, he wasn't a good student. He never graduated high school, although he was real good with his hands. He worked a little printing press with his daddy growing up. His brother did too. Why, I remember one time the press at my newspaper broke down. They sent Rufus over to fix it. He couldn't have been much more than 16. I gave him the manual for the machinery, but he wouldn't take it. 'Words just messed me up, Mr. Barker,' he said, or something to that effect. He went in there, and within 1 hour he had the whole damn thing up and running, good as new." "That's pretty impressive." "And he was never in trouble with the police. His mama wouldn't have let him. You got to understand, this is one small town. No more than 1,000 souls have ever lived here, even fewer today. I'm pushing 80 and still run the newspaper. Nobody's been here longer than me. Now, the Harmses lived in the colored section of town, of course, but we still knew 'em. Now, I don't have colored folk over to my house, but they seemed like good people. She worked at the meat processing factory here just like most everybody else. Cleaning crew, not one of the good-paying jobs, but she took care of her boys." "What happened to their father?" "He was a good man, not prone to drink or wild living like so many of their kind. He worked hard, too hard, because one day he just didn't wake up. Heart attack." "You have a good memory." "I wrote out his obituary." "What about his brother?" "Now, Josh was a different story. Around here, he's what we call a bad black. Hot-headed, arrogant, trying to be better than he was. Now, I'm not prejudiced or anything, and I don't tolerate the use of the N-word in my presence. But if I did use that particular word, I'd use it to describe Josh Harms. He rubbed a lot of people the wrong way." "I read that he fought in Vietnam and was actually a war hero." "Sure, that's right," Barker conceded quickly. "He was the most decorated war hero to ever come out of this town, by a long shot. People were damn surprised about that, let me tell you. But he could fight, I'll give the man that." "What else?" "Well, Josh actually graduated high school." Barker's voice changed. "But where he really showed everybody up was in sports. I'm a one-man shop here, and I cover all the news. Josh Harms was the greatest pure athlete I've ever had the privilege to see. White, black, green, or purple. That boy could run faster, jump higher, stronger, quicker than anybody else. Now, I know that coloreds can do all that really well anyway, but Josh was truly special. He led it in just about every sport there was. Do you know he still holds about a half dozen state athletic records?" He added proudly, And you know Alabama's got more than its share of great athletes. Sarah sighed. Did he play at the collegiate level? Well, he got a slew of scholarship offers for football and basketball. Bear Bryant even wanted him at Bama. That's how good it was. Probably would have been a star in the NBA or the NFL, but he got sidetracked. How so? Well, you know how so. His government asked him to defend his country in the war against communism. In other words, he got drafted and was shipped to Vietnam. That's right. Did he come back home afterward? Oh, sure. His mama was still alive, but not for long. See, right about that time was when Rufus got in all that trouble. I actually think Rufus volunteered for the army because of Josh. Maybe he wanted to be like his older brother, you know, a hero. Really, I think he just wanted something to go right with his life for a change. After his daddy died, there wasn't anything for him in this town. Of course, it ended up going about as wrong as it could. Anyway, Josh came to see me, to see if there was anything I could do. You know, the power of the press, but there wasn't anything I could do. Did Rufus killing the girl surprise you? I mean, had he ever been violent that you knew? He never hurt anyone that I know of. A real gentle giant. When I heard about the little girl, I couldn't believe it. Now, if it had been Josh, I wouldn't have blinked twice, but not Rufus. But with all that, the evidence was as clear as could be. Did Josh keep living there? Well, now you take me to a particularly troubling part of this town's history. What's that? I'd rather not say. Sarah thought quickly. What was the journalistic phrase? It can be off the record. Is that right? Barker sounded wary. Absolutely, it's off the record. I want you to know that I just recorded what you said, so if I read in some newspaper what I'm about to tell you, I'll sue you and your paper for every last cent you got, he said sternly. I'm a journalist. I know how these things work. Mr. Barker, I promise that whatever you're about to tell me will not be used in any way for a story. All right. Actually, I guess so much time has passed that it doesn't matter anymore, legally anyway, but you can never be too careful in this old world. He cleared his throat. Well, the story of what Rufus had done got around. No way it wouldn't. A bunch of boys started drinking, got together and decided to do something. Now, they couldn't do anything to Rufus. He was in the custody of the United States Army. But they could do something about the other harms living here. What did they do? Well, what they did was they burned Mrs. Harms's house to the ground. Good God, was she in it? She was until Josh pulled her out. And let me tell you what, Josh went after those boys. They went at it right up and down the town streets. I watched it from my office. You know, it must have been 10 against 1, but Josh put half of them boys in the hospital until the rest beat him up bad, real bad. Never seen anything like it. Hope I never do again. Sounds almost like a riot. Did the police come? Barker coughed in an embarrassed fashion. Well, just so happens that it was rumored that a couple of the boys that were in on it, you know, who had burned the house down. Were the police? Sarah finished the sentence for him. Barker didn't say anything. I hope Josh Harms sued for all the money the town had, she said. Well, actually, they sued him. I mean, the boys he put in the hospital did. Josh couldn't prove anything about the fire. I had my speculations, but that was all. And the police sort of put together this story about him resisting arrest and all. It was 10 people's word against 1, and a colored's word at that. Well, the long and short of it was he spent some time in jail, and they took everything he and his mama had, little enough that it was. She died soon thereafter. What happened to both her boys, I guess, was too much for her. It was all Sarah could do not to start screaming at the man. Mr. Barker, that is the most disgusting story I have ever heard, she said. I don't know much about your town, but I do know I would never want anyone I cared about to live there. It has its good points. Really? Like welcoming home a war hero like that? I know, I thought about that too. You fight for your country and get shot up and then come home to something like that. Probably makes you wonder what the hell you were fighting for. You sound like you knew the truth. Didn't you use the power of the press that time? Barker sighed deeply. This has always been my home, Miss Evans. You can only offend the powers that be so many times, even if they deserve it. Now, I can't say that I'm any great friend of the blacks, because I'm not. And I wouldn't lie to you and say I championed Josh Holmes's cause, because, frankly, I didn't. Well, I guess that's partly what the courts are for, to keep people like those in your town from screwing people like Josh Harms. Please call me back with the name of Harms's lawyer. She hung up the phone. Her whole body was tingling with rage from what she had just heard. But then, how many blacks had she known growing up in Carolina? The generations of squatters down the road? Or during harvest time when her father would bring in the part-timers to help? She had watched these men from the porch, sweat soaking the thin fabric of their shirts, their skin growing ever darker under the bite of the sun. She and her mother would bring them lemonade, food. They would mumble their thanks, never making eye contact, eat their meal, and toil on into the darkness. Sarah's school had been all white, despite the string of Supreme Court cases demanding otherwise. These cases were the 20th century battlefields of racial equality, replacing the Antietems, Gettysburgs, and Chickamaugas of the last century, and some would argue with equal futility. And here at the court there was one black justice, who occupied the so-called Thurgood Marshall's seat, and currently one black clerk out of 36. Many of the justices had never had a minority person clerk for them. What sort of message did that send? At the highest court of justice in the land. As she hurried down the hallway in search of Fisk, Sarah wondered if they would ever really find out the truth. If the army caught up to the Harms brothers before anyone else, the truth might very well die with them. Chapter 38. Fisk was standing outside his brother's office, while Chandler was overseeing the progress of his evidence collection team under close supervision of the court's staff counsel. However, with now 2 dead clerks, concerns over confidentiality had taken a back seat to finding the killer or killers. When they finished with Michael Fisk's office, they would go down the hallway and start on Stephen Wright's. Fisk looked over at his brother's office door and then back at Wright's. He did so a couple more times as an idea began to percolate through his head. He went over to Chandler. Exactly where was Wright's body found? Chandler flipped open his notebook and started looking through his notes. By the way, I got your car out of impound. It's at my office in a nice, legal parking space. Well, thanks for doing that for me. Don't thank me. With the tow and fine and all, it's going to cost you about $200. $200? I don't have that kind of money for a lousy parking ticket. Is that right? Well, maybe I can pull a few strings, do you a favor. But you'll have to work it off. I got some painting that needs to be done at my house. Chandler cracked a smile and then stopped leafing through his notes. Okay, here we are. Wright lived about a block from the Eastern Market Metro Station. His body was found in Garfield Park. That's at F and 2nd Streets. It's about a half-dozen blocks from the court. How did Wright usually get to and from work? According to several people here, he either walked, took a cab, or occasionally the metro. Was this Garfield Park on his way home? Chandler tilted his head as he studied his notes. Not really. Normally he would have hung a left from 2nd onto E to go home. He wouldn't have continued on down to the park. Did he have a dog or anything? Maybe he went home and then took it for a walk in the park. He did have a dog, but he hadn't been home. At least we don't think he had. And if he was going to walk his dog, Marion Park is a lot closer to his home. That is strange. Chandler's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. But Marion Park has something that Garfield doesn't. What's that? A police substation right across the street. Whoever killed him might have known that. The substation's not exactly a big secret. We want our presence known there as a deterrent to crime. Does it look like he was killed at the park or maybe somewhere else and dumped there? The grass had blood on it. No shell casings, that we found yet anyway. Shooter probably would have used a silencer, unless it was some random robbery. A silencer on a revolver is too tricky. If he used a semi-automatic, then we should find a shell casing, unless it was picked up. Bullet still in the body? Chandler nodded. Hope we lay our hands on a gun to match it against. Considering what happened at Mike's apartment, you should probably have someone posted at Wright's. Gee, now, why didn't I think of that? Sorry. Any idea when Wright left the court last night? We're still checking on that. After regular hours, there's only one door open for entering and exiting. That door is constantly guarded, and it closes up at 2 a.m. After that, you need a guard to let you out. You can leave via the garage, too, but it's also secured. However, Wright didn't drive, so the garage is irrelevant. Then someone must have seen him leave. My people are checking with the guards on duty last night. Doesn't this place have surveillance cameras? You mean in the courtroom? Chandler asked with a smile. The answer is yes, but not everywhere, and unfortunately not along this part of the hallway. But we're checking the tapes right now to see if there's anything relevant on them. Chandler scanned his notes once more. At that time of night, really the only activity on this floor would have been a clerk working late. Anything in Wright's background helpful? Chandler shook his head. No skeletons that we found so far. Motive is going to be tough on this one. But his wallet was missing. Yeah, I thought about that. A little too convenient. Like somebody wants to make us think both murders are connected. You know, it actually could be some nut with a grudge against the court. I believe the murders are connected, but not for the reasons everyone probably thinks, Fisk said. How do you mean? If Mike was killed for a reason someone doesn't want us to find out about, then killing another clerk and making it look related would be a great way to divert our attention. Chandler looked intrigued. So what's the real reason someone killed your brother and is trying to cover it up? Fisk hesitated again. Keeping the stolen appeal a secret was beginning to become very awkward. I don't know, but I might have an idea why Wright was killed. Other than as a red herring? Let's say his death might have served a dual purpose. At that moment, Sarah joined them, trying very hard to conceal her excitement. John, can we talk for a minute? Miss Evans, Chandler said with a broad smile, I hope your drive to Richmond was pleasant and uneventful. Let's just say it was different, she said quickly. John, I really need to talk to you. Can I catch up with you later, Buford? And you can tell me your theory. As they walked off together, Chandler's smile faded. He was wondering if he had just lost his unofficial partner to Sarah Evans. Minutes after Sarah had left her office, Justice Knight had stopped by to see her. She started to leave a written message when she saw the chance bench memo with Wright's attached note. She sat down in Sarah's chair and read the note. After she finished, it suddenly dawned on Knight what she had done. She had instructed Wright to work late, all night if necessary. He had done so, left the building late, and someone had killed him. Her precious bench memo. She had never really focused on this chain of events before. A gush of air came out of her lungs so hard it almost choked her. She put the memo down and rushed from the room. A minute later, she raced past her astonished staff and locked the door to her office. She looked around the spacious, beautiful room, with even its own fireplace. Here she had sat and contemplated her little strategies, her philosophies of life, and it had cost a young man his life. She threw off her pumps, collapsed in a corner, covered her face, and wept. Chapter 39. Back at her office, Sarah spent the next 30 minutes filling Fisk in on everything she had found out. When Barker calls back with the attorney's name, we can talk to him and maybe really start getting somewhere. That would be nice. Do you believe Michael went to see Harms in prison? It really complicates matters if the guy's escaped. Sarah had a sudden, terrifying thought. You don't think Michael was somehow mixed up in that, do you? My brother would not be part of anything illegal. I didn't mean intentionally. According to the newspaper reports, Harms escaped from a hospital in Roanoke after Mike's body was found. But I'm not saying that the timing is just coincidental. Do you have any brilliant deductions? I think I know why Wright was killed. Why? Because he knew about Harms? About what Michael had done? No, he was killed because he saw something he shouldn't have. Sarah drew her chair closer to his. What do you mean? Wright's office, your former office, is right down the hallway from Mike's. Wright was going to be working all night. Sarah slumped in her chair. Right, because I told him he had to. No, because Knight told you to tell him he had to. Well, his body was found in a park that wasn't on his way home. Chandler told me that he was killed between midnight and 2 last night. If he was working all night here, what was he doing in that park? You believe someone took him there and killed him? More to the point, someone took him from inside the court to the park and killed him. Sarah gaped. Meaning the killer was here? Fisk nodded. I don't know if the person works here, but I believe he was physically present here last night. What could Stephen have seen that cost him his life? I think he saw someone go into Mike's office. Yesterday, Wright heard Chandler tell everyone that the office was off limits to everyone. Whoever went into Mike's office might not have known that Wright was in his office. I assume you don't broadcast when you're working late. Like last night, often we don't even know until the last minute. Right. So somebody goes into the office looking for something. Like what? Who knows? Copies of the appeal that Mike took? Telephone messages? Something on his computer? But that's an awfully big risk. There's security here 24 hours a day. Well, if the person knew the police were going to search the office thoroughly the next morning, he'd only have a limited amount of time to do it. That makes sense. So Wright hears something, or he's finished his memo, he comes out and runs right into whoever. If your theory is correct, do you think Stephen knew the person who killed him? Fisk took a deep breath and sat back. I think he had to. Otherwise he would have raised the alarm right away. And I saw Perkins lock the door to Mike's office. There's no sign of forced entry. The person had a key. But someone must have seen something then. Not necessarily. If the killer is familiar with the layout of the court, then he'd know ways to avoid being seen with Wright until they got out of the building. So it might be somebody he trusted. Fisk looked at her. Like one of the justices? Sarah stared back, horrified. I'll accept a lot, but I can't accept that. She had a sudden thought. Maybe it was McKenna. Stephen would have trusted him, FBI and all. How could McKenna be involved in this? I don't know. He's the first one who occurred to me. Because he's not with the court, and he slugged me? Sarah sighed. Probably. Then she remembered something, and tore through the papers on her desk until she found it. I can tell you about what time Stephen left. She picked up the memo Wright had left for her. Across the top of the memo was a date and time stamp. She flipped the papers around so Fisk could see it. The word processing system automatically puts the date and time stamp on documents because we go through so many drafts. That way we can quickly tell what's current or not. Fisk looked at the time stamp. This was printed out at 1:15 this morning. That's right. Stephen finished the memo, printed it out, put it on my desk, and then presumably left. And saw whatever he saw. Sarah suddenly looked puzzled. Wait a minute. Something doesn't make sense here. When a clerk works late, ordinarily what happens is one of the court police officers will give the clerk a ride home if you live nearby. She looked at Fisk. The police here are really good to us. And at 1:15 the metro's not running, is it? No. Besides that, Stephen lived barely a 5-minute car ride from here. He's gotten rides home before. So the chances are very good that Wright got a ride home from somebody at the court. Leaving here at 1:15 in the morning, I'd say it was a really safe bet. How about a cab, though? Maybe at that hour there weren't enough guards to spare to take him home. Sarah looked doubtful. I guess it's possible. If a police officer did take him home, that should be easy enough to check. I'll tell Chandler. So where does that leave us? Fisk shrugged. And we need to see Harms's military file. I've got an old friend with the Army JAG. I'm going to call and see if he can help expedite the process. Until we know who's involved in all this, I want as few people as possible to know we're looking around. Sarah shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself. You know what? She said. I'm starting to become terrified of what the truth might be. Chapter 40. While Sarah went back to work, Fisk telephoned his lawyer friend at the JAG office, Phil Jansen, and relayed his request. Among other things, he asked Jansen to obtain a list of the personnel stationed at Fort Plessy during the time Rufus Harms was there. When Fisk rejoined Chandler, he related his theory of why Wright had been killed. Chandler was impressed. We'll check the cab companies, too. We can only hope somebody saw or heard something. Chandler stared intently at the young man. So, did you find out anything interesting with Miss Evans during your time together last night? I think she's a good person. A little impulsive, but a good person. Very smart. Anything else? At our initial meeting, Ramsey said that she and your brother were close. She have any reason why he might have been killed? You might want to ask her that. Well, I'm asking you, John. I thought we were a team. He moved closer to Fisk. I've got way too much I don't understand on the front end of this case without having to watch my backside. You are a police officer. You should understand about covering somebody's backside. Fisk said angrily, I never let a partner down. Good to hear. So tell me about last night. Fisk looked away, thinking how best to handle this. Withholding information was not the best course. So how could he do the right thing with Chandler and avoid destroying Sarah's life and his brother's reputation? Can we get some coffee around here? In the cafeteria, I'll even buy. A few minutes later, they were in the ground floor cafeteria. The court's afternoon session was in progress, and thus the cafeteria was fairly empty. Fisk sipped on his coffee while Chandler watched him. John, it can't be that bad, unless you tell me you're the one running around popping people. Buford, if I tell you something, then you have very specific rules as to what you do with that information, and who else learns that information. That's true, and those rules are what's stopping you from coming clean? What do you think? I think let's talk hypotheticals, okay? Now, my job is to collect the facts, and to use those facts to ultimately arrest somebody for a crime. If we're not talking facts, but just theories, like your theory of why Wright was murdered, then I can follow up that theory, but I don't have an obligation to report it to anyone until it's proven correct by the discovery of facts to corroborate it. So we can talk theoretically and it'll stay just between you and me? Chandler shook his head. Can't promise it will stay between you and me, not if it becomes a fact. Fisk looked down at his coffee cup. Sensing he was losing him, Chandler tapped his spoon against Fisk's cup. John, the bottom line here is finding out who murdered your brother and Wright. I thought that's what you wanted. It is, that's all I want. Really? Chandler suddenly doubted that. Then what's the problem? The problem is you can hurt people at the same time you're trying to help them. Just your brother or somebody else? Fisk knew he had already said too much. He decided to go on the offensive. Okay, Buford, let's discuss theories for a minute. Let's suppose that somebody at the court took an appeal before it was put into the court's system. Why and how? Apparently the how is easy, the why isn't. Okay, go on. Now let's suppose that somebody else at the court saw this appeal, discovered that it wasn't on the system, but didn't say anything about it. I take it the why on that is also complicated? Maybe not. Let's further assume that the person who took the appeal did so for a good reason, and that this person went somewhere to visit the person who had filed the appeal. The 800 miles on your brother's car? Fisk stonily eyed the detective. That's a fact, Buford. I'm not discussing facts. Chandler took a drink of coffee. Go on. And let's suppose that the person filing the appeal was a prisoner. Is that a fact or just speculation? I'm not prepared to say. Well, I'm prepared to ask, where is this prisoner? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? If he's a prisoner, he has to be in some prison somewhere, doesn't he? Not necessarily. What the hell does that... Chandler abruptly closed his mouth and stared across the table. Are you saying this person escaped from prison? Fisk didn't answer. Please don't tell me that your brother got all suckered by some con's BS plea for help, went to the prison, helped bust him out, and then the guy killed him. Damn it, please don't tell me that. Chandler's voice rose in his agitation. I'm not telling you that. That's not what happened. Okay. This appeal, do you know what it says? They had gone well beyond theories now, Fisk knew. He shook his head. I've never even seen it. So how do you know it exists? Buford, I'm not going to answer that question. John, I can make you answer that question. Then you're going to have to. You know you're taking a risk here. I do. Fisk finished his coffee and stood up. I'll grab a cab back to pick up my car. I'll drive you. I do have other cases I'm working. even if this is the only one the world cares about right now. I think it would be better for both of us if you didn't drive me. Chandler pursed his lips. Suit yourself. Your car's in the back lot. Keys are on the front seat. Thanks. Chandler watched Fisk leave the cafeteria. I hope she's worth it, John, the detective said quietly. Chandler had put some inquiries of his own into play, and when he returned to his office, he found a stack of paper on his desk. One standard line of investigation had been to obtain the phone records of Michael Fisk's office and home phones over the last month. The results were cataloged in the ream of paper. The phone call to his brother was on there. There were others to family, a dozen of them to a phone number that had been identified as Sarah Evans's. That was interesting, he thought. Had both Fisk brothers fallen for the same woman? When Chandler got near the end of the list, his pulse quickened. After all the years on the job, that rarely happened anymore. Michael Fisk had called Fort Jackson in southwest Virginia several times, the last only 3 days before his body had been discovered. Fort Jackson, Chandler knew, housed a military prison. And that wasn't all. Chandler scattered the piles on his desk until he found what he was looking for. The telex had been sent nationwide, asking for assistance on apprehending the man. When he had seen it earlier, Chandler hadn't thought much about it. Now he intently studied the photo of Rufus Harms. He picked up his phone and made a quick call. Chandler needed one piece of information, and he got it within a minute. Fort Jackson was approximately 400 miles from Washington, D.C. Had Harms been the one to file the appeal John Fisk had mentioned? And if he had, why, according to Fisk's theory, had his brother taken it? Chandler looked back at the list of phone calls. His eyes flitted over one number without registering, perhaps because it was to some law office, and there were several law-related calls on the list. But the name Sam Ryder would have meant nothing to the detective, even if he had focused on it for some reason. Chandler put down the phone list and contemplated bringing in Fisk and Sarah Evans and making them tell him what was going on. But then the instincts built up over 30 years kicked in, with one precept clearly emerging. You can't trust anyone. Come on, John, Sarah pleaded. They were in her office near the end of the workday. Sarah, I don't even know Judge Wilkinson. But don't you see? If someone at the court is involved, this would be a perfect opportunity to find out some information, because practically everybody from the court will be there. Fisk was about to protest again, but then stopped. He rubbed his chin. What time does it start? 7:30. By the way, have you heard from your JAG friend? Yeah, there are actually 2 files that are applicable. Harms's service record, which contains not only his record of service, but also evaluations, personal info, enlistment contract, pay, and medical histories. The second file, the record of his court-martial proceedings, would be with him at Fort Jackson. His lawyer's work product would be maintained at the JAG office that handled Harms's defense. That is, if they've kept it all these years. Jansen's checking. He'll send what he can. As Sarah started gathering her things to leave, Fisk remained sitting. So what can you tell me about the Knights, their pasts and all that? Why? Well, we're going to a party that they're hosting. She's a big part of the court, and he's a VIP in his own right. That qualifies them to be part of our investigation, don't you think? You probably know more about Jordan Knight's past than I do. He's from your hometown. Fisk shrugged. True, Jordan Knight is big business in Richmond. At least he was until he entered politics. He made a lot of money. And a lot of enemies? No, I don't think so. He's given a lot back to Virginia. Besides, he's a low-key, nice guy. Then he's an odd match for Elizabeth Knight. I could see how she'd bruise a few egos on the way up. More than a few. It came with the territory. Tough federal prosecutor turned tougher trial judge. Everybody knew she was being groomed for a seat on the court. She's the swing vote on most of the major cases, which drives Ramsey crazy. I'm sure that's why he treats her the way he does. Kid gloves most of the time, but every once in a while he can't resist jabbing her. Fisk thought back to the confrontation between the 2 justices at the conference. So that's what it was. How well do you know the other justices? You seem to know them well enough to believe they couldn't commit murder. Like in any other large organization, I know them mostly superficially. What's Ramsey's background? He's the Chief Justice of the country's highest court, and you don't know? Humor me. He was an associate justice before being elevated to the top spot about 10 years ago. Anything unusual in his background? He was in the military, Army or Marines maybe. She caught Fisk's look. Don't even think it, John. Ramsey is not going around killing people. Other than that, just what's in his official bio. Fisk looked puzzled. I would have thought you'd know everything about the other justices by talking to the clerks. The clerks for one justice tend to stick together to a certain degree, although every Thursday afternoon there's a happy hour when we all get together. And periodically the clerks of one justice take another justice out to lunch, just as a get-to-know-you sort of thing. Otherwise, each chamber is pretty self-contained. She paused. Except for the famed Clerk Opinion Network. Mike mentioned something like that to me after he first came to the court. Sarah smiled. I'm sure he did. The clerks are the mouthpieces for their justices. We send up trial balloons all the time, feeling each other out on a justice's position. For example, Michael used to ask me what Knight needed in a majority opinion to join Murphy. But if Murphy is already writing the majority opinion, why does he need to court other votes? You really are in the dark about how we work. Just a simple country lawyer. Okay, Mr. Simple Country Lawyer. The fact is, if I had $10 for every time a majority opinion turned into a dissent, because enough support wasn't garnered for it, I'd be wealthy. The trick is you have to craft an opinion that'll get 5 votes. And of course the opposition doesn't just sit idly by. One or more dissenting opinions might be circulated simultaneously. The use of dissenting opinions, or even the threat of them, is a fine art. Fisk looked at her curiously. I thought the dissenters were on the losing side. What kind of leverage could they have? Let's say a justice doesn't like how a majority opinion is shaping up, so the justice either circulates a draft of a scathing dissent that may make the whole court look bad if it's published, or that even undercuts the majority's opinion. Or better yet, and easier, the justice will let it be known that he intends to write such a dissent, unless the majority opinion is scaled back. They all do it, Ramsey, Knight, Murphy. They go at it tooth and nail. Fisk shook his head. Like one long political campaign, always scrounging for votes. A legal version of pork bellies. Give me this and you got my vote. And knowing when to pick your battles. Let's say one or more of the justices doesn't like how a case was decided 5 years ago. Now the court doesn't lightly overturn its own precedent, so you have to think strategically. Those justices might use a case in the present to start laying the building blocks for overturning the precedent they didn't like years from now. That also goes for case selection. The justices are always on the outlook for just the right case to use as a vehicle to change a precedent they don't like. It's like a chess game. Let's hope one thing doesn't get lost in all the game playing. What's that? Justice. Maybe that's what Rufus Harms wants, why he filed his appeal. You think he can get justice here? Sarah looked down. I don't know. The fact is, the individual parties involved in the cases at this level really aren't all that important. The precedents established through their cases, that's what counts. It all depends on what he's asking for, how it will impact others. Well, that really sucks. Fisk shook his head and gave her a penetrating look. A damn interesting place, this Supreme Court. So you'll come to the party? Wouldn't miss it. Chapter 41. Josh Harms assumed the police would now be covering the back roads, so he had taken the unusual tactic of driving on the interstate. It was dusk, though, and with the windows rolled up, they were okay. A police cruiser would have a tough time seeing inside. But despite all his precautions, he knew they were steering toward disaster. Funny, he thought, after all the hell his brother had been put through, that he would even think about wanting to do the right thing at the risk of dying, of losing the freedom that never should have been taken away from him in the first place. He felt like both cursing and praising Rufus in the same breath. Josh's outlook on life wasn't complicated. It was him against everybody else. He didn't go looking for trouble, but he had a hair trigger when confronted with anybody looking to piss on him. It was a wonder he'd lived this long, he knew. Still, you had to admire a person like Rufus, who could fight through all that, through people who didn't want to see the world change one iota, since they were riding on top of it. Maybe the truth will set you free, Rufus, he thought. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something in the truck's side view mirror that made him ease his hand over and grip his gun. "Rufus," he called back through the open window connecting to the camper, "we got a problem here." Rufus's face appeared at the window. "What is it?" Stay low, Josh cautioned. He again eyed the police cruiser, which was a fixture in the truck's side mirror. "Troopers passed us twice and then dropped back." "You speeding?" 5 clicks under." "Something wrong with the truck? Tail light out?" "I ain't that dumb. Truck's fine." "So what then?" "Look, Rufus, just because you've been in prison all these years doesn't mean the world's changed any. I'm a black man in a real nice-looking vehicle on the highway at night. Cops think I either stole it or I'm running drugs. Shit, going to the store for milk can be a real adventure." He looked in the side mirror again. "Looks like he's just about to hit his light." "What we gonna do? I can't hide back here." Josh didn't take his eyes off the mirror, even as he slipped his gun under the seat. "Yep, any second now he's gonna hit that light and we are done. Get down on the floor and pull that tarp on top of you, Rufus. Do it now." Josh pushed his baseball cap down low, so that only the white hair of his temples showed. He stuck out his chin and pushed the bottom lip out, giving the impression that he had no teeth. He leaned over, flipped open the glove box, and took out a tin of chew and put a big plug of it in his mouth, which made his cheek bulge. He let his strong frame collapse. Then he rolled down the window and stuck his arm out, motioning in long, slow waves for the police cruiser to pull over to the highway shoulder. Josh eased the truck off the road and stopped. The cruiser quickly pulled in behind the truck, its roof lights throwing off a startling, ominous blue into the darkness. Josh waited in the truck. You let the boys in blue come to you. No hurried movement. He winced as the cruiser's searchlight beam reflected off the side mirror. A cop tactic to disorient you, he knew well. Josh heard the boots crunching on the bite of gravel. He could envision the trooper approaching, hand on his gun, eyes trained on the door. 3 times in the past, cops had pulled him over, and then Josh would hear the tinkling of glass as the baton just happened to collide with the taillight, with the result that he had been cited for an equipment infraction. It was done just to piss him off, see if he'd do something that would warrant some jail time. It had never worked. "Yes, sir. No, sir, Mr. Policeman, sir," even as he wanted to beat the man unconscious. At least they had never planted drugs in his car and then tried to pin that on him. He had several buddies idling in prison right now after being hit with that shit. "Fight it," his ex-wife Louise had always said. "Fight what?" he had retorted. "Might as well be fighting God for all the good it'll do me." As the footsteps stopped, Josh looked out the window. The state trooper stared back at him. Josh noted that he was Hispanic. "What's the matter, sir?" the trooper asked. The chew bulging against his cheek with each syllable, Josh said, "Won't get me on Louisiana." He pointed down the road. "This aight?" The puzzled trooper crossed his arms. "Now, where do you want to go again?" "Louisiana, Baton Rouge." "Baton Rouge, Louisiana?" The trooper laughed. "You're a long way from there." Josh scratched his neck and looked around. "Got me children on down there. Ain't seen they's daddy in a while." The trooper's expression turned serious. "Okay. Man say I gon' get there from this here road." "Well, the man didn't tell you exactly right." "Huh? You knows how I get there, then?" "Yeah, you can follow me, but I can't drive the whole way." Josh just stared at the man. "My children, they been good. They want to see daddy. You have me?" "Okay, I tell you what, we're close to the exit you need to take to head on down that way. You follow me there, and then you're on your own. You stop and ask somebody else. How's that sound?" "Aight." Josh touched the bill of his cap. The trooper was about to return to his cruiser when he glanced at the camper. He hid his light through the side window and saw the stacked boxes. "Sir, you mind my taking a look in the camper?" Josh didn't flinch, although his hand edged toward the front of the seat where his gun was. "Hell no." The trooper went to the rear of the camper and opened the upper glass door. The wall of boxes stared back at him. Behind the stacks, Rufus huddled under the tarp in the darkness of the camper. "What you got in here, sir?" the trooper called out. "Food," Josh called back, leaning out the window. The trooper opened one box, shook a soup can, opened the box of crackers, and then replaced it, closed the box, and then the camper window. He walked back to the driver's side window. "Lot of food. The trip isn't that long. Ask my children what they want. They say food." The trooper blinked. "Oh, well, that's good of you. Real good of you. You got children?" "2. All right, then. Have a safe trip." The cop walked back to his cruiser. Josh pulled back onto the road after the cruiser did. Rufus appeared at the camper window. "I was sweating a damn river back there." Josh smiled. "You gotta take it cool. You play badass, they cuff you. You act too polite, they figure you scamming their ass and they cuff you. Now, you be old and dumb, they don't give a shit." "Still a close call, Josh. We caught us a break with the Mexi. They're real big on family, kids. Talk that shit and they're cool with you. If he'd been white, we might have had us a big problem. Once he made up his mind to look, Whitey would have pulled everything out of that camper until he found your ass. Now, a bro might have cut me some slack, but you never know. Sometimes they got that uniform on, they start to act white." Rufus stared at his brother with a look of displeasure. "Now, the Asians, they're the worst," Josh continued. "You can't say shit to them. They just stand there and look at you, not listening to a damn word, and then go off and do what they're going to do. Might as well just shoot them mothers before they kung fu your ass. Yeah, it's real good we met up with Officer Pedro." Josh spit the chew out the window. "You got everybody figured out," Rufus said angrily. Josh glanced at him. "You got a problem with that?" "Maybe." "Well, you live your life the way you want. I'll live mine the way I want. We see who makes it farther. I know you had it hard inside, but it ain't no picnic on the outside. I got me my own little prison right out here, and nobody's convicted me of a damn thing." "God made all of us, Josh. We all his children. Ain't no good trying to divide us all up. I seen plenty of white folks beaten up in prison. Evil comes in all forms, all colors. Bible says so. I ain't judging nobody except on themselves. Only way to do it." Josh snorted. "Look at you saying that. After all Tremaine and them done to you, you telling me you don't hate them, want to kill them?" "No. If I felt that way, that'd mean Vic took the love from my heart, took my Lord away from me. He does that, that means he's controlling me. Ain't nobody on this earth strong enough to take God from me. Not old Vic, you, or anybody else. I'm not dumb, Josh. I know life ain't fair. I know black folk ain't riding on top of the world, but I ain't adding to the problem by hating people. Shit, you got the gold card from God to hate every white person ever born. You're wrong. I hate them, it's like hating myself. I went down that road when I first went to prison, hated everybody. The devil had me, but the Lord took me back. Can't do it. Won't do it. Well, that's your problem. Sooner you get over that, the better." "That was a big oversight on your part, Frank. You take out Ryder and his wife, but you didn't search his office?" Rayfield's grip tightened around the phone. "Well, tell me exactly when I was supposed to do that. If I had done it before we killed him, he would have gotten suspicious and maybe gotten away. If we had gotten caught going through it now, there would have been questions I don't have answers for." "But you just told me they ruled it a murder-suicide. The cops aren't going to investigate that anymore." "Probably true. So you can hit his office. Like tonight. If the coast is clear, we'll do it. Have you found the letter Harms got from the Army?" "Not yet." He broke off as Tremaine burst into his office, waving a piece of paper. "Hold on." Tremaine slid the paper in front of Rayfield, who went pale as he read it. He looked up at a grim Tremaine. "Where'd you find it?" "That S.O.B. hollowed out one of his bed supports. Pretty slick," Tremaine grudgingly conceded. Rayfield spoke into the receiver. In terse sentences, he conveyed the contents of the letter. "Was this your doing, Frank?" "Look, if the guy had died in the stockade the way we planned, they would have done an autopsy, right? Well, this was the only way to cover that hole. We all agreed. But Christ, Harms didn't die. Why didn't you have it expunged from the system later?" "I did. Don't you think if I hadn't, it would have come out during the investigation? Ryder wasn't stupid. He would have pounced on that as a defense." "So if you took it out of the record back then, why did the Army send him that letter all these years later?" "Who knows? Some dipshit clerk could have come across a piece of paper and put it back in, or these days, entered it into a database. Once in the Army's official record, you never know if something's going to resurface, no matter how hard you try to bury it. It's the biggest damn bureaucracy in the world. You can't account for everything." "But it was your job to stay on top of it." "Don't tell me what my job is. I tried to stay on top of it, but it's not like I could check on it every stinking day for the last quarter century. The voice sighed. So now we know what triggered Harms's memory. Any strategy comes with risks. Well, maybe Ryder had a copy of this letter. I don't see how Rufus Harms could have had access to a copier, and the letter wasn't part of what he filed with the court. We know that for a fact. But we can't be sure that he didn't. That's all the more reason for you to go over Ryder's office tonight. Rayfield looked up at Tremaine and then said into the phone, All right, we'll hit it tonight. Fast and hard. Chapter 42. Senator Knight warmly greeted Fisk and Sarah as they entered the foyer. Behind him, they could see the place was filled with the business and political elite of the nation's capital. Glad you could come, John, Jordan Knight said, shaking his hand. Sarah, you look radiant as always. He gave her a hug, and they exchanged pecks on the cheek. Fisk looked over at Sarah. She had changed out of her business attire and into a light summer dress of soft pastel colors that accented nicely her suntanned skin. The bun was gone, and her hair swept appealingly around her face. She caught Fisk staring at her, and he quickly looked away, embarrassed, before accepting a drink from one of the waiters. Sarah and Jordan Knight did the same. Jordan looked around, seemingly a little embarrassed himself. I know the timing on this damn thing is atrocious. He eyed Sarah closely when he said this. I know Beth feels the same way, although she won't admit it. Sure she does, thought Fisk. Jordan pointed his drink toward an elderly man in a wheelchair and spoke softly. Kenneth Wilkinson, unfortunately, isn't long for this world. He's a scrapper, though, and he might fool us all. But he's lived a long, inspiring life, my mentor and my friend. I'm a better man for having known him. Didn't he introduce you and your wife? Sarah asked. That's another reason I owe him so much. Fisk watched Elizabeth Knight methodically work the room, as polished and poised as an experienced politico. Fisk scanned the room again, but he didn't see any sign of Ramsey or Murphy. He wondered if they had boycotted the event. He did note several of the other justices, looking nervous and uncomfortable. The fear that a madman wanted to mount your head in his trophy case could do that to you. His eyes passed over Richard Perkins, hovering in the background. There were armed guards everywhere, and Fisk knew the hot topic of the evening was the two murdered clerks. Fisk's eyes narrowed as he spied Warren McKenna, knifing through the crowd like a shark looking for flesh to devour. You two make a great team, Sarah said. Jordan Knight touched his glass to hers. I think so, too. Your wife ever think about running for political office? Fisk asked. John, she's a Supreme Court justice. It's a lifetime appointment, Sarah exclaimed. Fisk kept his eyes on Jordan. Wouldn't be the first time someone left the court in pursuit of another job, would it? Jordan looked at him keenly. No, it wouldn't, John. As a matter of fact, over the years, Beth and I have talked about that. I'm not going to be in the Senate forever. I've got a 7,000-acre ranch out in New Mexico. I can easily see myself running that until the end of my days. And maybe your wife becomes the Virginia senator in the household? I never presume to know what Beth will do. It actually adds a level of excitement to our marriage that I think is incredibly healthy. He smiled at his remark, and Fisk felt himself smile in return. Sarah was raising her glass as a thought hit her. Senator, can I use a phone? I use the one in my study, Sarah. It's more private. She glanced at Fisk, but said nothing. After she had gone, Jordan said, She's quite a young woman. I wouldn't disagree with that, Fisk said. Since she's been clerking for Beth, I've come to know her quite well. I've been almost like a father figure, I guess you could say. She has a brilliant future ahead of her. Well, she's got a great role model in your wife. Fisk almost choked on his drink as he said this. The absolute best. Beth does nothing halfway. Fisk thought about this remark for a moment. I know your wife is a real go-getter, but she might want to cut back on her schedule until the case is solved. You don't want to give some maniac a free shot. Jordan studied Fisk over the rim of his glass for a moment. Do you really think the justices might be in danger? Fisk didn't really think so, but he wasn't about to say that to Jordan. If he and Sarah were wrong in their conclusions, he didn't want anyone letting down his guard. Let's put it this way, Senator. If anything happens to your wife, no one will care what I think. Jordan's face slowly went pale. I see your point. Fisk noticed a line forming to talk to the man. I won't take up any more of your time. Keep up the good work. Thank you, John. I intend to. Senator Knight started to receive the other guests. He needn't have bothered to work the room, Fisk thought. His wife had probably already hit all the important players. In Jordan Knight's study, Sarah dialed home for messages. She had forgotten to check earlier, and she was desperately hoping to hear back from George Barker, the newspaper editor from Rufus Harms's hometown. Her hopes were rewarded when she heard the old man's deep voice on her answering machine. He sounded a little contrite, she thought. She snatched a piece of paper from the notebook on the desk and wrote the name down. Samuel Ryder. George Barker had left only the man's name. Apparently, after 25 years, that was all the information his files had contained. She had to find out Ryder's office address and telephone number right away. As she looked up, she saw the way to do it. The bookshelves on the far wall of the study held a set of current Martindale Hubble, the official directory of the legal profession, which purported to have the name, office address, and phone number of virtually every attorney licensed to practice in the United States. It was divided by states and territories, and she decided to opt for the local jurisdictions first. As she looked through the index for the Commonwealth of Virginia, her search was rewarded as she spotted the name Samuel Ryder. Flipping to the page indicated, she found a brief bio of Ryder. He had been in the JAG in the early 70s. That had to be the man. She dialed the phone number to his office, but received no answer. She dialed information for his home phone number, but it was unlisted. She hung up, thoroughly frustrated. She had to talk to the man. She thought a moment. The timing would be very tight, so there was only one way to do it. A phone directory was on the desk, and she used it to look up a number. It took only a few minutes to arrange things. She and Fisk had a couple of hours before they could leave. With any luck, they would be back by early tomorrow morning. As Sarah opened the door to the study, Elizabeth Knight was standing there. Jordan told me you might be back here. I had to make a phone call. I see. I guess I'll get back to the party. Sarah, I need to talk to you in private for a moment. Elizabeth Knight motioned her back into the study and then closed the door behind them. The justice had on a simple white dress, minimal makeup, and a tasteful sapphire necklace. The white dress made her skin seem even more pallid. However, she wore her hair down, and the dark strands were striking against the white background. When she made the effort, Sarah thought, Elizabeth Knight could be a very attractive woman. She apparently picked those moments with great care. At this moment, Elizabeth Knight looked very uncomfortable. Is there something wrong? Sarah asked. I dislike delving into the personal lives of my clerks, Sarah. I really do. But when it reflects on the image of the court, then I feel that it is my duty to say something. I'm not sure I understand. Knight collected her thoughts for a moment. Ever since the realization that she had, however unwittingly, condemned Stephen Wright to death, her nerves had been in tatters. She felt like lashing out at someone, even if unfairly. It was not her habit to do such a thing, but the fact was she was upset with Sarah Evans, and she did care about her. Thus the young woman was going to feel the justice's wrath. You're a very smart woman, a very attractive and smart young woman. I'm afraid I still don't... Knight's tone changed. I'm talking about you and John Fisk. Richard Perkins reported that he saw you and Fisk leaving your home together this morning. Justice Knight, with all due respect, that is my personal business. It is certainly more than your personal business, Sarah, if it reflects negatively on the court. I don't see how that could possibly be the case. Let me see if I can make it clearer for you. Do you think it would sully the court's reputation if it became known that one of its clerks was sleeping with the brother of her slain colleague on the day after his murder was discovered? I am not sleeping with him, Sarah said forcefully. That is quite beside the point. Public opinion is driven by perception rather than by fact, particularly in this town. If a newspaper reporter had seen you and Fisk leave your home this morning, what do you think the headline would have read? Even if it just recounted the actual facts of the reporter's observations, what do you think would be the likely perception of the reading public? When Sarah didn't answer, Knight continued. Right now, we don't need any additional adverse complications, Sarah. We have quite enough of them to deal with." "I guess I never thought that part through." "That is exactly what you must do if you want to have anything other than a mediocre legal career." "I'm sorry. I won't repeat the mistake." Knight stared hard at her, then she opened the door. "Please see that you don't." As Sarah passed her, Knight added, "Oh, Sarah, until the identity of the murderer is definitively ascertained, I wouldn't put your complete faith or trust in anyone. Whether you're aware of it or not, a large percentage of murders are committed by family members." Astonished, Sarah turned to face her. "You're not implying—" "I imply nothing," Knight said sharply. "I'm only conveying a fact. You do with it what you will." Bored, Fisk meandered through the apartment when he felt someone at his shoulder. "There's a question I've been meaning to ask you." Fisk looked around. Agent McKenna was staring at him. "McKenna, I'm seriously considering a lawsuit against you, so get the hell away from me." "Just doing my job. And right now I want to know where you were at the time your brother was murdered." Fisk finished his glass of wine and then looked out the broad bank of windows. "Haven't you forgotten something?" "What's that?" "They haven't ascertained the time of death yet." "You're a little behind in the investigation." "Is that right?" Fisk said, a little taken aback. "Between 3 and 4 a.m. Saturday. Where were you during that time?" "Am I a suspect in this case?" "If and when you become a suspect, I'll let you know." "I was working at my office in Richmond until about 4 in the morning on Saturday. Now you're going to ask me if anyone can corroborate that, right?" "Can anyone?" "No. But I went to the laundromat around 10 that morning." "Richmond's only a 2-hour drive from Washington. You'd have plenty of time." "So your theory is I drove up to Washington, killed my brother in cold blood, dumped his body in the middle of a heavily black area with such skill that no one noticed me do it, drove back to Richmond and washed my underwear. And the motive is—" As soon as Fisk said the last sentence, his next breath caught in his throat. He had the perfect motive, $500,000 in life insurance. Shit. "Motives can always come later. You have no alibi, which means you had the opportunity to commit the murder." "So you think I murdered Wright, too? Remember you told the justices that you think the two murders are related. I do have an alibi for that one." "Just because I said something doesn't mean it's true." "Fascinating. Do you take the same philosophy with you to the witness stand?" "During the course of an investigation, I've found it's not always good to show your hand. The killings could be completely unrelated, which means any alibi you have for Wright's murder means nothing." As Fisk watched McKenna walk off, a very unsettling sensation went down his spine. Even McKenna wouldn't be so stupid as to try to pin the murder of his brother on him, would he? And why hadn't Fisk known about the autopsy results, ascertaining the time of his brother's death? Fisk immediately answered that question. The information flow from Chandler had dried up. "John?" Fisk turned around and looked at Richard Perkins. "Got a minute?" the man asked nervously. The two men went over to a corner. Perkins looked out the window for a moment, as though preparing what he was about to say. "I've only been the marshal at the Supreme Court for 2 years. It's a great job, prestigious, not too much stress, pays quite well. I oversee almost 200 employees, everybody from barbers to police officers. I worked at the Senate before that, thought I'd probably retire there, but then this opportunity came up." "Good for you," Fisk said, but he wondered why Perkins was telling him this. "Even though your brother's death didn't take place at the court, I felt a real responsibility for his safety, for everyone who works at the court. Now with Wright's death, I'm just reeling. I'm not used to handling things like this. I'm a lot better at payroll issues and overseeing the orderly functioning of bureaucracies than I am being in the middle of a homicide investigation." "Well, Chandler is really good at his job. And, of course, you've got the FBI on the case, too." Fisk almost bit his tongue when he said this. Perkins picked up on it. "Agent McKenna seems to hold some kind of grudge against you. Have you ever met the man before?" "No." Perkins looked down at his hands. "Do you really think there's some crazy out there with a vendetta?" "It's not out of the realm of possibility." "But why now, of all times? And why target clerks? Why not the justices?" "Or other court personnel." "What do you mean?" You might be in danger too, Richard. Perkins looked astonished. Me? You're the head of security. If this person wants to show that he can pick people off at will, then he's flouting the security of the court. He's flouting you. Perkins seemed to consider this. So you think the deaths are definitely connected? If they're not, it's one hell of a coincidence. Frankly, I don't believe in coincidences that big. And Chandler, too? Maybe. I'm sure he'll keep you informed. As Perkins walked off, Elizabeth Knight powered by. It was as though the crowd automatically parted for her. A hand pressed against his shoulder. Meet me outside the building in 10 minutes. It was Sarah's voice, but by the time Fisk turned around, he could only see her disappearing into the crowd. Visibly frustrated, he looked around and picked up on Elizabeth Knight's movements again. She probably forgot Kenneth Wilkinson was even here, he thought. At his own party, too. He was thus very surprised when Elizabeth went over to Wilkinson and spoke with him briefly. He watched as she wheeled him out onto the lighted and empty terrace, where he could see her kneeling beside the wheelchair, holding one of Wilkinson's hands and talking to him. Fisk mingled a bit more, and then couldn't keep himself from heading out to the terrace. Elizabeth Knight looked up, and then quickly rose from her kneeling position. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I have to leave, and I wanted to say hello to Judge Wilkinson. Knight stepped back, and Fisk went forward and introduced himself. He shook Kenneth Wilkinson's hand and passed along his congratulations for the elderly man's long career in public service. As he started back into the room, Knight stopped him. I assume you're leaving with Sarah? Is that a problem? I guess that's up to you. What's that supposed to mean? Sarah has a wonderful future ahead of her, but little things can sometimes disrupt careers with great potential. You know, Justice Knight, I think you have a real problem with me, and I'm not sure why. I don't know you, Mr. Fisk. If you're anything like your brother, then maybe I don't have a big problem. I'm not like anybody else. I try not to compare people or make nice, neat assumptions. They seldom prove true. Knight appeared taken aback by this, but said, I actually agree with you. I'm glad we could agree on something. However, I do know Sarah, and I care about her very much. If certain actions you take reflect negatively on her and thus on the court, then you're right, I do have a problem with that. Look, all I'm concerned about is finding out who killed my brother. She looked at him keenly. Are you sure that's all? If I weren't sure, well, you know what? It's a free country. Fisk thought he saw an amused expression pass across her face. She crossed her arms. You don't seem the least bit intimidated by a Supreme Court justice, Mr. Fisk. If you knew something about me, you'd understand why. Perhaps I should make a point of finding out about you. Perhaps I already have. I guess that can be a two-way street. Knight's expression turned dark. Confidence is one thing, Mr. Fisk. Disrespect is quite another. I've found that also to be a two-way street. I hope you appreciate my concerns for Sarah. They are genuine. I'm sure they are. She started to turn away, and then looked back at him. Your brother was a very special person, highly intelligent, the consummate legal analyst. He was one of a kind. With that said, I'm not sure he was the most able lawyer in his family. Knight walked away, leaving the surprised Fisk behind. He stood there for a minute, trying to analyze her words. Then he left the terrace and made his way down in the elevator to the lobby. He looked around but didn't see Sarah. A horn beeped, and he saw her car ease up to the front door. He climbed in and looked over at her. Where are we going? To the airport. What are you talking about? We're going to see Samuel Ryder, Esquire. And who is Samuel Ryder, Esquire? Rufus Harms's attorney. George Barker called back with the name. I looked Ryder up. He practices outside of Blacksburg, only a couple hours east of the prison. I tried his office, but there was no answer. His home phone's unlisted. So why are we flying out there, then? We have his office address. It'll be late by the time we get there, so it's a long shot he'll be in his office. But it's also not a big town. We should be able to find somebody there who can give us his home address, or at least his phone number. And if we're right about his involvement, he could be in danger. If something happens to him, we may never find out the truth. So you really think he's the one who called the court, the one who filed the appeal? I wouldn't bet against it. Chapter 43. 25 minutes later, Fisk and Sarah arrived at National Airport, and Sarah pulled into one of the parking garages. After that, they made their way to the general aviation terminal. "Are you sure we can get a flight out?" Fisk asked. "I chartered a private plane to take us there." "You did what? Do you know how much that costs?" "Do you know how much it costs?" Fisk looked sheepish. "No, I mean, it's not like I ever chartered a friggin' plane before, but it can't be cheap. It's about $2,200 for a round-trip flight to Blacksburg. I maxed out my credit card." "Then I'll pay you back somehow." "You don't have to do that. I don't like owing people." "Fine. I'm sure I can figure out lots of ways for you to pay it off." She smiled. A few minutes later, they approached a Falcon 2000 twin-engine jet sitting on the tarmac. Fisk watched as a boxy 737 lumbered down the main runway and then lifted gracefully into the air. Everywhere was the nauseating smell of jet fuel and the irritating whine of engines. Sarah and Fisk headed up the steps of the sleek Falcon, where they were met by a man in his 50s with short white hair and a wiry build. He introduced himself as the pilot, Chuck Herman. Herman looked up at the skies. "I got the flight plan filed okay, but we're a little behind in the takeoff schedule. They had some delays earlier because of a software glitch in the control tower, and everybody's paying for it." "We're on a short time fuse, Chuck," Sarah said. The later they arrived at Ryder's office, the less likely it was they'd find someone to help them. In addition, she couldn't be late for work again. Herman looked proudly at his jet. "Not to worry, we're only taking a 70-minute trip, and I can step on the gas if need be." They all moved into the cabin, and Herman indicated comfy captain's chairs for them to sit in. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't get a cabin steward in here on such short notice. Do you two want anything?" "A glass of white wine?" Sarah said. "How about you, John? Can I get you anything?" Fisk declined. "The fridge is fully stocked with food. Please help yourself." 10 minutes after takeoff, the flight became very smooth, like gliding on a calm pond in a canoe. Sarah unstrapped her belt and looked over at Fisk. He stared out the window at the sinking sun. "How about I fix up something to eat? And I've got some interesting things to tell you." "Same here." Fisk unstrapped himself, followed her back, and sat down at the table, where he watched Sarah make up some sandwiches. "Coffee?" Fisk nodded. "Something tells me it's going to be a long night." Sarah finished making the food and poured out 2 cups of coffee. She sat down across from Fisk and looked at her watch. "The flight is so short we don't have all that much time. There aren't any rental car places at the airport in Blacksburg. We can take a cab to a rental place in town and get a car there, though." Fisk took a bite of sandwich and swallowed it down with some coffee. "You mentioned some things that happened at the party." "I had a run-in with Justice Knight." She recounted the story to Fisk. He then shared his own experience with Knight. "A hard woman to figure out," Fisk remarked. "Anything else?" "McKenna asked me if I had an alibi for the time my brother was murdered." "Are you serious?" "I don't have an alibi, Sarah." "John, it's not like anyone believes that you could have murdered your own brother. And how would that tie into Stephen's death?" "If the two are connected." "So did McKenna have a theory as to what your motive might be?" Fisk put his coffee down. It might be good to get somebody else's view, he thought. "No, but the fact is, I have a perfect motive." Surprised, she put down her coffee. "What?" "I found out today that Mike had taken out a $500,000 life insurance policy on himself and named me as the beneficiary. That qualifies as a top-rank motive, don't you think?" "But you said you just found out today." "Do you seriously think McKenna will believe that?" "That's strange." Fisk cocked his head at her. "What is?" "Justice Knight said something along the lines that most homicides are committed by family members, and that I shouldn't trust anybody, meaning, I'm sure, you." "Was she ever in the Army that you know?" Sarah almost laughed. "No, why?" "I was just wondering if she could have anything to do with Rufus Harms." Sarah smiled. "But now that we're on the subject, how about Senator Knight? He might have been in the Army." "He wasn't. I remember reading in the Richmond papers during his first Senate campaign that he was physically unable to be in the armed forces. His political opponent at the time was a war hero, and he tried to make a big deal out of Knight not serving his country. But he did, in an intelligence capacity, good record and all, and the whole thing went away." Fisk shook his head in frustration. This is silly. We're trying to pound square pegs in round holes. He took a long breath. I hope Ryder can help us. Dressed in overalls, the man pushed the bulky cleaning cart down the hallway and then stopped outside one office, noting the stenciled lettering on the frosted glass door. Samuel Ryder, attorney at law. The man cocked his head and looked around, listening intently. The office building was small, and Ryder's law office was one of only a half-dozen places of business on the second floor. At this hour, the town and the building were pretty much deserted. Josh Harms tapped against the door and waited for a response. He tapped again, this time a little louder. Josh had left Rufus in the truck parked in the alley while he reconnoitered the area. He had found the cleaning supply closet and hatched his plan in case someone showed up. He tapped on Ryder's office door once more, waited another couple of minutes, pursed his lips, and gave a low whistle. Within 20 seconds, Rufus, who had been trailing him in the darkness of the hallway, joined him. Rufus wasn't wearing a cleaning uniform. There hadn't been one in the storage closet that came close to fitting him. Josh pulled his lockpick equipment, and within a few seconds, they were on the other side of the office door in the receptionist's area. We've got to move fast. Somebody might show up, Josh said. Tucked inside his belt was his pistol, fully loaded, a round chambered. I'll look here, and you go into Samuel's office and start looking around. Rufus was already going through a file cabinet, using the flashlight he had brought with him from the truck. Josh went into Ryder's office. The first thing he did, after checking the street for activity, was close the drapes. He pulled out a flashlight of his own and started searching. He came to the locked desk drawer and jimmied it. He gave a low whistle as his hand closed around the packet that had been taped to the underside of the desk drawer. He went to the doorway. Rufus, I got it. His brother rushed in and took the papers. He scanned them under the flashlight's arc. You still ain't told me how having these pieces of paper is going to help your butt any which way. I ain't thought that all the way through, but I'd rather have them than not have them. Well, let's get out of here before somebody has us. They had barely made it to the receptionist area when they both heard the footsteps. 2 sets of them. They glanced quickly at each other. Josh pulled the pistol and punched off the safety. Cops, they know we're here. Rufus looked at him and shook his head. It ain't the cops, and it ain't the army. Building's deserted. If it was them, they'd come in here, sirens going, and the next sound we'd be hearing is glass breaking when the tear gas canisters came through the damn window. Come on. Rufus led the way back into Ryder's interior office and softly closed the door. All they could do now was wait. Chapter 44. Chandler walked around Michael Fisk's apartment. He knelt down and examined the gouge mark in the floor, caused by John Fisk's swinging with a tire iron. If the blow had found its mark, this mystery might have been solved. Chandler rose and shook his head. It was never that easy. His men were putting the finishing touches on the apartment. Black carbon dusting powder lay everywhere in piles like magic sprinkles, which, in a way, they were. They had taken Michael Fisk's prints for purposes of elimination. They would have to get his brother's as well. Since John Fisk was a lawyer licensed in Virginia, his fingerprints would be on file with the Virginia State Police. He should get Sarah Evans's prints as well, he figured. She had undoubtedly been here, too. He looked down the hallway. In the bedroom, perhaps? However, his inquiries had revealed only that the two had been good friends. He had met with Murphy and his clerks. They had gone over all the cases Michael had been working on. Nothing really stuck out. That line of investigation would simply take too long. And people were dying. John Fisk's unwillingness to confide in Chandler had cost him. As Fisk had earlier deduced, Chandler had cut off the flow of information to him. Chandler had played fair with the feds, though, and passed along what he had to McKenna, including his newfound information on Rufus Harms's escape from prison and Michael Fisk's earlier calls to the prison, even though he didn't like the man. He had also informed McKenna of the missing appeal Fisk had told him about. McKenna had thanked him, but had been unable to add any new information of his own. As if on cue, he heard a sound at the front door, and the FBI agent walked into the room, after showing his ID card to the uniform outside and being added to the crime scene list, Chandler assumed. Crime scene. Well, it was one of sorts, Chandler said to himself. You're working late tonight, Agent McKenna? So are you. The FBI agent's gaze swept the area, starting at the center and marching outward, grid by grid. So, is the director of the FBI just a little bit on your butt, or a lot to get this thing solved? Same as your boss. In the bureau, you get double kudos if you solve the crime in time for the evening news. McKenna flashed a rare smile, although it was as though his mouth didn't know quite how to manage it, because the effect came off as lopsided. Chandler wondered if the man did it on purpose to throw people off. Because he'd had a weird feeling about the guy, Chandler had discreetly checked out Warren McKenna. His career at the Bureau was first-rate in all respects. He had been assigned to the Washington Metropolitan Field Office at Buzzard Point for 8 years, after transferring from the Richmond Field Office. Before his career at the FBI, he had done a brief stint in the military, then completed college. Since that time, McKenna had done nothing except make positive impressions on his superiors. One curious thing Chandler had found out: McKenna had refused several promotions that would have taken him out of the field. "You're lucky John Fisk hasn't slapped you with a lawsuit yet. He still might." "Maybe he should," was McKenna's surprising reply. "I probably would if I were him." "I'll be sure and tell him that," Chandler said slowly. McKenna's gaze darted all over the place for a couple of minutes, seemingly absorbing every detail like a sheet of Polaroid, before he glanced back at Chandler. "What are you, anyway, his mentor?" "Didn't know the man until a couple days ago." "You make friends a lot faster than I do, then." McKenna inclined his head at Chandler. "Mind if I look around?" "Go ahead. Try not to touch anything that doesn't look like it's got a pound of print dust on it." McKenna nodded and stepped carefully around the living room. He noted the mark on the floor. "Fisk going after his purported attacker?" "That's right, only I didn't know he was purported." "He is until we have a corroborating account. At least that's how I work." Chandler unwrapped a piece of gum and popped it in his mouth, slowly chewing over both the agent's words and the gum. "Sarah Evans reported to me that she also saw a man flee from the building and that Fisk was chasing him. Is that good enough for you?" "That's convenient corroboration. Fisk is one lucky guy. He should run out right now and play the lottery while he's so hot." "I wouldn't call losing your brother being lucky." McKenna stopped walking and looked at the pantry door, which was ajar and covered with print dust. "I guess it depends on how you look at it, doesn't it?" "What the hell do you have against him? You don't even know the guy." McKenna's eyes flashed at him. "That's right, Detective Chandler, and you know what? Neither do you." Chandler wanted to say something back, but couldn't think of anything. In a way, the man was right. This thought was interrupted by one of his men. "Detective Chandler, we found something I think you might want to see." Chandler took the sheaf of papers from the tech and looked down at it. McKenna joined him. "Looks like an insurance policy," McKenna said. "We found it in one of the shelves in the pantry. No food in there. Guy used it for storage. Tax returns, bills, and stuff like that are in there, too." $500,000 worth of life insurance," Chandler muttered. He flipped rapidly through the pages, passing by the legalese until he got to the end, where more specific information was set forth. Michael Fisk was the insured. McKenna's finger suddenly stabbed at the bottom of the page. Chandler paled a little as he read the line the man had so energetically indicated. "And John is the primary beneficiary." The two men looked at each other. "Would you like to take a walk and hear a theory of mine?" McKenna asked. Chandler wasn't sure exactly what to do. "It won't take long," McKenna added. "In fact, some of it you're probably thinking right now, I would imagine." Chandler finally shrugged. "You got 5 minutes." The two men walked out onto the sidewalk in front of the row house. McKenna took a moment to light up a cigarette and then offered one to Chandler. The detective held out his pack of gum. "I can be overweight or I can smoke. I like to eat, so there we are." They strolled along the dark street as McKenna began talking. "I found out that Fisk doesn't have an alibi for the probable time his brother was murdered." "Might be something in his favor. If he killed his brother, he would have worked hard to establish one." "I disagree for a couple of reasons. First, he probably never thought he would become a suspect." "With a $500,000 life insurance policy?" "He might have thought we wouldn't find out. We go down a different trail, and that's it. He waits a while and then collects his money." "I don't know about that. What's your second point?" "If he had some perfect alibi, which there is no such thing if you're guilty, then a hole would come up in it somewhere, sometime, somehow. So why bother? He was a cop and now a lawyer. He knows all about alibis. He says he doesn't have one, and then he doesn't have to worry about it blowing up in his face. And then he counts on everybody reaching the conclusion you just did. namely that if he's guilty, he would have concocted a good one. McKenna took a long pull on his cigarette and looked up at the few stars visible in the sky. So he's got motive and, by his own admission, opportunity. I checked him out. He's got a dipshit law practice in Richmond, defending the scum of the earth. Guy never even went to law school. He's third-rate at best. Mid-30s, unmarried, no kids, lives in a shithole. A real loner. Oh, and he left the Richmond police force under a somewhat dark cloud. How do you mean? Chandler asked sharply. Let's just say that there was a shooting incident that was never fully explained, other than the fact a civilian and another police officer were dead as a result. Chandler looked shaken but recovered. So why does he come up and offer his assistance in the investigation? Again, a cover. Fisk's position would be, how could I have pulled the trigger? I'm up here working my butt off to find the person who murdered my brother. How does that explain Wright's death? Who says it has to? Like you said, the two murders could be unrelated. If they are, then if I were Fisk, I'd jump on it and argue that they are connected. See, he's got an alibi for Wright's murder. Evans again, Chandler thought. McKenna continued. So, if we believe they're connected, he's home free. And Sarah Evans, remember? She said she saw the guy running out of Michael Fisk's apartment building. You say she's lying too? McKenna stopped walking, and so did Chandler. McKenna took a last puff of his cigarette, and then crushed it out on the sidewalk with several twists of his foot. Sarah Evans, too. McKenna repeated Chandler's words, eyeing the detective closely. Chandler shook his head. Come on, McKenna. I'm not saying she's in on the whole thing. I'm saying maybe she has a thing for Fisk, and she's doing what he tells her to. They just met. Is that right? You know that for sure? Actually, no. Okay, he convinces her he's done nothing wrong, but some people might try to frame him. Why do you have such a thing against Fisk? Now McKenna erupted. He's got a smart mouth. He comes off as holier-than-thou, the defender of his brother's memory, only they seem to have no contact recently. He and Evans spent the night at her house doing who knows what the day after his brother's body is found. He's got a shotgun for some reason. He's nosed his way into the investigation, which means he knows just about everything we do. He's got no alibi for the night of the murder, and 5 minutes ago we found out he's $500,000 richer because his brother is dead. What the hell am I supposed to think? Are you saying your cop radar's not even tingling over this? Okay, you've made your point. Maybe I have been too lax with him. Rule 1, don't trust anybody. Good rule to live by. McKenna paused and then added, or die by. He walked off, leaving a very shaken Chandler staring after him. Chapter 45. Fisk knocked on Ryder's office door. He squinted through the glass. Dark inside. He's probably at home. We need to find out where that is. Well, the guy might also be eating dinner out, or out of town on business. He might even be on vacation, or something could have happened to him, Sarah said. Don't get overly dramatic. Fisk clasped the doorknob and it turned easily. He and Sarah exchanged a significant glance. Fisk looked up and down the hallway. That's when he saw the cleaning cart and relaxed slightly. Cleaning crew? And they're cleaning in the pitch dark because... Sarah responded. That's just what I was thinking. He pulled Sarah away from the door and over to the cart. He rummaged around before pulling out a pair of vice grips from a toolbox. Whispering, he said, Go down near the exit stairs. If you hear anything, run to the car and call the cops. She grabbed his arm and whispered back, I have a much better idea. Let's go call the police together right now and report a burglary. We don't know that it is a burglary. We don't know that it isn't either. If we leave, they could get away. And if you go in there and get killed, what exactly is that going to accomplish? You don't even have a gun. You have that thing, whatever the hell that is. Vice grips. Great, they could have guns and you have a tool. Maybe you're right. Lady is for sure right. Too bad you don't listen. Fisk and Sarah whirled around. Josh Harms stood there, his pistol aimed at them. Wall's mighty thin. Figure when we heard that door start to open, and then all that whispering, you two are going to go for the cops. Can't let you do that. Fisk studied him. He was big, but not bulky. Unless they had run into a routine burglary, this man had to be Josh Harms. He eyed the gun and then scrutinized Josh's features, trying to size up quickly whether he had it in him to pull the trigger. He had killed in Vietnam. Fisk knew that from reading the news reports. But killing them would have to be in cold blood, and Fisk just did not see that in Josh Harms's eyes. But that could always change. Mouth, do your magic, he told himself. Hello, Josh. My name's John Fisk. This is Sarah Evans with the United States Supreme Court. Where's your brother? Behind him, from the open doorway leading into Ryder's office, appeared a man of such huge proportions that both Sarah and Fisk knew he could only be Rufus Harms. He had obviously heard Fisk's words. How you know all that? Rufus said, while his brother kept his pistol tightly on the pair. I'd be glad to tell you, but why don't we talk inside the office? You have that APB out on you and everything. He motioned to Sarah. After you, Sarah. Out of the Harms brothers' line of sight, he gave her a reassuring wink. He only wished he could feel as confident on the inside. They were confronted with a convicted murderer who had been in a hellhole for 25 years, which had probably not made him any nicer, and a wily Vietnam vet whose trigger finger was looking itchier with every passing second. Sarah walked into the office with Fisk behind her. Josh and Rufus eyed each other quizzically. Then they followed the pair inside and shut the door behind them. The Jeep sailed through the back roads on the way to Samuel Ryder's office. Tremaine was driving. Rayfield sat beside him. The two-seater Jeep was Tremaine's private vehicle. They were both off duty now and had decided against checking out a military vehicle from the motor pool. In case anyone came upon them while they were searching Ryder's office, they had settled upon a cover story. Sam Ryder, Rufus Harms's old military attorney, practiced in the area and had recently visited Harms in prison for an unknown reason. Ryder and his wife had been killed. Harms and his brother could have committed the murders. Perhaps Ryder had mentioned to Harms that he kept cash or other valuables at his home or office. Tremaine glanced over at Rayfield. Something wrong? Tremaine asked. Rayfield stared straight ahead. This is a big mistake. We're taking all the risks here. You think I don't know that? If we get the letter that Harms filed, along with Ryder's letter, maybe we can forget about Harms. Tremaine looked sharply over at him. What the hell are you talking about? Harms wrote that letter because he wanted out of prison. He killed a little girl, but he really didn't murder her, right? Well, he's out of prison. He and his brother are probably in Mexico right now, waiting on a plane to South America. That's exactly what I'd be doing. Tremaine shook his head. We can't be sure of that. What else is he going to do, Vic? Write another letter to the court and say what? Your Honor, I wrote you before with this crazy story I can't prove, but something happened to my appeal, and my lawyer and the clerk who got it are now dead, so I escaped from prison, I'm on the run, and I want my day in court? That's bullshit, Vic. He's not going to do that. He's going to run like hell. He is running like hell. Tremaine considered this. Maybe, but in the off chance that he isn't as smart as you think he is, I'm going to do everything I can to blow him away. And his brother. I don't like Rufus Harms. I never liked the guy. I'm getting my ass shot up in Nam, and he's back in the States, safe and sound, 3 squares a day. We should have just let him rot in the stockade, but we didn't. Tremaine added bitterly. Too late for that now. Well, I'm going to do him a big favor. When I find him, his next cell is going to be 7 feet long, 4 feet wide, and made of pine. And he ain't getting a damn flag on it. Tremaine punched the gas even more. Rayfield shook his head and settled back down in his seat. He checked his watch and then looked down the road. They were almost at Ryder's office. Sarah and Fisk sat on the leather couch while the Harms brothers stood in front of them. Why don't we just tie them up and get the hell out of here? Josh said to his brother. Fisk jumped in. I think you're going to find we're on the same side. Josh scowled at him. Now, don't go taking this the wrong way, but you're full of shit. He's right, Sarah said. We're here to help you. Josh snorted, but didn't bother to respond. John Fisk, Rufus said. He studied Fisk's features, remembering where he'd seen similar ones. That clerk they killed was family, wasn't he? Brother? Fisk nodded. Yes, who killed him? Josh broke in. Don't tell them nothing, Rufus. We don't know who they are or what they want. We came here to talk to Sam Ryder, Sarah said. Josh looked over at her. Well, unless you're going to put on a seance or something, you're going to have a real hard time doing that. Fisk and Sarah looked at each other and then back at the brothers. "He's dead?" Sarah asked. Rufus nodded. "He and his wife made it look like suicide." Fisk noted the file clutched in his hand. "Is that what you sent to the court?" "You mind if I ask the questions?" Rufus said. "I'm telling you, Rufus, we're your friends." "I'm sorry, but I don't make friends nowhere near that easy. What did you want to talk to Samuel about?" "He filed that for you at the court, didn't he?" "I ain't answering no questions." "Okay, I'll just tell you what we know, and then you can take it from there. How's that sound?" "I'm listening." "Ryder filed it. My brother got it and took it out of the court system. He came to the prison to see you. Then he ended up dead in an alley in Washington. They made it look like a robbery. Now you tell us Ryder is dead. Another clerk was killed, too. I think it's connected to my brother's death, but I'm not sure why." Fisk stopped talking and studied the two men. "That's all we know. Now, I think you know a lot more, like why all this is happening." "You know so much? You with the cops?" Josh demanded. "I'm helping the detective in charge." "See, Rufus, I told you, we got to get out of here. Cops probably on their way right now." "No, they're not," Sarah said. "I saw your name in the papers Michael had, Mr. Harms, but that's all I saw. I don't know why you filed it or what was in it." "Why does a prisoner file something with a court?" Rufus asked. "Because you want out," Fisk said. Rufus nodded. "But you have to have grounds to do that." "I got me the best grounds of all, the simple truth," Rufus said forcefully. "Tell me what it is," said Fisk. Josh edged toward the door. "Rufus, I got a bad feeling about all this. We stand here talking to them and the cops are closing in. You've already said too much." "They killed his brother, Josh." "You don't know if he really is his brother." Fisk pulled out his wallet with his driver's license. "This'll at least prove we have the same last name." Rufus waved it off. "I don't need to see that. You got the same way about you, too." "Even if they ain't in on it, what the hell can they do to help?" Josh asked. Rufus looked over at Fisk and Sarah. "You both talk real good and quick. You got an answer to that one?" "I work at the Supreme Court, Mr. Harms," Sarah said. "I know all the justices. If you have evidence that shows you're innocent, then I promise you it will be heard. If not by the Supreme Court, then by another court, believe me." Fisk added, "The detective on the case knows something is fishy. If you tell us what's going on, we can go to him and get him to explore that angle." "I know the truth," Rufus said again. "That's great, Rufus, but the fact is, in a court of law, it's not the truth unless you can prove it," Fisk said. Sarah said, "What was in your appeal, then?" "Rufus, don't you answer that, damn it!" Josh yelled. Rufus ignored him. "Something the Army sent me." "Did you kill the little girl, Rufus?" Fisk asked. "I did," he said, looking down. "At least my hands did. The rest of me didn't know what the hell was going on, not after what they'd done to me." "What do you mean by that? Who did what to you?" "Rufus, he's looking to trick you," Josh warned. "Messed with my head, that's what," Rufus said. Fisk eyed him sharply. "Are you pleading some sort of insanity? Because if you are, you don't have a chance in hell." He watched Rufus intently. "But it's more than that, isn't it?" "Why you say that?" Rufus said. "Because my brother took whatever was in the appeal very seriously. Seriously enough that he broke the law by taking it and lost his life trying to help you. He wouldn't have done that for some 25-year-old insanity plea. Tell me what it was that cost my brother his life." Josh put one big hand on Fisk's chest and pushed him hard against the back of the couch. "Look here, Mr. Smartass, Rufus here didn't ask your brother to do jack shit for him. Your brother was the one that blew this whole thing up sky high. He had to come check Rufus out because he was some old colored man sitting in some old prison for some old crime. So don't sit there singing that song about your righteous brother." Fisk ripped the hand away. "Why don't you go to hell, you son of a bitch?" Josh moved the pistol closer to Fisk's face and said menacingly, "Why don't I send you there first? I'll catch up with you later. How's that sound, white bread?" "Please don't," Sarah implored. "Please, he's just trying to help." "I don't need no damn help from the likes of you." "We're only trying to get your brother justice in a court of law." Josh shook his head. "I can get me justice in a court all by myself. We done overwhelmed your white asses. Prison's full of us, and you just too cheap to build more. so I can get me more injustice in the court. Problem is I can't get me none on the outside, and damn if that ain't where I spend most of my time. This ain't the way to handle things, Rufus said. Oh, so now you know the way to handle everything all of a sudden? Said Josh. Fisk was growing more nervous. Josh Harms sounded like he was at the point where maybe even his brother would have no control over him. Should he make a jump for the gun? Josh was probably 15 years older than he, but the man looked as strong as an oak tree. If Fisk made a grab and got tossed on his head, he would probably be eating several rounds from the 9mm. The screeching of rubber against asphalt made them all look toward the window. Rufus hustled across and cautiously looked out. When he turned back from the window, they all could see the fear in his eyes. It's Vic Tremaine and Rayfield. Shit, Josh exclaimed. What they carrying? Rufus took one long breath. Vic's got a machine gun. Shit, Josh said again, as they all listened to the heavy boots clattering into the building. In another couple of minutes, maybe less, they would be here. He suddenly glared at Fisk and Sarah. I told you, they set us up. We've been sitting here jawing with them while the army surrounds this place. In case you didn't notice, we're not in uniform, Fisk said. Maybe they followed you. We didn't come from the direction of the prison. When they see the two of us, they're going to shoot, and that's it. Not if you give yourselves up, they won't. That ain't an option, Josh said loudly. It ain't an option, Rufus repeated. They ain't going to let me live, knowing what I know. Fisk looked at Rufus Harms. The man's eyes darted left and right. He had admitted to killing the girl. Shouldn't that be an end to it? Why not let the army put him back in his cage? But Mike had wanted to help him. Fisk jumped up. Josh covered him with his pistol. Don't make this no harder than it is. Fisk didn't even look at him. His eyes were squarely on Rufus. Rufus? Rufus! Rufus finally seemed to break out of his inertia and looked at him. Maybe I can get you out of this, but you have to do exactly what I say. Josh said, We can damn well get ourselves out of this. In about 30 seconds, those two guys are going to come through that door and it'll be over. You can't match their firepower. How about I put one of my bullets in you right now? Josh said. Rufus, will you trust me? My brother came to help you. Let me finish what he started. Come on, Rufus, give me a chance. A bead of sweat trickled down Fisk's forehead. Sarah couldn't even speak. All she could hear were those boots. All she could see was that machine gun, coming closer and closer. Finally, almost imperceptibly, Rufus nodded. Fisk launched into action. Get in the bathroom, both of you, he said. Josh started to protest until Rufus cut him off and pushed him toward the private bath adjoining the office. Sarah, you go with them. She looked at him, stunned. What? Just do what I say. If you hear me call your name, flush the toilet and then come out. You two. He nodded at the brothers. Stay behind that door. If you don't hear me say your name, Sarah, stay put. And you don't think them army boys might just want to come take a peek at the toilet, especially if the door's closed? Josh asked sarcastically. Let me worry about that. Okay, Josh said slowly, but let me give you another thing to worry about, smart boy. You sell us out and the first bullet I fire is going to hit you right about here. Josh placed his pistol against the base of Fisk's skull. But you won't even hear my pistol fire. You'll be dead before your damn ears tells your damn brain. Fisk nodded at Josh as though accepting his challenge, which, in effect, he was. He looked at Sarah. Her face was pale. She leaned into him, shaking hard, trying without success to catch her breath as the pounding feet drew closer. John, I can't do this. He gripped her shoulders hard. Sarah, you can do this. You are going to do this. Now go. Go. He squeezed her hand, and then she and the Harms brothers went into the bathroom, and Sarah shut the door behind them. Fisk looked around the office, fighting hard to get his composure. He spied a briefcase against one wall, grabbed it, and unsnapped the lid. It was empty. He stuffed files from the top of Ryder's desk into the briefcase. As the boots boomed down the hallway, he raced to the small conference table set up in one corner. As he sat down, he heard the outer door open. As he pulled a file from the briefcase and opened it, he heard the inner door start to open. He leaned back in the chair and pretended to study some of the papers as the door opened. He stared up into the faces of the men. What the hell? He started to say, until he saw the machine gun pointed at him and fell silent. Who are you? Rayfield demanded. I was about to ask you that question. I'm here for a meeting with Sam Ryder. I've been waiting 10 minutes already, and he hasn't bothered to show up. Rayfield edged closer. You're a client of his? Fisk nodded. Flew in from Washington this evening on a chartered plane. A meeting's been planned for several weeks now. Little late for a meeting, isn't it? Tremaine's eyes bored into Fisk. I have a very busy schedule. This was the only time I could meet. He looked at both men sternly. And why is the Army busting in here with machine guns in the first place? Tremaine's face flushed angrily, but Rayfield assumed a more diplomatic tone. It's not our business, Mr. Fisk started to say his real last name, but then decided not to. Rufus had known these men by name. That meant these men were somehow involved with whatever had happened to Rufus. If that was true, they might have killed Mike. Michaels, John Michaels. I run a real estate development company, and Ryder is my land use attorney. Well, you're going to have to get another lawyer, Rayfield said. I'm happy with Sam's work. That's not the point. The point is Ryder's dead. He committed suicide, killed his wife and then himself. Fisk stood up, trying to make his expression as horrified as possible. It wasn't too hard, given the fact that he was trying to scam 2 armed men, with 2 more armed men in the adjoining room. If he failed, he would be the first casualty, if Josh Harms had anything to say about it. What the hell are you talking about? I spoke with him recently. He seemed fine. That's all well and good, but the fact is he's dead, Rayfield said. Fisk sat down abruptly, looking numbly at the files in front of him. I can't believe it, he said, slowly shaking his head. I feel like an idiot, sitting in the man's office waiting to hold a meeting. But I didn't know. No one told me. The door to his office was unlocked. Christ. He pushed the files away, then looked up sharply. So, what are you 2 doing here? Why is the Army involved? Tremaine and Rayfield exchanged glances. There's been an escape from the military prison nearby. Good Lord, you think whoever escaped is around here? Don't know. Fact is, Ryder was the escapee's lawyer. We thought he might hit this place for some cash or something. Who knows? The prisoner might have murdered Ryder for all we know. But you said it was a suicide. That's what the police think. That's why we're here, to look around. Catch the guy if he's here. Fisk watched with a sinking heart as Tremaine headed to the bathroom door. Susan, can you come out here? Fisk called in a loud voice. Tremaine stared hard at Fisk as they all heard the toilet flush. And then the door opened partially and Sarah came out, trying her best to look astonished. She did a pretty good job, Fisk thought, probably because she, too, was scared shitless. John, what's going on? I told these gentlemen about our meeting with Sam Ryder. You're not going to believe this, but he's dead. Oh, my God. Susan is my assistant. She nodded at both men. I didn't get your names, Fisk said. That's right, Tremaine shot back. Fisk hurriedly continued. These men are from the Army. They're looking for an escaped prisoner. They think the person might have had something to do with Sam's death. Oh, my God, John, let's just get back on the plane and get out of here. That's not a bad idea, Tremaine said. We can search the place a lot faster with you 2 out of the way. He once again looked over at the bathroom door. Holding his gun with one hand, he reached out to push the door all the way open. Well, I can tell you there's no one hiding in there, she said, with as straight a face as she could. If you don't mind, ma'am, I like to see these things for myself, Tremaine said curtly. Fisk watched Sarah. He was sure she was going to start screaming. Come on, Sarah, hold on. Don't lose it. Behind the door of the darkened bathroom, Josh Harms had his pistol pointed directly at Tremaine's head through the slight gap between the door and door jamb. Josh had already sized up the tactical advantages he had, slight though they were. Vic Tremaine first, and then Rayfield, unless Rayfield got him first, which was a real possibility given Josh's very limited field of vision. Well, there was no way he could miss the little Sherman tank of a target Vic Tremaine represented. His hand tightened on the trigger as his brother loomed over his shoulder, pressing his bulk up as far as he could against the wall. But there was barely an inch of space between him and the door. As soon as Tremaine touched the wood, it would be over. At that moment, Fisk started to stuff the files in his briefcase. I can't believe it. First 2 black guys almost run us over, and now this. Tremaine and Rayfield jerked around and stared at him. What 2 black guys? They said in unison. Fisk stopped what he was doing and looked at them. We were coming in the building and they ran by us, almost knocked Susan down. What did they look like? Rayfield asked, his voice strained as he edged closer to Fisk. Tremaine quickly moved away from the bathroom door. Well, they were black, like I said. Now, one of them looked like he was ex-NFL or something. You remember how big he was, Susan? She nodded and then started breathing again. I mean, he was huge, and the guy with him was pretty big too, 6'2", 6'3" at least, but a lot leaner. They were running like the devil, and they weren't young either. 45, 50 if they were a day. Did you see which way they went? Tremaine asked. They jumped in some old car and took off on the main road heading north. I'm not good with cars. I don't know the make or anything, but it was an old model. Green, I think. He suddenly looked frightened. You don't think it was the escaped prisoner, do you? Tremaine and Rayfield didn't answer, because they were rushing out the door. As soon as they heard the outer door open and the boots running down the hallway, Fisk and Sarah looked at each other, and then they both, as though tied together with string, collapsed onto the sofa. They reached for each other and huddled together. Glad I didn't have to shoot you. You think fast on your feet. They looked up at the grinning face of Josh Harms as he jammed his pistol into his pants. We're both lawyers, Fisk said hoarsely, still clutching Sarah tightly. Well, nobody's perfect, Josh said. Rufus appeared behind his brother. Thanks, he said quietly. I hope you believe us now, Fisk said. Yeah, but I ain't gonna take your help. Rufus, everybody's tried to help me up till now. They're dead. Except Josh, and we almost bought it tonight. I ain't having that on my conscience. You two get back on that plane of yours and stay the hell out of this. I can't do that. He was my brother. Suit yourself, but you're going to do it without me. He went to the window and watched as the jeep sped off, heading north. He motioned to Josh. Let's get going. No telling when they might get the itch to come back. As the two men started to turn away, Fisk reached in his pocket and took out something, which he held out to Rufus. This is my business card. It's got my office and home numbers on it. Rufus, think about what you're doing. By yourself, you're not going to get anywhere. When you finally realize that, call me. Fisk looked surprised as Sarah lifted the card from him and wrote something on the back. She held it out to Rufus. That's my home and car phone numbers on the back. Call either one of us day or night. Slowly, the huge hand reached out, took the card. Rufus slipped it in his shirt pocket. In another minute, Sarah and Fisk were all alone. They again stared at each other, completely drained. A full minute passed before Fisk broke the silence. Well, I have to admit that was pretty close. John, I never, ever want to do that again. Sarah walked unsteadily to the bathroom. Where are you going? She didn't bother to look back at him. To the bathroom, unless you want me to throw up out here. Chapter 46. An hour after his conversation with Warren McKenna, Chandler walked slowly up the drive to his house. It was a comfortable brick and siding split level set in a neighborhood of like structures, a nice, safe place to raise kids. At least it had been 20 years ago. It wasn't as safe or as nice today, but then what was, he thought. Many years ago, when he wanted to unwind after work, he would shoot a few hoops in the driveway with his kids, using the basketball net he had hung over the garage doors. That net had long since rotted away, and the hoop and backboard had been removed. He went instead into the small backyard, where he sat down on a weathered gray cedar bench, situated near a spreading magnolia and in front of a small, in-ground fountain. His wife had pestered him into putting in the fountain, and he had bitched and complained the whole time. It was only after he had finished the project that he had understood her insistence. Building the thing had been cathartic for him, the planning, the measurements, the selection of materials. It was a lot like detective work, meaning a jigsaw puzzle, where, if you were equal parts competent and lucky, all the pieces fit. After 10 minutes of quiet, he finally lurched to his feet, his coat thrown over his shoulder, and ambled into the house. He looked around the quiet, dark kitchen. It was well decorated, the whole house was, due entirely to the efforts of his wife, Juanita. Kids raised, doctor visits made, bills paid, flowers tended to, grass clipped and weeded, beds made, clothes washed and ironed, meals cooked, dishes cleaned. She did all those things, while he worked horrendous hours on his way up. That had been their partnership. After the kids were gone, she had gone back to school, become a nurse, and worked at a local hospital on the pediatric wing. Married 33 years now, and still going strong. Chandler had no idea how much longer he could continue being a detective. It was all getting to him. The stench of the work, the feel of his hands in rubber gloves, the taking of tiny, measured steps, for fear of trampling a bit of evidence that might cost somebody his life, or let a butcher go free. The paperwork, the slick defense attorneys asking the same questions, plotting the same verbal traps. The bored judges reading off the sentencing guidelines like they were parceling out test results. The robotic looks of the defendants who said nothing, showed no emotion, went to prison with all their buddies, their institution of higher learning, coming out much more accomplished criminals. The ringing phone cut short these depressing thoughts. "Hello?" He listened for a couple of minutes, gave a series of instructions, and hung up. A slug had been found in the alleyway where Michael Fisk's body had been discovered. It apparently had ricocheted off one wall and gotten wedged in some trash that had fallen behind a dumpster. From what Chandler had been told, the slug was in very good shape, with little projectile deformity. The lab would have to confirm that it was actually the bullet that had killed the young clerk. That would be fairly easy to determine for a sickening reason. The slug would have blood, bone, and brain tissue residue on it that could be linked pretty much conclusively to the head of Michael Fisk. With a bullet in hand, they could now search hard for the murder weapon. Ballistics could match the slug to the gun that had fired it, with the reliability of matching fingerprints to a human hand. Chandler rose and went into the living room, purposely leaving his own gun behind. He sat down in a recliner that matched his bulky proportions. The room was dark, and he did not move to turn on a light. He had too many lights around him at work, lights in his office beating down on him every day, harsher lights in the autopsy room that made every piece of flesh enormous, ominously raw, memorable to the point of Chandler's excusing himself every once in a great while to go to the men's room, where his stomach showed its appreciation for the polished skill of official dismemberment. The popping lights of the photographers at a crime scene or a courthouse. Too many damn lights. Darkness was quiet. Darkness was soothing. Darkness was how he wanted his retirement to be. Cool and dark, like his fountain in the backyard. Warren McKenna's words had disturbed Chandler, though he had tried hard not to show it. He couldn't bring himself to accept that John Fisk could murder his own brother. But, truth be known, wouldn't that be exactly what Fisk wanted Chandler to believe? But then he had something else to think about. Michael Fisk's phone calls to Fort Jackson. And now Rufus Harms's escape. Were they connected? Fisk was covering for Sarah Evans, that was clear. Chandler shook his head. He would have to sleep on it because his old brain was running on empty. He started to get up and then stopped abruptly. The arms suddenly encircled his neck, startling him. His hands gripped the person's forearms as his eyes popped huge. His gun. Where the hell was his gun? Working hard or hardly working? He immediately relaxed and looked up into Juanita's face. The edges of her mouth were crinkled into the beginnings of a smile. Her face always held that same look, as though she were about to tell a joke or laugh at one. That look never failed to cheer him up, no matter how lousy his day had been, no matter how many bodies he had poked and probed. He put a hand on his heaving chest. Damn, woman, you sneak up on me like that again, the only thing I'm going to be working is my angel wings. She sat down on his lap. She was wearing a long white robe, bare feet showing. Come on now, a big, strong fella like yourself. And aren't you being a bit presumptuous about those angel wings? He slid an arm around her waist, which, after 3 children, wasn't as small as on their wedding night. But then neither was his. They had grown together, he often liked to say. Balance was essential in life. One fatty and one skinny was just heading for disaster. There was no one alive who knew him better than Juanita. Maybe that was really the one important product of a successful marriage. The knowledge that there was one other soul out there who had your number, all the way down to the last possible decimal place, out there with pi, maybe more. If that was possible, Juanita had his. He smiled back at her. Sure, I'm one big, strong guy, but sensitive, baby. Us sensitive types, you just never know what might knock us over. And after a life spent fighting crime, I thought the Lord would be up there right now sewing together a nice fancy pair of angel wings for me. Size extra large, of course. He's all-knowing, so he'll be aware of the fact that I have spread some in my old age. He gave her a kiss on the cheek, and they held hands. She swept a hand through his disappearing hair. She could sense that his humor was forced. Buford, why don't you tell me what's bothering you so we can talk about it, and then you can come to bed. It's getting pretty late. Tomorrow's always another day. Chandler smiled at her remark. Hey, what happened to my poker face? As I look a culprit in the eye and wear him down without ever revealing what I'm really thinking. You stink at poker, so talk to me, baby. She rubbed at his kinked-up neck, and he reciprocated by massaging her long feet. You remember that young man I was telling you about, John Fisk? His brother was a clerk at the Supreme Court. I remember, and now another clerk dead, too. Right. Well, I was over at his brother's apartment tonight, going through it for evidence collection. McKenna, that agent from the FBI, showed up. The one you said was wound up like a grenade ready to blow? Couldn't figure him out? He's the one. Mm-hmm. Well, we found a life insurance policy that pays John Fisk $500,000 upon his brother's death. So they were family, weren't they? You have life insurance, don't you? I get rich if you die, right? She lightly smacked the top of his head. You better have, anyway. Promising me all this nice stuff my whole life and never delivering. I better be rich when your sorry butt kicks off. They both laughed and exchanged lingering hugs. Fisk never told me about the insurance policy. I mean, come on, that's a classic motive for murder. Well, maybe he doesn't know about the policy. Maybe, Chandler conceded. Anyway, McKenna laid out this whole theory that has Fisk killing his brother for the money, getting another clerk at the court to help him because she's got a thing for him, and then throwing all this misdirection at us, offering to help with the investigation and whatnot, even lying about an intruder at his brother's apartment. I have to admit he put together a pretty convincing argument, at least on the surface. So John Fisk was at his brother's apartment? Yep. Claims some guy hit him there and took off. Maybe stole some stuff from the apartment, something that tied into the murder. Well, if John Fisk was at his brother's apartment and made up the story about this intruder person, and he knows about the life insurance policy, why didn't he search his brother's apartment? Why leave it for you to find and get suspicious? Chandler stared at her, wide-eyed. Buford, are you okay? Damn, sweetie, I thought I was the detective in the family. Now, how the hell did I miss that one? Because you're overworked and underappreciated, that's why. She got up and extended her hand to his. But if you come upstairs right now, I will show you some extra special appreciation. Leave your sensitive side down here, though, baby, and just bring your other parts upstairs. She looked at him with heavy-lidded eyes that he knew did not indicate sleepiness. Chandler quickly rose, took her hand, and together they walked up the stairs. Chapter 47. As they raced down the road, Tremaine scrutinized the passengers of each car they passed. The damn luck, Rayfield moaned. We couldn't have missed them by more than a few minutes. Tremaine ignored him, focusing instead on the car in front of them. The dome light of the car came on as they passed, revealing the driver and passenger. The passenger was unfolding a map. As Tremaine stared at the car's interior, he hit the brakes, ripped the Jeep to the left, and went across the median. The vehicle bumped and jostled in the grassy ditch before the tires found asphalt again, and they were heading back toward Ryder's office. Rayfield grabbed Tremaine's shoulder. What the hell are you doing? They suckered us, the guy and the gal. Their story was bullshit. How do you know that? The light in the bathroom. The light? What about it? It wasn't on. The bitch was in there in the dark. It hit me when I saw the dome light go on in the car back there. There was no light coming from under the bathroom door when she was in there. When she opened the door, she didn't hit the light switch because the bathroom was already dark. She wasn't using the can. She was standing in the bathroom in the pitch dark. And guess why? Rayfield's face went pale. Because Harms and his brother were in there too. While he looked at the road ahead, he had another thought. The guy said his name was John Michaels. Could it have been John Fisk? And the girl was Sarah Evans. That's what I'm thinking. You better call and let the others know. Rayfield picked up the cell phone. "We'll never catch up to Harms now." "Yes, we will." "How the hell can we?" Tremaine drew on 30 years of Army training, studying what the other side would do in a particular scenario. "Fisk said he saw them in a car. Opposite of a car is a truck. He said it was an old car. Opposite of that is a new truck. He said they were going north, so we go south. It's only been 5 minutes. We'll catch them." "I hope to God you're right. If they were at Ryder's office—" He broke off and looked anxiously out the window. Tremaine looked over at him. "And that means the Harms brothers ain't running. That means they were looking for something Ryder had, and that sure as hell is not good news for us." He nodded at the phone. "Make that call. We'll take care of Harms and his brother. They'll have to deal with Fisk and the woman." Because of the high-profile nature of the case, the FBI had offered the use of its laboratory to perform the analysis on the slug found in the alley. After comparing tissue samples taken from Michael Fisk's remains, the slug was deemed to have been fired through his brain. The slug was a 9mm of a type typically carried by law enforcement personnel. With that information, Agent McKenna sat down in front of a computer terminal at the Hoover Building and typed in a high-priority request to the Virginia State Police. Within a few minutes, he had his answer. John Fisk had a 9mm Sig Sauer registered to his name, a carryover from his cop days. Within minutes, McKenna was in his car. 2 hours later, he turned off Interstate 95 and headed through the darkened streets of downtown Richmond. His car rumbled over the aged and uneven streets of Shockoe Slip. He parked in a secluded area near the old train station. 10 minutes later, he was standing in John Fisk's office, having picked the locks of the building and the lawyer's office with remarkable ease. He looked around the darkened space using a small light. He had decided to search Fisk's office first, rather than his apartment. It only took a couple of minutes until he found it. The 9mm pistol was relatively light and compact. Wearing gloves, McKenna palmed it for a moment and then put it in his pocket. He shone the light around the rest of his office. The beam caught on something, and he went over to the bookcase. He picked up the framed picture. The flashlight kicked up too much glare on the glass covering the photo, so McKenna took it over to the window and looked at it under the moonlight. The Fisk brothers looked like any others, standing side by side. Michael Fisk was taller and better looking than his older brother, but the fire in John Fisk's eyes burned with a greater intensity. John had on his police uniform, so this had been taken a while back, McKenna knew. The older brother had seen much of life wearing that uniform, just as McKenna had in his career at the FBI. Sometimes those experiences gave you that fire, or else harshly took it away. He put the photo back and left the office. In another 5 minutes, the FBI agent's car was heading north once again. 2 hours later, back at his home in a well-to-do Northern Virginia suburb, McKenna sat in his small study and alternated sipping on a beer and pursing his lips around a cigarette. He held the pistol he had taken from Fisk's office. It was nicely maintained, a solid piece of work, this P226. Fisk had made a good choice in ordnance. As a cop, he would have relied on this weapon to survive. Years ago, policemen rarely had to pull their sidearm. That had changed. Fisk had killed a man with this gun, McKenna knew, fired the shot that had taken another's life. McKenna understood the complexities of that journey, a journey that was typically compressed within the span of a few seconds. The heat of the metal, the nauseating smell of exploded powder. Unlike in the movies, a bullet didn't blow a man several feet backward. A man fell where you shot him, made him crap and pee in his pants, plunged him to the dirt without a word. McKenna had killed a man, too. It was quick, reflexive. He had seen the eyes bulge out, the body twist. Then McKenna had gone back to the spot where he had fired from and noted the 2 bullet holes on the wall on either side of where he had stood. The dead man had gotten off his own shots. They had miraculously passed on either side of the FBI agent. McKenna would later learn that the dead man had a lazy eye. The disability threw off his depth perception. McKenna had gone on, lived to see his wife and kids, because the dead man had a wobbly pupil. On the drive home, McKenna had soiled his pants. He put the pistol down and cast his thoughts forward now. His snitch in the clerk's office had paid off. Tomorrow both Fisk and Sarah would face some tough questioning. He would get hold of Chandler first thing, lay the facts before him, and let the pugnacious homicide detective do his duty. McKenna got up and walked around the room. On the walls were framed photos of him with a number of important people. Carefully arranged on a side table were the numerous awards and commendations Warren McKenna had earned with his wits and his courage as an FBI agent. He had led a long, productive career on the side of law enforcement, but that had not made up for one event that had caused him great shame ever since. It had happened so many years ago, and yet was still one of the clearest memories he possessed. What he had done back then was, today, compelling him to frame John Fisk for a crime. He put out the cigarette and moved silently through the house. His wife had long since gone to bed. His 2 children were grown and on their own. He had done all right financially, although FBI agents never earned the big dollars, unless they gave up the badge. But his wife, a partner in a major D.C. law firm, had. Thus the house was large, expensively furnished, and basically empty. He looked back in the direction of the den. His distinguished career, neatly tallied on that table, lastingly captured in those photos. He took a long breath as the darkness clung to him. Penance was a lifelong responsibility. The plane touched down and taxied to a stop. A few minutes later, Fisk and Sarah were headed toward the parking garage at National Airport. "We flew all the way out there, nearly got slaughtered, and we came back empty-handed," Sarah muttered. "Brilliant idea on my part." "That's where you're wrong," Fisk said. They reached the car and climbed in. "So what exactly did we learn?" she asked. "Quite a few things. One, we saw Rufus Harms face to face. I think he's telling the truth, whatever the truth happens to be." "You can't be sure of that." "He came to Ryder's office, Sarah, when he should be doing his best to get out of the country. He came to get the appeal he had written. Why would he do that unless he believed it to be true?" "I don't know," Sarah admitted. "If it was his appeal, why not just write it again?" "Ryder had filed his own document with it. You saw that in my brother's briefcase. Now that Ryder's dead, that was something Harms couldn't duplicate. He also mentioned something he got from the Army, a letter. Maybe he thought that would help, so he came to get both." "That makes more sense." "The Army guys were on a blood hunt. They didn't come there to look for Rufus Harms. They came there to search Ryder's office." "How do you know that?" "They didn't even ask us if we'd seen anyone suspicious, anyone who looked like Rufus. I had to volunteer the information. And they weren't doing it in their official capacity. The middle of the night, machine guns. They weren't MPs or anything. They were of a fairly high rank, judging from their age and attitude. Barging into civilian offices with machine guns at midnight, that's not how the Army does things." "Maybe you're right." "So I'm thinking whatever was in that appeal had something to do with those guys personally." "But we don't even know who they are." "Yes, we do. Rufus told us their names at Ryder's office. Tremaine, Vic Tremaine, and the other guy's name is Rayfield. They're in the Army, which means they must be connected with Fort Jackson somehow. Rufus said they did something to him. I'm sure he meant back in the stockade." "John, even if they somehow encouraged him to kill that little girl, or even ordered him to do it for some hellish reason, the most they'd get pinned on is some sort of accessory. And after all these years? If that's all Harms has, he has nothing. You damn well know that." "The problem is we don't know enough about the actual events back then. If some people visited Harms in the stockade on the night the little girl was killed, there should be a record of that." Sarah looked skeptical. "After 25 years? And then there's the letter from the Army that Harms mentioned. What sort of letter would the Army be sending a court-martialed Khan?" "Do you think the letter somehow triggered this?" "It could have had some information that Harms didn't know about before. I don't know what it could be or why he wouldn't have known it before, though." "Wait a minute. If Tremaine and Rayfield are from Fort Jackson, why would they let that kind of letter reach Harms? Isn't the prisoner's mail censored?" Fisk thought for a moment. "Maybe it just slipped through. Or maybe it didn't come to the prison at all. Josh Harms seems to know all about it. Maybe he got the letter, put 2 and 2 together, and told Rufus about it." "And then Rufus maybe fakes a heart attack somehow, gets taken to the nearest hospital, and that's where Josh breaks him out?" "That works." "I just wish we knew what happened at Fort Jackson that day. It's pretty clear from what Josh and Rufus said that my brother visited him at the prison." "Why not call or go to the prison? Then we can find out if Michael was there." Fisk shook his head. "If those 2 guys are at the prison, they'll have covered that up, maybe transferred anyone who saw Mike out of the place. And we can't go to Chandler with it because what would we say? 2 Army guys are looking for a prisoner who escaped from their custody, so what?" Well, if Rayfield and Tremaine work at the prison, then Michael walked right into the lion's den. Even though you two weren't close, I'm really surprised Michael didn't try to call you for help. He might still be alive if he had. Fisk froze at her words and then closed his eyes. He said nothing more as they drove along. When they reached Sarah's cottage, Fisk went directly to the refrigerator and grabbed a beer. Do you have any cigarettes? She raised her eyebrows. I didn't think you smoked. I haven't for years, but I really need one right now. Well, you're in luck. She pulled a chair over and set it next to the kitchen counter. She slipped off her pumps and stepped onto the chair's seat. I've found that if I make it as difficult as possible to get to my little stash, I crave them less. I guess I have a real lazy streak. Fisk watched as she stood on tiptoe and reached up over the highest cabinet, her fingers barely scraping the top edge. Sarah, come on, let me do that. You're going to kill yourself. I've got it, John, just about there. She stretched her body as far as she could, and Fisk found himself staring at the tops of her exposed thighs as her dress had risen. She started to sway a bit, so he placed a hand on her waist to steady her. On the back of her right thigh was a small birthmark, almost perfectly triangular in shape and a dull red in color. It seemed to pulse with each of her exertions. He glanced down at her feet as he continued to hold on to her, the bottom of his hand resting lightly on the softness of her hip. Her toes were long and uncramped, as though she went barefoot often. He looked away. Got him. She held up the pack. Camels okay? As long as you can light one end, I don't really care. He helped her down, took out a cigarette, and then looked at her. You in? You did all the work. She nodded, and he nudged one out for her. They took a moment lighting up, and Sarah joined Fisk with a beer. They went out onto the small rear deck that looked out over the river and sat down in a faded wooden glider. You made a good choice in housing, he commented. The first time I saw it, I could see myself living here forever. She drew her legs up under her, tapped her cigarette against the deck rail, and watched as the breeze carried the ash away. She arched her long neck and took a long sip of beer. Impulsive of you. She put the beer down and studied his face. Haven't you ever felt that way about something? He thought about it for a moment. Not really. So, what's next? Husband, kids, solely the career path? He took a puff and waited for her to answer. She took another swallow of beer and watched the car lights pass over the Woodrow Wilson Bridge in the distance. Then she stood up. Want to go sailing? He looked up at her in surprise. A little late for that, isn't it? No later than our last boat trip. I've got the permit and the boat lights. We'll just do a lazy circle and come back in. Before he could answer, she disappeared into the cottage. Within a couple minutes, she came back out wearing jean cutoffs, a tank top, and deck shoes, her hair pulled back in a bun. Fisk glanced down at his dress shirt, slacks, and loafers. I didn't bring my sailor suit. That's okay, you're not the sailor. I am. She had 2 fresh beers. They walked down to the dock. It was miserably humid, and Fisk quickly broke a sweat, helping Sarah ready the sails. While standing on the bow to rig the jig sail, Fisk slipped and almost tumbled into the water. If you had fallen into the Potomac, we wouldn't need the moon to sail by. You'd be glowing all by yourself, Sarah said, laughing. The water was flat, no shore wind evident, so Sarah fired up the auxiliary engine, and they motored out into the middle of the river, where the sails finally caught a breeze and swelled with the warm air. For the next hour they moved in slow ovals across the river. The boat had a light, and the moon was at 3/4, and there were no other craft on the river. Fisk took a turn at the helm, with Sarah coaching him at the tiller until he felt comfortable. Each time they tacked into the wind, the mainsail would shudder and drop. Fisk would duck, and Sarah would swing the boom around and watch as the canvas filled again and propelled them along. She looked over at him and smiled. It feels magical to catch something invisible and yet so powerful, and compel it to do your bidding, doesn't it? The way she said it, so girlish, with so much frank wonder, he had to smile. They drank beer and both smoked another cigarette after several humorous attempts at lighting up in the face of a stiff wind. They talked about things unrelated to present events, and both felt relieved to be able to do so, even for a short time. You have a nice smile, Sarah remarked. You should use it more often. By the time they headed back in, Fisk had a blister on the inside of his thumb from clutching the boom line. They docked the boat and tied down the sails. Sarah went up to the cottage and came back with more beer and a bag of chips and salsa. Don't let it be said that I don't feed my guests. They sat on the boat and drank, and whittled down at the chips, watching the planes pass overhead with their thunderous exhaust, and then complete silence in their wake, as though all sound had disappeared into a Pratt & Whitney-made vacuum. The wind started to pick up, and the temperature dipped suddenly as a late-night storm rolled in. They watched as the clouds turned black-edged, and pops of lightning appeared on the horizon. In her tank-top shirt, Sarah shivered a little, and Fisk put his arm around her. She leaned into him. Then a few drops of rain hit, and Sarah jumped up. With Fisk's help, she pulled out the vinyl covers and snapped them into place across the open compartments of the boat. "We'd better head in," she said. They walked up to the cottage, running the last few feet as it started to pour. "Long day tomorrow," Sarah said, looking at the kitchen clock while patting her wet hair with a paper towel. "Especially after no sleep last night," Fisk added, yawning. They turned the lights off and headed upstairs. Sarah said good night and went to her room. Fisk watched through the doorway as she opened the window, letting the breeze in along with some of the rain. A shaft of lightning flared across the sky and connected with the earth somewhere. The boom was deafening. So much power, Fisk thought. He went down the hallway to the other bedroom and undressed. He sat on the bed in his undershorts and t-shirt, listening to the rain. His room was stuffy, but he made no move to open a window. The house was too old to have central air, but it also didn't have window-mounted air conditioners either. Apparently, Sarah preferred the river breeze to cool her. A clock hanging on the wall ticked the seconds at him. He caught himself measuring his pulse against it. His heart was pumping fast, gallons of blood gushing through him. He pulled on his trousers, rose, and went down the hallway. Her room was dark now, but the door was still open. The curtains kicked up and down with the bursts of wind. He stood in the doorway and watched her as she lay in bed, only a sheet over her. She was watching him, watching her. He could see the edges of her pupils. Was she waiting for him? Letting him come to her this time? He moved into the room, hesitantly, as though this was the first time he had entered a woman's bedroom. She didn't move or speak, neither encouraging nor discouraging. He laid down next to her, and she immediately moved next to him, as though refusing to give him the opportunity to rethink his decision, to flee from her. She wore no clothes. Her body was warm, her skin smooth. The breasts spongy and heat-filled. The scent of the outside air was thick. Sarah's hair was tangled and falling in her face. Her lips clenched and then opened. Her fingers stroked him gently, everywhere. Together, they worked his pants off and let them fall to the floor. They kissed, lightly at first, and then with greater depth. She moved to raise his t-shirt, to rub his chest, his belly against hers. He moved her hand away and pulled his shirt back down. As the rain hit the roof and glanced off the windows, Fisk slid off his undershorts, lifted his body up, and eased himself down on top of her. Sarah awoke early, the first shafts of sunlight just dropping over the windowsill. Behind the storm had come waves of deliciously chilly air, and a sky that would transform fully from pink and gray to a deep blue in another hour. She put out her arm to touch him and felt the empty space next to her. She quickly sat up and looked around. Wrapping the sheet around her, she rushed down the hallway and checked the guest room. Empty. So was the bathroom. In a panic, she reached the top of the stairs and stopped, a smile edging across her face. She watched Fisk as he poured a cup of coffee and then returned to cracking eggs in a bowl, to which he then added grated cheddar cheese. Sarah stood there, the smell of simmering onion reaching her nostrils. Fisk was fully dressed, his hair damp from the shower. As he turned to pull open the refrigerator door, he saw her. Sarah clutched the sheet a little tighter around her. "I thought you might have left." "I thought I'd let you sleep in. It was a late night." A wonderful night, she wanted to say, but didn't. "You okay?" she asked as casually as she could, unable as yet to fully read the subtle messages behind his words, his movements, and expressions, especially about something as recent as their lovemaking. Was the choice of eggs, over or lying next to her until they both awoke, a bad sign? "I'm fine, Sarah." He smiled as if to show her that this was actually so. She smiled back. "Whatever you're making smells wonderful." "Nothing fancy, Western omelet." "I usually have dry toast and kitchen sink coffee. It's a nice change. Do I have time to shower? Make it fast. Not like last night. She smiled, flicked her eyebrows, and turned away. The sheet was fully open in the back. Fisk watched her go, aroused again at the sight of her naked body, the delicate, sensual tensing of her back, legs, and buttocks. He sat down at the kitchen table and looked around the cozy space. He had stood on the rear deck for a while and watched the sun slowly rise over him. Dawn always seemed so much purer over water, as though these two essential elements of life, heat and water, produced a near spiritual performance. He glanced back at the stairs as the sound of the shower started. He had watched Sarah after she had fallen asleep. In the darkness of the night, their mingled scents, a second skin. It had seemed as though he belonged next to her, and she next to him. But then the blunt clarity of morning had come. Fisk lifted the coffee cup to his lips, but then quickly put it back down. If he had called his brother back right away, Mike would be alive right now. There was no way Fisk could ever dodge that truth. He would have to live with it forever. Chapter 48. Elizabeth Knight also woke at the crack of dawn, showering and dressing quickly. Jordan Knight still slept soundly, and she made no move to wake him. She brewed the coffee, poured a cup, took her notebook, and sat out on the terrace and watched the sun come up. She looked over every page of her materials for oral argument today, which included the last bench memo Stephen Wright would ever author. His blood seemed to replace the ink on the page. As she thought this, she had to fight back the tears again. She swore to herself that he wouldn't die in vain. Ramsey would not carry this day, this case. Knight already had great incentive to make sure that Barbara Chance and women like her could sue the Army for damages, for, in essence, condoning the cruel, sadistic, and illegal behavior of its male personnel. The organization had not been invented that deserved immunity from such action. But now her motivation, her will to win, to beat Ramsey, had grown 1,000-fold. She finished her coffee, packed her briefcase, and took a cab to the Supreme Court. Fisk rubbed his reddened eyes and tried to put the memory of the night before and its bewildering complexities out of his mind. He sat in a special section reserved for members of the Supreme Court bar. He looked over at Sarah, who sat with the other clerks in a section of seats perpendicular to the bench. She looked over at him and smiled. When the justices appeared from behind the curtain and took their seats, Perkins finished his little speech, and everyone came to rigid attention. Fisk looked over at Knight. Her subtle movements, an elbow resting lightly here, a finger sifting through paper there, were those of nearly uncontrollable raw energy. She looked, he thought, like a rocket, straining at its tethers, desperately wanting to explode. He looked over at Ramsey. The man was smiling, looking calm, in control. If Fisk were a betting man, though, his chips would be at the extreme right of the bench, directly in front of Justice Elizabeth Knight. The case of Chance versus the United States was called. Chance's attorney, a hired gun from Harvard Law School, who made a practice of appearing before the Supreme Court with much success, launched into his argument with vigor, until Ramsey cut in. "You're aware of the Ferris Doctrine, Mr. Barr?" Ramsey asked, referring to the 1950 Supreme Court opinion first granting immunity from lawsuits to the military. Barr smiled. "Unfortunately, yes." "Aren't you asking us to overturn 50 years of court precedent?" Ramsey looked up and down the bench as he said this. "How can we decide this case in favor of your client without turning the military and this court on their heads?" Knight did not let Barr answer. The court did not allow that argument to dissuade it from overturning the segregated school system in this country. If the cause is right, the means are justified, and precedent cannot stand in the way of that. "Please answer my question, Mr. Barr," Ramsey persisted. "I think this case is distinguishable." "Really? There is no question that Barbara Chance and her male superiors were in uniform, on government property, and performing their official duties when the sexual episodes occurred. I would hardly call coerced sex official duties, but nonetheless, the fact that her superior used his rank to coerce her into what amounted to a rape, and, Knight cut in, seemingly unable to remain quiet, The superior officers at the base in question and the regional command were aware these events had taken place, had been advised in writing of them even, and had taken no action to even investigate the matter other than in a cursory fashion. It was Barbara Chance who called in the local police. They undertook an investigation which resulted in the truth coming to light. That truth clearly establishes a cause of action that would result in damages with respect to any other organization in this country. Fisk stared from Ramsey to Knight. It was suddenly as though, instead of 9 justices, there were only 2. In Fisk's mind, the courtroom had been transformed into a boxing ring, with Ramsey the champ and Knight the talented contender, but still an underdog. "We're talking about the military here, Mr. Barr," Ramsey said, but he looked at Knight. "This court has ruled that the military is sui generis. That is the precedent you face. Your case deals with chain of command issues, an inferior personnel to her superior. That is just the issue that this court has, several times in the past, addressed and unequivocally decided that it would not intrude upon the military's presumptive immunity. That was the law yesterday, and it is the law today. Which gets me back to my original statement. For us to hold for your client, this court must reverse its position on a long and deeply followed line of precedents. That is what you are asking us to do. And, as I mentioned earlier, stare decisis is clearly not infallible," Knight said, referring to the court's practice of adhering to and upholding its previous decisions. Back and forth, Knight and Ramsey went at it. For every salvo fired by one, there was an answer fired by the other. The other justices, and Mr. Barr, Fisk thought, were reduced to interested spectators. When the lawyer for the United States, James Anderson, stepped forward to deliver his argument, Knight did not even let him begin a sentence. "Why does allowing a damage suit against the Army for condoning a hostile environment for women interfere with the chain of command?" she asked him. "It clearly impacts negatively on the integrity of the relationship between superior and inferior personnel," Anderson promptly replied. "So let me see if I understand your reasoning. By allowing the military over the years to poison, gas, maim, kill, and rape its soldiers with impunity, and stripping the victims of any legal recourse, that will somehow improve the relationship, the integrity of the military and its personnel? I'm sorry, but I'm not quite getting the connection." Fisk had to stop himself from laughing out loud. His respect for Knight as a lawyer and judge increased tenfold as she finished her statement. In 2 sentences, she had reduced the Army's entire case to the level of absurdity. He looked over at Sarah. Her gaze was trained on Knight, with, Fisk thought, a great deal of pride. Anderson reddened slightly. "The military, as the Chief Justice has pointed out, is a unique, special entity. Allowing lawsuits to fly at will can only inhibit and destroy that special bond between personnel." "So the military is special?" "Right. Because it serves to defend and protect us?" "Exactly. So we have the 4 branches of the armed forces which are already covered by that immunity. Why don't we extend this immunity to other special organizations? Like the fire department, the police department. They protect us. The Secret Service. They protect the president, arguably the most important person in the country. How about hospitals? They save our lives. Why not let hospitals be immune from suit in the event male doctors rape female personnel?" "We are getting far outside the boundaries of this case," Ramsey said sternly. "I think those boundaries are precisely what we're trying to determine," Knight fired back. "I believe that U.S. versus Stanley," Anderson began. "I'm glad you mentioned it. Let me briefly recount the facts of that case," Knight said. She wanted this heard by her fellow justices, several of whom were on the court when the case had been decided, as well as by the public. Tonight, the Stanley case was one of the worst miscarriages of justice in history and represented everything that was wrong with the court. That had also been Stephen Wright's conclusion in his bench memo, and she intended to make those conclusions heard, both today and when it came time to win a majority vote on this case. When Knight spoke, her voice was strong and resonating. Stanley was in the Army in the 50s and volunteered for a program which he was told had to do with testing protective clothing against gas warfare. The testing was conducted in Maryland at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. Stanley signed up for it, but he was never asked to wear any special clothing or do testing with gas masks or anything. He only talked to some psychologists for great lengths of time about a variety of personal subjects, was given some water to drink during those sessions, and that was it. 20 years or so later, Stanley, whose life had gone downhill, divorce, discharge from the Army, inexplicable behavior, received a letter from the Army asking him to participate in a follow-up exam by members of the Army who had been given LSD in 1959, because the Army wanted to study the long-term effects of the drug. Under the pretense of testing clothing against gas warfare, the Army had slipped him LSD without his knowledge. A collective gasp went up from the general public's seats as they heard this, and the spectators started talking to each other. Perkins actually had to bang his gavel, an almost unheard-of event. As Fisk sat there and listened, it occurred to him how important this case was. Rufus Harms had filed an appeal with this court. Was he also seeking to sue the Army? Something terrible had happened to him while in the military. Certain men had done something to him that had ruined his life and resulted in the death of a little girl. Rufus wanted his freedom, wanted justice. He had the truth on his side, Rufus had proclaimed. And yet even with the truth, under the current law, it didn't matter. Just like Sergeant Stanley, Private Rufus Harms would lose. Night continued, secretly well pleased with the audience's reaction. The psychologist was employed by the CIA. The CIA and the Army had undertaken a joint effort on the study of the drug's effects, whether it would be useful for interrogation, that sort of thing. Stanley, who rightly blamed the Army for destroying his life, sued. His case finally made it to the Supreme Court. She paused. And he lost. Another gasp came from the public. Fisk looked around at Sarah. Her eyes were still fixed on Knight. Fisk peered over at Ramsey. He was livid. In effect, what you're asking is for this court to deny to Barbara Chance and similar plaintiffs one of the most cherished constitutional rights we possess as a people, the right to our day in court. Isn't that what you're asking, letting the guilty go unpunished? Mr. Anderson, Ramsey broke in, what has happened to the men who perpetrated these sexual assaults? At least one has been court-martialed, found guilty, and imprisoned, Anderson again promptly replied. Ramsey smiled triumphantly. So, hardly unpunished. Mr. Anderson, the record below clearly establishes that the actions for which the man was imprisoned have been going on for a very long time and were known to higher-ups in the Army who declined to take any action. In point of fact, only when Barbara Chance went to the local police did an investigation ensue. So, tell me, have the guilty been punished? I would say it depends on your definition of guilt. Who's policing the military, Mr. Anderson, to make sure what happened to Sergeant Stanley doesn't happen again? The military is policing itself, and doing a good job. Stanley was decided in 1986. Since that time, we've had Tailhook, the still unexplained incidents in the Persian Gulf War, and now the rape of female Army personnel. Do you call that doing a good job? Well, every large organization will have small pockets of trouble. Knight bristled. I rather doubt if the victims of these crimes would describe them as small pockets of trouble. Of course, I didn't mean... When I alluded to extending immunity to police, firemen, hospitals, you didn't agree with that, did you? No, too many exceptions to the rule disproves the rule. You recall the Challenger explosion, of course? Anderson nodded. The survivors of the civilians on board the shuttle were entitled to sue the government and the contractor that built the shuttle for damages. However, the families of the military personnel on board were denied that right because of the immunity granted to the military by this court. Do you consider that fair? Anderson fell back upon the old reliable. If we allow lawsuits against the military, it will unnecessarily complicate the national security of this country. And that's really the whole ball of wax, Ramsey said, pleased that Anderson had raised the point. It's a balancing act, and this court has already determined where that balance lies. Precisely, Mr. Chief Justice, Anderson said. It's bedrock law. Knight almost smiled. Really? I thought bedrock law was the constitutional right of citizens of this country to seek redress of their grievances before the courts. No immunity from suit was granted to the military by any law of this country. Congress did not see fit to do it. In fact, It was this court in 1950 which invented, out of broadcloth, such specialized treatment. I would hardly call that bedrock. However, it is the controlling precedent now, Ramsey pointed out. Precedents change, Knight replied. Ramsey's words truly irked her, since the Chief Justice had no problem overturning precedents of long standing when it suited him. Anderson said, "With all due respect, I think the military is better suited to handle this matter internally, Justice Knight." "Mr. Anderson, do you dispute this court's jurisdiction or authority to hear and decide this case?" "Of course not. This court has to determine whether serving your country in the military ironically carries the price of stripping away virtually all protections one has as a citizen." "I wouldn't phrase it quite that way." "However, I would, Mr. Anderson. It's really a question of justice." She locked eyes with Ramsey. "And if we can't deliver justice here, then I truly despair to think of where one could find it." As Fisk listened to these impassioned words, he looked again at Sarah. As though she somehow knew he was looking, she glanced at him. Fisk had the strong sense that she was thinking the same thing he was. Even if they somehow solved this whole mystery and the truth finally came out, would Rufus Harms ever really find justice? Chapter 49. Josh Harms finished his sandwich and then idly smoked a cigarette as he watched his brother doze in the front seat of the truck. They were parked on an old logging road in a dense forest. Driving through the night, they had finally stopped because Josh could barely keep his eyes open, and he didn't trust his brother to drive, since Rufus hadn't been behind the wheel of a vehicle for almost 30 years. Besides, when they were on the road, Rufus, for obvious reasons, had to be in the back of the truck. Rufus had kept watch while his brother had dozed, and now Josh had taken up the sentinel. They had talked during the drive about what they were going to do. Much to his own surprise, Josh found himself arguing that they shouldn't go to Mexico. "What the hell's going on with you? I didn't think you'd want any part of that. You said you didn't," Rufus had said in wonderment. "I didn't. But once we made up our mind, once I made up my mind, then all I'm saying is we should stick to it. I don't like being no wimp on shit like that. If you're going to do something, then you should do it." "Look, Josh, if Fisk hadn't thought real fast, we'd both be dead right now. I don't want you on my conscience." "See, that's where you ain't thinking. Hell, it ain't going to get any worse than it is. Why don't you see what we can do to help it get better? You were right. They deserve what's coming to them. Seeing those two boys at Ryder's office, I almost shot 'em down in cold blood, and I ain't never done nothing like that in my whole life. Fisk and that woman, they stood up for us. Maybe they're shooting straight." Rufus had stared at him. "And you don't have a problem with them?" "What the hell, you think I'm racist?" Josh had pulled out a cigarette as he said this, a grin lighting his face. "I can't figure you out, Josh." "You ain't got to figure me out. I ain't figured me out, and I've had a long time to do it. All you got to do is decide if you want to go to Mexico or you want to stick it out. And don't worry about me. If there's anybody that can take care of himself, then you're looking at him." That had done it, and as soon as his brother woke up, they were going to head back toward Virginia, hook up with Fisk, and see what they could do. If it was proof that was needed, then they could get proof, somehow, some way, Josh believed. They had the truth on their side, and if that still didn't count for something, then they might as well go ahead and get themselves shot up. Josh eyed the surrounding woods. The leaves had already started to turn here, and the way the sunlight cut and dipped through the foliage presented a pleasing combination of colors and textures. He often sat in the woods when hunting. He'd find an old log and rest his bones, taking in the simple beauty of the country, a marvel that didn't cost you a dime. After coming back from Southeast Asia, he had avoided the woods for several years. In Vietnam, the trees, the dirt, everything around you meant death by some of the most ingenious methods the Vietnamese could devise. He checked his watch. Another 10 minutes, and they would have to be on their way. He looked back out the window and squinted as the sunlight reflected off something and hurt his eyes. He sucked in his next breath instead of letting it go, spit his cigarette out the window, started the engine, and put the truck in gear. "What the hell?" Rufus said as he was jolted awake. "Get your gun and keep your damn head down," Josh hollered at him. "It's Tremaine." Rufus gripped his pistol and ducked down. Tremaine charged from the woods and opened fire. The first shots from the machine gun hit the tailgate of the truck, blowing out one of the lights and riddling the frame with holes. A cone of dirt kicked up in the truck's wake and momentarily blinded Tremaine, who stopped shooting and ran forward, trying desperately to get a clear field of fire on the truck. Sensing what Tremaine was trying to do, Josh cut the wheel to the left, and the truck went off the road and onto what appeared to be the dry remains of a shallow creek bed. It was a good move for another reason. As Rayfield came flying down the road in the Jeep from the other direction, trying to box the truck in. Rayfield stopped to let Tremaine climb in, and they went after the truck. "How in the hell did they catch up to us?" Rufus wondered aloud. "Ain't no sense wasting time thinking about that. They're here," Josh shot back. He glanced in the rearview mirror, and his eyes narrowed. The Jeep was more nimble and better built to maneuver through the woods than the bulky truck. "They're going to shoot out the tires, and then they got us like sitting ducks," Rufus said. "Yeah, well, Vic should have shot those tires out first thing. That was his second mistake." "Well, what was his first?" "Letting the sunlight hit his binoculars. I saw that long before I spotted that little bastard." "Well, let's hope they keep making mistakes." "We count on ourselves and hope that's enough." Back in the Jeep, Tremaine hung out the side and fired his weapon. The machine gun wasn't really worth a spit long range, although in close quarters it could take out an entire platoon of men in a few seconds. He wanted just 2. He slipped the machine gun strap off his shoulder and pulled out his sidearm. "Get as close as you can," he barked to a very nervous-looking Rayfield. "If I can take out one of their tires, they'll plow right into a tree and our problems are over." Rufus looked back through the window in the camper and saw what Tremaine was attempting to do. He slid open the glass, separating the cab from the interior of the camper, and drew a bead on the Jeep. He had not touched a gun in almost 30 years. Basic training with a rifle, his last experience with a firearm. When he fired, the explosion pierced his ears. The truck's cabin immediately full of the sickening fumes of burned metal, flashed powder. The bullet shattered the rear glass door of the camper shell, and then flew at the Jeep like an angry, metal-jacketed hornet. Tremaine ducked back into his vehicle, and the Jeep swerved a little. "Hit anything?" Josh asked. "Bought us a little time." Rufus's hand was shaking, and he rubbed at his ears. "I forgot how loud these things are. Try firing an M16 for 3 years. They're real loud, especially when they explode in your face. Hold on." Josh cut the wheel to the right, and then to the left to avoid several trees that had toppled across the creek bed. Beyond was a mass of scrub pines, oaks, and brambles. With the Jeep closing in, Tremaine was again taking up his shooting position. Josh cut the truck to the right and through a narrow cleft in the trees and brush, leaves and slender branches slapping and tearing at the truck. But the maneuver had its intended effect, because Tremaine had to duck back inside the Jeep to avoid having his head torn off by a tree limb. The Jeep slowed down. The narrow lane ahead opened up a little, and Josh decided to take advantage, hoping Rayfield was losing a little of his nerve. "Hold the wheel," he shouted to his brother. Rufus gripped the steering wheel hard, alternating between looking at his brother and eyeing where the truck was heading. Josh pulled his pistol and scanned the trees ahead. They were on a fairly level bit of ground now, so the truck didn't rock as much. He gripped the pistol with both hands, doing his best to figure distance and speed, and then selected what he wanted, a thick oak branch high up on a 40-footer. The branch was at least 20 feet long and 4 inches thick, with other, smaller branches growing from it, and it hung directly over the narrow lane. What had drawn Josh's attention was the fact that the branch was so long and heavy it had started to crack where it was attached to the trunk. Josh slid his arm out the window, kept it parallel to the truck, took aim, and started firing. The first bullet hit the tree trunk directly above where the branch joined it. Having now gauged the trajectory, Josh continued to fire, and each bullet after that hit squarely at the juncture of branch and trunk as the truck hurtled closer. For him, it wasn't that extraordinary a display of marksmanship. As a game, he had been shooting at tree branches since he was old enough to carry a .22 rifle. Scaring coons and squirrels, having fun. Still, he had never attempted it in a moving vehicle on a dry creek bed with 2 men shooting at him. Rufus had to keep his eyes open to steer, but he scrunched up his face with each shot. His ears were ringing so loudly you could have shouted in his face, and he would not have been able to hear you. The heavy branch dropped a couple of inches as its support weakened. Josh kept firing as sprays of wood chips shot off the oak like steam from an old train engine. Tremaine saw what he was doing. "Gun it! Gun it!" Rayfield hit the gas. Josh never took his eyes off the branch as he kept firing. It gave some more, and finally gravity took over, and it cracked and swung down. A layer of bark clung to the tree, then the branch slapped hard against the trunk, broke free completely, and started coming down. Josh slammed on the accelerator and took the steering wheel back, passing by the tree as he did so. "Go! Go!" Tremaine screamed at Rayfield. However, Rayfield slammed on the brakes as about 1,000 pounds of tree branch smashed into the middle of the narrow lane directly in front of them. Tremaine was almost thrown from the vehicle. "Damn it, why in the hell did you stop?" Tremaine looked ready to turn his pistol on the man. Rayfield was breathing very hard. "If I hadn't, that damn thing would have crushed us. This Jeep doesn't have a hard top, Vic." Josh looked up ahead and then to the right where the path opened up some. He braked hard, swerved to the left, swung the truck around, and then headed right and gunned the motor. The truck broke free from the brush, lifted a little off the ground as it went over a shallow gully and landed in a clearing. Rufus's head hit the top of the cab's interior as the truck came back to earth. "Damn, what are you doing?" "Just hold tight." Josh slammed on the gas again, and Rufus looked up in time to see the small shack ahead of them that his brother had spotted seconds before. Josh looked back and saw what he expected to see. Nothing. But it wouldn't take Tremaine and Rayfield long to work the Jeep around the obstacle. Josh looked past the shack at an angle and could see the road that lay beyond it. He had been right. Where there was a shack in the woods, there was usually a road. He pulled the truck around onto the other side of the old structure. Both brothers' hearts sank. There was a road, all right, but it had a large steel barricade blocking any passage, and on the other side of the barricade were impenetrable woods. Josh looked back. They were trapped. Maybe he could hoof it, but Rufus wasn't built for speed, and Josh wasn't leaving his brother behind. Josh's eyes narrowed again as he looked at the shack. The Jeep would be on them in another minute or so. Even now he could hear the machine gun efficiently tearing the tree limb apart so the Jeep could shove it aside. A minute later, the Jeep scaled the gully and made its way to the clearing. Rayfield slowed down as they scanned ahead and immediately saw the shack. "Where'd they go?" he asked. Tremaine checked the area with his binoculars and spotted the road as it snaked off through the woods. "That way," he shouted, pointing ahead. Rayfield hit the gas, and the Jeep shot around the corner of the shack. Instantly, both men saw that the road was blocked off, and Rayfield slammed the Jeep to a stop. With a roar, the truck, which had been hidden on the far side of the shack, exploded forward and hit the vehicle broadside, knocking it over on its side and flinging Rayfield and Tremaine out. Rayfield landed on top of a pile of rotted stumps, his head at a vicious angle. He lay still. Tremaine took cover behind the overturned Jeep and opened fire, forcing Josh to back the truck up, his head below the dashboard. Finally, the truck engine died, steam pouring out from the hood, the front tires flattened. Josh came out the driver's side while Rufus covered him. Josh lunged, dropped to his knees, and rolled until he made it to the rear of the truck, and then he peered out. Tremaine hadn't moved from his position. Josh could see the tip of the machine gun. Tremaine was probably putting in another clip, just as Josh was doing, and taking a moment to study the tactical situation. Josh's heart was pounding, and he rubbed at his eyes to clear the dirt and sweat away. He had been in many battles on both foreign and American soil, but the last one had been almost 30 years ago. Besides, it didn't matter. Every time you were terrified that you were going to die. When somebody was shooting at you, it didn't exactly make you think more clearly. You reacted more than anything else. Josh had an edge, though. There were two of them, and only one of Tremaine. Josh peered out once more, and then sprinted from behind the truck and made it to the edge of the shack. "Rufus," he hollered, "on the count of 3. "Start counting," Rufus shouted back, tremors of fear in his voice. 3 seconds later, Josh opened fire on Tremaine, the bullets pinging off the Jeep's frame. Rufus hustled to the back of the truck. He was stopped there, however, when Tremaine managed to fire a burst between the truck and the shack. The air smelled of gunfire and of the sweat of frightened men. Josh and Rufus looked at each other, and then Josh cracked a smile, sensing the rising panic in his brother. "Hey, Vic," Josh yelled out, "how about you throw down that damn Widowmaker and come out with your hands up?" Tremaine responded by blowing a chunk of wood off the shack a little above Josh's head. Okay, Vic, I hear you. Now you be cool, you hear me, little buddy? Don't you worry, we'll bury you and Rayfield. Ain't gonna leave you for the bears and shit to chew on. That's bad shit, animals eating dead bodies. You saw that in Nam, didn't you, Vic? Or maybe you was running too fast the other way to see that." While he was talking, Josh was motioning for Rufus to stay put, and then pointing around the shack to show his brother what he was going to do. Rufus nodded to show he understood. Josh was going to try to flush the man into his brother's field of vision, and let Rufus cut him down. Rufus gripped his gun and slipped in a new clip, grateful that his brother had taken the time to show him how. He was having trouble breathing. His arms felt heavy holding the gun. He was afraid that he would not have the nerve, the killer instinct, much less the skill to shoot the man down, even if Tremaine came at him, firing with that damn machine gun. Rufus had fought many men in prison in order to survive, with his hands only, even though his opponents had always been armed with a shiv or piece of pipe. But a gun was different. A gun could kill from a distance. But if he didn't shoot, his brother would die. And for once, he could not pray to God to help him. He could not speak to his Lord for assistance in killing another. In a half-crouch, Josh made his way across the front of the shack, stopping at intervals to listen intently. Once he dared to raise his head up to one of the windows, in order to perhaps see through it and out the rear window to where the Jeep was, but the angle was wrong and his view was blocked. Josh was totally focused now. The fear was still there. It was very much there, but he had done his best to transform it into adrenaline, to heighten every sense he possessed. He pointed his pistol directly in front of him, knowing full well that if Tremaine had figured what his plan was, his best course of action would be to slip out from behind the Jeep and come around the shack the other way, with the result that he would meet Josh head-on, somewhere in the middle. Machine gun against pistol, 100 rounds to 1, meaning Josh would die, and then so would Rufus. He moved forward another foot. Then he heard the machine gun open fire and listened as the bullets tore into the pickup truck. He raced forward and rounded the corner. While Tremaine was busy firing at Rufus, Josh could outflank him and silence the son of a bitch once and for all. This plan vanished when he went around the corner, for Tremaine was standing there, his pistol pointed at Josh's head. An astonished Josh stopped so abruptly that his feet slid in the gravel and his legs went out from under him. This was fortunate, since the bullet slammed into his shoulder instead of his heart. His momentum carried him forward, and his legs clipped Tremaine's, and they went down hard, both their pistols sailing out of reach. Tremaine came up first. Josh, holding his bloody shoulder, was slower to rise. Tremaine pulled a knife from his belt. In the background, the machine gun stopped firing. Josh yelled out as Tremaine lunged into him, and both men hit the wall of the shack, shaking the primitive structure right down to its wooden joints. Josh managed to block Tremaine's arm with his forearm. His whole side hurt like hell. Whatever piece of ordnance was in him had gone beyond his shoulder to explore other parts of his body. He managed to kick at Tremaine and caught him once in the belly, but the man was up and was on Josh again in an instant. Josh felt the knife cut through his shirt and into his side, and he started to lose consciousness. The pain from this fresh wound was barely felt, so overwhelmed was his body by the first. He could hardly make out the image of Tremaine pulling the knife free from his body and rearing his arm back for a final thrust. Probably at his throat, Josh dimly thought, as his brain started to shut down. The throat was quick and always fatal. That's what he would do, he thought, as the darkness started to close around him. The knife never made its downward plunge. It stopped at its highest point and moved no closer to Josh's arms. Tremaine kicked and jerked as he was torn off the wounded man. Rufus was directly behind him. One hand gripped the wrist, holding the knife. He smashed it against the shack until Tremaine's finger lock was finally broken and the knife dropped to the ground. Tremaine was solid muscle and superbly trained in hand-to-hand combat, but he was half Rufus's size. One-on-one, there were few men who could match Rufus. The big man was like a grizzly bear once he got hold of somebody, and he had a good hold of Vic Tremaine, the man who had made his life a nightmare he'd thought would never end. As Tremaine tried to wedge a forearm against Rufus's windpipe, Rufus changed his tactic and lifted Tremaine completely off the ground, slamming his face again and again into the wall until Tremaine was groggy from the impacts, his face bloody. Finally, Rufus put Tremaine's head right through the window, the jagged glass cutting deeply into the man's face, and tried his best to knock the man out. Then Josh screamed in pain from his wounds, and Rufus looked at him, his grip loosening a bit. Tremaine, sensing this, kicked out Rufus's knee and whipsawed an elbow into his kidney, dropping the big man to the ground. Tremaine rolled free, gripped his knife, and lunged toward the defenseless man. The bullet hit him smack in the back of the head and dropped him on the spot. Rufus heaved upward and looked at his brother, wisps of smoke still seeping from the barrel of the 9mm Josh held. Then he put the pistol down and lay back in the dirt. Rufus raced over and knelt next to him. Josh! Josh opened his eyes and looked over at Tremaine's twisted body, both relieved and sickened by what he had done. Even the worst enemy in the world didn't look so terrifying dead. He looked back at Rufus. "You done good, little brother. Shit, better'n me." "I'd be dead if you hadn't killed him." "Ain't gonna let him get you. Ain't gonna let him." Rufus ripped open his brother's shirt and looked at the wounds. The knife had only cut a slice in his side. Probably hadn't hit anything vital, Rufus concluded, but it was bleeding like a bitch. The bullet, though, was something else. He saw the blood dripping from his brother's mouth, the rising glaze to his eyes. Rufus could stop the bleeding on the outside, but he could do nothing about what was going on inside. And that's what could kill him. Rufus took off his shirt and put it over his brother, who was now shivering despite the heat. "Hold on, Josh." Rufus ran over to the Jeep and quickly looked through it. He found the first aid kit and hustled back over to his brother. Josh's eyes were now closed, and he didn't seem to be breathing. Rufus shook him gently. Josh, don't do it. Keep your damn eyes open. Don't be going to sleep on me, Josh." Finally, Josh opened his eyes and appeared lucid. "You gotta get out of here, Rufus. All the shooting, people might be coming. You gotta go, now." "We gotta get out of here, that's right." Rufus lifted Josh up a little and checked his back. The bullet hadn't gone through. It was still in him somewhere. Rufus started cleaning both wounds. At one point, Josh gripped his arm. "Rufus, get the hell out of here," he said again. "You don't go, I don't go, so that's what we got." "You still crazy." "Yeah, I'm crazy as hell, let's leave it at that." He finished cleaning and then dressing the wounds and tightly bandaged them. He gently lifted his brother, but the movement sent Josh into a coughing spasm, blood from his mouth pooling down his shirt. Rufus carried him over to the truck and laid him down next to it. "Shit, Rufus, this thing ain't going nowhere," Josh said desperately, looking at the battered truck. "I know that." Rufus pulled a bottle of water from the camper, twisted it open, and put it to Josh's lips. "Can you hold it? You need to get some liquid in you." Josh answered by gripping the bottle with his good hand and drinking a little. Rufus rose and went to the overturned Jeep. He pulled the machine gun free from where Tremaine had wedged it between the seat and the metal side of the Jeep. The man had used wire, a piece of metal and a string, to rig the trigger for full automatic fire while he set up his ambush of Josh. Rufus eyed the situation for a moment and then tried to push against the hood to right the vehicle, but he couldn't get any leverage that way, and his feet slipped in the loose gravel. He studied the situation some more. There was really only one way that he could see. He put his back against the top edge of the driver's seat and then squatted down. He dug his fingers into the dirt and gravel until they got underneath the Jeep's side, and then he clenched the metal tightly. He gave one good pull to gauge what he was up against. The Jeep was heavy, damn heavy. 30 years ago, this wouldn't have been much trouble for him. As a young man, he had lifted the front end of a full-sized Buick, engine and all, clean off the ground by a good 3 feet. But he wasn't 20 anymore. He pulled again, and he could feel the Jeep rise a little before settling back down. He pulled once more, straining and grunting, the muscles in his neck tensing hard beneath his skin. Josh put the bottle down and even managed to lift himself partially off the ground by leaning against the shredded truck tire as he watched what his brother was trying to do. Rufus was tired already. His arms and legs weren't used to this anymore, not for a long time. He had always been strong, stronger than anyone else. Now, when he really needed it, when his brother would surely die if he couldn't turn this damn Jeep upright, would he not be strong enough? He hunkered down again, closed his eyes, and then opened them. He looked skyward, where a big black crow lazily circled. Not a care in the world, just long, unhurried brushstrokes against the canvas of blue. As sweat poured off Rufus's face, he clenched his eyes again and did what he always did when he was troubled, when he thought he wouldn't make it. He prayed. He prayed for Josh. He asked the Lord to please grant him the strength he needed to save his brother's life. He gripped the sides of the Jeep once more, tensed his massive shoulders and legs. His long arms began to pull. His bent legs began to straighten. For a moment, Jeep and man were suspended in a precarious equilibrium, moving neither up nor down, the Jeep unwilling to yield, and Rufus just as stubborn. But then Rufus slowly started to fall back a little, as the weight was just too much for him. Rufus sensed he would not have another chance. Even as the Jeep began to win the battle, he opened his mouth and let out a terrible scream that forced tears from his eyes. As Josh looked on at the impossible thing his brother was trying to do for him, tears started to fall down his exhausted face. Rufus's eyes opened again as he felt the Jeep rise, inch by agonizing inch. His joints and tendons afire with what he was accomplishing, Rufus grunted and pulled and heaved and ignored the pain as it snapped perilous signals through his trembling body. The Jeep fought him every punishing inch. It creaked and groaned, cursing him. But then he was standing upright, and he gave the hunk of metal one last heave. Like a wave about to pitch onto a beach, the Jeep cleared the point of no return and fell hard to earth, rocking upon impact and then coming to rest on all four wheels. Rufus sat down in the Jeep, his whole body shaking from his immense exertions. Josh looked on in silent wonderment. "Damn," was all he could finally say about what he had just witnessed. Rufus's heart was racing so hard now, he worried his success might prove to be an empty one. He clutched at his chest, breathed deeply. "Please," he quietly said. "Please don't." A minute later, Rufus slowly rose, shuffled over to his brother, and carefully lifted him into the Jeep. He rearranged the cloth top, which had become dislodged when Tremaine and Rayfield had been thrown clear. He gathered up as many supplies as he could from the truck, including his Bible, and put them into the back of the Jeep along with the weaponry. He climbed in the driver's seat and then stopped and looked over at Tremaine and Rayfield. Then he stared up once again at the circling crow, which had now been joined by several brethren, large enough to be buzzards. In less than a day, the two dead men would be picked to the bone if left out in the open. Rufus climbed out of the Jeep and went over to Rayfield. He didn't have to check the man's pulse. The eyes didn't lie. That and the stench of released bowels. He slid first Rayfield's and then Tremaine's bodies into the shack. He said a few simple words over both men before rising and closing the door. One day he would forgive them for all they had done, but not today. Rufus climbed back in the Jeep, gave Josh a reassuring look, and started the Jeep. The engine didn't catch the first time, but it did the second. Gears grinding as Rufus got a quick lesson in driving a stick shift, the Jeep jolted forward, and the brothers left this impromptu battlefield behind. Chapter 50. The justices traditionally had a private lunch in the court's second-floor dining room after oral argument. Fisk had left Sarah in her office to catch up on some work. He had decided to use the opportunity to make some inquiries on his own. If his flow of information had been cut off from D.C. homicide, Fisk decided he'd better make it up somehow. One possible source was Police Chief Leo D'Alessandro. As he walked along the hallway, he thought about the oral argument he had just listened to. Even as a lawyer, he had never really understood how much power was wielded from this building. The Supreme Court over its history had taken some very unpopular positions on a myriad of significant issues. Many had been brave and, at least in Fisk's opinion, correct. But it was unnerving to realize that if a vote or two had gone the other way on some or all of those prior decisions, the country might be very different today. By any definition, that seemed to be a precarious, if not perilous, state of events. Fisk also thought about his brother and how much good he had undoubtedly brought to this place, even in the role of a clerk. Mike Fisk had always been fair and just in his opinions and actions, and when he made up his mind, a person could not ask for a more loyal friend. Mike Fisk was good for this place. The court had indeed suffered a great loss when somebody had taken his life, but not as great as the Fisk family's loss. Fisk made his way to D'Alessandro's ground-floor office, knocked on the door, waited. He knocked again and then opened the door and peered inside. He was looking at the anteroom to D'Alessandro's office, where his secretary worked. That space was empty, probably at lunch, Fisk assumed. He stepped into the office. "Chief D'Alessandro?" He wanted to know if anything had turned up on the surveillance videos. He also wanted to know if one of the officers had driven right home. He approached the inner office door. "Chief D'Alessandro, it's John Fisk. I was wondering if we could talk." Still no answer. Fisk decided to leave the man a note, but he didn't want to leave it at the secretary's desk. He slipped into D'Alessandro's office and over to his desk. He picked up a piece of paper and, using a pen from the holder on the desk, scrawled out a brief note. As he finished and positioned the note prominently on the desk, he looked around the office for a moment. There were many ceremonial tokens on shelves and walls, attesting to a distinguished career. One wall was a photo of a much younger D'Alessandro in his uniform. Fisk turned to leave. Hanging on the back of the door was a jacket. It had to belong to D'Alessandro, obviously part of his court uniform. As Fisk passed by it, he noticed several smudges on the collar. He rubbed it with his finger and examined the residue. Makeup. He went out into the anteroom and looked at the photos on the desk there. He had seen D'Alessandro's secretary once before, a young, tall brunette with quite memorable features. On her desk there was a photo of her and Chief D'Alessandro. His arm was around her shoulder. They were both smiling into the camera. Probably many secretaries had a photograph with their bosses. There was something in the eyes, how close they were standing together, however, that might suggest something more than a platonic working relationship. He wondered if the court had specific rules on fraternization. And there was another reason why D'Alessandro would be well advised to keep his pants on and his hands off his secretary. Fisk glanced back into D'Alessandro's office at the photo on his credenza, of his wife and kids. A very happy-looking family. Only on the surface, obviously. As he left the office, he concluded that it pretty much summed up how this place and the world in general operated. Surface appearances could be very deceiving. One had to dig deeper to get to the real truth. Rufus stopped the jeep. "I'm going to flag down the first cop I see. Get you some help," Rufus said. With an effort, Josh sat up. "The hell you are. Cops get a hold of you. They find Tremaine and Rayfield, they'll bury you." "You need a doctor, Josh." "I don't need shit." With a lunge, he gripped his pistol. "We started this, we're going to finish it." He wedged the barrel of the pistol against his gut. "You stop for anybody, I'm going to put a hole right here." "You're crazy. What the hell you want me to do?" Josh coughed up blood. "You find Fisk and that girl. I can't help you no more. Maybe they can." Rufus looked at the gun. "Don't go thinking it. Bullets pretty damn fast." Rufus put the jeep in gear and pulled back on the road. Josh watched him, his eyes coming in and out of focus. "Stop that shit." "What?" "I see you doing that mumbling shit. Don't be praying for me." "Ain't nobody telling me when I can talk to the Lord." "Just keep me out of it." "I'm praying for him to watch over you, keep you alive." "Does it look like it's troubling me any? You just wasting your breath." "God gave me the strength to lift this jeep." "You lifted this damn hunk of metal. Ain't no angels come down from no heaven and helped you do shit." "Josh, just drive." The intensity of his pain forced Josh to suddenly hunch forward. "I'm tired of talking." While she was in her office, Sarah received an urgent summons from Elizabeth Knight. She was surprised by this, because on Wednesday afternoons the justices were usually in conference, going over the cases heard on Monday. Each justice had 2 secretaries and a personal assistant. As she entered Knight's chambers, Sarah greeted Knight's longtime secretary, Harriet, who had been with the justice through several careers. Normally cheerful and friendly, Harriet spoke in a cold tone. "Go right in, Miss Evans." Sarah passed by Harriet's desk and paused at the door to Knight's office. She turned around and caught Harriet staring at her. Harriet quickly turned back to her work. Sarah took a deep breath and opened the door. Within the office, either standing or perched upon chairs, were Ramsey, Detective Chandler, Perkins, and Agent McKenna. Seated behind her antique desk, Elizabeth Knight was nervously fiddling with a letter opener when she saw Sarah. "Please come in and sit down." Her tone was barely cordial, Sarah thought. She sat in an upholstered wing chair that had been, she thought, carefully positioned because it allowed everyone in the room to directly face her. Or confront her, perhaps? She looked at Knight. "You wanted to see me?" Ramsey stepped forward. "We all wanted to see you, and, more to the point, hear you, Miss Evans. However, I will let Detective Chandler do the honors." Ramsey was as stern as Sarah had ever seen him. He leaned back against the fireplace mantel and continued to stare at her, his large hands clasping and unclasping nervously. Chandler sat down across from her, his knees almost touching hers. I've got some questions I need to ask you, and I want the truth in return, he said quietly. Sarah looked around the room. Only half joking, she said, Do I need a lawyer? Not unless you've done something wrong, Sarah, Knight quickly pointed out. However, I think you should make the determination whether to have legal counsel present or not. Sarah swallowed with difficulty and then looked back at Chandler. What do you want to know? Have you ever heard the name Rufus Harms? Sarah closed her eyes for a moment. Oh, shit. Let me explain. Yes or no, please, Ms. Evans, Chandler said. Explanations can come later. She nodded, then said, Yes. Exactly how are you familiar with that name? She fidgeted in her chair. I know that he's a military prisoner who escaped. I read that in the papers. Was that the first you'd heard of him? When she didn't answer, Chandler continued. You've been asking questions at the clerk's office about an appeal presumably filed by Rufus Harms. In fact, you did that before he escaped from prison, didn't you? What were you looking for? Did John Fisk put you up to it? Knight asked sharply. She looked searchingly at Sarah, the disappointment on her features making Sarah feel even more guilty. No, I did it on my own. Why? Chandler asked. From his vague conversation with Fisk in the court's cafeteria, he already had a notion as to what the truth was, but he needed to hear it from her. Sarah let out a deep breath and looked once more at the army aligned against her. She wished that Fisk would suddenly appear to help her, but that was not going to happen. One day I happened to see what looked like an appeal with Rufus Harms's name on it. I checked at the clerk's office because I didn't recall seeing it on the docket. The clerk's office had no record of it. Where did you see this appeal? Ramsey interjected before Chandler could get the same question out. Just somewhere, Sarah said, looking miserable. Sarah, Knight said harshly, it's no use covering up for somebody. Just tell us the truth. Don't throw your career away for this. I don't remember where I saw it. I just saw it. For maybe 2 seconds, and I only saw Rufus Harms's name, not what was in the filing, Sarah said stubbornly. But if you suspected it was an appeal that was not logged into the system, Perkins said, then why didn't you take it down to the clerk's office and have it logged in? How was she supposed to answer that? It really wasn't convenient at the moment, and I didn't get another chance. Wasn't convenient? Ramsey looked ready to erupt. It's my understanding that you just recently inquired at the clerk's office about this missing appeal. Was it still not convenient for you to have it logged in then? At that point, I didn't know where it was. McKenna spoke up forcefully. Listen, Miss Evans, either you tell us or we find out from another source. Sarah stood up. I resent your tone, and I don't appreciate being treated this way. I think it's in your interest to cooperate, McKenna said, and stop trying to protect the Fisk brothers. What are you talking about? We have reason to suspect that Michael Fisk took that appeal for his own purposes, and that somehow you're involved in all of that, Chandler informed her. If he did, and you knew about it but remained silent, this is a very serious ethical offense, Miss Evans, said Ramsey. You're doing all of this running around, asking questions because John Fisk put you up to it, didn't he? This may come as quite a shock to you, but I can think and act all by myself, Agent McKenna, she said hotly. You know that Michael Fisk had a $500,000 insurance policy, naming his brother as beneficiary. Yes, he told me. And do you also know that Fisk has no alibi for the time of his brother's death? Sarah shook her head and smiled tightly. You're wasting valuable time trying to pin Michael's murder on his brother. He had nothing to do with it, and he's trying as hard as he can to find out who did murder Michael. McKenna put his hands in his pockets and studied her for a moment, changing his tactic. Would you say the Fisk brothers were close? What do you mean by close? McKenna rolled his eyes. Just the ordinary meaning of the word, that's all. No, I don't think they were particularly close. So? We found the life insurance policy at Michael Fisk's apartment. Tell me why he insured his life for all that money and made his not-so-close older brother the beneficiary. Why not his parents? From what I've found out, they can certainly use the money. I don't know what Michael was thinking when he did that. I guess we'll never know. Maybe it wasn't Michael Fisk who did it at all. Sarah was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Do you know how easy it is to take out a life insurance policy on somebody else? There's no photo identification necessary. A nurse comes to your house, takes some measurements and fluid samples. You forge a few signatures, pay the premiums through a dummy account. Sarah's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that John impersonated his brother in order to take out the life insurance policy on him? Why not? It would make it a lot clearer why two estranged brothers would have such a big financial pact. You obviously don't know John Fisk. McKenna gazed at her in a way that she found unnerving. The point is, Miss Evans, neither do you. McKenna's next words almost put her on the floor. Did you also know that Michael Fisk was killed by a slug fired from a 9mm? He paused for effect. And that John Fisk has a 9mm registered to his name? And this appeal, I'm sure he's telling you it's connected to his brother's murder, isn't he? Sarah looked at Chandler. I can't believe this. Well, none of it's been proven yet, Chandler said. Perkins nodded thoughtfully, his arms crossed. We received a phone call from the Office of Special Military Operations, Miss Evans, a Master Sergeant Dillard. He said you had called about Rufus Harms, that you said an appeal had been filed by Rufus Harms with the court, and you were checking into his background. There's no law that says I can't make a phone call to clarify something, is there? So you admit to having called him, Perkins said triumphantly, looking first at Ramsey and then at Knight. That means you admit to having used court facilities and court time on some personal investigation into some escaped convict. And you happen to have lied to the military, since no appeal is on file here, as you pointed out. Your offenses are quickly adding up, added McKenna. I admit to no such thing. As far as I'm concerned, it was court business, and I had a perfect right to do it. Miss Evans, are you going to tell us who exactly had that appeal? Ramsey was staring at her, just as he had peered down at the lawyers during oral argument that morning. If someone at this court stole an appeal before it was filed, the very idea is unthinkable, and if you know who it was, you have a duty to this institution to tell us who it was. They all knew the answer to that question, Sarah realized, or at least they thought they did. However, she wasn't providing any clarification. Summoning a reserve of strength she was unaware she possessed, she rose slowly. I think I've answered enough questions, Mr. Chief Justice. Ramsey looked over at Perkins and then at Elizabeth Knight. Sarah thought she could see a slight nod pass among all of them. Then, Sarah, I have to ask you to voluntarily resign your clerkship, effective immediately, Knight said, her voice breaking as she made this announcement. Sarah looked at her with very little surprise. I understand, Justice Knight. I'm sorry it's come to this. Not nearly as sorry as I am. Mr. Perkins will escort you out. You may gather your personal belongings from your office. Knight abruptly looked away. As Sarah turned to go, Ramsey's voice boomed out again. Miss Evans, be advised that if your actions cause this institution any harm whatsoever, all appropriate action will be taken against you and any other responsible parties. However, if I am reading the situation correctly, I think the harm has already come to pass, and may well be irreversible. His voice rose dramatically. If so, then may your conscience haunt you with that damnable fact for the rest of your natural life. Ramsey's face was red with indignation. His gaunt body seemed ready to burst through his suit. Sarah could read it all in his smoldering eyes. A scandal on his watch. At the one institution that had been above scandal, in a town constantly and infamously mired in it. His place in history, his long-earned career of jurisprudence, to be blemished by the blunders of an insignificant clerk. The history of his professional life reduced to a series of explanatory footnotes. If she had struck down his entire family right in front of him, Sarah Evans could not have devastated the man any more. She fled the room before she burst into tears. Chapter 51. Fisk was waiting for Sarah in her office. When she appeared in the doorway, he rose and started to speak, but then Perkins appeared behind her. Sarah went over to her desk and started cleaning it out, while Perkins watched from the doorway. Sarah, what happened? This is none of your concern, Mr. Fisk, Perkins said. However, I will let Detective Chandler and Agent McKenna know you're here. They have something to ask you. Well, why don't you run off and tattle on me so I can talk to Sarah in private? I am going to escort Miss Evans from the building. Sarah continued to pack her things into a large shopping bag, and then picked up her purse and laid it on top in the bag. As she passed Fisk, she whispered, "I'll meet you in the garage." As she went by Perkins, he said, "I'll also need all of your keys to this building." Sarah put her bag down, fished through her purse, pulled the keys off her keyring, and tossed them to Perkins. "It's not like I'm enjoying any of this," Perkins said indignantly. "The court's in shambles. We're surrounded by a media army, people being murdered, the police swarming everywhere. It's not like I wanted you to lose your job." Sarah wordlessly pushed past him. On the way down the main hallway, the group slowed as Chandler and McKenna approached from the other way. "I need to talk to you, John," Chandler said. Fisk looked at Sarah. "I'll catch up with you, Sarah." She and Perkins walked off. "You want to ask me something?" Fisk said. "That's right. Would this be about my brother's life insurance policy?" "Yes, it would," Chandler said grimly. "McKenna thinks you might have taken it out yourself in your brother's name, without his knowledge, and then killed him. You found the policy in my brother's apartment?" Chandler nodded. "Well, then he obviously knew about it." Chandler looked over at McKenna with an inquiring look. However, McKenna remained silent. "Look, I didn't know my brother had taken out the policy. The insurance agent talked with me. I'll give you her name. She actually met with my brother, if you really think I set this whole thing up myself." He looked at McKenna and saw the man's face darken. "Sorry to pop your balloon, McKenna. The money's going to our parents. Mike knew that's what I'd do with it. Talk to the insurance agent. She can confirm it. Unless you think I'm also in cahoots with her. Why stop there? I've probably got all 9 justices in the back of my pocket too, right?" "So you talked your brother into taking out a life insurance policy to help your parents. But you and only you are the beneficiary. That's still terrific motivation to kill him," McKenna said. He turned to Chandler. "You want to ask him, or do you want me to?" Chandler looked at Fisk. "Your brother was killed by a 9mm slug." "Really? You own a 9mm pistol, don't you?" Fisk looked at both men. "Been talking to the Virginia State Police?" "Just answer the question," McKenna said. "Why answer it if you already know the answer?" "John," Chandler began. "All right, yes. I own a 9mm, Sig Sauer P226 to be specific, with a 15-round mag." "Where is it?" "In my office back in Richmond." "We'd like to have it." "For ballistics?" "Among other things." "Buford, this is a waste of time. Do we have your permission to go to your office and get the gun?" "No." McKenna said, "Well, we'll have a search warrant issued in about 1 hour. You don't need a warrant. I'll give you the gun." McKenna looked stunned. "But I thought you just said—" "I don't want them breaking into my office to get it. I know how cops can be sometimes. They're not the most gentle souls, and it'd take me forever to get reimbursed on the cost of fixing my door." Fisk looked at Chandler. "I assume I'm not part of the unofficial team anymore, but a couple of things. Did you talk to the guards on duty the night Wright was murdered, and have the video cameras been checked?" "I would advise you to say nothing to him, Chandler," McKenna said. "Advice duly noted." Chandler looked at Fisk. "For old time's sake, we talked to the guards. Unless one of them's lying, none of them gave Wright a lift home. One of them offered, but Wright declined." "What time was that?" "About 1:30 a.m. or so. The film from the video cameras was checked and showed nothing out of the ordinary." "Did Wright give a reason for not wanting a ride home?" "The guard said he just walked out the door and he didn't see him after that." "Okay, let's get back to the gun," McKenna said. "I'm going with you to your office." "I'm not driving anywhere with you." "I meant I'll follow you down." "Do whatever you want, but I want a uniformed Richmond police officer there, and I want him to take the gun into custody and then have it transferred to D.C. Homicide. I will not let you be anywhere near the chain of custody." "I really don't like what you're implying." "Fine, but that's the way it's going to be. Or you can go get your warrant. It's up to you." Chandler spoke up. "Okay, anybody in particular?" "Officer William Hawkins. I trust him, and so can you." "Done. I want you to leave right now, John. I'll arrange things with Richmond." Fisk looked down the hallway. "Give me a half hour. I need to talk to somebody." Chandler put a hand on Fisk's shoulder. "Okay, John, but if the Richmond police don't have your gun in about 3 hours or so, then you got a big problem with yours truly. Understood?" Fisk hustled off to the garage in search of Sarah. A couple minutes later, D'Alessandro joined Chandler and McKenna. "I'd like to know what the hell is going on around here," D'Alessandro said angrily. "2 clerks murdered and now another fired over some missing appeal." McKenna shrugged. "Pretty complicated." "That's real encouraging," D'Alessandro said. "I'm not paid to be encouraging," McKenna shot back. "No, you're paid to find out who's doing this. And you too, Detective Chandler," D'Alessandro replied. "And that's what we're doing," Chandler snapped. Okay, D'Alessandro said wearily. "Perkins filled me in earlier. You really think John Fisk killed his brother? I mean, okay, he had the motive, but damn, 500,000 sounds like a lot, but it's really not these days." McKenna answered. "When you've got zip in your bank account, anything seems like a lot. He's got the right motive, he's got no alibi, and in a few hours we'll see if he has the murder weapon." D'Alessandro looked unconvinced. "And what about Wright's death? How does that tie in?" McKenna spread his hands. "Look at it this way. Sarah Evans may have somehow been duped into helping Fisk. Evans and Wright shared an office. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Wright overheard something or saw something that made him suspicious about those two." "But I thought Fisk has an alibi for the time of Wright's death," D'Alessandro said. "Yeah, Sarah Evans," McKenna said. "And all this stuff with the escaped convict harms and the questions Evan was asking?" Chandler shrugged. "I can't claim we have it all figured out, but that could be just another red herring." McKenna said, "I don't think, I know. If there was anything to it, they would have told somebody. Evans couldn't even tell us what was in the appeal. Maybe Michael Fisk took some appeal, so what? John Fisk pops him for the money, and he uses the missing appeal as a bunch of mumbo-jumbo to dupe Evans and everybody else." "Well, I'm not letting my guard down until we know for sure," D'Alessandro said. "The people in this building are my responsibility, and we've already lost 2 of them." He looked over at McKenna. "I hope you know what you're doing with Fisk." "I know exactly what I'm doing with him." Fisk caught up with Sarah in the parking garage. It didn't take her long to explain what had happened. "Sarah, I hoped I would never have to tell you this, but Chandler boxed me into a corner the other day. I'm sure I'm the reason you just lost your job." Sarah put the shopping bag in the trunk of her car. "I'm a big girl. I'm responsible for my own actions." Fisk leaned up against the car. "Maybe I can go talk to Ramsey and Knight, try to explain things to them." "Explain it how? What they're alleging I did, I did." Sarah closed the trunk and joined him. "I assume they told you about your gun." Fisk nodded. "McKenna's giving me an armed escort to my office so I can hand it over." He looked at her closely. "So, what are you going to do now?" "I don't know, but I've suddenly got a lot of free time on my hands. I'll try to find out about Tremaine and Rayfield." "You sure you still want to help?" "At least I won't have ruined my career for nothing. What about you?" "I don't have any choice in the matter." He looked at his watch. "How about I come by your place around 7 tonight?" "I think I can manage dinner. Buy some food, a nice bottle of wine. I might even get real ambitious and dust. We can celebrate my last day at the court. Maybe go for another sail." She paused and touched his arm. "And finish it off the same way?" "I can bag Richmond and stay with you. I know how you must be feeling." "But what about Chandler and McKenna?" "I don't have to do what they say." "If you don't go, McKenna will probably push for the electric chair. Besides, to tell you the truth, I feel really good." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, John, but thanks." She stroked his face. "Tonight you can be with me." After Fisk left, Sarah was about to get in her car when she realized she had left her purse, with her car keys, in the bag in the trunk. She popped the trunk and reached in the bag to get her purse. As she lifted it out, the photo on top caught her eye. She had taken it from Michael Fisk's office before the police had searched it. It suddenly occurred to her that she did have something very important to take care of. She got in her car and pulled out of the garage. She had just been fired as a Supreme Court clerk. Oddly, she didn't feel like bursting into tears or slipping her head in an oven. She felt like going for a drive, down to Richmond. She needed to see somebody, and today was as good a day as any. When she drove past the columned facade of her old place of work, a great wave of relief swept over her. It was so sudden that it left her breathless. Then, bit by bit, she was okay. She accelerated down Independence Avenue and didn't look back. Chapter 52. Fisk hurried down to Knight's chambers and, surprisingly, was allowed in. Knight sat behind her desk. Ramsey was still there, slumped in a chair. He quickly rose when Fisk entered. Fisk plunged in. "I want you to know that anything Sarah did or didn't do was to protect my brother. All she's trying to do now is help me find who killed him." "Are you sure that question wouldn't be answered by your simply looking in a mirror?" Ramsey said forcefully. Fisk paled. "You're way off the mark, sir." "Am I? The authorities don't seem to think so. If you are a murderer, then I hope you spend the rest of your life in prison. As for your brother's actions, they reside not far down the ladder from taking someone's life, at least in my book. My brother did what he thought was right. I find that statement positively laughable." "Harold," Knight began, but he cut her off with a sweep of his hand. "And I want you," he pointed at Fisk, "to get out of this office and out of this building before I have you arrested for trespassing." Fisk looked at the two of them. The anger he was feeling right now was the culmination of the last 3 days of sheer hell. It was as though everything bad that had ever happened to him had been caused by Harold Ramsey. "I've seen the nice little sign over the front door of this place. Equal justice under law. I find that laughable." Ramsey looked ready to attack Fisk. "How dare you!" "I've got a client on death row right now. If I ever have the honor of appearing before you, can you tell me you'll actually care whether my guy lives or dies? Or will you just be using him and me to overturn a precedent that pissed you off 10 years ago?" "You insufferable—" "Can you tell me that?" Fisk shouted. "Because if you can't, then I don't know what you are, but you're sure as hell not a judge." Ramsey was livid. "What do you know about anything? The system—" Fisk smacked his chest. "I'm the system, me and the people I represent, not you, not this place. Do you realize the magnitude of the issues we deal with here? When's the last time you sat and judged a battered wife or a molested child? Have you ever watched a man die in the electric chair? Have you? You sit up here and you never even see a real person. You don't hear from any live witnesses. You never hear from anybody, except a bunch of high-powered lawyers throwing a bunch of paper at you. You have no idea of the faces, the people, the heartbreak and pain behind any of it. To you, it's some intellectual game. A game, nothing more." Fisk stared at the man. His voice shook as he said, "If you think the big issues are so hard, try dealing with the little ones." "I think you should leave," Knight said, almost pleadingly. "Right now." Fisk stared at Ramsey for a few seconds longer, and then, calming down, he looked at the woman. "You know, that's good advice, counselor. I think I'll take it." Fisk turned to the door. "Mr. Fisk," Ramsey boomed out. Fisk slowly turned back. "I have several good friends at the Virginia State Bar. I think they should be apprised of the situation. I would think that appropriate action should be taken against you, perhaps resulting in suspension and subsequent disbarment." "Guilty until proved innocent? That's your idea of how the criminal justice system should work?" "It's my strong opinion that it's only a matter of time until you're found guilty." Fisk started to say something else, but Knight, one hand on the phone, said, "John, I would much prefer if you left without the assistance of the guards." After Fisk was gone, Ramsey shook his head. "Beyond all doubt, the man's a psychopath." He turned and looked at Knight. She sat there, staring straight ahead. "Beth, I just want to let you know that you're welcome to use one of my clerks until you find a replacement for Sarah." She looked over at him. The offer of a clerk seemed very nice, on the surface. A spy in her camp, underneath that surface? "I'll be fine. We'll just have to work harder." "You put up a good fight at oral argument today, though I do wish you wouldn't take it personally. It's a little unseemly when we bicker back and forth like that in public." "How can I not take the cases personally, Harold? Tell me how." Her eyes were swollen, her voice suddenly hoarse. "You have to. I never lose sleep over a case, even a death penalty one. We don't decide guilt or innocence. We interpret words. You have to think of it in those terms. Otherwise, you'll burn out." Maybe burning out early is a preferable alternative to having a long, distinguished career that only challenges my intellect. Ramsay glanced sharply at her. I want to hurt. I want to feel the pain. Everyone else does. Why are we an exception? Damn it, we should be agonizing over these cases. Ramsay shook his head sadly. And I'm afraid you'll never endure. And you have to if you want to make a real difference up here. We'll see. I may surprise you, starting today. You don't have a chance of overturning, Stanley, but I admire your tenacity, even though it was wasted today. The votes haven't been counted yet that I recall. Ramsay smiled. Of course, a formality only. He put his hands in his pockets and stood in front of her. And just so you know, I'm also aware of your plans to re-examine the issue of the rights of the poor. Harold, we've just lost our third clerk, a third human being, one whom I care greatly about. The place is in shambles. I don't feel like talking about court business right now. I may never feel like it again, in fact. Beth, we must move on. True, it's been one crisis after another, but we will persevere. Harold, please. Ramsay would not back down. The court goes on. Knight stood up. Get out. I beg your pardon. Get out of my office. Beth, get out. Get out. Without another word, Ramsay left. Knight stood there for another minute or so. Then she quickly left her office. After his confrontation with Ramsay, Fisk entered the court's underground garage and went straight to his car. He felt numb. He had gotten Sarah fired, was being set up for murdering his brother, and had just told off the Chief Justice of the United States, all in less than an hour. In any realm other than total lunacy, that would be called a bad day. He sat in his car. He had no desire to drive to Richmond and watch McKenna try to put the finishing touches on the destruction of his life. He pushed his fists against his eye sockets. A groan escaped from him, and then he jerked forward as he heard the sound. His eyes widened as he saw Elizabeth Knight tapping on the car window. He rolled it down. I would like to talk to you. He composed himself as best he could. What about? Can we go for a short drive? I don't think I'd risk bringing you back in the building. I'm not sure I've ever seen Harold quite that upset. Fisk thought he saw a trace of a smile on the woman's face as she said this. You want to go for a drive in my car? He asked. I don't have a car here. Is there a problem with yours? Fisk looked at her expensive dress. Well, my car's interior is basically rust covered with a veneer of grime. Knight smiled. I grew up on a ranch in East Texas. When my family drove to the little shacks that constituted the town we lived near, we did so on a backhoe, with me and my 6 siblings hanging on for dear life and enjoying every minute of it. And I would like to talk to you. Fisk finally nodded, and Knight slipped in the front seat. Where to? Fisk asked as they left the garage. Take a left at the light. I hope you don't have anything pressing. It was rude of me not to ask. Fisk thought of McKenna waiting for him. Nothing important. After he made the turn, Knight started speaking. You shouldn't have come back and said those things, you know. I hope you didn't come here just to tell me that, Fisk said sharply. I came to tell you that I feel terribly about Sarah. Join the crowd. She tried to help my brother and then me. I'm sure she just loves the day she ran into the Fisk brothers. Well, at least one of you anyway. What does that mean? Sarah liked and respected your brother, but she didn't love him, although, quite frankly, I think he was in love with her, but her heart lies elsewhere. Is that right? And she told you this? John, I really don't like to admit to any gender bias, but I also refuse to ignore some basic realities. I doubt if my 8 male colleagues have any clue whatsoever, but it's clear to me that Sarah Evans is very much in love with you. Your womanly intuition? Something like that. I also have 2 girls of my own. She noted his curious look. My first husband died. My daughters are grown and on their own. Knight put her hands in her lap and looked out the window. However, that's not really why I wanted to talk to you, she said. Turn right, up here, she said. As Fisk did so, he asked, So what is on your agenda? You people seem to always have one. And you find that somehow wrong? You tell me. Seeing the games you people play doesn't give me warm fuzzies. I can respect that point of view. I'm in no position to really judge what you do, but to me, you're not judges, you're policymakers. And what that policy will be depends on who lobbies hard enough to get 5 votes. What does that have to do with the rights of one plaintiff and one defendant? They drove in silence for a minute, until night broke it. I started out as a prosecutor and then became a trial judge. She paused. I can't tell you that your feelings are wrong. Fisk looked mildly surprised. John, we could debate this until we're both sick of it, but the fact is there is a system in place, and one must work within that system. If that means playing by its rules and, on occasion, bending them, so be it. Perhaps that's an oversimplified philosophy for a complex situation, but sometimes you have to go with your gut. She looked at him. Do you know what I mean? He nodded. My instincts are pretty good. And what do your instincts tell you about Michael and Stephen's deaths? Is there anything to this story of the missing appeal? If there is, I would really like to know about it. Why ask me? Because you seem to know more than anyone else. That's why I wanted to talk to you in private. Are you really hoping that I killed my brother and I'm using this appeal as a red herring? That way the court doesn't get a black eye. I didn't say that. You said as much to Sarah at your party. Knight sighed and sat back. I'm not sure why I did. Perhaps to scare her away from you. I didn't kill my brother. I believe you. So this missing appeal must be important. Fisk nodded. My brother was killed because he knew what that appeal said. I think Wright was killed because he was working late, came out of his office and saw someone at the court going through my brother's office. She turned pale. You believe someone at the court murdered Stephen? Fisk nodded. Can you prove that? I hope so. That can't be, John. Why? There's a guy who spent half his life in prison who'd like to know the answer to that. Does Detective Chandler know all this? Some of it, but Agent McKenna has pretty much convinced him I'm the bad guy. I'm not sure Detective Chandler believes that. We'll see. As Fisk dropped Knight back at the court, she said, If everything you suspect is true, and someone at the court is involved in this... She stopped, unable to continue for a moment. Do you realize what this could do to the court's reputation? I'm not sure of a lot in life, but I'm certain of one thing. He paused and then said, The court's reputation isn't worth an innocent man dying in prison. Chapter 53. Rufus looked anxiously over at his brother, who had just finished an exhausting coughing fit. Josh tried to sit up a little, thinking that would help his breathing. His insides, he knew, were all but destroyed. Something important to keeping him alive might burst at any moment. He still held a pistol against his side, but it didn't look like a bullet would be needed to end his life. At least, not another one. It was fortunate for them that Tremaine and Rayfield hadn't come in an army vehicle, but the Jeep did have one crushed side from being broadsided by the truck, and this would draw unwanted attention to them. At least it had a cloth top, which prevented anyone from getting a good glimpse of what was inside. Rufus didn't know where he was going, and Josh moved in and out of lucidity too much to really help him. Rufus flipped open the glove box and pulled out a map. He pulled a little card out of his shirt pocket and glanced at the names and telephone numbers. Now he just had to find a phone. When Fisk and McKenna arrived at Fisk's office, the FBI agent said, Let's get to it. We wait for the police, Fisk said firmly. Just as he said that, a police cruiser pulled up, and Officer Hawkins climbed out. What the heck's going on here, John? Hawkins asked, perplexed. Fisk pointed at McKenna. Agent McKenna thinks I killed Mike. He's here to get my gun so we can do a ballistics test. Hawkins looked at McKenna with hostile eyes. That's not the biggest bunch of bullshit I ever heard. Right, thanks for your official assessment. Officer Hawkins, is it? McKenna said, coming forward. That's right, Hawkins said grimly. Well, Officer Hawkins, you have the consent of Mr. Fisk to search his office for a 9mm pistol registered to his name. He looked at Fisk. I'm assuming you are still giving that consent. When Fisk didn't respond, McKenna looked back at Hawkins. Now, if you have a problem with that, then let's go talk to your boss, and you can start planning another career outside of law enforcement. Before Hawkins could do something foolish, Fisk grabbed his sleeve and said, "Let's just go get this over with, Billy." As they walked into the building, Fisk commented, "Your face looks a lot better." Hawkins smiled, embarrassed. "Yeah, thanks." "What happened?" McKenna asked. Hawkins looked at him sullenly. "Guy decided to take a ride on drugs. He was a little difficult to arrest." There was a stack of mail and packages in front of Fisk's office door. He picked them up and unlocked the door. They went inside, and Fisk walked over to his desk and dropped the stack of mail on it. He slid open the top drawer and looked inside. He stuck his hand in and fumbled through the contents before looking up at both men. "It was right in this drawer. I actually saw it the day you came to tell me about Mike, Billy." McKenna crossed his arms and eyed Fisk sternly. "Okay, has anybody else had access to your office? Cleaning crew, secretary, delivery people, window washers?" "No, nobody. Nobody else has a key except for the landlord." Hawkins said, "You've been gone, 2 days or so?" "That's right." McKenna was looking at the door. "But there's no signs of forced entry." Hawkins said, "That doesn't mean anything. Person who knew what they were doing could pick that lock and you'd never even know it." "Who knew you kept the gun here?" McKenna asked. "Nobody." "Maybe one of your clients took it so he'd have a piece of ordnance to knock over a bank with," McKenna said. "I don't interview clients in my office, McKenna. They're usually in prison by the time I get the call." "Well, it looks like we have a little problem here. Your brother was killed by a 9mm slug. You have a 9mm Zig registered to you. You admit it was actually in your possession as of a few days ago. Now that pistol is missing. You have no alibi for the time of your brother's death, and you're $500,000 richer because of his death." Hawkins glanced over at Fisk. "A life insurance policy Mike took out," Fisk explained. "It was for Mom and Dad." "At least that's your story, right?" McKenna added. Fisk edged closer to McKenna. "If you think you have enough to charge me, then do it. If not, get the hell out of my office." McKenna wasn't fazed. "I believe Officer Hawkins has your consent to search the entire office for the gun, not just the drawer you said it was in. Now, friend or not, I would expect him to carry out his sworn duty." Fisk backed off and looked over at Hawkins. "Go ahead, Billy. I'm going down to the corner cafe for something to drink. You want anything?" Hawkins shook his head. "I could use a cup of coffee," McKenna said, following Fisk out. "It'll give us a chance to have a little talk." Sarah pulled her car into the driveway. She took a deep breath. The Buick was there. As she got out of the car, the smell of cut grass hit her. It was comforting, taking her back to high school football games, lazy summers in the peace of the Carolinas. When she knocked on the door, it was jerked open so quickly she almost fell off the stoop. Ed Fisk must have watched her drive up. Before he could slam the door in her face, she held the photo out to him. There were 4 people in the photo, Ed and Gladys Fisk and their 2 sons. They all wore broad smiles. Ed looked questioningly at Sarah. "Michael had it in his office. I wanted you to have it." "And why is that?" His tone was still cold, but at least he wasn't screaming obscenities at her. "Because it seemed like the right thing to do." Ed took the photo from her. "I got nothing to say to you." "But I have a lot to say to you. I promised someone something, and I like to keep my promises." "Who? Johnny? Well, you can tell him that it's no good sending you over to try to mend things." "He doesn't know I'm here. He told me not to come." He looked surprised. "So why are you here?" "That promise. What you saw the other night wasn't John's fault. It was mine." "It takes 2 to tango, and you ain't telling me no different." "May I come in?" "I don't see why." "I'd really like to talk to you about your sons. I think you need to know some things, some information that might make things a little clearer. It won't take all that long, and I promise you, after I'm done, I won't ever bother you again. Please?" After a long moment, Ed finally moved aside and let her pass. He closed the door noisily behind them. The living room was much the way it had been the first time she had seen it. The man liked things tidy. She imagined his garage full of tools kept in the same manner. Ed motioned to the sofa, and Sarah sat down. He went into the dining room and carefully placed the photo among the others there. "You want something to drink?" he asked grudgingly. "Only if you're having something." Ed sat down in a chair across from her. I'm not. She looked at him closely. Now she could more clearly see the rough outlines of both sons in his face, his build. The mother was there, too, though more in Michael than in John. He started to light up a cigarette and then stopped. You can smoke if you want. It's your house. Ed replaced the pack of smokes in his pocket and slid the lighter back in his pants pocket. Gladys wouldn't let me smoke in the house just outside. Old habits are hard to break. He crossed his arms, waiting for her to start talking. Michael and I were very close friends. I'm not sure how close you could have been after what I saw the other night. Ed's face started to flush. The fact is, Mr. Fisk— Look, just call me Ed, he said gruffly. All right, Ed. The fact is, we were close friends. That's how I saw it, but Michael wanted more than that. What do you mean? Sarah swallowed hard, her own face reddening. Michael asked me to marry him. Ed looked shocked. He never said anything to me. I'm sure he didn't. You see— She hesitated for a moment, very nervous about what his reaction would be to these next words. You see, I told him no. She shrank back a little, but Fisk just sat there, trying to digest this. Is that right? I take it you didn't love him. I didn't, not like that anyway. I'm not sure why I didn't. He seemed perfect. Maybe that's what scared me, sharing my life with someone like that, trying to keep my standards up that high for a lifetime. And he was so caught up in his work. Even if I had loved him, I'm not sure there would have been room for me. Ed looked down. It was hard raising those two boys. Johnny was good at most everything, but Mike was flat-out great at anything he wanted to do. I was working all the damn time and didn't really see it that good when they were growing up. I see it a whole lot better now. I bragged a lot on Mike. Too much. Mike told me Johnny wouldn't have nothing to do with him, and wouldn't really say why. Johnny really keeps to himself. Hard to get him to talk. Sarah looked past him, out the window, where a cardinal flitted by and settled on a branch of the weeping willow. She said, I know. I've spent a lot of time with him the last few days. You know, I always thought I'd be able to tell, almost instantly, this is the person I want to spend my life with. I guess that notion seems silly and unfair, doesn't it? A tiny smile creased the man's face. The first time I saw Gladys, she was waitressing at this little diner across from where I worked. I walked in the door with a bunch of my buddies one day, and from the moment I saw her, I didn't hear a word they said. It was like it was just me and her in the whole damn world. Went back to work and made a mess of a Cummins diesel engine. Couldn't get her out of my head. Sarah smiled. I'm well acquainted with the stubbornness of John and Michael Fisk, so I doubt if you just left it at that. Ed smiled, too. I went back over to that diner for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 6 months. We started going out. Then I got up the courage to ask her to marry me. I swear to God I would have done it that first day, but I thought she'd think I was crazy or something. He paused for a moment and then said with finality, We've had a damn good life together, too. He studied her face. Is that what happened to you when you saw Johnny? Sarah nodded. Did Mike know? I think he figured it out. When I finally met John, I asked him if he had any idea why the two of them didn't seem to be close. I thought that might have been part of it, but they seemed to have drifted apart before then. Sarah tensed. So that night in the boat, what you saw was me pushing myself on your son. He had been through the most hellish day imaginable, and all I could think about was myself. She looked directly at him. He turned me down flat. She thought of last night, the tenderness she and John Fisk had exchanged, both in and out of her bed, and then the morning after. She thought she had figured it all out. That had been a good feeling. Now she was close to overwhelmed by the sense that she knew nothing about the man or his feelings. She let out a troubled laugh. It was a very humbling experience. She pulled a tissue from her pocketbook and dabbed at her eyes. That's all I came to tell you. If you want to hate anyone, hate me, not your son. Ed studied the carpet for a minute and then stood. Just finished cutting the grass. I'd like a nice tea. How about you? With a surprised look, Sarah nodded. A few minutes later, Ed came back with glasses of ice and a pitcher of tea. As he filled the glasses, he said, I've thought a lot about that night. I don't remember all of it. Had a damn bad hangover the next day. As mad as I was, I never should have hit Johnny. Not in the damn gut.
He's pretty tough.
Well, that's not what I meant. Ed took a swallow of tea and sat back, chewing on his lip. Did Johnny ever tell you why he left the police force?
He said he had arrested some young kid for a drug offense. The kid was so pathetic and everything that he decided to start helping people like that.
Ed nodded. Well, he didn't actually arrest him. That boy died at the scene, and so did the officer that backed Johnny up on that call. Sarah almost spilled her tea.
What?
Ed looked a little uncomfortable now that he had opened this subject, but he continued. Johnny never really talked about it, but I got the story from the officers who arrived after it all happened. Johnny stopped the car for some reason. It was stolen, I think. Anyway, he called in for backup. He got the two boys out of the car, found the drugs. That's when his backup came. Right before they were going to search them, one of the boys dropped like he was having a seizure. Johnny tried to help him. His backup should have kept the gun on the other, but he didn't. And the other fellow pulled a gun and killed him. Johnny managed to fire, but the boy put 2 rounds into him. They both went down facing each other. The other boy had just been faking it. He jumped up and took off in the car. They caught him a little while later. The other fellow and Johnny were about a foot apart, both bleeding like crazy.
Oh, my God.
Johnny stuffed a finger in one of the holes. It stopped the bleeding a little. Well, and I heard some of this from him while he was in the hospital, half out of his head. The boy said some things to Johnny. I'm not exactly sure what. Johnny never would say, but they found the boy dead and Johnny next to him, his arm around him. Must have dragged himself over there or something. Some of the cops didn't exactly like that, what with one of their own lying dead because of the kid. But they checked everything out and Johnny was cleared. It was the other cop's fault. Anyway, Johnny almost died on the way to the hospital. As it was, he was in there for about a month. Whatever load the boy was carrying in that pistol ripped Johnny's insides to shreds.
Sarah suddenly thought back to Fisk pulling his shirt back down before they made love. Does he have a scar?
Ed looked at her funny. Why do you ask?
Something he said.
He nodded slowly. From his gut to his neck.
Too old for skinny dipping, Sarah said to herself.
Guess they could have done some plastic surgery, but Johnny had had enough of hospitals. Besides, I think he figured if they couldn't fix him on the inside, what the hell did it matter what he looked like on the outside?
Sarah's face took on a stricken look. What do you mean? He fully recovered, didn't he?
Ed shook his head sadly. Those bullets ripped him bad, bounced around inside him like a damn pinball. They patched him up, but just about every one of his organs was damaged for good. Maybe they could make it all right if Johnny wanted to spend a bunch of years in the hospital, having transplants and stuff like that. But that ain't my son. Docs say eventually things inside him are just going to stop working. They said it was like diabetes, you know, how a person's organs get worn out and all.
Sarah nodded as her own stomach started to churn.
Well, the docs said those 2 bullets will eventually cost Johnny about 20 years of his life, maybe more. And there wasn't really nothing they could do about it. Back then, we didn't care. Hell, he was alive. That was enough. But I know he thinks about it. He pumped iron, ran like a damn demon, got himself in good shape, at least on the outside, quit the police force, wouldn't even take damn disability, although he was sure as hell entitled. Became a lawyer, works like a dog for what amounts to chicken shit, and gives me and his mama most of it. I got no pension, and Gladys's medical bills added up to more than I made in my whole life. Hell, we had to mortgage this place again after spending 30 years paying it off. But you do what you gotta do.
As Ed paused, Sarah glanced over at the table where John Fisk's Medal for Valor sat. A little piece of metal for all that pain.
I tell you all this so you'll see Johnny doesn't really have the same goals as you and me might. Never got married, never talks about having no kids of his own. Everything is sped up for him. He figures if he makes it to 50, he's the luckiest man on earth. He told me that himself. Ed Fisk looked down, his voice catching. Never figured I'd outlive Mike. Hope to God I don't outlive my other boy. Sarah finally found her voice. I appreciate you telling me this. I realize it was hard for you. You don't really know me. Depending on the situation. Sometimes you can know a person better in 10 minutes than someone you've crossed paths with all your life. Sarah rose to leave. Thank you for your time, and John really needs to hear from you. He nodded solemnly. I'll do that. As her hand touched the doorknob, Ed spoke one last time. You still love my son? Sarah walked out without answering. At the small cafe down from his office building, Fisk bought his coffee and sat down at an outside table. McKenna did the same. At first, Fisk chose to completely ignore the hovering FBI agent and idly watched the passers-by while he drank his coffee. He slipped on his sunglasses as the sun cleared the top of the building across the street and drew both men's shadow across the bricks. McKenna silently munched on some crackers he had bought and fingered his styrofoam cup of coffee. How's the gut? Sorry I had to punch you like that. The only thing you're sorry about is that you didn't hit me harder. No, really, I saw the shotgun and got concerned. Fisk looked up at him. I guess you thought I might be able to somehow open the car door, pull the shotgun out, swing it around, and get off a shot before you could blow me away from a distance of, 6 inches? McKenna shrugged. FYI, I read up on your police record. You were a good cop. Right up until the end, anyway. What the hell is that supposed to mean? McKenna sat down at the table. Nothing, other than there being some questions about that last event in your record. Care to fill me in on it? Fisk took off his glasses and stared at the man. Why don't you put a bullet in my head instead? I think that would be more fun for me. McKenna leaned his chair back against the side of the building and lit up a cigarette. You know, if you're so anxious to prove your innocence, then you might want to start being a little more cooperative. McKenna, you're convinced I killed my brother, so why should I bother? I've worked a lot of cases over the years. Half the time my original theory didn't turn out to be right. My philosophy is never say never. Boy, you really sound sincere. McKenna assumed a friendlier tone. Look, John, I've been doing this stuff a long time, okay? Nice, neat little cases aren't the norm. There are twists on this one, and I'm not ignoring them. He stopped, and then added as casually as he could. So why was your brother interested in Rufus Harms, and what exactly was in the appeal? Fisk put his sunglasses back on. That doesn't fit into your theory of me killing my brother. That's only one of my theories. I'm down here following that up by looking for your suddenly vanished 9mm. While I'm waiting on that, I'm looking at it from another angle, Rufus Harms. Your brother took the appeal. It looks like he visited the prison. Chandler told you that? I have a lot of information sources. You and Evans have both been snooping around into Harms's background. He escaped from a prison in southwest Virginia, and you two took a chartered plane to that area last night. Why don't you tell me about that? Where'd you go and why? Fisk sat back, stunned. McKenna had put them under surveillance. That wasn't unusual, yet somehow Fisk hadn't even thought about the possibility. You seem to know so much, why ask me? You might have some information I could use to solve this case. Ahead of Chandler? When people are getting killed, what does it matter who stops it first? That statement made a lot of sense, Fisk knew, on the surface at least. But of course it mattered a great deal who stopped it. People in law enforcement kept score, just like people in other lines of work. Fisk stood up. Let's check in with Billy. By now he's probably found those 2 bodies I stuffed in my file cabinet last week. Hawkins was just finishing up when they returned. Nothing, he said in response to McKenna's look. You can search it yourself if you want, he added defiantly. That's okay, I trust you, McKenna said amicably. Fisk was staring at Hawkins. What's that, Billy? Fisk pointed at his neck and collar. What's what? Fisk touched Hawkins's collar with his finger and then held it up for the man to see. Hawkins blushed a little. Oh, damn, that was Bonnie's idea to cover the bruises. That's why my face doesn't look so beat up. I've never been hit that hard in my life. I mean, The guy was big, but so am I. McKenna said, I would have emptied my clip in the bastard. Fisk stared open-mouthed at McKenna as he said this. Hawkins nodded. I was tempted, but anyway, the guys would give me hell if they knew. But it's so hot outside and you start sweating and the stuff just comes off on your clothes. I don't know how women do it. Then you're saying it's... Yeah, it's makeup, he said sheepishly. Despite the revelation that had just occurred to him, Fisk tried his best to appear calm. He unconsciously rubbed his still tender shoulder. McKenna was staring at him. Just then the phone rang. Fisk picked it up. It was the nursing home where his mother lived. I read about Michael in the paper. I'm so sorry, John. The woman had worked at the home for years, and Fisk knew her very well. Thanks, Anne. Look, right now is a real bad time. I mean, Michael was just here, and now he's gone. I can't believe it. Fisk tensed. Here, as in at the nursing home? Yes, just last week. Thursday? No, Friday. The day he disappeared. I remember because he usually comes on Saturday. Fisk shook his head clear. What are you talking about? Michael didn't visit Mom. Sure he did. I mean, not nearly as often as you did. You never told me that. Didn't I? Well, I guess if you have to know, Michael didn't want you to know. Why in the hell didn't he want me to know? I'm sick and tired of people not telling me things about my brother. I'm sorry, John, the woman said, but he asked me not to say anything, and I honored his request, that's all. But now that he's gone, I didn't think it would hurt for you to know. He saw Mom on Friday. Did he talk to you? No, not really. He seemed a little nervous, actually. I mean, sort of anxious. He came really early and only stayed about a half hour. So they talked? They met. I don't know how much they actually talked. Gladys can be difficult sometimes. When do you think you might stop by to see her? I mean, she couldn't possibly know about Michael, but still she seems very depressed for some reason. It was clear to Fisk that the woman believed a mother's link to her children could trump even the grip of Alzheimer's. I'm really busy, right? Fisk broke off what he was saying. It would be a miracle if his mother could remember anything of any conversation she might have had with Mike that could possibly help them. But if she did... I'll be right over. Fisk hung up the phone, picked up his briefcase, and stuffed the stack of mail in there. Your brother visited your mom on the day he disappeared? McKenna asked. Fisk nodded. Then she might be able to tell us something. McKenna, my mom has Alzheimer's. She thinks John Kennedy is still president. Okay, what about somebody who works there? Fisk wrote down an address and phone number on the back of one of his cards. But leave my mom out of it. You're going to see her, aren't you? How come? She's my mother. Fisk disappeared out the door. Hawkins looked over at McKenna. Are you ready to leave? Because I want to lock up. Don't want anybody else coming in here and stealing any more stuff. The way Hawkins said it made McKenna blink. The guy couldn't know that he had taken the gun, could he? Still, he felt guilty about it. But he had bigger things to feel guilty about. Far bigger. Chapter 54. Sarah was stopped at a red light on her way to Fisk's office when she saw him drive through the intersection heading west. She didn't have time even to blow her horn. She thought about flagging him down, but a glimpse of his tense face stopped her. She turned right and followed him. 30 minutes later, she slowed as Fisk's car turned into the parking lot of a long-term care facility located in the west end of Richmond. Sarah had been here once before, with Michael, to visit his mother. She kept her car hidden behind a broad-leaved evergreen next to the entrance, and watched as Fisk stepped out of his car and hurried inside. Fisk met up with Anne, the woman who had just called him, who apologized again and led him to the visitors' lounge, where Gladys sat docilely in her pajamas and slippers. When Fisk appeared, she looked up and silently clapped her hands together. Fisk sat down across from her, and Gladys put out her hands and tenderly touched his face. Her smile broadened, her eyes wide and catching absolutely nothing of reality. How's my Mike? How's Mama's baby? He gently touched her hands. I'm fine, doing good. Pop's good, too. He lied. We had a nice visit the other day, didn't we? Visits are so nice. She looked behind him and smiled. She often did that. It was hard keeping her attention. She was an infant now, the cycle complete. She touched his cheek again. "Your daddy was here." "When was that?" She shook her head. "Last year sometime. He got leave. His ship went down. Japs done it." "Really? He's okay, isn't he?" She laughed long and loud. "Oh, yes, that man is A-OK." She leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially, "Mike, honey, can you keep a secret?" "Sure, Mom," Fisk said hesitantly. She looked around, blushing. "I'm pregnant again." Fisk took a deep breath. This was a new one. "Really? When did you find out?" "Now, don't you worry, sweetie. Mama's got enough love to go around for all of you." She pinched his cheek and kissed his forehead. He squeezed her hand and managed a smile. "We had a good talk the other day, didn't we?" She nodded absently. This was crazy, he thought, but he was here and he might as well try. "I had a good trip. You remember where I went?" "You went to school, Mike, just like every day. Your daddy took you on his ship." She frowned. "You be careful out there. A lot of fighting going on. Your daddy's out fighting right now." She punched a fist in the air. "Get him, Eddie!" Fisk sat back and stared at her. "I'll be careful." Looking at her was like watching a portrait that was fading daily under unforgiving sunlight. Eventually, he would come to visit and all the paint would be gone. The only image left would come from his memory. And so life goes. "I have to get going. I'm late for school." "So pretty." She looked past him and waved. "Hello there." Fisk turned around and froze as he saw Sarah standing there. "I'm pregnant, honey," Gladys told her. "Congratulations," was all Sarah could think to say. Fisk stormed down the hallway to the exit, Sarah trailing him. He threw open the door so hard it smacked against the wall. "John, will you stop and talk to me?" she pleaded. He whirled around. "How dare you come and spy on me?" "I wasn't spying." "It's none of your damn business." He pulled out his keys and got into his car. She jumped in. "Get the hell out of my car." "I'm not budging until we talk about this." "Bullshit." "If you want me out, throw me out." "Damn you," Fisk shouted before climbing out of the car. Sarah followed him. "Damn you, John Fisk. Will you please stop running away and talk to me?" "We've got nothing to talk about." "We have everything to talk about." He pointed an unsteady finger at her. "Why the hell are you doing this to me, Sarah?" "Because I care about you." "I don't need your help." "I think you do. I know you do." They stood there staring at each other. "Can't we go somewhere and talk about this, please?" She slowly walked around the car and stood next to him. Touching his arm, she said, "If last night meant half as much to you as it did to me, we should at least be able to talk." She stood there, convinced that his response would be to climb in his car and drive out of her life. Fisk looked at her for a moment, dropped his head, and wearily leaned against his car. Sarah's hand slipped down to his and tightened around it. Fisk looked beyond her to a car parked on the road and the two men inside. "We'll have the feds along for a ride." His manner and tone were now resigned. At least it wasn't McKenna back there. "Good. I'll feel very safe," she said, her gaze refusing to leave his, until finally she saw she hadn't lost him, at least for now. They climbed in their cars, and Sarah followed Fisk to a small shopping mall about a mile away, where they sat at an outdoor table and sipped lemonade in the heat of the late afternoon. "I can understand how you could hold that against your brother, although it's not his fault," Sarah said. "Nothing was ever Mike's fault," Fisk said bitterly. "It's not like your mother can help herself. It could just as easily be that she called Michael by your name." "Yeah, right. She chose not to remember me." "Maybe she calls you that because you visited her a lot more than Michael did, and that's her way of reacting to it." "I'm not buying that." Sarah looked angry. "Well, if you want to be jealous of your brother even now that he's dead, then I guess that's your right." Fisk settled a very cold gaze on her. She expected him to erupt. Instead, he said, was, whatever, jealous of my brother. Who wouldn't be? But that doesn't make it right." "Maybe it doesn't," Fisk said, his voice tired. He looked away. "The first time I visited Mom and she called me Mike, I thought it was a temporary thing, you know. She was having a real bad day. After 2 months of it, he paused. Well, that's when I cut Mike off, for good. Everything that had ever ticked me off about him, no matter how stupid, I just blew up into a huge picture of this evil son of a bitch with no heart, nothing good. He had taken my mother away from me. John, the day we came to see you at trial, I went with Michael to see your mother. He tensed. What? Your mother wouldn't even talk to him. He bought her a gift, she wouldn't take it. He told me she was always like that. He assumed that it was because she loved you so much that she didn't care about him. You're lying, Fisk said in a hushed tone. No, I'm not. It's the truth. You're lying, he said again, more forcefully. Ask some of the people who work there. They know. A few minutes of silence passed. Fisk's head was bowed. When he looked back up, he said, I never really thought about him losing his mother, too. Are you sure about that? Sarah asked quietly. Fisk stared at her, his hands clenched. What do you mean? He said, his voice shaking. What stopped you from talking to your brother? Michael told me you had shut him out, and you just admitted that. Even so, I can't believe you never knew how she treated him. For a full minute, Fisk said nothing. He stared at Sarah, perhaps through her. His eyes revealed nothing of what he was thinking. Finally, he closed his eyes and said in a barely audible tone, I knew. He looked at her. The terrible pain on his features made her tremble. I just didn't want to care, Fisk said. Sarah gripped his shoulder tightly. I guess I used it as an excuse not to have anything to do with my own brother. He took another deep breath. There's something else. Mike did call me right before he went to the prison. I didn't call him back, not until it was too late. I killed him. You can't blame yourself for that. Sarah's words had no effect. She could see that, so she changed tactics. If you want to blame yourself, then do it for the right reason. You unfairly cut your brother out of your life. You were wrong to do that, very wrong. Now he's gone. That's something you'll have to live with forever, John. Now he looked at her. His face grew calmer. I guess I've been living with it already. Since he had confided in her, Sarah decided it was only fair to reciprocate. I saw your father today. Before Fisk could say anything, she hurried on. I promised you I would. I told him what really happened. And he believed you, Fisk said skeptically. I was telling the truth. He's going to call you. Thanks, but I wish you had kept out of it. He filled in some gaps for me. Like what? Fisk said sharply. Like what happened to make you stop being a cop? Damn it, Sarah, you had no need to know that. Yes, I did. A great reason. What is it? You know what? Neither of them spoke for several minutes. Fisk looked down at the table, too, and fiddled with his straw. Finally, he sat back and crossed his arms. So my dad told you everything? Sarah glanced up at him. About the shooting? Yes. Her tone was cautious. So you know I'm probably not going to be alive and kicking when I'm 60, or maybe even 50. I think you can beat any odds someone throws at you. And if I don't? If you don't, that doesn't matter to me. He leaned forward. But it matters to me, Sarah. So you give up the life you do have? I think I'm leading my life exactly how I want to. Maybe you are, she quietly conceded. It would never work, you know. So you've thought about it? I've thought about it. Have you? How do you know this isn't another impulse decision, like buying your house? It's what I feel. Feelings change. And it's so much easier to admit defeat rather than work at something. When I want something, I work very hard at it. Fisk had no idea why he said that, but he saw the devastated look on Sarah's face. I see. And I guess I have no choice in the matter? You really don't want to have to make that kind of a choice. She said nothing, and Fisk remained quiet for a moment. You know, my dad didn't tell you everything because he doesn't know everything. He told me how you almost died, how the other officer did die, and the man who shot you. I can understand how that could change your life, how it could make you do what you do. I think it's very noble, if that's the right word. That's not even close. Do you really want to know why I do what I do? Sarah could sense the sudden change of mood. Tell me. Because I'm scared. He nodded at her. Fear drives me. The longer I was a cop, the more it became us against them. Young, angry attitude with a pistol to back it all up. Fisk stopped speaking and watched through the glass partition as people inside bought refreshments. They appeared carefree, happy, pursuing some tangible goal in their lives. They were everything he wasn't, couldn't be. He looked back at Sarah. I kept arresting the same guys over and over, and it seemed like before I filed the paperwork they were back on the streets. And they'd blow you away like stepping on a cockroach. See, they live the game of us against them, too. You lump people together, young and black, catch 'em if you can. Blues coming at you, kill 'em if you can. It's quick and you don't have to make choices about individuals. It's like a drug addiction. Not everybody does that. The whole world isn't made up of people like that. I know that. I know that most people, black, white, or whatever, are good people, lead relatively normal lives. I really want to believe that. It's just that as a cop, I never saw any of that. Normal ships didn't sail by my dock. So did the shooting make you rethink things? Fisk didn't answer right away. When he did, he spoke slowly. I remember dropping to my knees to check the guy, who it turned out was faking a seizure. I heard the gun go off, my partner scream. I pulled my pistol at the same time I was turning. I don't know how I got a round off, but I did. It hit him right in the chest. We both went down. He lost his gun, but I kept mine. Pointed it right at him. He wasn't more than a foot from me. Every breath he took, blood kicked out of the bullet hole like a red geyser. It made this swishing sound I still hear in my sleep. His eyes had started to freeze up, but you never knew. All I knew was that he had just shot my backup, and he had just shot me. My insides felt like they were dissolving. Fisk let out a long breath. I was going to just wait for him to die, Sarah. Fisk stopped talking as he recalled how close he had come to being another blue in a box, buried and mostly forgotten. Your father said you were found with your arm around him, Sarah gently prompted. I thought he was trying to grab my gun. I had one finger on the trigger and one finger stuck in the hole in my gut. But he didn't even put his hand out. Then I heard him talking. I could barely make out what he was saying at first, but he kept saying it until I did. What did he say? Sarah asked gently. Fisk let out a breath, half expecting to see blood kick out of his old wounds, his tired, betrayed organs calling it quits on him 40 years early. He was asking me to kill him. As if in answer to her unspoken question, Fisk said, I couldn't. I didn't. It didn't matter, though. He stopped talking a few seconds later. Sarah slowly sat back, unable to say anything. I actually think he was terrified he wasn't going to die. Fisk shook his head slowly, the words becoming more difficult to put together. He was only 19. I'm an old man already next to him. His name was Darnell Jackson. His mother was a crack addict, and when he was 8 or 9, she would whore him out for drug money. He looked at her. Does that sound horrible to you? Of course it does, yes. To me, it was the same old shit. I saw it all the time. I'd become immune to it, or at least I thought I had. He licked his dry lips. I didn't think I had any compassion left. But after Darnell, I got some back. He flashed a troubled smile. I call it my steel-jacketed epiphany. 2 slugs in my body, a kid dying in front of me, wanting me to finish him off. It's hard to imagine one event having enough force to make you question everything you've ever believed. But it happened to me that night. He nodded thoughtfully. Now I think of the whole future of the world solely in the context of Darnell Jackson. He's my version of nuclear holocaust, only it won't be over in a few seconds. He looked at her. That's the terror that drives me. I think you really do care. You do a lot of good. Fisk shook his head, his eyes glimmering. I'm not some rich, brilliant white attorney running around nobly saving the little Enuses of the world. And it took a lost kid blowing up my insides with a cannon to make me even give a damn. How many people do you think really care? You can't be that cynical, can you? Fisk stared at her a moment before answering. Actually, I'm the most hopeful cynic you'll ever meet. Chapter 55. You did the right thing, Beth, as much as it hurts. I still can't believe it about Sarah, though. Jordan Knight shook his head. They were in the back seat of his government limousine, which was threading its way through bumper-to-bumper traffic toward their Watergate apartment. Maybe she just cracked. The pressures are enormous. I know, Elizabeth Knight said quietly. It all seems so bizarre. A clerk steals an appeal. Sarah knows about it but keeps quiet. The clerk is then murdered. Then the clerk's brother comes under suspicion. John Fisk just doesn't strike me as the murderous type. He doesn't strike me that way either. Her discussion with John Fisk had only deepened her fears. Jordan Knight patted his wife's hand. I've checked on Chandler and McKenna. Both are rock solid. McKenna has an excellent reputation at the Bureau. If anybody can solve this thing, I think those two can. I find Warren McKenna rude and obnoxious. Well, in his line of work, I suppose he sometimes has to be, he pointed out. That's not all. There's just something about him. He's so intense, but he almost seems to be... She paused, searching for the right word. Play acting. In the middle of a murder investigation? I know it sounds crazy, but it's just how I feel. The senator shrugged and stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've always said a woman's intuition is worth more than a man's best judgment. I guess in this town we're all on a stage. Sometimes one does grow tired of it. She eyed him closely. The New Mexico ranch beckons? I've got a dozen years on you, Beth. Every day becomes a little more precious. It's not like we're not together. Time together in D.C. is not really the same. We're both so busy here. My appointment to the court is a lifetime one, Jordan. I just don't want you to have any regrets, and I'm trying my best not to have any. They both fell silent and looked out the window as the car traveled along Virginia Avenue. I heard you and Ramsey went at it tooth and claw today. Do you think you have a chance? Jordan, you know I don't feel comfortable talking to you about these things. Jordan reddened. That's one thing I hate about this town and our jobs. Government should not interfere in the covenant of marriage. Funny talk coming from a politician. Jordan laughed deeply. Well, as a politician, I have to get up on the damn soapbox every now and then, don't I? He stopped and took her hand. I appreciate your going forward with a dinner for Kenneth. You took some heat for it, I know. Elizabeth shrugged. Harold takes any opportunity, no matter how trivial, to tweak me, Jordan. I've built up a very strong resistance. She gave him a kiss on the cheek while he lovingly stroked her hair. We really have prevailed despite all the odds, haven't we? We have a nice life, don't we? We have a wonderful life, Jordan. She kissed him again, and he put a protective arm around her. I say tonight we cancel all of our appointments and just stay home. Have some dinner, watch a movie, and talk. We don't get to do that much anymore. I'm afraid I won't be good company. Jordan squeezed her tightly. You're always good company, Beth, always. When the Knights arrived at their apartment, Mary, their housekeeper, handed a phone message to Elizabeth. A curious expression crossed her face as she looked at the name on the paper. Jordan appeared in the hallway, rubbing his hands together. He looked at Mary. I hope you have something nice planned for dinner. Your favorite, beef tenderloin. Jordan smiled. I think we're going to have a late dinner. Tonight the missus and I are going to relax completely. No interruptions. He looked at his wife. Anything wrong? He noted the paper in her hand. No, court business. It never ends. You don't have to tell me that, he said dryly. Well, I'm for a hot shower. He went down the hallway. You're welcome to join me, he called over his shoulder. Mary went off to the kitchen, a smile on her lips at the senator's remark. Elizabeth took the opportunity to slip into the study and dialed the number on the message. I'm returning your call, she said into the phone. We need to talk, Justice Knight. How's right now? What is this about? What I'm about to tell you will come as quite a shock. Are you prepared for that? For some reason, Elizabeth Knight sensed that the man was enjoying this. I really don't have time for the cloak-and-dagger rhetoric that obviously amuses you. Well, I'm going to give you a crash course in it. What are you talking about? Just listen. And she did. 20 minutes later, she threw the phone down, raced out of the room, and almost knocked down Mary, who was coming down the hallway. Elizabeth raced into the powder room, where she splashed water on her face. She gripped the edges of the sink, composed herself, opened the door, and moved slowly down the hallway. She could still hear Jordan in the shower. She looked at her watch. She went out into the lobby and down the elevator to the reception area of the building and waited over by the main entrance. Time seemed to pass slowly. Actually, only 10 minutes had gone by since her phone call. Finally, a man she didn't recognize, but who clearly knew her by sight, appeared and handed her something. She looked down at it. When she looked back up, he had already disappeared. She put what he had given her into her pocket and hurried back up to her apartment. "Where's Jordan?" she asked Mary. "I believe he's in the bedroom getting dressed. Are you all right, Miss Knight?" "Yes, my stomach was just a little upset, but I'm fine now. I decided to stretch my legs and do some window shopping downstairs, get some fresh air. Would you mix up some cocktails and put them out on the terrace?" "It's starting to rain, but the awning's up, and I feel very claustrophobic all of a sudden. I need the air. It's been so hot and humid lately, and the rain has made things so cool. So very cool," she said wistfully. "Make Jordan's favorite, will you?" "Beefeater martini with a twist, yes, ma'am." "And the dinner, Mary, please make sure it's absolutely wonderful, just perfect." "I will, ma'am." Mary headed to the bar with a puzzled look on her face. Elizabeth Knight squeezed her hands together to fight the waves of panic. She just had to stop thinking about it. If she was going to make it through this, she had to merely act, not think. "Please, God, help me," she prayed. Chapter 56. Fisk stared moodily out the car window at the dark clouds. He and Sarah were halfway to Washington, and neither one had said much on the drive up. Sarah turned on the wipers as the rain started to fall. She looked over at him and frowned. "John, we've got a lot of information to work with. We might want to use the next hour making some sense of it all." Fisk glanced at her. "I guess you're right. Do you have pen and paper anywhere?" "Don't you have that in your briefcase?" He undid his seatbelt, pulled his briefcase from the back seat, and popped it open. He pushed through the stack of mail until his hands closed around a bulky package. Christ, that was fast. "What?" "I think this is Harms's service record." Fisk tore it open and started reading. 10 minutes later, he looked at her. It's in 2 different parts: his service record, portions of the record of court-martial, and the personnel list from Fort Plessy during the time Harms was stationed there. Fisk pulled out a section marked Medical Records. He studied the pages and then stopped. "Would you like to guess why Rufus Harms was so insubordinate, wouldn't take orders, was always in trouble?" "He was dyslexic," Sarah answered promptly. "How the hell did you know that?" "A couple of things. Even the little I saw of it, the handwriting and spelling on the appeal was so bad. That's a sign of dyslexia, although it's not conclusive. But when I talked to George Barker, remember he told me that story about Rufus fixing his printing press?" Fisk nodded. "Well, he recalled Rufus saying that he didn't want to look at the manual for the printing press, that the words would just mess him up. I went to school with a girl who had dyslexia. She once told me more or less the same thing. It's like you can't communicate with the world. Although, from our encounter the other night, it looks like Rufus has conquered his disability. If he can survive in prison all those years with people trying to kill him, he can do anything he sets his mind to." Fisk looked back at the records. "Looks like he was diagnosed with it after the murder, probably during the court-martial proceedings. Maybe Ryder discovered it. Preparing a defense requires some client cooperation." "Dyslexia is not a defense to murder." "No, but I know what is." "What?" Sarah asked excitedly. "What?" "First, a question. Leo D'Alessandro, is he having an affair with his secretary?" "Why are you asking that?" "He had makeup on his coat collar." "Maybe it was from his wife." "Maybe, but I don't think so." "I really doubt he was having an affair because his secretary just got married." "I didn't think they were." "So why did you ask me?" "Just covering all the bases. I don't think D'Alessandro got it from his wife either. I think he was wearing it." "Why would a man, a chief of police no less, be wearing makeup?" "To cover the bruises he got when I hit him in my brother's apartment." Sarah's breath caught as Fisk continued. "I haven't seen D'Alessandro since that night. He wasn't at the meeting at the court after Wright was murdered. I've been with Chandler a lot, and the man never came to check up on the investigation. At least while I was there. I think he was avoiding me, maybe afraid I'd recognize him somehow. Why in the world would Leo D'Alessandro have been at your brother's apartment? In response, Fisk held up a sheaf of papers. The list of personnel stationed at Fort Plessy. Luckily, it's alphabetized. He turned toward the end of the roster. Sergeant Victor Tremaine. He turned another page. Captain Frank Rayfield. He flipped back through some pages and stopped. Private Rufus Harms. Then he went back near the beginning, circled a name with his pen, and said triumphantly, and Corporal Leo D'Alessandro. Good God! Then Rayfield, Tremaine, and D'Alessandro were the men in the stockade that night? I think so. How did you know D'Alessandro was in the military? I saw a photo of D'Alessandro in his office. He was much younger, in uniform, his army uniform. I think the three of them went there to teach Rufus Harms a lesson. I think we'll find they all fought in Vietnam and Rufus didn't. He wouldn't follow orders, was always in trouble. But what the hell did they do to Rufus Harms? I think they... The car phone rang. Sarah glanced at Fisk and then picked it up. Her face went pale as she listened. Yes, I'll accept the call. Hello? What? Okay, calm down. He's right here. She handed the phone to Fisk. Rufus Harms, and he doesn't sound good. Fisk gripped the phone. Rufus, where are you? Rufus was inside the Jeep, parked next to a payphone. He had one hand on the phone, the other on Josh, who was now slipping into longer periods of unconsciousness, but still had the pistol wedged against his side. Richmond, he answered. I'm 2 minutes from the address on the card you gave me. Josh is hurt bad. I need a damn doctor, and I need him quick. Okay, tell me what happened. Rayfield and Tremaine caught up to us. Where are they now? They're dead, damn it, and my brother's about ready to join them. You said you'd help me. Well, I need help. Fisk glanced in the rearview mirror. The black sedan was still back there. He thought quickly. Okay, I'll meet you at my office in 2 hours. Josh ain't got 2 hours. He's shot the hell up. We're going to take care of Josh right now, Rufus. I'm meeting you, not Josh. What the hell are you talking about? I'm going to call a buddy of mine who's a cop. He'll get an ambulance. They'll take care of him. MCV Hospital is only a few minutes from my office. No police. Fisk yelled into the phone. Do you want Josh to die? Do you? Fisk took the silence as Rufus's surrender to whatever help Fisk could give him. Describe the car to me and give me the intersection where you are right now. Rufus did so. My friend will have help there in a few minutes. Leave Josh in the car. As soon as you hang up, walk to my office building. It's open. Go in the front door and go down the flight of stairs on your left. You go through another door. There's a door on your right marked supplies. It's unlocked. Get in there and sit tight. I'll be down quick as I can. I also want you to take your brother's wallet because I don't want him to have any ID. If they know it's Josh, they're going to start looking for you nearby. That includes my office. The police cordoning off the area would throw a real wrench in my plan. What if somebody sees me, maybe recognizes me? We don't have much choice now, Rufus. I'm trusting you. Please help my brother. Please don't let me down. Rufus, I'm trusting you too. Don't let me down. When Rufus hung up, he looked at Josh. He slipped a gun under his shirt and reached out to touch his brother. He thought Josh was completely unconscious now, but when Rufus brushed his shoulder gently with his finger, Josh opened his eyes. Josh. I heard. The voice was weak. Everything about him was now. He wants me to take your wallet so they won't know who you are just yet. In my back pocket. Rufus slid it out. Now get going. Rufus considered this for a moment. I can stay with you. We go together. No good. Josh spit up some more blood. Docs'll sew me up. I've been hurt a lot worse than this. Josh moved a shaky hand out, touched his brother's face, brushed away the wetness from his eyes. I'm going to stay with you, Josh. You stay. All this is for nothing. I can't leave you alone, not like this, not after all these years away. With a painful grimace, Josh sat up. You ain't leaving me alone. Give it to me. Give you what? Josh said, The Bible. Without taking his eyes off his brother, Rufus slowly reached behind the seat and handed him the book. In return, Josh held out the pistol that had been wedged against his ribs for all these hours. Rufus looked at him questioningly. Fair swap, Josh said hoarsely. Rufus thought he saw a smile flicker across his brother's lips before Josh closed his eyes, his breathing shallow but steady. One large hand gripped the Bible so tightly the spine of the book twisted. As Rufus climbed out of the Jeep, he looked back once more, and then left his brother behind. Fisk finally reached Hawkins at home. Don't ask me why or how, Billy. I can't tell you who it is. For now he's a John Doe. Stall the paperwork and drive the Jeep to the hospital. Fisk hung up. John, how are we going to meet Rufus with the FBI right behind us? Sarah said. I'm meeting Rufus. You're not. Wait a minute, Sarah. I want to see this through. Believe me, you will. You have to make a phone call for me to my friend at the JAG. What about? And you still haven't told me what you think happened in that stockade 25 years ago. He put one hand on top of hers. United States versus Stanley. An innocent soldier and LSD, Fisk said, watching her eyes go wide. Only worse, he added. After making a quick stop at Sarah's home, they drove to National Airport and parked. Fisk tugged the trench coat around him and pulled his hat down tightly over his head as the rain began to fall harder. He opened a big umbrella and covered Sarah with it. They went to the general aviation terminal and then out the other side to the boarding area, where they climbed in a sedan with tinted windows. A couple minutes later, the car pulled away from the curb. Behind them were two FBI agents, one of whom was already communicating this development to his superiors. Then he went over to the service counter to determine the destination of the flight Fisk and Sarah were about to get on. The other agent went out and watched as the sedan pulled up to the Falcon 2000. Inside the sedan, Fisk and the driver, Chuck Herman's co-pilot, were busy switching places. The driver put on the trench coat and hat. From a distance, he would look like Fisk. Their plan was to have Sarah stay on the plane for an hour, during which time she would attempt to contact Fisk's JAG friend, Phil Jansen. Then she would leave. They knew the FBI would question her about Fisk's disappearance, but they would have no grounds to detain her. The FBI agent watched as a thin, white-haired man came down the steps from the plane and greeted Sarah and the man whom he assumed was Fisk as they climbed out of the car. The group went up the steps and into the plane. The sedan pulled away. The FBI agent kept his eyes on the plane as the sedan passed by him and continued onto the main road leading out of the terminal. Driving the sedan, Fisk let out a deep breath as he pulled onto the George Washington Parkway. Within 10 minutes, he was headed south on Interstate 95 toward Richmond. Traffic was heavy. It was almost 3 hours before he pulled the car up to his office building. He had already checked in with Billy Hawkins. Josh Harms was in surgery at MCV. It didn't look good, Hawkins had told him. Fisk parked the car and went around to the office's rear entrance, just in case. He made his way to the lower level and approached the supply room. Please be there, he urged Rufus. He tapped on the door. Rufus, he said quietly, it's John Fisk. Rufus cautiously opened the door. Let's get out of here. Rufus gripped his arm. How's Josh? He's in surgery. All you can do is pray. That's all I've been doing. They went out the rear entrance, walked quickly to Fisk's car, and climbed in. Where are we going? Rufus said. You want to tell me about the letter from the Army? What about it? They wanted to follow up on the phencyclidine testing, right? Harms stiffened. What? You know, PCP. How did you know about that? Same thing happened to another guy in the Army named Stanley, who was in a bogus program. They used LSD on him. I wasn't in no damn PCP program, even if they said I was. He pulled out the letter and gave it to Fisk. Fisk took a moment to read it and then looked at him. Tell me about it, Rufus. Harms sat back as much as he could. He was so large that his knees touched the dash and his head brushed the car's ceiling. They'd been out to get me for a while, Tremaine and Rayfield. And D'Alessandro? Corporal Leo D'Alessandro? Yeah, him too. I guess they didn't take too kindly to me sitting nice and snug in the States, even if it was in the stockade. They didn't know about your dyslexia? You seem to know a damn lot. Go on. I had plenty of run-ins with that group before. Tremaine got thrown in the stockade with me one night for drinking. He told me real directly what he thought about me. I guess they planned this thing out. They came in the stockade one night. Leo had a gun. They made me close my eyes, get on the floor. The next thing I knew, they stuck something in me. I opened my eyes and saw the needle coming out of my arm. They all stood there laughing, waiting for me to die. I could tell from what they said that was their plan, OD me on the stuff. How the hell did you go from getting pumped with PCP to escaping from the stockade? My whole body seemed to swell up like somebody was pumping air in me. I remember getting up and it felt like the room wasn't big enough to hold me. I tossed them all aside like they were made of straw. They had left the door unlocked. The guard on duty came running up, but I hit him like a truck, and then I was running free. His breathing had accelerated, his huge hands clasping and unclasping, as though reliving what he had done with them so long ago. And you ran into Ruth Ann Mosley? She was there visiting her brother. Rufus slammed his fist down onto the dash. If only God had struck me down before I got to that little girl. Why did it have to be a child? Why? Tears streamed down the man's face. It wasn't your fault, Rufus. PCP can make you do anything. Anything. It wasn't your fault. In answer, Rufus held up his hands and bellowed. These did it. No matter what shit they put in me, ain't nothing gonna change the fact that I killed that beautiful little girl. Ain't nothing on this earth gonna make that go away. Is it? Is it? Rufus's eyes blazed at Fisk, but then he closed them and slumped back, as though lifeless. Fisk tried to keep calm. And you remembered nothing until you got the letter? Finally, Rufus came around. Hell, all those years, the only thing I remembered from that night was sitting in the stockade reading the Bible my mama gave me. The next thing I knew, I'm next to this dead little girl, that's all. He wiped the tears away with his sleeve. PCP can do that, too. Screw with your memory. Probably the shock of it all, too. Rufus took a heavy breath. Sometimes I think that crap's still in me. But you pleaded guilty to the murder anyway? There was a bunch of witnesses. Samuel Ryder said if I didn't take the deal, they'd convict me and then they'd execute me. What the hell else was I supposed to do? Fisk thought about that for a moment and then said quietly, I guess I would have done the same thing. But when I got that letter, it was like somebody turned this big light on inside my head, and some part of my brain that had been all dark got real bright, and everything came back to me, every damn little bit. And so you wrote the letter to the court and asked Ryder to file it for you? Rufus nodded. And then your brother came to see me, said he believed in justice, wanted to help me if I was telling the truth. He was a good man. Yes, he was, Fisk said hoarsely. The thing was, he had brought my letter with him. Rayfield and old Vic weren't going to let him go. No way. I went crazy when I found out. They took me to the infirmary, tried to kill me there. I got to the hospital and Josh busted me out. You said Tremaine and Rayfield are dead. Rufus nodded. He took another deep breath, watched the rain falling over the darkened Richmond skyline, and then looked over at Fisk. Now you know everything I know, so what are we going to do? I'm not sure, was all Fisk could manage to say. Chapter 57. Chuck Herman smiled as he passed Sarah in the plain aisle. This is the only time I've ever been paid not to fly. This is Washington, Chuck. They pay farmers not to grow crops, too, Sarah said dryly. She picked up the cell phone for the 10th time and dialed Phil Jansen's home number. His office had already told Sarah that Jansen had left for the day. Luckily, Fisk had given her Jansen's home number, too. She was relieved when Jansen finally answered. She quickly introduced herself and explained her connection to Fisk. I don't have much time, Mr. Jansen, so I might as well get to the point. In the past, has the Army been involved in PCP testing programs? Jansen's voice tensed. Why exactly are you asking that, Miss Evans? John thinks that Rufus Harms was involuntarily given PCP when he was in an Army stockade at Fort Plessy 25 years ago. He thinks the exposure to PCP caused Harms to go berserk and kill a little girl. He's been in prison for the crime ever since. Sarah recounted all that she and Fisk had deduced, along with what they had learned from Rufus at Ryder's office. Sarah continued, Rufus Harms recently received a letter from the Army asking him to participate in a follow-up test to determine the long-term effects of PCP. That's what happened to Sergeant James Stanley, right? The Army sent him a letter. That was the only reason he knew the Army had given him LSD. Well, we think a group of Army personnel forcefully administered PCP to Harms in the stockade, but not as part of any program. We think they intended to use the drug to kill him. Instead, he broke free and committed the murder. Jansen said, Wait a minute. Why did the Army send him a letter saying Harms was in the program if he wasn't? We think whoever gave Harms the PCP enrolled him in the program. And why would they do that? If they killed him with the PCP and there was an autopsy, presumably the substance would have been found in his bloodstream. Yes, it would, Jansen said slowly. So they enrolled him in the program to cover that up. The coroner would chalk it up to an unfortunate reaction to the drug. I can't believe this. Right, so such a program existed? Yes, Jansen conceded. It's public information now, all declassified. It was run jointly by the Army and CIA in the 70s. They wanted to determine if PCP could be used to build super soldiers. If Harms was listed in the program's records, he would have recently received a follow-up letter. Jansen paused for a moment. What are you and John going to do now? I wish we knew. Sarah thanked Jansen and hung up. She waited a while longer and then left the plane and walked across the tarmac to the terminal. She was immediately stopped by the 2 FBI agents. Where's Fisk? One of them demanded. John Fisk? She asked innocently. Come on, Miss Evans. He left a while back. The agents looked startled. Left? How? I assume he drove. Now, if you'll excuse me. She smiled as the stunned men took off at a dead run toward the plane. They had no grounds to detain her. She took the opportunity to hop on the shuttle bus to the garage and got her car. She drove out of the airport and headed south. A sudden thought hit her, and she pulled off the road and into a gas station. Keeping the motor running, she opened Fisk's briefcase and took out the packet of documents they had received from St. Louis. She wasn't sure how closely Fisk had examined them, but it had occurred to her that it was possible the Army might have put a copy of the letter they had sent to Rufus Harms in his official file, although technically it had been closed upon the occasion of his court-martial. It was worth a look. A half-hour later, she sat back, disappointed. She started returning the papers to the briefcase when her hand closed around the personnel list from Fort Plessy. She leafed through the pages, noting the names of Victor Tremaine and Frank Rayfield. Then her eyes sadly passed over the name of Rufus Harms. So many years of his life gone. As she was thinking this, she was continuing to turn pages, running her eye down the personnel list. As soon as she saw the name, she froze. When she finally broke out of her trance, she did so with such force that she bumped her head against the window. She threw the file down and slammed the car into gear, burning rubber on the slick pavement as she sped out of the gas station. She glanced down at the floorboard where the personnel list had landed, where the name Warren McKenna seemed to stare back at her, taunting her. She never looked back, so she didn't notice the car that had followed her from the airport. Chapter 58. Harold Ramsey leaned back in his chair, a grave look on his face. I never imagined that anything like this could have happened here. McKenna and Chandler sat in Ramsey's chambers. McKenna watched the Chief Justice closely. They seemed to make eye contact for a moment, and then McKenna looked away and glanced over at Chandler. Well, we don't have any solid proof one way or another about whether Michael Fisk actually stole an appeal, or if there even was an appeal, Chandler said. Ramsey shook his head in disagreement. After the discussion with Sarah Evans, can there be any doubt? Discussion? Inquisition was more like it, Chandler thought. It's still speculation, and I would advise against going public with the information. I agree, McKenna said. It could complicate the investigation. I thought you were convinced that John Fisk was behind it all, Ramsey said. If you're changing your position now, I don't see how we're any farther ahead than we were 2 days ago. Murders don't just solve themselves, and this one is a little more complex than usual, and I never said I had changed my position, McKenna said. Fisk's gun was missing from his office. No big surprise there. Don't worry, things are falling into place. Ramsey looked unconvinced. I really don't see why waiting a bit will hurt, Chandler said. And if things turn out the way we hope, maybe the public never has to know. I don't see how that is possible, Ramsey said angrily. But I suppose it won't make this disaster any more horrible by taking your advice. For now. What about Fisk and Evans? Where are they? We have them under surveillance, McKenna answered. So you know where they are right now? Ramsey asked. McKenna maintained his stone face. He wasn't about to admit that, in fact, both Sarah and Fisk had managed to elude his FBI surveillance team. McKenna had just gotten that message a minute before he had stepped into this meeting. "Yes," McKenna answered. "Where are they?" Ramsey asked. "I'm afraid I can't give out that information, Mr. Chief Justice." He added quickly, "As much as I'd like to accommodate you, we really need to keep that confidential." Ramsey looked sternly at him. "Agent McKenna, you promised to keep the court informed about the progress of this case." "I did. That's why I'm here right now." "The court has its own police force. Chief D'Alessandro and Ron Claus are out right this very minute trying to solve this thing. We have our own investigation ongoing, and it's in the best interests of everybody that we have full disclosure. Now, please, answer my question. Where are they?" "What you say makes a lot of sense, but I'm afraid I still can't divulge that information," he said. "FBI policy, you understand." Ramsey arched his eyebrows. "I think I should speak to someone else at the Bureau then," he said. "I don't like going over people's heads, Agent McKenna, but this is a unique situation." "I'd be glad to give you some names to call at the Bureau, starting with the director himself," McKenna offered pleasantly. "Do you have anything of actual importance to report?" Ramsey said dryly. "Or is that it?" McKenna stood up. "We're trying as hard as we can to get to the bottom of this, and I'm convinced that, with a little luck, we will." Ramsey stood up too, towering over them. "A word of advice, Agent McKenna. Never leave anything to chance. Anyone who does that usually lives to regret it." Sarah unlocked the door to her cottage and hurried inside. From her car, she had tried phoning Fisk's home and office, then had tried Ed Fisk, too, but he had heard nothing from his son. She threw her purse down on the kitchen table, went upstairs, and changed out of her wet clothes and into jeans and a T-shirt. She was nearing panic, and she wasn't sure what to do. If D'Alessandro was in on this, that was bad enough. He was privy to what was happening with the investigation. The fact that FBI agent Warren McKenna was also involved was potentially catastrophic. He was practically running the damn investigation. She could now see the subtle manipulations of the FBI agent at every juncture in the case. Fisk implicated, herself forced to quit the court, all of it building motive for John's killing his brother. It was all untrue, and yet, for someone just looking at the bare facts, it would make sense. She tried Chandler's office. She wanted to know definitively if Agent McKenna had been stationed at Fort Plessy, or if it had been simply someone else with the same name. She couldn't believe 2 McKennas would be involved here, but she needed to be sure. Unfortunately, Chandler wasn't in. Who else could she call who would have that information? Jansen might be able to find out, but it would probably take him a while. It suddenly hit her. She dialed the number. After 3 rings, a woman answered. It was the housekeeper. "Is he in? It's Sarah Evans." A minute later, Jordan Knight's voice came on the line. "Sarah?" "I know this is terrible timing, Senator." "I heard what happened today." His tone was cold. "I know what you must think, and I'm sure nothing I could say would change your mind." "You're probably right about that. However, for what it's worth, Beth feels terrible about what happened. She was one of your strongest supporters." "I appreciate that." Sarah held the phone away from her ear as she struggled to hold her nerves in check. Every second counted now. "I need a favor." "A favor?" Jordan sounded perplexed. "Some information on someone." "Sarah, I hardly think this is appropriate." "Senator, I will never, ever call you again, but I really need to know the answer to my question, and with all your information resources, you're the only person I can think of to ask. Please, for old time's sake." Jordan pondered this for a moment. "Well, I'm not at my office right now. I was just settling down to a late dinner with Beth, in fact." "But you could call your office, or maybe the FBI?" "The FBI?" he said loudly. She hurried on. "A phone call would be all that it would take. I'm at home. You can even have the person call me back directly. You and I won't even have to speak again." Finally, Jordan relented. "All right, what's your question?" "It's about Agent McKenna." "What about him?" "I need to know if he ever served in the Army, specifically at Fort Plessy during the 70s. "Why in the world do you need to know that?" "Senator, it would take me far too long to explain." He sighed. "All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll have someone from my office check and then call you. You'll be at home?" "Yes." "Sarah, I hope you know what you're doing." "If you can believe it, Senator, I really do." "If you say so," he replied, not sounding convinced. When he went back into the dining room about 15 minutes later, Elizabeth looked up at him. What in the world did Sarah want? The strangest thing. You know that FBI agent fellow? The one you were complaining about? She tensed. Warren McKenna? What about him? She wanted to know if he had ever served in the Army. Elizabeth Knight dropped her fork. Why would she want to know that? I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. Jordan looked over at her curiously, noting her tension. Are you all right? I'm fine. This has just been a day from hell. I know, honey, I know, he said soothingly. He looked down at his cold meal. I guess our relaxing evening just went out the window. What did you tell her? Tell her? I told her I'd check, and that I'd have somebody get back to her. That's what I was doing, calling my office. I guess they can check on the computer or something. Where is Sarah? At home, waiting for the answer to her question. Elizabeth got up, her face pale. Beth, are you all right? A headache just hit me. I need some aspirin. I can get it for you. No, that's all right. Finish your dinner. Then maybe we can finally relax. A worried-looking Jordan Knight watched his wife go down the hallway. Elizabeth Knight did indeed get some aspirin, since she did have a very real headache. Then she slipped down the hallway to her bedroom, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Hello? The voice said. Sarah Evans just called. She asked Jordan a question. What was the question? She wanted to know if you had ever been in the Army. Warren McKenna loosened his tie and took a sip of water from the glass on his desk. He had just returned from the meeting at the court. And what did he tell her? That he'd check and get back to her. Elizabeth did her best to fight back the tears. McKenna nodded to himself. Where is she? She told Jordan she was at home. And John Fisk? I don't know. Apparently she didn't say. McKenna grabbed his coat. Thanks for the information, Justice Knight. It might prove to be even more valuable than one of your opinions. Elizabeth Knight slowly hung up the receiver and then picked it up again. She couldn't leave it like this. She dialed information and got the number. The call was answered. Detective Chandler, please. Tell him it's Elizabeth Knight and it's urgent. Chandler came on the line. What can I do for you, Justice Knight? Detective Chandler, please don't ask me how I know, but you have to get to Sarah Evans's house. I think she's in grave danger. Please hurry. Chandler didn't waste time asking questions. He raced out of his office without even hanging up the phone. Elizabeth Knight slowly put down the receiver. She had thought her work at the court was pressure-filled, but this... She knew that no matter how this turned out, her life was going to be devastated. For her, there was no way out. How ironic, she thought, that justice would end up destroying her. The figure was outfitted in dark clothing, a ski mask pulled over his face. He had followed Sarah down to Richmond and then trailed her and Fisk and the FBI agents back to Washington. He was very grateful that she had lost the FBI agents. It would make his job much easier. Crouching down, he made his way over to the car and opened the driver's side door. The dome light came on when he did so, and he quickly twisted the control to dim it. He looked at the windows of the house. He saw Sarah pass by once, but she didn't look outside. He pulled a small flashlight from his pocket and swept the beam around the car's interior. He saw the papers on the floorboard, glanced at them, and noted the encircled name. He gathered up the files and put them in a knapsack he was carrying. He pulled a pistol from his holster and attached a silencer to the muzzle. Looking up at the house again, he saw no sign of Sarah this time, but she was in there, alone. He put out the light and headed toward the house. Sarah had been nervously pacing the kitchen, constantly checking her watch and waiting for a phone call from Jordan Knight's office. She stepped out onto the rear deck and watched as a jet slid past under the canopy of dark clouds. Then she looked down at her sailboat as it nudged against the rubber tires that were affixed to the dock to act as buffers between the smooth fiberglass and the rough wood. She had to smile as she thought back to the events of last night. The smile disappeared as she recalled what she and Fisk had discussed after their encounter at the nursing home. She pressed her bare toes against the damp wood and took a moment to breathe in the soothing smells of the wet, rustic surroundings. She went inside and up the stairs, stopping at the doorway of her bedroom and looking inside. The bed was still unmade. She sat down on the mattress and picked up one edge of the sheet as she recalled their lovemaking. She thought of how Fisk had pulled his T-shirt back down. The scar went from navel to neck, Ed had told her, as if it could ever actually make a difference to her. and yet Fisk obviously believed it could. She listened as another jet passed overhead, and then the silence returned. Silence so profound, she could clearly hear the side door of the cottage open. She jumped up and raced to the stairs. "John?" There was no answer, and when the downstairs light went out, a shiver of fear hit her spine. She ran into her bedroom, shut and locked the door. Her chest heaving, her own pulse bursting in her eardrums, she looked around desperately for a weapon, but there was no way to escape. The window was small, and even if she could manage to wriggle through, the room was 2 stories off the ground, a concrete sidewalk down below, and breaking both her legs didn't seem like a good idea. Her sense of desperation turned to panic when the sounds of the footsteps reached her. She now cursed herself for not having a phone in the bedroom. She held her breath as she saw the doorknob slowly turn, until the lock halted the movement, but both the lock and the door were very old. As something hit the door with a solid blow, she instinctively jumped back, a small scream escaping her lips. She scanned the room before her gaze settled on the 4-poster bed. She raced over and grabbed one of the pineapple-shaped finials off one of the bedposts. Thank God she had never gotten around to having the bed actually canopied. The finial was solid wood and weighed at least a pound. She held it in one upraised hand and stepped quickly over to the door. It shook as another blow landed, the lock bending under the force of it. The door frame started to splinter. After that impact, she reached over, quietly unlocked the door, and then stood back. With the door unbolted, the next blow sent it and the man flying into the room. Sarah's arm came down swiftly, and the finial hit flesh. She raced through the doorway and down the hallway. The man she had struck lay on the floor, holding his shoulder and moaning. Sarah knew that Rayfield and Tremaine were dead. Then the man she had just hit was either D'Alessandro or... She shuddered at the thought of the man being in her home. Warren McKenna. She navigated the stairs in 2 jumps, grabbed her car keys off the table, and threw open the door on her way to the car. She let out a shriek of terror. The second man stared back at her, calmly, coolly. As he stepped forward, Leo D'Alessandro pointed a pistol directly at her. The man in black came racing down the stairs, holding his shoulder, his gun trained on her as well. D'Alessandro closed the door. Sarah looked at the man behind her. It must be McKenna. But then her expression changed. This man wasn't nearly big enough to be the FBI agent. The ski mask came off, and Richard Perkins glared at her. Then he smiled at her obvious astonishment and pulled some papers from his knapsack. "You must have overlooked my name on the Fort Plessy service roster, Sarah. How sloppy of you." She stared at him angrily. "The Marshal of the Supreme Court and the Chief of its police, parties to a despicable crime." "Harms killed that girl, not me," D'Alessandro said. "Have you made yourself believe that, Leo? You killed her, not Rufus, just as sure as if your hands were around her neck." D'Alessandro's face turned ugly. "That son of a bitch, if I had my way I would have pumped him full of lead instead of some damn drug. He was a disgrace to the uniform." "He was dyslexic," Sarah screamed at him. "He didn't follow orders because he couldn't understand them, you idiot. You destroyed his life and that girl's for nothing." A smirk appeared on D'Alessandro's face. "I don't see it that way, not at all. He got what he deserved." "How's the face, Leo? John really popped you. He knows everything, of course." "We'll just have to visit him, too." "You, Vic Tremaine, and Frank Rayfield?" "You're damn right," D'Alessandro said with a sneer. "Your buddies are dead." Sarah's smile emerged as D'Alessandro's faded. "They ambushed Rufus and his brother, but just like last time they couldn't finish the job," she added tauntingly. "And I hope I get the chance to do it for them." Sarah stared him up and down and finally shook her head in disgust. "Tell me something, Leo. How did vermin like you ever get to be a police chief of anything?" He slapped her across the face and would have hit her again if Perkins hadn't stopped him. "We don't have time for this crap, Leo." He gripped Sarah by the shoulder. That's when the phone rang. Perkins looked at D'Alessandro. "Fisk?" He looked again at Sarah. "Fisk is with Harms, isn't he? That's why you had to split up, isn't it?" Sarah looked away as the phone rang again. Perkins stuck his pistol under her chin, and his finger tightened on the trigger. "I'll ask you one more time. Is Fisk with Rufus Harms?" He pushed the gun harder against her skin. "In 2 seconds your head will disappear, I swear to God. Answer me." Yes, he's with him," she said in a strangled voice as the metal pushed against her windpipe. He shoved her to the phone. Answer it. If it's Fisk, pick a place to meet. Make it somewhere around here, but private. Tell him you found some more information. You say anything to warn him you're dead. She hesitated. Do it or die. Sarah could see now that the mild-mannered Perkins was actually the more dangerous of her two captors. She slowly picked up the phone. Perkins stood next to her listening, his gun pressed against her temple. She took a quick breath to try to calm herself. Hello? Sarah? It was Fisk. I've been trying to reach you everywhere. I know, I just checked my messages. I'm with Rufus. Perkins pushed the gun against her head as he listened. Where are you? She asked. We're halfway to D.C. at a rest stop. What's your plan? I think it's time we went to Chandler. Rufus and I have talked it over. Perkins shook his head and pointed at the phone. I don't think that's such a good idea, John. Why not? I've found out some things you need to know first, before you go to Chandler. Like what? I can't tell you over the phone. It could be bugged. Come on, I kind of doubt that, Sarah. Look, I tell you what, give me the number where you're at and I'll call you from the car. She looked over at Perkins. We can arrange to meet someplace. Then we can go to Chandler. The FBI has the tag number of the car you're in. You have to get rid of it anyway. He gave her the number, and she wrote it down on a pad by the phone and ripped off the top sheet. Are you sure you can't tell me over the phone? I talked to your friend at the JAG, Sarah said, whispering a silent prayer for what she was about to say next. If Fisk reacted the wrong way, she was dead. She had to trust him. Darnell Jackson told me all about the PCP testing. Fisk stiffened and looked over at Rufus, who sat in the car at the darkened rest stop. Darnell Jackson. He answered quickly. Darnell's never let me down before. Sarah let out an inaudible breath. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. She hung up and looked at the two men. Perkins grinned malevolently. Good job, Sarah. Now let's go see your friends. Chapter 59. After Sarah called him back with the meeting place, Fisk made one more phone call. The news was not good at all. Then he got in the car and looked at Harms. He's got Sarah. Who's got her? Harms asked. Your old buddy, D'Alessandro. He's the only one left. What are you talking about, the only one left? Rayfield and Tremaine are dead. That leaves D'Alessandro. Sarah tipped me off without him catching on. Fisk stopped and stared at Rufus, who was staring back at him quizzically. Fisk spoke haltingly. Rufus, how many men were in the stockade that night? 5. Fisk slumped back. I only know about the 3 I just mentioned. Who are the other 2? Perkins, Dick Perkins. Fisk thought he might be sick. Richard Perkins is the Marshal of the Supreme Court. I ain't seen him since that night and damn glad of it. Except for Tremaine, he was the worst of the bunch. He'd come in and beat me with his damn baton. He's the one who shot me up with the PCP. And the 5th man? Didn't know him, never seen him before. That's okay. I think I know who it is. Sarah had not told him about finding the man's name on Fort Plessy's personnel roster, but Fisk had finally figured it out himself. Warren McKenna's image appeared starkly in his thoughts. That's why the FBI agent was trying to frame him. It all made sense. Fisk started up the car. Where are we going? Sarah just called back. They want us to meet them at a place off the GW Parkway in Virginia. I tried to get hold of Chandler, but he wasn't in. I left a message telling him where we'll be. I just hope he gets it in time. And we're gonna go? If we don't, they'll kill Sarah. If you want to stay behind, you can. In response, Rufus slid a pistol out of his pocket and handed it to Fisk. You know how to use one of these things? Fisk took the pistol, pulled back the slide, and made sure a round was chambered. I think I can manage, he said. It was well after midnight now, and the parkway was deserted. At various points there were pull-offs with picnic areas and small parks, where, during the day, families would gather for barbecues and quality time. But now, as Fisk pulled the car down the road, the area was dark, isolated, and, he knew, deadly. He eyed the exit signs until he found the one he wanted. At the same time that he saw the sign, he spotted Sarah's car parked in the otherwise empty parking lot. Large trees served as a backdrop to the grassy picnic area. Beyond them, Fisk could make out the deeper darkness that was the Potomac River. Rufus was crouched in the back seat, his eyes level with the bottom edge of the window. His gaze swept the darkened landscape. Somebody's in the car. Can't tell if it's a man or woman, though, he said. Fisk squinted and then nodded in confirmation. They had devised a plan of sorts on the way up. Now that the lay of the land had been established, they could implement that plan. He pulled ahead a little until they passed a bend in the road that took them beyond the line of sight from Sarah's car. Fisk pulled to a stop. The back door of the car opened, and Rufus quickly disappeared into the surrounding trees and headed through the woods toward the parking lot. Fisk drove into the parking lot and pulled up a couple of spaces from Sarah's car. He looked over and was relieved to see her in the driver's seat. He pulled his gun and slowly got out. He looked over the top of his car. "Sarah?" She looked at him, nodded, and smiled tightly. The smile disappeared when the man next to her rose up and pointed a gun against her head. They both got out of the driver's side. D'Alessandro locked one arm around her neck, his free hand holding the gun tightly against her temple. "Over here, Fisk," D'Alessandro said. Fisk did his best to look shocked. "Where's Harms?" D'Alessandro said. Fisk made a show of rubbing his cheek. "He had a change of heart, didn't want to go to the cops, hit me and took off." "And left you the car? I don't think so. Give me the answer I want, or your girlfriend gets a chunk of lead in her brain." "I'm telling you the truth. You know he's been in prison all these years. He didn't take the car because he can't even drive." D'Alessandro considered this for a moment. "Come over here. I want your hands way, way up in the air." Fisk slipped the pistol in the back of his waistband and put his hands up in the air. He stepped slowly around the car and walked toward them. When he got close enough, he saw the ugly bruise on Sarah's cheek. "Are you all right, Sarah?" She nodded. "I'm sorry, John." Right. Look, just shut up," D'Alessandro said. "Exactly where did Harms get away from you?" "When we got off the interstate, we came up Route 1. That was pretty stupid of him to go off like that. He'll never get far." "Well, like they say, you can lead a horse to water." "Why don't I believe a word you're saying?" "Maybe because you've been a lying sack of shit all your life and you figure everybody's the same way." D'Alessandro pointed his gun at Fisk's head. "It's going to be so much fun blowing you away." "Kind of hard disposing of a couple bodies." D'Alessandro glanced toward the river. "Not when you've got the best of Mother Nature to help you." "And you don't think Chandler will suspect anything?" "What's to suspect? The cops think you killed your brother for the insurance money. The chick here got fired today because of you and your dumb brother. Her whole career ruined. You two meet up, things get violent. Maybe you kill her and then pop yourself. Maybe it's the other way around. Who cares? They'll find her car, and a few days or weeks later, they'll find your bodies floating somewhere. What's left of them, anyway. Case closed." "Actually, that's a good plan. And since I know there's no way you could have thought of it, where are your partners?" "What are you talking about?" "The other two guys in the stockade that night." "Perkins is one," Sarah blurted out. "He's here, too." "Shut up," D'Alessandro yelled. "I actually knew that one. I think I can guess who the other one is." "Run your theories by the fish. Let's go." They all started to move toward the riverbank. Fisk glanced back at D'Alessandro. "Don't even think about it, Fisk. I could blow you away from 50 yards, much less 2 feet. And if your plan is to have that stupid lummox jump me from the trees, well then just bring him on." Since that was their plan, Fisk's heart sank. Then a bullet hit the dirt next to D'Alessandro's leg. He shouted and moved the pistol away from Sarah's head. Fisk hit him hard in the belly, doubling him over, and then clocked him in the head with his fist. Before D'Alessandro could recover, Rufus exploded from behind a tree and hit him with the force of a runaway tank. The man sailed down the bank and into the water from the impact. Fisk pulled his gun. Rufus was about to go after D'Alessandro when more shots zipped past them and everybody hit the ground. Fisk had one protective arm over Sarah. "You see anything, Rufus?" "Yeah, but you ain't going to like it. I think those shots came from 2 different places." "Great, both his backups are here. Shit." He clenched his pistol. "Look, Rufus, here's the plan. We'll fire 2 shots each and draw their fire in return so we can see where the muzzle flashes are coming from. Then I'll cover you and you take Sarah and get the hell out of here. Make it to her car and go." Before Sarah could say anything, he added, "Somebody's got to go get Chandler." Rufus said, "I can stay behind. I owe these suckers a lot more than you." "I think you've carried the ball long enough." Fisk aimed his gun. "You fire left and check left. 1, 2, 3. Now." Sarah covered her ears as the shots rang out. A few seconds later, their fire was returned. Fisk and Rufus quickly analyzed the muzzle flashes. Fisk said, "One of them's aiming wild. Maybe we hit him. Okay, I'm going to fire in both directions. Keep your gun ready, but don't shoot. I'm going to move to my right about 10 yards. I'll draw the fire my way. Give me to the count of 20. and then when you hear the first round go, hit it." Fisk started to move away, but Sarah clutched at his hand, unwilling to let him go. Fisk wanted to say something confident, cocky even, to her, to show he wasn't scared, but he was. "I know what I'm doing, Sarah, and I guess 50 years of living is better than nothing." She stared at him as he crawled off, convinced it would be the last time she would see him alive. A minute later the shots began. Rufus half-carried Sarah as they raced for the car. They made it, and Rufus threw open the door and pushed Sarah inside before climbing in. Fisk moved slowly through the underbrush, the smell of hot metal and flamed gunpowder clinging to him. His spirits had faded to nothing. He had counted his shots carefully, but, unknown to him, his clip had not been full to begin with. He had no more ammo. As he heard the car crank up, he smiled grimly. With his thoughts distracted for a moment, his ears still ringing from the shots he had fired, he didn't hear the sound behind him until it was too late. D'Alessandro, dripping filthy river water, pointed the gun at him. Fisk couldn't speak, his mouth too dry. He also couldn't breathe, as though his lungs had sized up the situation and decided to stop working a few seconds before the slug would force them to. 2 bullet holes in him, the third would do the trick. Darnell Jackson had been facing Fisk's gun, had been off balance after killing Fisk's partner. D'Alessandro would have no such problems. Fisk looked in the direction of the river. A week in that water, and not even his father would be able to identify him. He looked back at Leo D'Alessandro, his last image before death. When the shot came, Fisk watched in stunned silence as Leo D'Alessandro pitched forward and lay still. Fisk looked up. What he saw made him wish D'Alessandro had been able to get off his own round. McKenna looked down at him. Fisk could only shake his head. Why couldn't it have been Chandler? Why couldn't he catch a damn break just this once? And then he saw D'Alessandro's pistol, where it had landed very near to him. "Don't try it, Fisk," McKenna said sharply. "You son of a bitch. Actually, I thought you'd want to thank me." "Why? For killing your accomplice before you kill me?" In response, McKenna pulled another pistol from his pocket. "Here's your pistol. I just happened to find it." "Right. Some way, someday, you're going to get what's coming to you." McKenna glanced at D'Alessandro. "Actually, in a way, I just did." The man's next actions absolutely astonished Fisk. McKenna flipped the gun around and handed it to him, grip first. "Now don't go and shoot me." He put a hand out and helped Fisk up. "Chandler's on his way. I managed to catch him at Evans's house. I got there just as Perkins and D'Alessandro were leaving with Sarah. I figured they were trying to use her to set you up. I followed along as your unofficial backup. A little better than the last one you had. I never let my guard down." Fisk just stared at him, unable to speak. "Perkins took off. He was the other guy firing. I tried to hit him, but he was too far off. I also fired the shot to distract Leo. I figured Rufus was around here somewhere." "I thought you were one of the guys in the stockade that night," said Fisk. "I was." "Then what are you doing, clearing your conscience? If you are, you're the only one of the 5 to do it." "I wasn't one of the 5. "But you just said you were in the stockade that night." "There were 6 men there that night other than Rufus." Fisk looked bewildered. "I don't understand." "I was the guard on duty that night, John. It took me 25 years to figure out what happened, but I couldn't have done it without you and Sarah. I think the PCP angle hit me right after it did you at your office. I never even knew about the drug testing at Fort Plessy, although I guess it wasn't something they broadcast. Whether anybody else knew or not, I don't think anyone back there cared about what happened to Rufus Harms." "Actually, I cared." McKenna looked down. "I just didn't have the balls to do anything about it until it was too late. I could have stopped this whole thing." His body seemed to sag for a second as his mind went back to the past. "But I didn't." Fisk studied the man for a moment, still reeling from this last development. "Well, you're doing something about it now. 25 years too late. Rufus is going to be free, isn't he? That's all he cares about." McKenna looked up. "Rufus is free now, John. No one will ever put him back in prison. If they try to, they have to go through me first, and believe me, they won't be able to." Fisk looked toward the road. "What about Perkins?" McKenna smiled. "I know exactly where Perkins is going. We can call Sarah in the car and let her know. As soon as Chandler gets here, we'll go." "Go? Go where?" "Perkins is going to see the 5th person who was in the stockade that night." "Who? Who was it?" "You'll find out. Soon you'll know everything." Chapter 60. When the woman opened the door, Richard Perkins burst in past her. "Where is he?" "In his study." Perkins raced down the hallway and threw open the door. The tall man looked back at him, a calm look in his eyes. Perkins shut the door. "Everything's gone to hell and I'm getting out of here." Jordan Knight sat back and shook his head. "If you run, they'll know you're guilty." "They know I'm guilty now. I kidnapped Sarah Evans. Leo is probably dead by now." "You followed her ever since she left the court today. I hoped when I contacted you it would all have been taken care of. But it's still only her word against yours." "Why would she make up something like that?" Jordan rubbed his chin. "Think about it. She was fired today. You escorted her out the door. She makes wild accusations against you. Perhaps you can invent some others to bolster your position." "Rufus Harms is still out there. I saw him." Jordan's face darkened. "Ah, the celebrated Mr. Harms. He killed Frank and Vic. Two fewer people to worry about, then. That's damn cold-blooded of you. You were the one who told him to kill Michael Fisk. You got all this started." Jordan looked thoughtful. "I still don't know how Rufus Harms was able to identify me in the appeal. He knew all of you. I wasn't even in the Army." "He didn't ID you." Knight looked shocked. Then there was a glint of hope in his eyes. Perkins explained. "I talked to Tremaine. Rayfield lied to you. You weren't named in the appeal, just the four of us." "So, I'm the only unknown." Jordan stood up and looked at Perkins. God, that meant he still had a way out. Only one more thing, one more person to deal with, and this nightmare was over. He almost trembled at the thought of it. "Who knows for how long? God, all this for what? We shoot the bastard up with PCP and it comes down to this." "You actually shot him up, Richard. Don't act high and mighty now. It was your idea to use the PCP, Mr. CIA. "Well, naturally. I was there conducting the testing, and listening to all of you complain about Harms. Just trying to do you a favor." He eyed Perkins with an unnerving calmness. "I'm very anti-drug now, of course." "Stumping to the end? How about anti-murder? How do you feel about that, Senator?" "I never killed anybody." "How about that little girl, Jordan? How about her?" "Rufus Harms pled guilty to that crime. As far as I'm concerned, that plea hasn't changed." "Well, it will soon enough if we don't do something." "Are you certain you want to run?" "I'm not hanging around for the axe to fall." "I suppose you'll need money." Perkins nodded. "I don't have a nice little retirement package like we put together for Vic and Frank. I have the bad habit of always living beyond my means." Jordan took a key from his pocket and unlocked his desk drawer. "I have some cash here. The rest will have to be by check. I can give you $50,000 to start." "That sounds good. To start." Jordan turned and pointed a pistol at Perkins. "What the hell are you doing, Jordan?" "You bust in here, clearly out of your mind, telling of these outrageous crimes you've committed, including kidnapping Sarah Evans. For what purpose, I don't know. You threaten me. I managed to get out my gun and kill you." "You're crazy. No one will believe that." "Oh, they will, Richard." Jordan pulled the trigger, and Perkins dropped to the floor. He heard a scream from the hallway. He moved to the body, quickly searched Perkins, found his gun, placed it in the dead man's hand, and fired a shot into the wall. "It's all right," he called out, rising from the floor and putting the pistol down. "I'm all right." He opened the door and froze as Rufus Harms stared back at him. Behind Rufus were Chandler, McKenna, Fisk, and Sarah. Jordan finally pulled his gaze from Rufus and looked at Chandler. "Richard Perkins burst in here making wild threats. He had a gun. Fortunately, I was a better shot." McKenna stepped forward. "Senator, you don't remember me, do you? I mean outside the FBI." Jordan stared at him without recognition. McKenna edged closer to the man. "Perkins and D'Alessandro didn't remember me either. It's been a long time, and we've all changed a lot. Besides, everybody was pretty drunk that night. Everybody except you." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "I was the guard on duty the night you and your friends came calling on Rufus at Fort Plessy. It was my first and last time pulling guard duty at the stockade. Probably why nobody remembered me." Jordan Knight flinched. "Am I supposed to know what you're talking about?" "I let you in to see Rufus because I was a greenhorn, scared private, and I had a captain ordering me to. And then Rufus came busting out of his cell, knocked me down, and changed everybody's life forever. For 25 damn years I've wondered what really happened in there. I kept quiet about all of you because I was scared. Rayfield was the most senior. He fixed it up so I wouldn't get in trouble, but he made it clear I had better keep my mouth shut about all of you being in there. And I never knew what had happened anyway. And by the time I got the courage to say something, it was all over, and Rufus was in prison. I've lived with that guilt all these years, but I got off easy. McKenna looked over at Rufus. I'm sorry, Rufus. I was weak, a coward. It probably doesn't make any difference to you, but there hasn't been a day gone by that I didn't hate myself for it. Jordan cleared his throat. Very touching, Agent McKenna. However, if you think you saw me in the stockade that night, you're mistaken. CIA records will show that you were at Fort Plessy conducting PCP tests on soldiers stationed there, McKenna pointed out. If you can get those records, get them. Even if I was there, so what? I was in the intelligence service back then. That's no secret. The public is aware of that. I wonder if your constituents would be bothered by the fact that you were administering PCP to soldiers, Chandler said heatedly. Even if I did, and I'm not admitting anything, the program was perfectly above board and legal, as my wife could certainly tell you. U.S. versus Stanley, Sarah said bitterly. Jordan's gaze did not leave McKenna. Quite a coincidence that you claim to have been in the stockade and now you're involved in this matter, he said. It was no coincidence, was McKenna's surprising reply. After I left the Army, I finished college and then went to the FBI Academy. But I kept tabs on you and the others. Guilt is very strong motivation. Rayfield and Tremaine moved around with Rufus. That I found suspicious but not conclusive. Perkins and D'Alessandro moved around with you. They had positions in your various businesses. I got myself transferred to the Richmond field office so I could be close to you. When you jumped into politics, they again went with you. When you went to D.C., you got D'Alessandro and Perkins jobs at the Senate. So I got transferred to D.C. When you were given a seat on the Senate Judiciary Committee a few years ago, you got them their positions at the court. Real nice of you. It must be part of the payback, the agreement all of you made. Rayfield and Tremaine babysat Rufus. You took care of Perkins and Leo. I bet if we checked their accounts, we'd find some nice little retirement funds somewhere. When I got wind of Michael Fisk's murder, I jumped on it only because it was at the court. When I discovered Rufus was connected somehow, I prayed all those years of following you were going to pay off. Now the truth has finally come out. Absurd speculation, you mean, Jordan Knight countered. From your own words, it's obvious you have some deranged vendetta against me. I find it outrageous that you've come into my home making all these accusations, particularly after I've had a man try to murder me, forcing me to kill him. And other than Detective Chandler, who has to investigate this act of obvious self-defense, I want the rest of you to get the hell out of my home. McKenna pulled a cell phone from his pocket, spoke into it, and listened to the response. I'm placing you under arrest, Senator Jordan. I'm sure Detective Chandler will do the same. Get the hell out of here, now! I'm going to read you your rights now. I'll have you in the FBI equivalent of Siberia by dawn. You have no proof of anything. Actually, I'm basing my arrest on your own words. While everyone watched, McKenna knelt under the desk knee-hole, probed for a moment, and pulled out a listening device. Your statements came through loud and clear in the surveillance van parked outside. He looked at Fisk. Knight was the one who told Rayfield to kill your brother. Jordan was furious. That is completely illegal. There's not a judge in this city who would have given you a warrant for that. I'm not going to prison. You are. We don't need a warrant. We had consent. Bullshit, Jordan roared. He looked like he was about to attack the agent. I demand you give me those tapes immediately. You're an imbecile if you think anyone will believe that I gave such consent. You didn't, Jordan. I did. The blood drained from Jordan's face as his wife stepped into the room. She didn't even look at Perkins's body. Her gaze remained fixed on her husband. You! I live here too, Jordan. I gave that consent. In God's name, why? Elizabeth held his gaze for a moment, then touched the sleeve of Rufus' Harms. This man is why, Jordan. This man is the only reason strong enough to make me do what I did. For him, he's a child killer. It's no good, Jordan. I know the truth. And damn you for what you've done. What I've done? All I've ever done is serve my country. He stabbed a finger at Rufus. This man never did shit for anything or anybody. The bastard deserved to die. Moving faster than his bulk would seem to have allowed, Rufus reached Jordan, his big hands encircling the senator's neck as he slammed him up against the wall. "Damn you!" Rufus screamed. His grip tightened, and Jordan started turning red. McKenna and Chandler trained their guns, but couldn't bring themselves to shoot. They looked helpless. They grabbed Rufus, but it was like pulling on a mountain. "Jordan!" Elizabeth screamed. "Rufus, stop!" Sarah yelled. Jordan was nearly unconscious. Fisk stepped forward. "Rufus! Rufus!" Fisk took a quick breath and then just said it. "Josh didn't make it." Rufus instantly loosened his grip on Jordan's throat and stared at Fisk. "He's dead, Rufus. We both lost our brothers." Fisk was visibly trembling, and Sarah put a hand on his shoulder. "If you kill him, you'll go back to prison, and Josh will have died for nothing." Rufus relaxed his grip as tears wound down his face. "You can't do it, Rufus." Fisk took another unsteady step forward. "You just can't." As the two bereaved men looked at one another, Rufus simply let go, and a gasping Jordan Knight slumped to the carpet. Jordan did not look at his wife as he was led away in handcuffs by McKenna. An hour later, the forensics team had completed its work, and Perkins's body was removed. Chandler, Rufus, Sarah, and Fisk remained behind. Elizabeth Knight was in her bedroom. "So, how much did you know about the truth, Buford?" Fisk asked. "Some of it. McKenna and I had talks. At first, I think he really believed you were involved, or at least he genuinely didn't like you." Chandler smiled. "But after he learned Rufus was somehow connected, his opinion changed. I didn't like the idea of him setting you up for the fall, though, and he pushed the buttons on Sarah getting fired." "Why?" Sarah asked. "You two were getting close to the truth. That meant you both were in danger. McKenna knew the people involved were capable of a lot, but he didn't have any proof. He had to make them think you two were the primary suspects. And every time we were around Perkins and D'Alessandro, McKenna made it clear he thought Rufus's appeal was bogus and John was the killer. He took your gun and made sure Perkins and D'Alessandro knew it was missing. He hoped that meant they would feel safe and might slip up. Also, it was meant to keep you two safe." "I don't think it accomplished that last part," Sarah said with a shiver. "Well, he didn't count on you losing his surveillance team either. Once McKenna got Justice Knight to agree to the bug, he just had to spring the trap. McKenna had already told Justice Knight that he knew her husband from Fort Plessy, so when the senator told her he had to call to get that information, she knew he was lying." "So Justice Knight's quick thinking probably saved my life," Sarah commented. Chandler nodded in agreement. "When everything went down, McKenna knew Perkins would make a run for it and would need Jordan's help. It worked out okay. Jordan killing Perkins was not in the game plan, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over that." Chandler looked at Rufus Harms. "I need to take you into custody, but it won't be for long." "I want to see my brother." Chandler nodded. "I can arrange that." "I'll go with you, Rufus," Fisk said. As they walked to the door, Elizabeth Knight met them in the hallway. "Justice Knight, you did a very brave thing tonight. I know how painful it was for you," Chandler said. Elizabeth reached out her hand to Rufus Harms. "It can't possibly be worth anything to you after all you have suffered, Mr. Harms. But I am so sorry for everything. So very, very sorry." He took her hand gently. "It's worth a lot, ma'am, to me and my brother." As they headed out the door, Elizabeth Knight looked at them all and said with finality, "Goodbye." The group headed to the elevator. When the three men stepped on the elevator car, Sarah hesitated. "I'll catch up with you later," she said. As the elevator doors closed, she raced back to the apartment. Mary opened the door. "Where's Justice Knight?" "She went into the bedroom. Why?" Sarah flew past her and burst into the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Elizabeth Knight looked up at her former clerk. The justice's hand was clenched in a fist. A prescription bottle lay empty next to her. Sarah walked slowly over to her, sat down, and took her hand. She opened it, and the pills spilled out. "Elizabeth, that's not the way to deal with this." "Deal with it?" Elizabeth said hysterically. "My life just walked out that door in handcuffs." "Jordan Knight just walked out that door. Justice Elizabeth Knight is sitting right here next to me, the same Justice Knight who will be leading the Supreme Court into the next century." "Sarah." The tears spilled down her face. "It's a lifetime appointment, and you have a lot of life left." Sarah squeezed her hand. "I'd like to help you with your work, your very important work, if you'll have me back." Sarah put her arms around the woman's trembling shoulders. "I don't know if I can do this, survive this." "I'm certain you can, and you won't be doing it alone, I promise." Elizabeth clutched at the young woman's shoulder. "Will you stay with me tonight, Sarah?" "I'll stay as long as you want." Chapter 61. On the strength of his being the possessor of the Silver Star, Purple Heart, and Distinguished Service Medal, Josh Harms was entitled to burial with modified honors, the highest an enlisted man could attain, at Arlington National Cemetery. However, the Army representative who had come to speak to Rufus about the arrangement seemed bent on talking him out of it. "He got shot up, saved a bunch of men in his company, won himself a box full of medals," Rufus said, eyeing the man's uniform, the single row of colored metal on it. "A lot more than you got." The man twisted his lips. "His record was not the cleanest in the world either. He had a real problem with authority. From what I could gather, he didn't like or respect one thing about the institution he was representing." "So you think burying him up there with all them generals and such would be disrespectful?" "The cemetery is running out of space. I think it would be a nice gesture to reserve those spaces for soldiers who actually were proud to wear the uniform, that's all I'm saying." "Even though he earned it," Rufus said. "I'm not disputing that, but I can't believe your brother would want to be buried there either." "I guess he'd spend all of eternity telling those dead brass exactly what he thinks of them." "Something like that," the man said dryly. "So then, we're in agreement? You'll arrange burial for him elsewhere?" Rufus eyed the man. "I made up my mind." Thus, on a cool, clear day in October, former Sergeant Joshua Harms, USA, was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. From an angle, the ground was so covered with white crosses that it looked like an early snow had fallen. As the honor guard fired off its salute and the bugler launched into taps, the simple coffin was lowered into the ground. Rufus and one of Josh's sons received the flag, folded tri-cornered, from a somber and respectful Army officer, while Fisk, Sarah, McKenna, and Chandler looked on. Later, as Rufus prayed over his brother's grave, he thought about all of the bodies buried here, most in the name of war. There were both men and women who had this as their final resting place. They were the wagers of armed conflict. For those who traced their history through the book of Genesis and beyond, as did Rufus, the bodies buried here could blame war on the man called Cain, and the mortal blow he struck his brother Abel. As Rufus finished his prayer, his talk with his Lord and his brother, he rose and put an arm around the nephew he had never seen until today. His heart was sad, but his spirits were lifted. He knew that his brother had passed on to a better place, and for as long as Rufus lived, Josh Harms would never be forgotten. And when Rufus went to join his Lord, he would also, once again, embrace his brother. Chapter 62, the last chapter. 2 days later, Michael Fisk was buried at a private cemetery on the outskirts of Richmond. The well-attended funeral service included each justice of the United States Supreme Court. Ed Fisk, dressed in an old suit, his hair neatly combed, awkwardly stood next to his surviving son and received condolences from each of the jurists, together with many of Virginia's political and social elite. Harold Ramsey spent an extra minute giving comfort to the father and then turned to the son. "I appreciate all that you did, John, and the sacrifice that your brother made." "The ultimate one," Fisk said in an unfriendly tone. Ramsey nodded. "I also respect your views. I hope that you can respect my views as well." Fisk shook the man's hand. "I guess that's what makes the world go round." Looking at Ramsey made Fisk think of what lay ahead for Rufus. Fisk had encouraged him to sue everybody he could think of, including the Army and Jordan Knight. There was no statute of limitations on murder, and the ensuing cover-up orchestrated by Jordan and the others had broken numerous other laws. Rufus had refused Fisk's advice, however. "All of them except for Knight are in a far worse place than any judge on this earth could send them to," he had said. "That's their true punishment, and Knight's got to live with what he done. That's enough for me. I got no reason to get mixed up with courts and judges no more. I just want to live as a free man, spend a lot of time with Josh's children, go see my mama's grave, that's all." Fisk had tried to get him to change his mind until he realized that the man was right. Besides, Fisk thought, according to the precedents established by the Supreme Court, Rufus couldn't sue the Army anyway. Not unless Elizabeth Knight could use the Barbara Chance case to give military personnel the same basic rights as the rest of the country's citizens. To do that, she had to get past Ramsey. As he thought about it, though, Fisk concluded that if anyone could do it, Elizabeth Knight could. He'd like to be a fly on the wall of the Supreme Court in the coming years. But there were two things Fisk, with the assistance of JAG attorney Phil Jansen, was going to accomplish for Rufus: an honorable discharge and a full military pension and benefits. Rufus Harms wasn't going to scrap for an existence, not after all he'd been through. As Fisk finished this thought, Sarah walked up with Elizabeth Knight. Sarah had returned to the court as Knight's clerk. The place was slowly returning to normal, or as normal as it was going to get with Knight and Ramsey in the same building. "I feel deeply responsible for all of this," Knight said. She and the senator, Fisk knew, were divorcing. The government, the Army in particular, wanted to keep all of this quiet. Important strings in Washington were being pulled. That meant that Jordan Knight might not go to prison for all that he had done. Even with Elizabeth Knight's consent, the legality of the electronic surveillance of the man had already been drawn into serious question by the senator's very skillful lawyers. In a private meeting with McKenna, the FBI agent had told Fisk that the wiretap had been a risky strategy, since they did not have the consent of one of the parties being taped, but it was the only way McKenna could think of to implicate Jordan Knight. But without the recording, Chandler and McKenna really had nothing to take to court. The thought that Jordan would go unpunished made Fisk want to visit the man late at night with his 9mm. But the man had suffered and would continue to do so. The wiretap had carried some leverage. Jordan had resigned his Senate seat and, more devastatingly, lost the woman he cherished. He still had his New Mexico ranch, though. Let it be your 7,000-acre prison, Fisk thought. "If there's anything I can ever do for you," Elizabeth Knight said. "You have the same offer from me," Fisk said. 30 minutes after the last mourners were gone, Fisk, his father, and Sarah watched as the chairs and green carpet were removed. The coffin was lowered, and the slab was laid over the vault. Then the dirt was shoveled on top. Fisk spoke with his father and Sarah for a few minutes and told them he would meet them back at his father's house. He watched them drive off. When he looked back over at the fresh hump of earth, he was startled. The cemetery workers were gone now, but on his knees next to the new grave, eyes closed, Bible clutched in one hand, was Rufus Harms. Fisk walked over and put a hand on the man's shoulder. "Rufus, you okay? I didn't even know you were still here." Rufus didn't open his eyes, and he didn't say anything. Fisk watched as his lips moved slightly. Finally, Rufus opened his eyes and looked up at him. "What were you doing?" "Praying." "Oh, how about you?" "How about me what?" "Have you prayed over your brother yet?" "Rufus, I haven't been to Mass since high school." Rufus gripped Fisk's sleeve and pulled him down next to him. "Then it's time you started up again." His face suddenly pale, Fisk looked at the gravesite. "Come on, Rufus, this isn't funny." "Nothing funny about saying goodbye. Talk to your brother, and then talk to your Lord." "I don't remember any prayers." "Then don't pray, just talk plain words." "What exactly am I supposed to say?" Rufus had already closed his eyes and didn't answer. Fisk looked around to see if anyone was watching. Then he turned back, looked over at Rufus, awkwardly put his hands together, and, embarrassed, simply let them dangle at his sides. At first he didn't even close his eyes, but then they just seemed to do so on their own. He felt the moisture from the ground soak through his pants legs, but he didn't move. He felt the comforting presence of Rufus next to him. He didn't know if he could have remained here without it. He focused on all that had happened. He thought of his mother and his father. The insurance money had given Gladys Fisk her first trip to the beauty parlor in years, and some new clothes to admire herself in. To her, he was still Mike, but at least she remembered one of them. Ed Fisk would soon be driving a new Ford pickup, the loan on the house paid off. He and his father were planning a fishing trip for the next year, down in the Ozarks. A lot to be thankful for. With a smile, Fisk thought of Sarah, gratefully, even with all the complexities that came with the woman. 50, 60, maybe 70 years old. Why not give himself the benefit of the doubt? He had a life to live, potentially a very satisfying one, particularly when it included Sarah. Then he tilted his head up and smelled the wet air, caught the scent of leaves burning somewhere. The air also carried to him an infant's cry, followed by the silence of the dead around him. Growing more comfortable, he squatted back on his haunches, easing himself more firmly into the embrace of the ground, the cool touch of the dirt now welcome somehow. Finally, with difficulty, he thought of his brother. He was so tired of grudges held. He now focused on reality, on the truth, on his baby brother, a person he would have done anything for. He recalled the pride he shared with his mother and father for the exceptional human being they had jointly raised, for the good man Mike Fisk had grown into, graceful faults and all, just like the rest of them. A brother who had shown through his actions that he respected John Fisk, cared about him, loved him. Through the half-dozen feet of dirt, past the bound flowers on top, inside the bronze coffin, he could clearly see his brother's face, the dark suit he had been buried in, the hair parted on the side, the hands folded across the chest, the eyes closed, at rest, at peace. The limbs stilled much too early, the exceptional mind shut down far from its potential. It did not take long for the tremors to start. The 2-year void that John Fisk had artificially forced upon the pair was nothing compared to the one he was suddenly stricken with now. It was as though Billy Hawkins had just walked through the door and told him that Mike, the other half of his life growing up, was dead. Only he wouldn't have to identify the body. He wouldn't have to search for and falsely share grief with his father. He wouldn't have to watch as his mother called him by another's name. He would not have to risk his life to find his brother's killers. But he would have to do something else. The one task left was the hardest of all. He felt a burn in his chest, but it was not the underbelly of his scar come calling. This pain was not capable of killing him, but it was worse by legions than that inflicted on him by the 2 bullets. The things he had found out about his brother lately only highlighted how unfair Fisk had been in shutting him out. But if he had tried, Fisk would have realized all those things while Mike was still alive. Now his brother was dead. John Fisk was kneeling in front of his grave. Mike was not coming back. He had lost him. He had to say goodbye, and he didn't want to. He desperately wanted his brother back. He had so much he wanted to do with him, suddenly so much love he wanted to convey. He felt his heart would burst if he didn't get it out. "Oh, God," he said with an outward breath. He couldn't do this. He felt his body start to give on him. The tears suddenly poured with such force he thought his nose was bleeding. He started to go down, but a strong hand grasped him, easily held him up. Fisk's body felt light, fragile, as though he had left part of it somewhere else. Through the blur of tears, he looked at Rufus. The man had one hand under Fisk's arm, thrusting him up, yet his eyes were still closed, his head looking to the sky, the lips still rising and falling in the narrowest of ranges as he continued his prayers. Right then, John Fisk envied Rufus Harms, a man who had lost his own brother, a man who really had nothing. And yet, in the most important way, Rufus Harms was the richest man on earth. How could anyone believe in anything that much, without doubt, without debate, with all his substantial heart? As Fisk looked at the calm face of his friend next to him, he thought how very fine it must be to know for certain that your loved one is in a better place, embraced and held for all time by the phenomenon of unassailable good. So comforting a notion at the precise time you needed to feel it. How often did such timing occur in life? Death as joyous, death as the beginning, meaning life was both more and less precious because of it. Fisk looked away from Rufus and stared down at the grave, the image of a pale hand under a white sheet coming back to him, and then leaving, like a bird in search of food. He dug his knees into the earth, closed his eyes, bowed his head, placed his hands firmly together, and started making his peace, with his brother below, and with whatever lay above.